LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
80% unanswered here on the third hill for Cinta Negra.
And where is the pressure? You're probably asking yourself, where is the pressure? Well, Boris just picked up a double kill. Oh, the Guardian! Double muerte!
Tapping, he wants a few more kills to his name. Can't do it with the battle rifle, we'll do it with the plasma nade, we'll do it with the second as well. It's an easy double. Gonna be able to close it out in the end. And whoa, what? The timing of those kills. And it looks like we have a 50-50 tie, which I have not seen. You're going to see smiles there on Leah's face and Elio's face. Situation, but look at Yo. He's got sword out. You can tell from the observer, but it doesn't matter. Drift hits the shot. Steps. No lo quemé, ahí está el cabo, no lo quemé.
Just has to try and stay alive here, but Timbers are really successfully cleaning up these one shots and catching the Heatwave player unaware. It will be a triple kill.
Completo ahora, pero que lo tiene en su poder. Dime qué está pasando, gaviotas, dime si soy...
Now moves in again, he's got the shot.
There it is! Johan! Just in the nick of time, even might end it!
Pequeño peldaño, se va a llevar uno contenible, espaldazo, le acomoda la asiática, se termina llevando una doble baja, va por la tercera, la dámela, ahí está la tercera baja, Corona, a una de celebrar con toda su gente y público que el día de hoy se dio la cita, aquí en el City Banamex, tenemos campeón, es Pittsburgh Knights, señores, es Peca el que se lo lleva, es José Francisco de Tapping Buttons, conocido John Alex como Pelu, Atsin Pulido como Atzo, Irving Misael como Dream.
The lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello folks and welcome to the Halo Championship Series. You're watching the NA Super and today is a special day because it is Championship Sunday. It is day 3 here in Columbus, Ohio, and I am so excited about everything that is about to unfold on your screens. Joining me though on the desk to talk about all of what is coming our way today is Onset and Bravo. And I've got to say guys, I am so excited because yesterday was crazy. Day 1 was pool play and it was absolutely nuts as well. So like I said yesterday to end the show, day 3 surely is going to get bigger and better. Are you excited about all of the matches we have?
Yes, I am well rested, I'm well slept. Ooh. And it's because I want to have all of the energy that I need for today's action, because it's going to be ridiculous. I think we've got some massive games in the bracket. We get to see some of the big titans go up against each other. We get to see some of the teams who have kind of broken out and reminded us of just how good they are in that elimination bracket, keep their run going. I just want to get in the games today. I think it's going to be an amazing day. I think there's going to be some big plays. I think there's going to be some upsets. I think it's going to be crazy.
Are you ready for what's coming our way? It's going to be nuts.
It's going to be nuts. It's going to be great. I think also North America is now at the point where we no longer have the top 3 or the top 4 that are really settled, right? Everything right now, if you look at the elimination bracket matches that are coming up, huge disappointments for the teams that don't make it through, that all expected to be in the top 4. It's going to be great.
It is going to be great. And I'll tell you what, I have the schedule for you guys so you know what is happening. And we're starting things off with an absolute banger. Look at that. Cloud9 versus G2 Esports. Coming up after that, we have our quarterfinal of the elimination bracket, G1 versus eUnited. 2 very spicy games indeed. Then we have our elimination semi-final just to see who makes it through. And then our winners final shortly after that, Sentinels versus OpTic Gaming, a big grudge match, a big revenge match as well for the Green Wall. Elimination final shortly after that, and then that's when the fun begins, the grand final to see which 2 teams will face off finally in that last chance for the trophy. So really excited, and I'm also excited to deliver you guys what you win, what you receive for watching all weekend long. You get the Holy Flare charm, of course, watching 2 hours through all of the days here. Our Primal Glory Mark 7 as well for 1 hour in the grand finals. And I'll tell you what, open a few tabs, people, because we do have our co-streamers as well. So make sure that you guys get your hands on that planetary emblem and nameplate too. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And I'll tell you what, if any of the storylines from yesterday are to go by, then I think Sunday is where it's at. OpTic looking like the cleanest team in this tourney. My goodness me, they have been the sweepers for a reason. 3-0s across the board. I got to ask you, were you expecting that result from them against Cloud9? I mean, 3-0 against some reigning champions we've had this season. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I think I said yesterday, and I will stand by my statement from yesterday. I think we learned a lot about how good OpTic are in that series against Cloud9, because there was different situations where they had to produce different things to show me they're a championship caliber team. This first game was one of them, right? They had to make a comeback, and then they had to clutch up in those final moments, and they ticked both of those boxes. And then the Slayer, they looked extremely good in as well. And then when we got to that third game, I mean, we saw Trippy just making a huge play himself to show that it's not just, you know, Lucid who's going to have the pressure on his shoulders. It's going to be everyone stepping up at different times during series for OpTic to win. Everyone did it yesterday. They were amazing to watch.
They certainly are. It has indeed been a showcase for this team, right? You know, we have seen different teammates on this roster pop off when the time has been right, and I think this is what's making this squad so dangerous, Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, they just look so good. Everyone on the roster, it doesn't matter who has the stalker rifle, doesn't matter who's doing the damage. They're all doing everything they need to, and like we've been talking about all weekend, the speed at which they're closing down their kills, like we talked about, Mark and I, we were talking about just the time in between kills. It has got to be the lowest we've ever seen in a tournament from a team, because it is just absolutely outrageous. I think the closest play style to this was a game like Halo 3, where you had to close down your kills, you had to collapse on certain maps, and they are making this look like Halo 3 with the speed they're playing it.
They certainly are. They're making it look like a walk in the park, and I think I said it on day 1, OpTic, they were leaving things in the tank, and 3-0 sweeps tell me that they still have way more to give, which is really exciting for us as fans, but very dangerous and kind of anxiety-driven for the rest of the competition that are left here in the bracket as well. Now, another team we need to talk about from yesterday, who honestly I think managed to achieve the goal they set out for here in this NA Super, and that was Orlando Pool Play. FaZe, obviously this monster roster that's kind of come together and still have so much to work on, but Onset, do they have the time to do so? Now that it's out the way, they know they're going to Orlando, do they have that time to form what they want to as a team?
I think they're certainly going to take steps to do that. I think yesterday that series against eUnited, they've shown what they are capable of in bursts, right? Unfortunately, there was a few moments where they kind of just got picked apart a little bit in some of those games against eUnited. But what a series it was, right? We saw, Snipedown returning to the fore. A lot of questions from me included about how Snipedown was performing on this roster, what his role was going to be. I think he was arguably the standout player for FaZe yesterday when they played against eUnited. Sometimes I think that Eric just needs a little bit of fire lit under him, and it's almost as if he needs someone to doubt him, and then he's like, hey, just remember who I am here, what I've done in the Halo scene, and I'll prove you wrong. And yesterday it was very, very difficult to criticize anything that Snipedown did in that series. He looked unbelievable, and then everyone else started to step up. Unfortunately, against eUnited wasn't quite enough because eUnited just looked that good. Yeah. And eUnited really did perform very well. But, against Space Station, I think they showed that, FaZe is going to be a roster for some time, and I think they're going to be a scary one when we get to Orlando. Yeah, securing Orlando was big for them, right? Them getting top 8, I think, changes the conversation. If this team exited top 12 without getting Orlando secured, it's a completely different conversation, and a lot of people are even more worried, and I would say FaZe players would be the first to tell you that as well. The fact that they've secured Orlando, a little bit of a pressure release valve for them. They can take a breath, focus up on what's still to come for the rest of the season. Yeah, 100%. I think for me, hearing from Spartan yesterday gave me everything that I needed to know, especially to back this team going into Orlando. They know that they need to make fundamental changes in terms of what they're trying to do on the maps as a team and how they're going to work as a unit. For me, there's still question marks over Renegade, right? I'm not seeing this guy being given the space in the room to really perform the way that he wants to, so I'm excited to see what happens here. Now, looking at the team who did take FaZe out of the tournament, and that was eUnited. I mean, this squad have been so good. Now, is the strategy that's forming in this team enough to see them through today with arguably the hardest test they're going to have to face so far against Cloud9 on set? Yeah, I think it will be the hardest test, but the thing that always impresses me about eUnited is it's almost as if like everyone's watching the same, television series, whatever it might be, and everyone's on the same episode, but you've got that friend who's a couple ahead, right? And he kind of, there's spoilers when you watch eUnited about what's to come in the meta game of Halo Infinite, because the way that they were playing certain game types, certain situations yesterday, something we hadn't seen. That live fire Slayer that they played against FaZe was a complete change in how we've seen that map be played. 4 players running around just wolf packing in circles around the map, and they always have something to bring to the table. And I think that Manny and Suspecta need a lot of credit, as well as Rhinoob and Rain, for what they did yesterday, because coming onto a new roster, especially one where Rhinoob is controlling what needs to be done, to still have the confidence to follow those calls, to make those plays, says a lot about what this lineup not only can do now, but certainly in the future too. Yeah, United looks great. I think more and more we're seeing that strategy start to develop in Halo Infinite, and this guy's been doing it, Rhinoob specifically, since Reach and prior, and now I think it's coming into full form, right? With the biggest prize pools, he's able to pull out certainly some tricks out of the bag, and it's working. Him and Rain have been just a great duo for this squad, and now to bring in the new guys, I think they look great today. And the scary thing about eUnited, like we talked about over the course of the weekend, is it doesn't matter how many times they go to Game 5s that seem close, they're always able to break into that top 3. Now, they haven't done it this year at Majors, but I think they're quite close to being able to do so. Yeah, I think that unorthodox play that United bring forward, the kind of walking, the slowness at times that they provide, it really does start to counter a lot of what the teams are trying to do going up against them. And I think if they can get the execution right, if they can work on that and really kind of make that their own, then that can be also a very, very dangerous team to back going into Orlando, of course. Now, why are we here? We're here for obviously this gorgeous trophy, but we do have an absolutely epic prize pool as well for all of these teams to fight for here. $125,000 on the line with a $45K first place prize pool. This is pretty nuts. And now let's be honest, okay? We talked about it before, right, on day 1, that we needed that Orlando qualifier. Look, that's done and dusted. That's in the past. They're comfortable. Right now, this is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for this money on the line. They're fighting for that pride going into onset. There's a lot to play for. There is. And if you're looking at this prize pool right now, every single game, every single placement, you're essentially doubling your money. So that's what is on the line for players now. You get into a series, you get through that one, you've doubled your money. You get to the next round, you've got a tougher match, but you've got the opportunity again to double your money all the way up to $45,000 that's sat there in first place. And also, if you take home $45,000, you're probably going to be the favorite going into Orlando. And with only 2 events left, Orlando and then the big one, Worlds at the end of the year, you want to be the favorite at this time of the season. Yeah. You certainly do indeed. Well, let's take a look at the brighter side of the bracket, because we do have a lot of teams fighting fit for this trophy, for that prize pool. In the winners finals, we have Sentinels versus OpTic Gaming. OpTic taking a very clean approach to this tournament so far in their bracket, looking pretty good. Sentinels, you find this team a little bit with a little bit more grit than most teams, right? They don't always have the perfect run, but they do have that determination
preparation. They do have things up their sleeves to make them clutch up when it matters most, and that is something that has carried them forward, especially in Kansas City as well. Very, very interesting winners finals to watch there. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket. Let's see who's fighting for their lives, hoping to rebound up, and you'll see we have two very, very competitive quarterfinals. I want to really highlight here eUnited versus G1. This is going to be a test for both of these teams. This should be an absolutely epic series here, Brav.
This is what we're talking about. Look at those quarters, right? All these teams are predicted to advance past this round, and certainly the players on those teams are expecting to advance past this round. So on both sides of the bracket, they're going to be amazing. But as you say, eUnited, G1. eUnited has been a mainstay in that top four. G1 is highly predicted. Lots of hype around this squad. This is going to be an amazing quarter.
I think eUnited have been the gatekeeper of the top four a lot of the time, right? And G1, we've been saying, can they break through that top four? Can they be that team to suddenly, really challenge some of the bigger squads that we talk about all the time as that big three? There is the gatekeepers. They are in front of them right now. If they can take down eUnited, then G1 will not just be predicted to be a wildcard team going into Orlando, they'll be predicted to be a team who could potentially make a run all the way to the final.
Right, and I think based on the results that we've seen online from G1, the scrims, how successful they have been in the lead up to this NA Super, if they can't get past the United right now, I think they'll be really, really disappointed with what they've managed to accomplish here. But I've got to say, everything's in their court right now. I'm excited for that matchup. But you may notice the other quarterfinals there, G2 versus Cloud9. That is going to be our first series of the day, and boy, oh boy, am I excited about this one. To see Cloud9, I think, dropping down here against OpTic in the fashion that they had, that 3-0, says a lot. But G2, they need to capitalize on this right now. G2 are going to be rubbing their hands together, thinking, what can we do here? What can we do to knock the confidence even more on this Cloud9 roster? Now, what did you see in this roster before, Brav? Because I know on your predictions here coming into the weekend, G2 were a force to be reckoned with there. So what made you believe in them before day one even?
Yeah, I think G2 just looks really good all season. They were missing maybe a little bit of a missing puzzle piece. Barcode seems to be that puzzle piece. If you look at the core of this roster, Sab, Gilkey, Straight Sick, they've been so great all season. I think they've been on the cusp of even better things. And now when you have, as you see, the Barcode effect here this weekend, they picked him up for a reason, right? They had a lot of faith in this guy. When we heard the listen-ins and the comms, I think they're sounding great. I think they're all on the same page. And for me, it was really a matter of time before we saw G2 get this late and deep into a tournament. And here they are now on Championship Sunday.
Indeed. And so what is it about Barcode's presence on this team that has allowed others to shine?
I think there's a few things to take away, right? One is he seems to play the game without fear. He plays the game as if he's having the best time in the world. When you watch his stream, he's always having fun and he just loves playing Halo. The other thing is, he's nuts. Individually, you saw him yesterday, some of the plays he was making with the Commando were plays that you want anyone to make. If you put Renegade next to those screens, if you put, Sentinels players next to those screens, you wouldn't look out of place whatsoever. He was making plays for the squad, but also I think he just brings a positive vibe, which is something that can't be kind of underrated. If you've got a player who is just having fun, who just wants to win, and is coming into a team where they've had a little bit of a disappointing season, it can make all the difference.
Yeah, it certainly can make all the difference. I think my big question here, and playing devil's advocate, which I tend to do on the desk, is how far can they go? Now we're talking about Cloud9.
Yeah.
That's a whole different type of team that we're talking about. And looking at the results so far this weekend, yes, they've been great and they have managed to push through. They did have that surprise top finish in their pool as well, and they have gone on to look really, really good in day two. But it wasn't perfect. Do they need to be perfect going up against Cloud9? Is this something that really you're a little bit worried about here in terms of then trying to take this series?
Oh, certainly, without a doubt. I think also you keep in mind this is going to be a ticked off Cloud9, right? This is a Cloud9 that got 3-0'd yesterday. They've had a good night's sleep. They've had a lot of time, probably too much time to think about that series. And now they can focus up on Championship Sunday, which we've seen them do time and time again. I do not think this is going to be an easy series whatsoever. It almost goes without saying, but just to be clear, for G2 against C9, I think C9 is going to be ready to hit hard.
They certainly are indeed. Cloud9 right now, a little bit down in the dumps after that finish. I think they would have been feeling a little better if the result against OpTic had looked a bit better than it did. 3-0 wasn't exactly the way they wanted to go out, although the games were competitive.
Yeah.
So what can they take away from that onset?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think Cloud9 really want to think about that series because it wasn't a Cloud9-like series. It was one where they lost that first game that was extremely close. Usually they win those ones, and then the Slayer they didn't really ever look in control of it at any point. It always looked like OpTic had the upper hand, and that's just not very Cloud9-like. They usually like to be the dominant team. They like to be putting the first foot forward and the best foot forward to get those big leads in games, but as we know, Cloud9, you can't count them out. You'd be silly to count them out, and I think that a lot of pressure is on these players players' shoulders because, as we know, I think with Cloud9, a lot of the time it's a mental game with them. It's about getting up for a series. It's about getting up for a day. It's Championship Sunday. There's $125,000 to play for today. If you can't get up for it, then, what else can you say, Cloud9? You need to turn up because I wasn't particularly impressed with what I saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, it was difficult, and I think as well, to talk about a couple more results for Cloud9 too, I mean, eUnited. Really, really close games with them as well, 3-2. They did manage to do it, of course, in the winners' quarterfinals, but it was difficult again. So what is happening with this Cloud9 roster? Is it the new addition of Bound and still, kind of having teething issues? What do you think that could be?
I don't think it's teething with Bound. I think Bound has looked really good in Pro Series. I think Bound, luckily for Cloud9, I think Bound has already gotten comfortable with this team online, right? This is not Bound's debut with Cloud9. This is Bound already kind of in his form with this squad. I think a lot of it simply might have to do with kind of, this is an online tournament. They're working a few things out. And now on Championship Sunday, we get to see hopefully what the best that Cloud9 will bring. I think on Friday and Saturday, they were not in top form. Today might be a different day for them, though.
Yeah, today really could be a different day. Look, we've got a bit of time. We're still waiting for some of the players to come into the lobby. So why not just talk about potential hypotheticals here? Cloud9, if this is a close series with G2, let's say they do manage to bring it over the line, what is that telling you about this team right now, especially going forward for the rest of this tournament? On Championship Sunday, it's going to be really difficult. If they don't turn up the way that you've kind of described here, and it is really, really close, are you worried about them going forward here?
I'm not worried if they win today against G2. I think every single series today, it doesn't matter how you win it as long as you win it, because everyone who's got here has been playing very, very good Halo, right? Nobody really remembers the series results when you get to a Championship Sunday. It's the final placement that really matters. And I think for Cloud9, the secret is just trying to recreate the intensity that they have at a LAN event. And I don't know how they do that, if it's up to the coach to try and get them fired up, to get them, focused in to what they want to try and achieve and remind them that there's a lot of money on the line here and there's an opportunity to go into Orlando feeling really, really good and not have those doubts lingering in the back of the mind. But it's difficult to do, right? To recreate a live event is very, very tough. That intensity, the crowd, you don't have that when you're sat in a facility next to each other at the moment. But that's what I think the secret is for Cloud9, is trying to get as close to that as you can.
I completely agree. I think a lot of it's going to come down to tone setting in this series, because when you look at this on paper, I think that either team could actually blow each other out in this series in terms of the final score and how this will go. I think if C9 comes out hammering right away, they could really shut down the confidence of G2. G2's got a lot of momentum, but I think a really dominant C9 games 1 and 2 could shut this roster down. At the same exact time, if G2 comes out and realizes, hey guys, this is our best chance this season, this is our biggest run, we can really do something here. Yes, C9 is one of the best in the world. Let's shut them down. Let's do it in a big way. I think if they come out and C9 is quiet, we could see C9 get flattened. So this series, even more so than any other series you might see this weekend, it might come down to momentum out of games 1 and 2.
You look at how G2 are going to react if they take game number 1. If we had a camera like a GoPro, whatever it is, looking over the team, they're going to pop. Barcode's going to be going, I'm playing Cloud9. I just beat them game 1. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's close out this series. Whereas Cloud9, I think they need someone, whether it's Hoax or behind them, if they win that game 1, to try and bring that energy as well. It needs to come from somewhere, and I think that Cloud9 need to find that.
I couldn't agree more with that as well. And I think the kind of thought of Barcode popping off like that, look, he's come all the way from Australia. He's an ANC player with his shot at an NA career here in Halo Infinite, right? This guy is looking at this match like, oh my God, I am playing Cloud9 right now and I need to show up. I don't feel like he's going to retreat into himself. I think this guy is about to let rip in this series. This is what he's been waiting for, and that type of attitude is so dangerous to play against when you have that confidence, that want, that hunger, and it's really important. So I'm really excited about this because I think for Cloud9, they need teamwork more than anything. This is what that team is made of. It's the stellar teamwork that you see. It's absolutely insane. They run at you in 2s, they run at you in 3s, they rip you apart because they're so on point with what they want to do together, and that is a lot of the success that they see. If you catch them out as individuals, a lot of the time you're going to pull that team apart. If you manage to also split spawn them, whatever it may be, if you have the control of the map and you stop that teamwork dynamic from happening, it's going to be game over. So I think G2, like you said, it could be either way. It could be a blow on either side. So really exciting stuff coming across the board. I'm just getting excited talking about it. So let's get into the series because I know our casters are ready. I know the players are in the lobby. And we've got Walsh and Gaskin on standby. Gentlemen, good morning to you.
Good morning, lot. We're ready for this one. I love what you guys are talking about as well. I mean, Barcode and his chance here to break into the top 4. G2 finally get their opportunity as well, Dave. We've seen them so many times kind of outside the top 6, wanting to touch upon these biggest and best teams in North America. This is now their chance. This is arguably the weakest we've seen Cloud9 ever. Do you think they actually have the possibility of winning this series, though?
They have a chance, but I mean, like you said, so weakened Cloud9. I still feel like G2 hasn't fully hit their stride yet. Yes, they now have these better ingredients on the roster. It feels like they're the better G2 than we've seen in the past, but is the best G2 better than the worst Cloud9? That's what we're about to find out.
Yeah, and of course we say the worst Cloud9 is just because they've only just kind of formed, really. I know
emerging Cloud9.
Exactly.
Yes.
This is
emerging Cloud9.
Look Cloud9. And I do think that Cloud9 looked a little bit kind of unsafe yesterday with their performance against eUnited in particular. It was a 3-2, it was a best of 5. It's not necessarily where we thought Cloud9 would have gone. We'll take a look at the series layout here, though, and see maybe if there's some game types that can go in favor of G2, or whether it's going to be a comfortable one for Cloud9. So we kick things off with King of the Hill Streets into Slayer Aquarius, Oddball Recharge, Capture the Flag Catalyst, always makes me raise my eyebrows, and then Slayer Livefire. Any initial thoughts from you, Dave?
I mean, when I think of Cloud9 on streets, I think of how sneaky players like Eco and Stellar are. They do just so many incredible plays where they'll just, be last one alive, wait around, hide around ATM, and then get that trade or wait for their teammates to spawn. So I feel like Cloud9 are such sneaky players on that map that I just can't see them losing this map.
Cloud9, what I will say about King of the Hill Streets, though, is I remember Pro Series, the first Pro Series we saw this Cloud9 roster perform, they really struggled at setting up in their Kings. Great at breaking any setups, but they struggled to set up themselves. If G2 can take advantage of that, if we see G2 maybe being the team that's on top right from the get-go, maybe that could be the momentum swing that Bravo was talking about on the desk.
Yeah, that could absolutely be it. I guess when I break down any sort of play style for a team, I try to look at how are they doing in worst case scenario, how are they doing in neutral game, and how are they doing in best case scenario. Generally, figuring out the best case scenario is fairly easier to do than figuring out the worst case scenario. So I feel like if they went in the lab, learned from their mistakes, I have no fear that they'll have a strong setup.
And as we get further into the series, of course, Slayer Aquarius is always one of my favorites as a game 2 as well. It's great to see how both teams are going to be feeling on that map and mode, and then Oddball Recharge. Again, going into an objective that is very tight, very difficult to set up in certain areas, and maybe that can be something else that G2 can take advantage of. That being said, G2 getting top 6, and it's similar with G1 getting top 6 as well. Both these teams have kind of reached the promised land. This is their kind of area where they were setting their targets. And even though top 4 is achievable for these teams, I'm starting to wonder, are they going to have that potential to get to top 4?
Yeah, I mean,
can they actually get over that final hurdle?
G2 especially having to go against Cloud9, like that's one of the toughest hurdles to get to a top 4. But if you're going to do it, that is a very strong top 4 placement here, especially at this large event.
Yeah, it really is. It would set a lot, I think, about G2 and the changes they made with Barcode coming in. I think a lot of people were kind of scratching their head a little bit saying, well, how is Barcode going to perform? Is he going to be a player that will struggle in the North American region? And I think that's evident. He is not struggling. He's, in fact, been flourishing in this region and really has been putting on a show. But now it's Sunday, all right? Friday and Saturday, sure, you've played great, but will that pressure start to hit Sunday? Do you think there'll be any sort of difference in performance there?
I mean, you just got to hope for him to play his best. Ultimately, this has got to be a dream come true for someone like Barcode. Dominating the ANZ region, getting a chance to play in the top North American roster. You know he's been playing Halo for years. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He's got a chance to shine.
He has a chance to shine, and I tell you what, he's been shining a lot so far, and I'm excited to see whether he can carry on that. On the other side, on the flip side, Cloud9, you've got Bound. The Death spoke about it. Sure, this isn't the first look at Bound. We've seen it in Pro Series. This is another online tournament, but there is always going to be in the back of the mind, well, what would Renegade be doing here, right? Would Renegade be in a better position? The good thing, he's outplaced Renegade. FaZe are out of the competition, and now it's a chance for him to shine as well.
Yeah, that is a little weird. It's like an act like, oh, they used to always bring me coffee. I'm like, come on, that doesn't matter, man. I still got good snipe shots and stuff. Like, what's going on here? But one thing that's really shown to me throughout this event so far is look at how Renegade plays on this new roster and the sort of performances he's been putting up. Yes, he's had some incredible plays, but like overall as a performances tournament, it's not the same Renegade that we saw when we saw him playing on Cloud9. That has to be an incredible opportunity for someone like Bound, because look at Bound before he was on the FaZe roster, maybe not playing up to his full potential or not getting the full support that he potentially could have compared to a roster like this Cloud9 supporting roster.
And I think this is a difficult series to kind of try and predict, because I think throughout the whole tournament we've been saying the top 3 is locked down. You've got OpTic, you've got Sentinels, and you've got Cloud9. That's been our top 3. And now suddenly we're saying, wait, actually, if Cloud9 lose this, they're not even top 4. And all those predictions get blown out of the water, and we're saying, well, why has that happened? Is it Cloud9 underperforming? Is it other teams overperforming? Cloud9 need to show here in this series why they are a top 3 team. Otherwise, teams like Sentinels, teams like OpTic are just going to be laughing when they come up against them. So now you've got to show that you have strength in this series.
Yeah, when I used to compete and I would see team changes abound, sometimes it was a blessing, sometimes a curse. I would look at some rosters like, oh, like, look at now they're struggling or they're not even as good as they were before. But then every once in a while, that magic would hit. A super team would form. It's like, oh, no, this roster is real scary. And so we're going to actually see, you know, throughout this event, do any of those teams click? Do any of those super rosters form and have a chance at taking first, especially when we get to Seattle?
Well, we are due to get underway then. It's Championship Sunday here in the North American Super. It's G2 versus Cloud9. A spot in the top 4 is on the line. We start on King of the Hill streets. A very difficult game type to navigate if you haven't put the time in, haven't put the practice in. But we know both of these teams will be throwing everything into this game. And who else to start things off with than Barcode? He really has been such an incredible addition to this G2 roster. And he's already taken fights with Penguin, and he's winning them.
Absolutely no fear. Challenging it, taking that straight up 1-on-1, gonna grab these rockets, and wisely backs down over towards the B steps. Here's gonna be the moment. Does he get greedy and get too much time? Or does he just try to get the kills with rockets? I like this. Back down, stay alive, and use those rockets to get a couple easy kills.
Almost dips his toes in and says, hey, there's the bait. Someone come and have a look. Someone come and try and take me out. And he does manage to get 1 kill. Unfortunately, not a second.
I hate that second rocket, actually. You just know he was called out weak, and you got to give credit where it's due. For a roster like Cloud9, they're collapsed on the hill. They already had 2 kills. They knew what a weak rocket player was. You don't really have any other great shots on the top of those steps unless you want to do a predictive rocket over the top pillar. So instead, he just says, someone's got to be coming from this angle. They're not going to come for tires again and give me a free shot. So I will shoot this at the stairs and just take my odds.
Penguin's going to be no shield, so Barcode can easily clean that one up. Remember, he's still alive, still hasn't died yet. He's positioned himself well, but as I say that, of course, he will fall, and 3 members of G2 also have gone down. So now this is the chance for Cloud9 to set up. But I said it before this game started, they struggle with setups on this map and this mode, so they really need to eat away at this time, get as much scrappy possibility, so they can also put themselves in a good situation as this game progresses. Because we saw a lot of time gathered by G2 in the early stages, but already Cloud9 have now caught that up.
Yeah, and look at this interesting play here from G2. They spawn over in Tramp. Nobody immediately running over towards driveway, which I think is a great play. The last thing you want to do is go towards driveway immediately, let them know where your team's spawning, and then they can set up for that spawn trap. Instead, they start to push on over towards balcony and stairs so that when they get some cross-map fire shots over at the hill, then that driveway person can come in a little bit later. Unfortunately, it does not work out there, and here comes a strong set from Cloud9. Looks like they're going to close out this hill, get a couple kills here by Penguin, and start scrapping up the tram time.
This is far better from Cloud9 than what I remember seeing in Pro Series on this map and mode. They've definitely been putting in the practice. Not only do they finish that hill in one setup, but they also get the rockets and break the tram setup from G2, so now they can start scoring once more. And Bound, the positioning we saw from him with the Stalker rifle, the shots he was just hitting, absolutely incredible. This is what you need from your new guy on the roster to keep that momentum up for the team, and now already Cloud9 have scored halfway through this second point.
And look at this. They decided to go, like you said, put Stalker over inside the hill. They're just able to keep everyone away. There's really no threats coming in against Bound. In fact, they decide to stack 2 players in the hill. This way, if G2 send 1 or 2 players out in bomb center, they're matching it with equal firepower and they're getting time at the same time. They're not letting their hill player get into a 1v1 or a 1v2.
I think the downside for G2 here as they go 2 points down is that Cloud9 would have got a little bit annoyed yesterday. There was some series that were a little bit too close. There was a series where they got absolutely destroyed by OpTic Gaming, and that would have peed them off. That'll make them wanting to come in today and prove why they are a top team. Bound's going to get aggressive. Bound's going to try and do as much damage as possible, and he is somehow able to stay alive a little longer than I expected, but now we see all 4 dead for Cloud9. This is G2's chance to get a point on the board.
Yeah, it's been Cloud9's game for the last minute and a half or so, and here G2 get to shine for a second, but now what are they gonna do? I like this play from Sab. Sab, instead of just fully hiding in the hill, is trying to be a little active, but somehow Penguin slips on through the bomb side of the map, unnoticed by any of the G2 members. I feel like that has to be considered a G2 mistake by not having a little bit more firepower to help ready in the center of the map, especially a few seconds before rockets are coming up.
Somehow Eco, as the last remaining player, was able to get a kill as well, which will really help the spawners just position themselves for these rockets. Barcode's going to be back tower. Straight Sick also very weak bottom middle, but Eco not able to get the final kills. At the moment, as I say that, Gilkey will fall. Bound is able to do damage across the map, and Barcode, because of that, got the kill. And now, unfortunately, for Eco, just wasn't able to stay alive long enough, but Bound has done so much damage to all of these players that this is not going to be a point scored just yet for G2.
And this is going to be a weird scenario, too, where all these players, both sides seem to be spawning all the way across near Tram, whether they're spawning over near driveway side or in Tram. And so there's just kind of these two separate battles going on. A couple players near PD side, a couple players near Tram side, and they have to decide as they're spawning, do I just kill these reinforcements here, or do I sprint across the map and try to avoid this fight?
A lot of decisions to be made, and they're all split-second decisions as well. If you make one wrong, you better believe the other team is going to capitalize on them. Bound still alive at the back of the hill. And even though G2 scored a lot of points, this is exactly what we saw in the first hill as well.
Yeah, and look at the slight difference in setup. You have Bound, someone ready to go over towards top tower if needing to help in the bottom center, but then also able to back down if players are coming over towards Cafe. So it seems like Cloud9 had a decent spread out for the setup, but all comes down to kills. You're going to be in the perfect position at the perfect time, but if you're not hitting the shots or getting outshot, it does not matter.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. Hit your shots, win your pivs, as Gilkey has been able to worm his way through to back tower here, unawares to Eco, and will also get a really good nade onto Bound and gets the kill because of it. And now will allow the rest of the team just to push up over towards this pink side. Stellar and Penguin going to take the fight together. Gilkey still gets the kill though, and that's so important. And his team is spawning back tower. This is going to be a tough one to hold.
That is going to be so difficult for G2, despite that individual effort from Gilkey. Taking out a player in a 1v2 cannot be overstated how important that is, or how big of a play that is, especially when he was kind of out in the open. He had no chance to back down there. He was just trying to do a little bit of a head glitch and get the shots in.
Well, despite the fact that there were so many points scored by G2, it's Cloud9 who are still in the ascendancy here. Let's take a look at how their communications are with an Astro. Listen in.
Nice, one tower. I'm looking tower.
That's Nesca.
I'm watching over you.
Hey, watch out.
Shit, guys. I'm
coming one disruptor. Okay, hurt.
I have stalker.
We should go B row if you can. We should go B row if we can. No, there's two B side.
Yeah, I'm watching dead end free.
Yeah, they're gonna push now. I'm getting out of hill. I'm watching cross.
Yeah, going to one shots. Nice. You dead.
There's another one here, I think.
I'm looking at you, kind of.
Keep watching cross, man.
Back up.
One shot, planners, Sab. Sitting in the corner, planners going tires now.
They killed me.
They're gonna be seeing
One shot tires. Two planners. One shot tires.
One shot tires. Shots on my X7.
It'd be PD.
I'm gonna hide him. I heard you. See stairs, I'm gonna stalker.
One shot and PD.
Did he say he was sitting in a corner, or... Never mind, it doesn't matter anyway, because about the fourth point is so close to being scored, but Bound, the last remaining player. It's a 1v1 though with Straight Sick. Bound gets the kill, it's a double, and it should be enough to get the point as well and secure this game for Cloud9. It's a great start to this series. C9 look like they are hot off the press.
Just like that, a 4-0 victory. Yes, that hill over in front of A was arguably G2's, especially off the start of it, but somehow Cloud9 bringing that back, like you said, sitting in the corner of that hill, gathering the rest of that time, and just securing that win.
Securing the win in an emphatic fashion. Unfortunately, G2, they just weren't really able to get going, and considering I said at the start, you know, Cloud9, they struggle to sometimes set up in this mapping mode. That is very evidently wrong. They have very much practiced, they have changed, they have developed since we saw them on this mapping mode in Pro Series, and that is a good sign for Cloud9 fans and for this roster and their chances of progressing in this tournament. As we do look at the stats though, plenty of kills to go round for the C9 boys. On the other side for G2, it's not their finest day.
No, but also just so difficult when Cloud9 are in control, 75% of that match. They also did such a good job, taking a quick look at the damage though, they did such a good job just sticking two people in the hill almost every single time. You could never just isolate a 1v1 there. But taking a look at the damage we are seeing, all these members of Cloud9, 3,600 plus, and all within range, 3,600 to basically 4,000 damage for every single player. So everyone putting up huge numbers across the board.
And I did enjoy that brief listening as well as we take the back in and look at some of the highlights of this game. It was on the call movements. It was, I think we should be taking B rail here. Oh, no, wait, we don't need to. Let's focus on this corner instead. Let's take this fight instead. It was constantly adapting to what the other team was doing. This is something that OpTic have been very good at, adjusting to their enemy's playstyle. And I do think that Cloud9 really were developing as the game went on and adjusting to how G2 were approaching their game. But it was a comfortable one, and I think that's a good sign for Cloud9 when you look at how they should be one of the top teams in this tournament. As for G2 and their chances in this series, you do start to doubt it a little bit after a dominating performance like that.
You do, and Cloud9 just sounded so comfortable. Like you said, those differences in communications when we go to listen in and you hear a team just saying, we should take over this area, let's plan on getting B rail, versus like the times you go listen to someone's one shot or I'm going here. It's like, yeah, you're calling out what you're doing. How are you coordinating with your team instead of saying, I'm going here to take over B rail? And so you just notice that level of coordination is just a step above.
Game 2 is going to be Aquarius Slayer, and I love watching Cloud9 on Aquarius Slayer. Most particularly is going to be Stella. I really want to keep a keen eye on him. The way he patrols around the map on Slayer Aquarius, just listening to callouts, finishing kills. At times it feels like he's playing free-for-all, and I feel like I've said that a lot about many players throughout Halo's history, but Stella really does play that kind of pistola effect that we used to see back in Halo 2, Halo 3, and now here on Slayer Aquarius, maybe he can do something similar. But G2 have been good in Slayer so far this tournament, so I think this is their real chance to try and get back in this series.
Yeah, they need to win this one here to give themselves a strong opportunity to come back in the series. I mean, tournament life's on the line. You don't have this luxury of, you know, losing a series and be like, all right, we'll just shake it off and figure out later. Like, no, it's now or never. They need to pick it up right now. G2 do not want to put themselves in a position where they have to somehow reverse sweep Cloud9.
And I think G2 have to just look at that game 1 to a similar way to how you assessed it when we saw that series lower. It's streets. Cloud9 have always been good at streets. Doesn't matter what the mapping mode is. They're so quick at rotating around, so quick at supporting one another. Just chalk it off. Say, all right, it's a good game type for them. It's a bad game type for us. We move on to Slayer Aquarius. And now G2, they need to pick it up. We need the barcode effect. We need him doing a shoey in the back and giving some confidence to the rest of the team at this point, because they need something. After a 4-0, very difficult to try and build any momentum as a team. I mean, you may not have taken that heavy losses in round 1 and map 1 in your history, Dave, but you must have taken losses back in the day where you've really just had to sit down with a team and say, hey, how on earth do we get back here? Let's just focus on our momentum here.
It's always going to be focused on the future. You can't say, oh, we should have been doing this. Instead, it's those fine-tuned saying, all right, Aquarius Slayer, how are we securing this first camo? Who's going where? Just making sure that you're dialed into that next game. You can't be looking back and saying, oh, why weren't we doing this on that hill in front of A? It's always got to be forward thinking. You retroactively look after the series. That's when you can break down and make adjustments. But each game is so different from the other. You know, your mindset and how aggressive and how fast you're playing on something like King of the Hill or Strongholds is drastically different than Slayer. In fact, right here, they can say, all right, we get to play at our own pace. Like, maybe we're a little uncomfortable trying to stop that objective. Take our time, take each death seriously, don't give up any free or easy kills, and all those little advantages that we gain are going to add up in the long run.
And one of the biggest differences that we see, of course, going from Streets to Aquarius is we have a power-up now. Even though there was focuses, there was power weapons to focus on in Streets, we've got that camouflage top middle, which of course is going to make a massive difference depending on who can focus on it. I do think Cloud9 have typically this tournament shown they are stronger at preparing for those power-ups and grabbing those power-ups, but if we do see G2 constantly getting that camouflage, constantly getting behind enemy lines, they do have a real chance to win this one, right?
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's like, yeah, you got heat wave, but I'm almost like camo and dynamo grenades. Holding those dynamo grenades are going to be so powerful here on Aquarius because you can start to get those clear outs whenever you push towards utility or even any of the bases if you want to charge in. Just throw that down. You see the electricity go in each direction. It's like, all right, someone there, and they're all weak and not happy.
I think there's two players I want to look at going into this one. We've got Stella, who I've already spoken about, and then Gilkey on G2. I want to see what Gilkey can do now as we go into Aquarius, we go into Slayer. Gilkey has been this guy who always manages to pop off when you least expect it for the G2 roster. When you need someone to lift this team in a series where they've just got kind of slapped around in map number 1, Gilkey's the guy who I'm going to be focusing on. Aquarius Slayer is going to be a difficult time if one team gets a lot of control in the early stages, though.
Are you focusing on it, though? Are you expecting it? Because if you're expecting it, he's not going to do it. Like you said, when you least expect it.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it. It's just, he might do it, but we'll see whether Gilkey can be the guy, and we're starting off with his POV as well. Barcode's already got one. Eco replies with one of his own, so it is a direct trade out. There isn't even playing field, but as I say that, G2 have managed to get another kill here.
Direct trade out, but however, anytime you see your teammate secure that kill first and then go down shortly after, generally they can secure a little bit more damage afterwards. So in a case like that, what I just saw on the kill feed is that Barcode got a kill, got a little damage on another player, and is calling that player out.
Penguin was able to secure the camouflage during that passage of play though. Trying to be sneaky, does get spotted out. Did his teammate give it away? That's the real question. I feel like he got caught in the crossfire, but now he can reposition and try and do some extra damage to any players who may have lost their shields. Barcode's going to be the first target, but great awareness from G2 just to be prepared for it. But here comes the cleanup crew. It was Stellar, does get taken out. 6-5 in the early stages, very back and forth between these two teams already.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you have camo than somebody else kind of like hanging out right next to you, trying to go in the same direction. They're like, yeah, where are we going after this? Like, what do you mean we? I'm heading out this way. You go your own path, and we go our separate ways here from the night on.
I mean, it sounds similar to when me and Clutch go for dinner, and then I never really know where he's going to end up afterwards. I go back to the hotel room as a responsible adult. You never know what Wes Clutch is going to get up to in the nights here in Columbus. But Stella is going to be having the dynamo grenades to try and stay alive, and actually the damage was enough to push Sab back, and that's how effective the dynamos are.
Yeah, that dynamo power, and just like that, Sab has been at one shot for so long, somehow able to get that first kill against Bound, and fearlessly charging across the map. Instead of getting confined over the utility side, wants to give his team some more angles. Penguin has to look behind enemy lines, has to look behind his team to try to find where Sab is. And because of that great charge by Sab, look at that. 3 members down for Cloud9, all because they couldn't just confine them in a quadrant of the map.
I mean, he was one shot for so long, I thought it was an audio bug for a second, but it's not. He was still getting shot, he was still getting taken down, and you know what? We focused Gilkey. We said he can be the guy to pop off where he's on a killing spree now. He is finally making a difference, but as I say that, just tries to slide away and gets quickly sent back to the respawn screen. It is 18-12 though, a 6-kill lead here for G2. The perfect start for them to try and get back into this series.
That's a very convincing start here. So what G2 need to do is not get too overzealous. Don't give up all these deaths, get in some sort of spawn trap. You have to slow it down a little bit. But unfortunately, it seems like G2 are starting to get staggered by a little kill here or there as they're not sitting at all 4 alive. And that lead diminished real quick. A 6-kill lead when there's only 18 kills on your team is massive.
And when that lead does disappear very quickly, it can really change how the communication is going. So I think it's the perfect time to jump into an Astro listening with G2.
You want to peek this?
Yeah, he's one shot, Eco.
They're both one. Stellar was weak there as well.
Yeah, he's on a fridge as well. One shot.
He's one shot out fridge. Watch out the nades, guys. Penguin, I need help. Penguin on the nades. Watch out, guys. Behind me, I'm
still blue
fridge. Front blue weak. Stellar, on the car jump or something.
Nice. P2.
I hear that. I'm pushing into red core. Yeah, just we should run away. I'm getting the red flag. Call one, kill me, I might die.
Yeah, that.
P1 weak, Penguin.
I'm here, Corey.
I'm stuck, guys. P1 weak, Penguin.
We spawn red.
I'm gonna come back.
Yeah.
They're calling for me.
One shot, dead.
Above me, I think. I can't. I hear someone above me.
He's going car jump running out. He's weak on red car jump. And this guy car 3 as well. 2 car 3. Nice.
I'm with you, Sab. Call one. Two honest,
he's
on the nades. One shot, call one. Help me. Call one. Stellar. Watch out the nades.
This guy in car 3 tunnel. He's one shot bottom car.
Nice.
The last 2 car side. I'm moving. He's bottom mid.
Watch out inside on me.
Eco. He's
car 3 weak bound. Red side car 3 1 hit bound. Watch out for you. One bullet.
Come guys.
Two there. On the nades. 2 on the nades.
Yeah, I got shots on car 1. Stella.
I'm getting weak. All right.
I'm moving red. Yeah, I'm working car 3. He's still.
Guys, blue Peter on me, guys.
Yeah, can't look at Sab. Play for the stress. This guy's red flag.
2 on me, I need help.
Yeah, that, Corey. He's one shot on me.
Stellar.
Dead.
Nice. Where's P-jump? P2.
Yeah, hit that. Camera, guys. I'm looking P2.
P2 weak. Watch out,
He's absolutely. I got camera, guys. I'm getting shot from car 3.
Guys. I got P1. I got a belly.
Well, that was a very different listening to what we heard earlier from C9. I might need some aspirin after that one. I've got a little bit of a headache from all of the callouts that we're going through, but they are still ahead. They do still have a 5-kill lead here, Dave.
Yeah, you just noticed that difference, though. I even kind of highlighted before we went to that listening with G2 that there's a lot more individual calls. Something like, help me, I'm going here. One person, one shot here. Whereas when you went on Cloud9 side, they're saying, let's get rails. Let's stay in hill. Like, they're kind of saying, here is our goal and objective. Take whatever route or path you need to go to support there and make that happen. But obviously both have different advantages and disadvantages to it, but overall I feel like Cloud9 and that more stoic playstyle, or sorry, stoic callouts are beneficial in the long run. Certain times when your team's on fire and you're getting emotional and you're calling out where these one-shots are, that goes well, but it's not as consistent. And that's why sometimes we'll see some of those shaky moments here with G2.
Well, at the moment, even despite the difference in callouts, G2 do still have a lead. It's only by 3 though. Every time that G2 seem to separate themselves enough, Cloud9 come right back into it and get some big kills. Straight6 looking to try and capitalize off the heatwave damage, but look how all 4 members are stuck here in the flag.
And I also heard a dynamo grenade crackling in the back of that base, but somehow G2 able to fight their way out and get all 4 members of Cloud9 down. That should not happen. The reason it shouldn't happen is members of G2 have no angles to finish off kills if they get someone from weak from Cloud9 and they're just running out front. But instead, Cloud9 committed to a short, close-range battle in the back of the base, and at that point, it's a coin flip. You're all back there. You all have the same disadvantage of having no angles.
And G2, even though all 4 of them are together again and they were all very weak again, they managed to back off and find a penguin on their own. So now, 41 to 36, a 5-kill lead. Bound will get 1 back. And one thing we know about Cloud9, about OpTic, about Sentinels, is they are very good when it comes to these final moments in the games. G2 need to shut this one out. They cannot afford to let Cloud9 back into the game. Barcode, though, has the camouflage, gets the damage onto Stella, gets the assist as well. Trying to escape. Dynamo grenades are flashing through him, though. And still, assists coming through. Still kills coming on board for G2. They are still scoring here.
One thing that's been great for G2 is even though they've had their lead diminish here and there, they've consistently held around that 5-kill lead since the beginning of this game. Yes, they'd go down to closer to even, and then they'd extend that back again. But that's sometimes how the waves go here in Team Slayer game. You can't expect just to consistently outslay a roster like Cloud9. There's going to be times where you have 2 or 3 members going down, but you just got to make sure that they don't snowball that lead too hard.
Penguin is the next to go down. Eco is also weak here as well. The 49th kill is put onto the board, and suddenly G2 and the momentum they may have lost in map number 1 has very much been revived here in game number 2. This has been a standout performance from the G2 squad. They get the last kill, and who else but Gilkey? It's 12 kills for him, but it's Sab who had a 20 bomb in that game to really propel this G2 roster into a victory.
Such a big game by Sab, and you highlight right there that every single player picking up their part, doing everything they could there. One thing that was also really impressive to me was just the hesitancy to charge in by Straight6 at the end. Yes, they had like a 49 to 42 lead, but he says, I'm not just going to give them this kill. I'm not going to give them any sort of chance to get back in this game just so I can have the glory of getting the 50th kill. Instead, he's wisely backing down. So even though someone like Straight6 didn't put the most kills on the board, he also had least deaths. Now, I'm interested to see his damage here after we break down these kills.
Staying alive is so important in Slayer. We know that, and it's just a fact of history nowadays with Halo games, and I think we noticed that in some of the listenings where Straight6 was like, I'm here, they might push me, help me, they're above me, and he was constantly worried, he was constantly scared, but it worked out because he only died 8 times. But Sab was the one who put 4.8k damage on the board, and boy did G2 need that in this series.
Yeah, that was a huge performance by Sab, and exactly what you need, especially if you're kind of an underdog in a series. Yes, G2 and Cloud9 are pretty closely matched, but clearly over the course of Halo Infinite thus far, Cloud9 have been the ones winning tournaments, getting really close to the top, and G2 have been a slight step behind. But right there is exactly what you need to close those gaps. At some point, you need some individuals to step it up, someone to drop a 20 bomb, and bring this to a tie series.
And I think you hit the nail on the head when you look at these teams and you look at the fact that G2 constantly had that 4 to 5 kill lead throughout the entire game. They never let Cloud9 close the gap to round 2 or 3 in those late stages, and that's what's important because Cloud9 never were given that opportunity to slow down the game and try and play it a bit more methodical and strategical. Instead, G2 were constantly upping the pace, they were constantly able to push up on their advantage, and even the one time when G2 were kind of stuck in their flag, stuck in their base, they still got the kills defensively. They saved their nades, they banked them off the doorways, and I think Cloud9 perhaps were too eager to push in that scenario.
Yeah, I agree. I think that one really kind of showed how Cloud9 were getting a little outclassed, or they're being a little too aggressive in a situation where they had the positional advantage. They didn't have to charge in immediately, and so they found maybe their slight opening, charged right in, and just lost that engagement. And it's one of those times where it's like, all right, well, where's maybe your top center person laying down some shots? Are they charging in before grenades are all popping off? Maybe G2 did a fantastic job of not panic throwing those grenades and saying, wait until we see one of the first people coming through, and then chuck your grenades. Cut off any reinforcements, make them one shot.
I do think individually G2 have gone from strength to strength every tournament we see them, and now they have a real shot in this series. If they had gone 2-0 down, I'd be writing them off and I'd say I think this is over, I think this is done, but now you gain that confidence and you go into oddball recharge. Then even though it is going to be a very difficult task because we're back to objective, you have that little bit of momentum now in this game type, and maybe you've been able to kill off some of the confidence that Cloud9 would have been holding going into this one. Do you think, though, that the fact this is a very setup-heavy game type, similarly to what we see sometimes with Streets oddball as well, that this benefits Cloud9 rather than G2?
A bit, because think about how Cloud9 are coordinating across the map. They're going to set a goal somewhere across and say, we need to get control of gold or pipes. And they're going to take their own individual routes or supporting areas to help that goal. Whereas in the G2 comp, it's going to be something like, hey, I'm heading towards pipes. If you guys want to link up there later, let me know. There's a different level of coordination and goal setting that they have in their comms, and I think that is going to benefit Cloud9. And the one thing I will say that G2 has going on for them, though, Sab is on fire.
Yeah.
You need to ride those momentum waves when somebody is playing incredibly well. So in a case like this, doesn't matter what member you are of G2, anyone except Sab, if I have the ball, if Sab has the ball, I'm like, give me that ball. You keep doing what you're doing. If someone is on fire, let them go on fire.
Have to recognize that someone has to make that call for sure, and I think you're right with the call-outs. Maybe in a Slayer, it can benefit with the one shot on me, one's above me, I need help, because it's just focusing on kills in a Slayer, but when it does come to the objective work, especially with oddball, it's constant rotations, it's constant, where can I get this ball, where can we put this ball so that we can get some time on the board, and as Halo Infinite has developed, oddball has become less like, let's score 100 points in one setup, and more, let's keep moving this ball away from the other team, play it if we have to, and then we will reset up later once we've got some slays on the board. But it is tied up 1-1 in this series. Remember, this is the elimination bracket. This is for top 4. Loser will finish at top 6, which, don't get me wrong, is still a fantastic placement, but maybe more so on the side of Cloud9. There's the expectations of getting to top 4. Sab, though, starting how he ended in the previous game.
Yeah, what a brilliant dodge in that first grenade, and I also thought he got damage on the second player. But either way, great trade-outs. Unfortunately, though, poor G2, Stellar has the camo. Let's see what he can do with this power-up. Overall, throughout this tournament, I feel like I've seen camo be relatively ineffective. So let's see how someone like Stellar plays this one out.
Yeah, only a few times has it really made a true effect and really made big plays. Often we'll see the camouflage get a couple of kills, but maybe then the ball resets or they go down and the rest of the team has fallen. And again, Stellar doesn't feel like he can do much with the camouflage, so has to just pick up the ball, and because of it, he's given his position away, and now he's stuck in no man's land, stuck in batteries, and eventually gets shut down.
Yeah, just gets taken out, realizes that his camo is just about to run out, and just says, I can't find anyone to fight. Maybe try to rotate this ball, since my teammate's going over in pipes, but ultimately, you know, he got a kill, but I didn't feel like that was super effective.
This is a brave push from Gilkey. Finds the plasma pistol and we're able to quickly whip away those shields of anyone he approaches, but the audio cue would have given him away, you'd think, but somehow still has the jump on Stellar, and somehow the player that was close to him isn't even anywhere near him now. Okay, there he is. It was Eco, and he still gets the kill. It's a double, and Gilkey has done his job.
Huge reversal there, and I like that checking out of the stairs first before the gold balcony. Stellar's lulled into this false sense of security where he says, I'm going to come long haul, and then clearly I'm going to be fine. There's nobody at these stairs. Otherwise, my teammate Eco would be receiving some damage. So because of that order of operations in which direction she checked, that's how Gilkey was able to catch someone off guard and get a second kill.
Just a victim of timing, which we see time and time again in Halo Esports. His barcode against Bound, and it's going to have the Disruptor in hand to do the initial damage, and even though the plasma pistol did come out, it wasn't going to help him out to get the kill initially, but does get the assist and will eventually fall. That next camouflage, when it pops, if anyone can get hold of it to really try and get away, it's going to be tough because there's so much commotion happening in the middle of the map at the moment. Barcode, the last remaining player, but he is still doing damage. Very impressive from Barcode to still do so, but Bound just able to scarper away with this camo. Can he get the jump? Yes, he can.
Yeah, that's going to be Bound getting with a camo. Penguin helping finish off Barcode down there. and we are going to be seeing one of the first steps of the game about 2 to 3 minutes into the game, though, because that beginning start was just slays back and forth. Both these teams realizing no point in scrapping this ball up, running it somewhere, and just giving the other team a setup.
Even though the setup was there, you still have to be aware of your surroundings, and Cloud9 know just that. They moved over towards blue, so they can play this ball if things get a little bit too hot and heavy for them. Sab is going to be the first member in E-Contact, and Stella gets sent into the deep end, and now, unfortunately, the rest of the team are going to also lose their lives. Penguin is the last remaining player, trying to do what he can in control. All 4 dead for Cloud9. A fantastic push from G2.
Yeah, fantastic push from G2. You got to question the Penguin push at the end. However, it's really not that risky of a play. He either has to run away and wait for his teammates to spawn, or says, you know what, if I'm going to try and make something happen, make it happen right now so that I spawn in the same cycle as his teammates. So there he is, Penguin there, doing the push for the rest of his team. All 4 get taken down, so that's 2 pushes from Cloud9 getting shut down back-to-back.
And maybe Cloud9 not expecting such a successful push, because they could have played that ball a lot earlier, and maybe they'll be kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't if we see a lot of time gathered here by G2, and maybe even too much already gathered in the grand scheme of things. Bound will fall to straight sick after he got the initial kill. Penguin going to take the fight as well, and he will actually win it. 3 members get the kills, all 4 down for G2, and again, that ball still not played.
That's one odd thing that we've been seeing throughout this tournament so far, is that there is a lot fewer play balls. It feels like in the past tournaments, we were seeing teams maybe played a little too early, and like before they had to commit as many resources over towards C and get all the way in that corner, they would, you know, maybe play it too early, and the other team's like, sweet, we don't got to push over there anymore. We're just going to go in the center and grab that ball. But here we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing people overcorrect and teams overcorrect by not playing the ball. And we've seen, I want to say, 5 to 10 different times where I'm like, that could have been a really good play ball, and instead it turns into a setup for the opposing roster.
Although, ironically, just as you were saying that, Penguin played the ball a little bit too early, and where they could have got about 15 seconds, he played it, and now they have to fight again for it. It's a very difficult thing to try and juggle. It's a very fine line that you're dancing on. Bound's going to get caught off guard by Barcode. 2 members are down, though, on the side of Cloud9. Barcode has the shock rifle as well. He gets the double kill, gets a sword as a reward, and Barcode starts to look for more. It could be a triple, will be a triple. Where's that overkill? It's going to be a little bit too long, but still, Barcode showing why he is such an important factor on this team.
And Barcode also has to be questioned a little bit, where he's just saying, I got a triple, and I took out the ball carriers the 4th. Like, where is some of this extra support? But maybe it was you know, one of the unfortunate circumstances where his teammates were kind of getting picked off a little bit right before each of those engagements. But sometimes hard just not to feel that either way. When you're like, I got a triple, how is this person holding ball over in the batteries? It's a defeating feeling.
Those are those frustrating questions, those frustrating thoughts that can sometimes really deflate you, that's for sure. So you've just got to try and focus on the good things. And the good things is that you've got the ball now for G2. 34 points on the board, 1 minute left on the clock. Stella, though, has the sword, and Cloud9 are going to look to try and make a push because they've already taken down 2. It's a 4 versus 2, make it a 3 versus 2. Stella still getting aggressive, will take Barcode as his next victim, and Sab, the last remaining player, over towards Turbine. If he goes down, this is going to be tough.
Look at what Stellar's doing around those grenades. He's just distancing himself so perfectly from them, which is difficult, especially online. But the whole thing is his timing and his spacing is what's allowing him to actually get close enough to use that sword. Many players, they throw that grenade and they say, all right, I'm safe for 1.5 seconds here from this direction. But the fact that Stellar comes flying in either right before or after that grenade throws their timing off just slightly, because players aren't used to somebody charging around those explosions perfectly.
Well, how do Cloud9 play this one? They have an 11-second lead, and there's 11 seconds left on the clock. G2 have to touch the ball. Cloud9 cannot afford, though, to go down. Ball gets grabbed, ball gets tossed into pipes, but Cloud9 are there, and they say, okay, thank you very much. We'll get the kill. 3 are dead on the side of G2, and at this point, you just drop the ball, surely. You get the kill onto Sab, and then it should be the round going in your favor, and it will. Cloud9 take round 1 here on Oddball Recharge.
And what a slay-heavy match. We didn't really see, we saw 4 points on the board within the first 2 minutes, just meaning that those teams back and forth slaying just understand that, all right, as long as we have some presence on the map or don't let them get a full setup, we don't need to force this ball.
So it goes down to time, as have many games already this tournament in Oddball. It's difficult to separate these teams. No one really able to get a true setup, and also some interesting play balls or not play balls. Stella has the camouflage, finds Gilkey. And 2 members have gone down on Cloud9, so there's a lot to do here for Stellar.
Stellar also had a lot of left trigger discipline. I know as soon as that player hid behind the pillar, I would be chucking that plasma grenade, but Stellar just a step ahead of the competition, realizing like, I'm gonna need that grenade later. So let's see if he ends up using that plasma in a little bit and if it ended up being the correct play.
Oh, we definitely know how important those grenades can be. Still has it, by the way. Never mind. He could have used it, Dave. It's, you know, hindsight, 2020 and all that, but he could have used it, Dave.
He passed it to his teammate. Let's see if he uses it, though. All right, we will go over to somebody else. We're going to keep an eye on that plasma grenade later. We will keep an eye on it.
We'll tell the story of the lonely plasma grenade. And actually, you can get plasma grenade as a weapon charm if you watch the grand final as well, I believe. So there you go. The Bound situation now is that he has at least the ball in pipes, has support as well from the rest of the team. Penguin went down a little bit earlier, so you can see why Bound is rotating now, because they know they're in a 4 versus 3, but now that Penguin is respawned, they can take that advantage because the kills are going their way. Bound gets a kill, Straight Sick is the last, and it's a double for Bound. It's all 4 dead, it's more ball time for C9.
And this is so huge. This is going to allow C9 to spread out across the map, and look at this Eco taking one of the most strong positions on the map when you have this up over at gold. That gold position across the map is so powerful because anytime these members from G2 are charging across over towards elevator, they go in one of these exposed catwalks, either above or below. And Eco/Stellar can lay those shots across the map without any damage being returned if they're over at top gold. But look at this.
Still has it.
I was just gonna say, G2, they're split up now. They're trying to fight Stellar over on the opposite side of the map while this ball's here. And now they got a couple of these kills. They can actually rotate it over, and Stellar can go meet them over through hallway if need be.
Could have been very different if Bound had stayed alive. Now Straight Sick and the Needler doing it just for Walshy. Manages to get one, no more to follow. 3 versus 3. Penguin is going to have to get aggressive onto Gilkey. Will do so, but Gilkey gets the kill. Sab follows up, and it's some really impressive slays from G2, but it is not enough to take down. Or is it? Barcode, the last remaining player, will just flood in, finish off the pieces, and now they can potentially get some ball time here.
Yeah, but they're taking a little longer to grab that. You saw them hesitant, just throwing grenades, assuming where they knew the last player was at. They decided to bring this over towards the elevator setup, where Cloud9 had a strong lead by holding it, but 2 members down. You can't hold elevator setup if you are too far down in numbers. You just get cornered in that spot. In fact, it looks like Cloud9 are going to take that ball and run on over towards Hydro.
Stellar was trying to get aggressive with the sword, but quickly did a U-turn, but unfortunately because he showed himself, the sword will go down and it will give G2 the opportunity to push now. Barcode with a shock, and they've got the sword. Barcode just needs to stay alive, and actually the grenade does the damage in the end. Great movement, great grenade.
And look at this, pretty much any setup that Cloud9 has, they have somebody golden going here near gold/pipes. It's just such a powerful position that you shut down the entire center of the map. Anytime someone's running across the center near batteries or pit or any of those catwalks, that player's a nuisance that you can't deal with in any easy fashion. You have to run all the way over there, and then even once you run over there, it's kind of this close quarter 1v1 that's kind of a coin flip.
Cloud9 have done very well just to spread themselves across the map and be watching the correct angles all game long. It's been so tough for G2. G2 did get the ball away and were scoring temporarily, but then Cloud9 come flooding back in. Camouflage going to be popping in 3 seconds. Barcode is scoring though. And can they hold off Bound? Can they stop Bound from being able to get close distance with this sword? Because we know how deadly it can be. Barcode with the grenades. Can he get it? Yes, he can. What a huge kill that could be with G2's setup to try and score some time here.
Yeah, Barcode staying alive there. Also Straight Sick with this camo. We're going to have to see how they secure these members of how they secure these kills on members of Cloud9. That's going to be Stellar going down. 2 members near C Plat, and that's going to be Bound in the center of the map. Now, 2 went down for G2. They can't do a great rotation here. They need to drop this ball out and slay, but is it too late? Barcode going in and getting the slice and dice over on Bound. That's a huge kill, which is going to disallow Cloud9 from getting a full setup.
I'm in a terrifying sight when Barcode is sprinting towards you, both in real life and in Halo Infinite. Here he comes again. It's scary. You got to take him down and he will fall. And the sword now is not going to be in use. And instead, Gilkey going to try and follow up, but he also gets taken out by Bound. And now Eco and Cloud9 can push up, get some ball time, and and really is some incredible kills.
And you saw Straight Stick with that stick. I had been following that plasma grenade all the long time when I was over at the long haul, and that's where it came about. So as you can tell, just a great foresight from me as to why Stellar did not throw that plasma grenade, because it was going to get stuck on somebody.
Amazing stuff from Stellar to have that kind of foresight.
Yeah.
And of course, Dave, for you calling it expert analysis as always.
It's a gift and a curse sometimes, just seeing too far in the future.
Too far indeed. There are things that we maybe don't cross the road on certain days. It's thanks to you, but it is good kills coming out from Bound. It's going to be a double kill, and this should stop G2 from being able to score because Penguin grabs the ball. 1 minute 35 left on the clock. 2 members are still down for G2, so they are waiting patiently for their push. And look at that from Bound. He tries to run away because he knew full well the sword was going to be there.
Yeah, he was not going to climb away fast enough there. As badly he wanted to, as fast as he was climbing. But still, strategy, the same strategy applies. You are consistently seeing Cloud9 get a setup with the ball somewhere across the map and having someone near that gold/glass/pipes area. It's just such a strong supporting position when you have the setup. Now the downside happens is if somehow they slide by and get your ball carrier, at that point you're all the way across the map, and what, you're going to do damage to someone that no one can finish off? Doesn't help.
There was almost as many slashes as the sword slashes in this game there, Dave. Gold/pipes. I don't want to have any games where I have call-outs with you. He's in gold/pipes/ whatever at this point. But we are seeing now G2 scoring. They are really putting some points on the board to try and get back into this round. And remember, get back into this map. They're already 1-0 down. Nice little push, but it is going to be Cloud9 coming out the better half of it. And with only 1 minute left on the clock, we could see Cloud9 do something similar that they did before. Wrestle a little bit of that ball control, and then if they have to, just drop and slay.
That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to hold on to this until they're threatened, until they lose a little bit of control. Then they're going to drop and slay and let that time waste out. And here it is, Penguin trying to get the ball out to the center of the map. He gets a trade on Straight Stick, gets the ball down over at the stairs, but Gilkey's going to be able to run up those stairs, run up that hill, and get away with the ball.
Nice. 90-60, 40 seconds left. Could have been so different if Bound could have got that kill onto Gilkey from across the map, and he's still trying to, but it's Penguin with the grenades, and now there's no one else in that vicinity to grab the ball for G2. They were hoping those grenades would not connect. Straight Stick is going to be the next player to potentially get it, but G2 have to act fast because of that clock at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, they don't want to put themselves in that desperate final push at the end. And here's kind of one of those situations I talked about before where Gilkey's isolated over at the elevator, doing damage to where nobody can finish off. That's going to be Sab trying to toss the ball out, and right here it's an either or. Now that it's less than 10 seconds, the better strategy is to let the game clock go out, and that's exactly what Cloud9 are going to do.
Barcode swoops in, it's the last-ditch attempt, but he gets absolutely destroyed out of the sky, and it is going to be Cloud9 taking this one 2-0. It's another objective game going in favor of the boys in blue. And for G2, they gave it a good effort, Walsh, and they were a lot closer than maybe some would have expected, but unfortunately not close enough to take the game.
Also, one thing I've just noticed in that coordination from Cloud9 on the end game victory poses. Everyone just saluting here from Cloud9, saying, good game, Spartans. See you on the battlefield next time.
Also, how sweaty are we seeing these skins? We don't see the Cloud9 skins. No, we're seeing camouflage skins to make sure they can't be seen as much on the map. I see what you're doing, Cloud9. Very, very clever. Or maybe they're paying homage to Texas, which is where they currently reside after they flew out, of course, for the Super. But looking at these stats, it was Bound with 31 kills, Dave.
Also, looking at Sab with 28 kills, being on the team that lost there and still going off and putting up big numbers. I'm telling you right now, Sab is on fire. We're going to have to check out his POV a little bit more in this game number 4, but just doing so much work throughout both those last 2 games. One thing I also want to highlight with Bound is, like you said, most kills. Didn't have most damage, but most kills. He's starting to maybe get more comfortable in filling that role here that Renegade used to have on the Cloud9 roster. They used to enable him so well.
I do think he's the perfect fit, Dave. Like, honestly, when you try and fit into someone's shoes like Renegade, there's not many players who can do that, especially as successfully as Bound has been doing. But certainly, he has been stepping up to the plate and he's been performing in such a way that he does not look out of place whatsoever. As we look back at some of the replays, we've got to say it was a good effort from G2, and maybe that is in part thanks to how many kills Sab was able to get. One thing that's very exciting, though, Dave, is this kind of 4th through maybe 6th, if not further, down towards the top 8. Going into Orlando, there are so many teams that are close, so many teams that could be breaking top 4, could even maybe break into that top 3.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten so much more competitive there in that middle of the pack. My only concern is that middle of the pack closer or further away from the top?
Yes, that's always the worry when you see changes. Like, is it going to hurt you that little bit extra than those teams who are at the very top, who haven't made the changes, that can lock on for longer? Certainly OpTic and Sentinels at the moment sitting in the winners finals maybe feel that way watching Cloud9 play in the elimination quarters. But if Cloud9 can still work their way through this elimination bracket, then they could still have the last laugh with their new roster. Speaking of last laughs, Catalyst Capture the Flag is where I'm going to be laughing throughout this one, because honestly, Dave, I still don't get it. Catalyst, I still haven't wrapped my head around it, and I think a lot of pros are feeling the same way. Such a difficult game and map to try and navigate. Capture the Flag better than Slayer, I will say, but this is certainly going to be an enjoyable one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if we were having some difficulty with G2 callouts on Aquarius or someone stand up above me, someone right next to me, that is not going to fly here on Catalyst. But the one thing that I've learned a bit on Catalyst, I got to sit down with one of my friends, Lunchbox, and I was like, help me get a better understanding of kind of the pro level strategy of this and where things are at. And he was just explaining that there's so many times that it feels like you got a cap back at your base, that like the flag's back at our base, this one's gonna be easy to put in, but teams are still just able to contest it. They're able to fly all the way across the map, you know, through Car, Pink Side, or Ivy, or Overgrowth, whichever one you want to call it. They fly through the map and they get a second chance at stopping that flag, and so you can't take it for granted once you get it back to your base.
I was also watching Mikwin stream a couple of weeks ago as well. Actually, maybe a little bit longer than a couple of weeks ago. Time does fly, but he was saying a lot of teams, they just overextend. They overextend when they spawn. And he was really saying that you have to come back. You have to be fighting in your base when you have that opportunity to do so. Don't just give up that flag run too easily for an overextension. Otherwise, you're taking the same fight, but in the opposition base, and if you lose, they are guaranteed the cap. You can almost take 2 fights if you go back to your base first.
That's a really strong point. Yeah, there's so many times where people have had it ingrained, and it's just kind of a rule of thumb that, hey, when in doubt, if we already don't have a stronghold on our base, like, let's just push out and fight another fight. But here, like you said, you aren't as invulnerable of positions. You can poke out through one of the hallways, get some poke shots, and put some damage and delay that flag.
Also, I love how you have Lunchbox as a friend, I have Clutch as a friend. It's not really fair. That's where the analysis comes from, but I guess, you know, Clutch helping develop the game, it does help out in some ways. Right. Game number 4, 2-1 lead for Cloud9 in the series. G2 need to strike back once again, and Gilkey might actually go for a little cheeky flag pull here. Has the assistance of Sab, so he can move this one over towards this side, but just needs to stay alive now, because already there's some pressure here from Cloud9.
And there it is. That's that first delay that you were talking about. Sometimes not giving it up right away in your base, but unfortunately they're going to run to Stellar and Penguin, who are putting some damage over on this Car side. Let's see what they decide to do with this flag. Looks like they're kind of taking their time, and this one's going to be tough. Knowing that any moment Penguin can come out with that skewer, until Penguin's been called out, which it looks like he's been called out clearly as he killed Straight Sick. You cannot push that across comfortably, especially in exposed area. And what a good read there and bait out of that skewer. Sam is on fire, like I've said so far this series. Let's see what he does here to continue this flag run. Somehow that flag's already almost recovered. That was way faster than I expected. I didn't see who was standing on it right away.
Bound gets the overkill out of nowhere. That's why it was so easy. When you've got a man like that absolutely flying in and getting all 4 dead, and now we can run this flag to the rest of the team. Maybe you wait a little second and he got carried away because of the overkill there.
Maybe a little pause, but right there, they just want to go, go, go. This could be Eco bringing in Sab, the last defender, buying time. He's one shot, and that plasma doesn't get the pick off. Now this is tough. You're getting sandwiched from both sides. Do you run it back over towards Sab, or do you go back into the fire? It looks like Eco tries to hold those players up, and Cloud9 barely put that flag in, but at what cost? 3 members down, Gaskin.
Go Cloud9 Rangers, like they were Mighty morphing their way in. An overkill for Bound, and he gets the capture. But now G2, as you say, have the counter opportunity. But here are C9. Eco gets the assist with Penguin. They're going to be able to get a couple of kills on the board, and this flag has instantly been shut down unless Barcode can do similar magic to what we just saw from Bound.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly got a couple of kills, but once again, it depends on where Cloud9 spawns, and this is unfortunate for Sab. Runs it right into Stellar. Stellar gets the trade that he was looking for, and that is going to be a flag stopped. And yes, G2 could move that one again, but you're pretty neutral territory. I'd be hesitant to move that flag until you get a couple more slays. Otherwise, you're just asking for a counter cap.
Well, Straight Sick was able to get one of those slays. Gilkey gets his head down, but falls, and You always got to be careful. As you say, that counter cap is possible unless Sab can continue to do the damage. Has to take on Bound, wins the fight versus Bound. Now he can keep running. Eco's last remaining player, but gets the kill. This is what Catalyst flag is all about. Trying to get those final kills, trying to get that final damage, trying to keep touching that flag. G2 still have this one alive. Is there any last-ditch attempts from Cloud9? They try and barrage them from across the map, but it goes in, and G2 tie up this game.
What a string of ridiculous events there for both sides, as it felt like they were able to get the recovery, it felt like they're getting clutch kills, but everyone just making incredible plays, being at the right place at the right time. But in the end, G2 just chipping away at Cloud9 there and bringing that flag back. Think about how many battles they had to do for that flag. There was a whole slew of battles over the Cloud9 base. Then once they got over towards car side, a whole nother round of battles. It's one of those things that doesn't feel like very similar to many other maps here in Halo Infinite, where it feels like, all right, you get one little trade of slays and you get that flag mostly across the map. Here, they had to do 3 to 5 engagements to get that flag back.
All the meanwhile, the flag was moving once more. Can Cloud9 put it in? Penguin can't, but Straight Six there with Overshield and with the sword, but he's going to get absolutely schmelted. Can he get the return before he goes down? No, he cannot. Is there anyone to get the touch is the real question. The Observer does catch it. Bound again puts it in. And even though there was Overshield, there was sword, it was not enough to stop this one. Cloud9 take a 2-1 lead.
And right there, a similar scenario. You can't take it for granted. Once you get that flag back to the base, you have to do that last battle. You saw Penguin kind of desperately trying to just slide it in. And I mean, that might work in Antarctica, Penguin, but that doesn't work here on Catalyst.
This could be a top mid run as well. Stella, noticing that there are a few players maybe stuck on one side of the map. He saw Penguin was there to help him, and this flag is already going to be punched in by Cloud9. It's 3-1 in one of the quickest flag caps you'll see on Catalyst. That top middle run is so effective when you can pull it off. 3 are dead for G2, make it 4 dead for G2, and another flag is moving.
And look at this coordination. All the members of Cloud9 going here on pink side. They have Stellar above, laying down shots, realizes that, all right, my flag player's no longer getting melted, and here comes the escort back to the flag. Stellar going all the way back towards his corner, and look at this, reading out the grapple play, knowing that grapple is up on car side, and hits a flying barcode saying, yeah, you have a long flight here to North America, but it ends right now.
Sends him back down under, and now 4-1 lead, 6 minutes on the clock, and Cloud9 are starting to show why they deserve to be in that top 4, why they still deserve to be in that conversation for pushing, not just for top 4. Remember, at time, Cloud9 were winning these tournaments, and they want to be back on top, even with this new look roster. Sab has fallen. Bound has also gone down on the other side. Overshield has just popped. This is a really important moment for G2. If they can get a couple of slays, if they can get this Overshield, if they can get the next flag in, it's still winnable for them. It is not do-all and be-all. It's not all end-all at this point, as I say that. Stella, well, it's be-all and end-all as he goes off the map.
It gets a little excited, slides down there, grabs Overshield, and burns it. I used to call, I was like, don't worry, guys. I took the Overshield player out. Overshield's off the map. It just says you're jumping off the map, Walsh. I said it's taken care of. Don't ask me about it.
You guys don't need to worry, all right? There's the grapple. Barcode loses the flag to a teammate who quickly zips it away faster than Spider-Man, and now Sab should be able to punch this one in. There you go, it's 4-2, and suddenly now G2 are back in this game, and they still have plenty of time to work with here, Walsh.
Let's see what Sab's going to help his team do here. I mean, he has the most kills in the game. He's been the superstar of this series for the G2 roster, and they need him now more than ever. They have to put 2 more caps on the board within 5 minutes to bring this to an overtime.
Nose Bounder's there now, and Bounder's getting aggressive. No scope could have hit, should have possibly hit, really. Skewer up close and personal usually connect, but Bound with the slide, maybe just being able to get under the reticule there.
I mean, it felt like Bound was one of the fastest players early on in Halo Infinite. Everyone was highlighting his incredible movement, you know, both him and Lucid. And right there, just being put in a do-or-die situation, Bound saying, you know what, you either hit this and kill me, or I'm getting this kill. And so Bound just doing a great heads-up 1v1 play.
13 kills for Sab at the moment. Does spot out one member of Cloud9. It's going to be Penguin, who's just picked up a double kill, and Penguin was not even interested about looking for the triple. Instead, he knew he had to stay alive. He was under pressure, but now there comes the absolute swarm from Cloud9. Penguin gets the damage. Penguin gets the kill. And as the time ticks away, Cloud9 know if they can just control the map with Slays here, they should still be able to win.
Look at all the extra time that Penguin bought by drawing those players all the way on the outskirts of Carside. Instead, we now see Stellar able to pick up that flag and just walks it. Doesn't even toss it until now. But all these members of Cloud9 know the drill. They're getting the damage out. There goes the Overshield player. 2 down for G2, and the flag is moving on both sides. Sab's going for a counter pull because he does not want to be put in a do-or-die situation again. And Sab got to be one shot, and that's going to be frustrating for Eco. Eco's going to try to get this finish real quick.
It's a last-ditch attempt to try and pull this flag. Barco with great shots onto Eco. Will still keep it alive, but 2 members have fallen on G2. Same on Cloud9. This could be the end of the game if it goes in favor of C9, but G2 have been able to get it round. They do still have the flag, and now they've got to have a fight in their base. There's no return just yet. Gilkey will get that touch. Now Penguin also gets the kill. It's absolute carnage in the G2 base right now.
Cloud9 welcome the scenario. Clearly they would have loved to get that stop earlier and just get that 5th cap, but anything that's going to waste time off the clock is a good position here for Cloud9. The only fearful position here for Cloud9 is just getting set up or caught in some sort of double cap scenario. That can happen during some of the standoffs. Generally, a standoff ends when one team gets a significant advantage. So this could be a spot where G2 is like, all right, here's our play. We got to send most people over here. Let's go for the kill, recov, and counter cap. So they should be looking for a bigger play here, even though their life is on the line.
Bound being sneaky. I don't think he knows there's a player to his right. He's about to get hit in the back, but oh no, there's no backs back, but Gilkey still gets the kill. And how important could that be? Because Bound could have really caused so much carnage with the sword in the enemy base. But to go back to your point, Dave, as Barco probably goes down to the grenade, which he does, G2 cannot afford to make a mistake, because if they do, they lose this game 5-2. So it's so tough to try and make that aggressive decision to go for the play. But with only 2 minutes left, they kind of have to. Their backs are against the wall now. They are the team who has to take the initiative here.
Yeah, G2 have to be the ones to get aggressive. You're entirely right there. And what Cloud9 are doing, though, is wise. They're not just turtling up fully to set up some sort of double cap, counter cap scenario, but at the same time, they aren't just forcing that action. They aren't just going all over the base. Instead, they're just holding strong positions, getting Slays in the center of the map so that they have a couple different attempts to stop a flag recovery. And that's going to be Stellar and Bound going up for this recovery, forcing G2 to go back. Sab falls down. That's going to be 2 going down. Flag returned, and the 5th and final flag going in for Cloud9. We have them moving on to the elimination bracket semifinals. G2 going out in 5th/6th place.
Cloud9 salutes and Cloud9 march on to the top 4. It's unfortunately a time we have to say goodbye to G2, who have had such an amazing tournament. But one of these teams who are kind of in that top 4 scenario had to face Cloud9 in the elimination bracket. Just unfortunate the seeding worked out that it was G2 who had to go up against these mammoths. Bound with 22 kills, Eco with 21. It really was a very impressive game from this Cloud9 roster on Catalyst Capture the Flag. The way they managed it, the way we were able to get those pulls, and actually that very quick top-middle flag run really sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, I mean, it just gave them that significant lead where G2, they took one mistake and it's like, all right, those mistakes, that'll cost us a cap. And then you actually check the receipt. Wait, dude, that cost us 2 caps? I didn't read the fine print on the menu there, and unfortunately just goes down a bit too much. And as you get to those larger deficits, you're forced to make bigger and riskier plays.
5.5k damage for Eco. We always say that Eco is the brains of this team, but he was also the brawn of it as well, was really shredding through G2 on Catalyst Capture the Flag. And the series will go in their favor 3-1. It was a Slayer Aquarius that G2 were able to take a game. And I think for first showing of Barcode and this first showing of G2's new roster, I was very impressed, as I'm sure the rest of the community were as well. And I don't think this is going to be the last time that we are screaming Barcode's name on a main stream. But there is confirmation of the series layout. It is mostly blue, that one little dip and blip, which was Slayer Aquarius. Dave, where do you see Cloud9 in the overarching story of this tournament, though? How far can you realistically see them going?
I mean, prior to seeing them play this weekend, I had them placing 3rd in my predictions. And this still feels like a pretty safe spot, you know, winning another match here. But I don't know if I can see them overcoming right now OpTic or Sentinels with how both those rosters have been performing.
OpTic and Sentinels are obviously the big targets, but you've got either G1 or eUnited waiting in that elimination bracket, and both of those would be very difficult games indeed. Well, Lottie and the rest of the guys are on the desk, I'm sure, waiting to pick apart that series. So let's throw it over to them and see how they feel.
We certainly are. Thank you so much, Gaskin and Walshy. And I gotta say, what a way to start the day. C9 victory, of course, across the board, dropping that Slayer, though, to G2. But a valiant effort from G2 and the lads as well. And I think, like Gaskin said, impressed is the word, I think, coming out of this for G2. They obviously had a new addition, Barcode, coming in from ANZ, having to very, very quickly get versed in the NA way of things. And I think he fit in perfectly. But Cloud9, it was a tall order. They managed to get it done in this series. And I'm impressed with Cloud9. I gotta say, I'm a little surprised about the Slayer with G2. And, you know, Brav, you kind of mentioned that it would go one way or the other. It did go one way to an extent, but I think that final map there as well on set was just the cherry on top. Very, very dominant performance from Cloud9. What did you make of them overall, though?
I thought Cloud9 looked great, to be honest. I think the Slayer, we do see Cloud9 drop Slayers occasionally. It's just something that happens, whether it's just a kind of a mentality thing, switching from an objective game type where they can afford a few more deaths because of, you know, the overarching objective and the teamwork they try and put together to complete that objective. But I think if you look at those objective game types, with all due respect at G2 and everything they tried to throw at Cloud9 in that series, it looked like Cloud9 were always going to win those games. And I think that even in that final game, the Catalyst, there was a couple of flags that kind of slipped through the fingers, but if you're winning that convincingly by multiple flags on Catalyst, which is such a back and forth game type, I think Cloud9 will be pretty happy with how that series just went.
Yeah, I think so too. I've got to ask you though, Brav, with Walshy's kind of predictions here for Cloud9 and what he said just before he passed it on to us, would you agree, is this the kind of look of a third place roster in this NA Super?
I think Cloud9's looking exactly where they should be on a championship Sunday. I think, I'm not going to worry about the Slayer just like you guys. I think they're looking much better than they have, and just in terms of consistency and the way they're pushing, the way they're moving around the map together, and the way they were able to make that a pretty one-sided series.
Yeah, I got to ask you as well. I think apart from Cloud9, they're obviously G2. I want to talk about the comms we heard there as well and the listening. I mean, in the Slayer, yes, they were winning, so it's interesting to see kind of where their heads were at. My gosh, was it chaotic? I was stressing me out. You know, help me, this. Oh my gosh, it was kind of nuts, but it did work. You know, talk to me about the breakdown of the comms there.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how Cloud9 needed some intensity in their comms, their communication, the way they approach the series. You just heard it from G2, but I think that was kind of the extreme of it, right? You need a clear voice sometimes that everyone else kind of responds to, and instead it was kind of like everyone just shouting at each other, trying to make their kill seem more of a priority than someone else's. I mean, the intensity is something that some teams feed off, though, right? When you see the teams going back and forth, you need to kind of motivate each other to get across the map to help out in those situations. But for me, that's a little bit too much, a little bit too intense from G2. It works in that game, but I think in objective game types where it goes a little bit longer, it's more difficult to keep that energy level high.
We were talking about in the green room, and look, if it's the way that Gilkey and Straight kind of work and it works for them, hey, I don't want to tell them what to do, but it was a bit nuts, wasn't it? I'm kind of looking forward to hearing more from them as well as we get through the rest of the season too. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though. We say goodbye, unfortunately, to G2, and we say congratulations to Cloud9 pushing forward in that semi-final, obviously getting knocked down by OpTic into the elimination bracket and looking to bound straight back up, excuse the pun. But we do have next the eUnited versus G1 match, and that's going to be huge because this is going to be extremely competitive. Both of these teams looking really good. I saw Ryan take to Twitter, a lot of T's there in that one, earlier on, and he was really happy with how they're working out on things. You know, strategies, the tactics, they feel like they are starting to fine-tune things. That's pretty scary for G1, isn't it, Brav?
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm not Bravo, that's you.
I want you to go first.
I got baited.
I want you to go first.
I got baited.
I was looking at Bravo the whole time. Do I have a lazy eye? I'm so sorry if I do.
Okay, look, you go.
I'm going to go.
I insist.
I appreciate it. What's amazing about, I think, about eUnited... Jeez. What's amazing, I think, about eUnited is it feels like they can freeze time, right? In a Slayer, in an objective match, it doesn't matter. It feels like Ryan Noob is able to actually freeze time, right? He goes over to the guys, pulls out all the sheets he's been working on. He's like, guys, I've calculated the exact angle of the sun right now, and if we throw 2 grenades directly at it, right, they will land in back tower, and we will then push off of that kill. And it feels like they can do it in a way that other people can't do it. Everyone else, when you're in game, it's often too late to make big play calls, big adjustment, things like that. For some reason, it feels like they have the ability to freeze time. We'll have to see if they can use that and really play the game that they want to play in this upcoming series.
Would you like to add anything to that?
It's really weird because I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Were you?
Yeah, like word for word as well. well. So yeah, we've got it covered.
I thought so as well. The duo, everybody. The duo. You know, what can I say? This is what we're working with. They speak the same sentences. They have the same mind. We're going to head to a quick break right now to see if eUnited can do what they do best and push through this bracket even further. Or will G1 show us the online warriors can actually achieve something here in this NA Super? We'll find out right after this break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots for HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ? The lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1.
Hello folks and welcome back to the NA Super. Welcome back to the desk here at the Halo Championship Series. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Onset and Bravo. We haven't moved, lads, have we?
No.
From the break. And we certainly haven't moved from the series that we just saw, obviously on the screens, which was Cloud9 taking over. And I've got to say goodbye to G2. It sucks, but it's the name of the game, and Cloud9, they will proceed forward in the elimination bracket, and they're still in it to win it. But our next series is going to be a banger as well. We've got G1 versus eUnited, and I'm really excited about this. For many actual reasons, to be honest, and I've got to start with G1. You know, 3-0 sweeps across the cards for everyone except OpTic in pools, and that put them second in their pool C, I believe. They then dropped in the elimination quarterfinals because of Sentinels, but it was 3-1. They managed to take that Catalyst CTF 5-2 against Sentinels, taking it to that game 4. But for me, the biggest part of this puzzle is Boo. In G1, I think he is really bringing something to the table that the team has needed for a long time, and I really do feel like that is showing through the cracks here.
Yeah, Boo brings a level of consistency that you look for any top player, right? You know what you're going to get. Is very rarely going to have a really bad game that's going to cost you, a pivotal moment in a series. And speaking of pivotal moments, it's very often that you'll see Boo involved in pivotal battles that change the course of where a game will be going. So he's just got that experience now. I said it yesterday, like it's difficult for me to see Boo as anything but that 16-year-old player, because we've watched him for so many years now and developed from when he first burst onto the scene to the player he is now. But now we've got to appreciate that this guy's been around a long time, a number of years now, and he's had a lot of different experiences, good ones, bad ones, to put him in a position where he can be a leader for this squad. He's been impressive.
He has indeed. Can you tell us anything about the team chemistry here, Bravo? Because I know that Boo and Predominator have some experience, of course, in Halo 5, but I just feel like this roster just seems to vibe a little bit.
Yeah, they do. I think they're really hardworking players as well. And I think what's cool that many people might not know, I know a Boo backstory about the grinding that he was doing in Halo 4 that I've actually heard from a friend, essentially, who randomly met Boo back in matchmaking, and Boo would just run games with people because he just wanted to grind the game, right? And we're talking 10 years ago now at this point. So I think a lot of people have seen Boo with a lot of success on big stages, rosters like Envy, etc., FaZe, of course. But a lot of people might not know that Boo's backstory is one of a very, very long grind, right? He worked very hard to get where he is, and it's perfect that he's on this team of grinders, right? I mean, these guys these are not new names to professional Halo on the G1 side, and even though they might not have broken a lot of top 4 finishes to maybe become the biggest names, these are very, very good players, and I think they want to remind people of that and cement themselves in history here, starting with this weekend and really the rest of the season.
Yeah, it really does depend on who you surround yourselves with, and I tell you what, G1, they're surrounded by eUnited right now, who want to take them down like sharks in the water, and they're ready for competition. Onset, they are feeling really happy with what they're achieving so far, despite being in the elimination bracket. They truly believe that they can do this.
Oh, 100%, and I think that this is a team which is built on good patterns of play. It's a team that's built on a practice regime, and the more games they get under their belt, the more high-pressure situations they find themselves in, the better and better they are starting to look. The series against FaZe yesterday, that's a banana skin series for a lot of teams. Against a FaZe roster who's going to be hot, who's going to want to prove that the first 2 days, day that they were involved wasn't the best showing for them, and wanting to put that right. And eUnited held off that kind of challenge and managed to put up that win on the board in what was quite a convincing final score at the end of the series. So I think they're just getting better and better here, and I just think that the thing that excites me most about eUnited is like, what's next for them? What are we going to see from them we haven't seen so far? Because you know that there's always something up the sleeve.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, the fact that they, close games to Cloud9 too. Game 5, they did lose out, unfortunately. I think it was like 50-39 or something like that. Just an unfortunate end to the Slayer there, but the fact that they got that distance with Cloud9 at this point in time, when honestly they've admitted, they need to work on a few things. They still need to get some reps in as a team and kind of bring that kind of system that eUnited love to bring and play their way, which I've seen a lot of tweets on social media about playing their way. I'm excited to see it go down right now for eUnited. I'm also excited to see what G1 is bringing to the table, and that is coming in just a moment. I'm introducing you two casters taking you through this series. We got Clutch and Gaskin. Hello, lads. Are you excited about this one?
Yeah, I am, but he's looking at me in a weird way because I was casting with Bolshy. It's one of those things, I cast with Bolshy and he comes in and he's like, I don't want to cast with you anymore. You cheated on me.
He's been throwing shade all morning. I heard my name several times. I'm just trying to enjoy the one break I have of the day, and all I hear is clutch this, clutch this, clutch this.
Hey,
he's staying out too late.
secret love.
He's not as good as Lunchbox, doesn't play the ball, whatever you were rambling
That's also
about.
True. Anyway, forgetting about how bad you were at playing the ball, let's focus on G1 and eUnited. I mean, this is going to be an amazing game. Like, we know full well both these teams want top 4 so badly. You could argue means more to G1 because they've never been there, but eUnited, you've got players who also haven't been there, right? You've got a new look eUnited now, a new look team who wants to prove they still have what it takes.
It's been a long time since the Spectre's been in the top 4. This would be a massive win for him. eUnited, they think they belong in the top 4. G1, they want to be there. They've been putting in a lot of work to get there, and we're going to see if that work pays off. It's going to be one hell of a series, Dan. I can't imagine this series ending in 3. Does it go the entire way to go the distance? Often we find ourselves in a game 5 when we commentate, so fingers crossed there. We'll see if they can take us there. But as we kick this one off on the streets, it's King of the Hill, I believe, and let's kick it off with someone from G1, Bubadubu, the veteran on this squad. You know, he needs a big presence here in this first game in order to get G1 started off on the right foot. He's found himself some rockets, and he's already found himself what looks like it would have been a double kill. It's 2, but doesn't find Manny and pays for it with his life.
Yeah, Manny was just able to hide away, but still 3 had gone down. It means G1 can score in this first hill. And certainly one thing we learned from both of these teams throughout this tournament is how good they are with their strategy, how they develop other teams and they see the way that maybe the other team is playing and they start to change their strategy as well. Definitely more apparent for eUnited, but G1 have shown signs of that as well. But you can already see it's very scrappy in this first hill.
Let's crank the volume up on the headset. Let's get loud on Sunday, baby. This gameplay, it's going to be great. Bubadubu off to a great start. 6-0-1 already. In control of the hill as well. More importantly, starting to build that time up for this G1 roster. He's on a killing spree, and someone's got to shut Bubadubu down because when he starts to heat up, when he finds his flow, he can be the best in the game.
Bubu looks so good on this team. I'm so excited for him as well. I was kind of maybe a little bit concerned for him on his previous roster. He didn't seem to be able to play the way he wanted to play, but it seems like now he's found a team that allows him to play in this style.
Never unfazed did I feel like Bubadubu was put in a position to shine. Ever since he's been on this G1 roster, to your point, he's been lights out. He's been everything this G1 roster team needed in order to hit that next step, in order to bring themselves and elevate themselves to compete against the likes of the eUniteds of the world, of the Sentinels of the world. They had a short series against Sentinels yesterday. They left some food on the table. Let's see if they can get back to a potential rematch here today. In order to do so, they're going to have to go through this elimination bracket run, and it's going to be a long day for these boys if they want that to be the case, but a good start as they're about to potentially score this first point. Rockets are coming up. It's a tough decision for eUnited to decide. Do we try and compete for this last final seconds? Do we compete for Rockets and potentially the second hill?
And instead, they kind of get caught in 2 minds, and they do neither. And now Rockets and the hill goes in favor of G1, and the new hill is going to go in favor of G1 as well, because they've, of course, been able to get those slays, and now they're in a position to set up for it. With the Rockets in control, yes, eUnited just looked a little bit lost in those moments.
A lot of questions around Squall on this roster, right? Is he the right 4th for G1? Well, let me tell you, ever since I've been paying attention to this newly formed G1 roster, Squall has done nothing but impress me online. A lot of people say it is because of online, but right now in the Super, it doesn't matter. You have your opportunity here to set yourself up for Orlando, the next big LAN, of course, but G1, you can't listen to the outside noise. You got to focus on yourself, and they're doing such a good job here in at least game 1 of the series. Look how much points they already have scored. Then they got the first hill, almost the second hill guaranteed. This push from eUnited could say otherwise, though.
Well, I will say, we only briefly got to talk about the series layout before it started, but this series is a good one for G1, especially when Catalyst Capture the Flag is also featuring it. We saw how amazing they were in Catalyst Capture the Flag previously in this tournament. They haven't quite got this second point on this hill yet, though. eUnited now have their chance to really set up and try and lock down Trap.
Ryan with the Stalker rifle needs to find a pick, needs to get a kill. He gets Squall down to no shield, but the double team from G1, the teamwork from G1 stands true. They get rid of Ryan Noob, and now they look to push, but it's a big double from Suspector there off screen. That's able to keep the setup in control for eUnited for now.
Yeah, Predevident just needs to wait for the rest of the team to come up. They've probably got one last push in them to try and stop this hill from being scored in favor of eUnited. If Rain had gone down, that would have been the push, but now because Ryan Noob gets a double kill, this hill should be comfortably going in favor of eUnited.
What a phenomenal job by eUnited. Remember when this hill started, rockets were coming up. You saw G1 in a perfect position to get the hill, get the rockets. You thought they could potentially jump out to a 2-0 lead. Now just moments away from tying this one up as eUnited.
3 dead. Boobadooboo, last remaining player. He's not going to be able to stop this hill on his own, you'd have to imagine. He does not. Ryan shuts him down, and we are going to be tied up 1-1 as now the next hill moves over towards tower. But Rockets in control here for eUnited and Suspector. The first rockets they really can put to use, as now G1 are going to be really struggling because that is a great rocket. Very could have easily been a double kill.
Yeah, good damage. Let's see if eUnited can capitalize. Suspector was able to find one, a couple of kills continuing to go into eUnited's favor. But as I say that, Swish wins a big 1v1 on the Manny. But Ryan Noob, the king of the castle, the king of the back tower for now. He's the last player alive on the map. He's going to award eUnited with cafe spawns. It's going to be arcade spawns for G1, so they're going to be fairly close. And no one really going to be able to rack up some time unless they win this engagement.
There's a great push coming out at the moment from G1, but they don't expect Ryanoob to be the sneaky beaver, and maybe you've always got to expect the unexpected when you're going up against Ryanoob. He does eventually get shut down, but he maybe had done enough damage with that Bulldog because still 3 members had fallen.
Yeah, you thought Ryan was honestly going to be able to get 2, but the damage has been done. Predevinator is going to be the last guy alive for G1, trying to play his life as well as he can. Unfortunately, he eventually gets taken down, and that's a little bit of a staggered death from Predevinator. We'll see if it punishes G1. Does look like reinforcements have been able to get here and potentially capitalize on Predevinator's distraction.
Already we can see this is going to be the series we expected it. Nothing to separate the two teams at the moment, even with only 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. When there was all these team changes in North America, we were saying who's going to be able to benefit, who is going to falter because of it. Both these teams are looking to try and be that squad that really benefits from all these changes.
And these were the two teams that really stuck out to me as potential benefactors, right? When you're talking about eUnited, actually, I kind of want to take that back. I had questions around Manny and Suspector, but you thought that the chemistry could grow from them, right? There was something wrong with the mentality of eUnited back in the day. When you have teammates like Ryan Noob and Spartan fighting, you got to get rid of that in your locker room. They were able to replace them with some highly skilled players. And so far, so good for eUnited, right? They've been able to build a roster that maybe is all on the same page, is all on the same strategical journey together now. And with that journey, are they able to push into the top 4 here today? They're going to have to beat G1 in order to get there. This third hill, though, Dan, in the meantime, as rockets have been secured by Boobadooboo, it's going in the hands of G1. And another opportunity for G1 to jump out to a successful lead here in this series, as they not only have that 1 point advantage now with the 2-1 lead. The hill moves towards shotgun, and with rockets, it's so easy to hold.
Double kill for Boobadooboo. Looking to try and get a little bit more as well. Won't get a triple with just the battle rifle, but the damage enough, and the information shared is going to be enough as well for there to be continuous scoring happening over towards that P side. And G1, in that previous hill, it was so scrappy, but as soon as they got set up, as soon as they locked it down, they scored an entire hill in one go. And that is exactly what you want to see from a team who is trying to kind of progress into that top 4.
It's often what you see on King of the Hill. Once a full setup is gotten and you're able to progress on the map, maybe deny some space from the enemy team, so often does the hill go by so quickly. Already 75% of this hill dominated by G1. It's going to have to be one hell of a stand here from the eUnited roster if they want to get back in this and tie this up.
Rain is the first to fall. And that means the rest of the team have to retreat. Look at this, they're leaving the hill. They're going to try and re-engage elsewhere, but Squally and Swish are able to get the kill. Suspector means he's just alone, and this hill is going to go in favor of G1 again. They are going to go 3-1 up here.
And this one gets dangerous because this is where the hill moves to bottom middle as well. Dan, it's going to be a 2-point advantage for G1. Not only that, but this bottom middle hill with under 2 minutes is going to be so difficult for eUnited to try and capture. Rockets are coming up. That's a must get if you're an eUnited player. Right now, a win condition, I would call it. And right now, all the slays going in G1's favor right now. They can play time. They can try to get that 4th point. But they're sure as hell going to have these rockets. They have all 4 dead for eUnited. And as this hill is so highly contested, Dan, the clock starts to become a factor.
Clock will become a factor, but because they got all 4 dead, they say, okay, well, we'll get a little bit of time just in case eUnited try and make this one a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
But now G1 are going to do exactly what eUnited have been doing all tournament. Play time, play Slayer, make it a frustrating experience in one of these bottom hills. eUnited have been doing it so well, but now G1, if they can do exactly the same thing, they will be going 1-0 up in this series.
Question is does eUnited have the trick, the key to get out of this kind of a situation? Like you said, they've been implementing this into their strategy the whole time. They've been playing with the lead the whole time. This is the first time we're really seeing eUnited at the deficit in a King of the Hill game. and how will they respond?
And because G1 keep getting all 4 dead, they keep getting time as well. They say, actually, we can probably just win this with a 4th point. Let's assert a bit of domination here and say we don't need to play time. We instead can score points. We are that much better than you. It is just trying to make a statement sometimes in this scenario.
I think there's too much time on the clock for them to really feel comfortable right now, but I mean, even with this much time allotted in the hill to get that 4th point, it just puts even more pressure on eUnited to expose themselves, to desperate to get them out of the hill. Another win condition in the favor of G1.
Everything is in favor of G1 right now. Kills, points, and the series is shortly going to be as well. Swish with 8 kills, but does have 14 assists, but it's Bubu with 20, and actually 3 members are close to 20 bombs here, and they're very close to scoring this 4th.
Yeah, you don't care about your stats right now. The only thing that matters is that this game 1, probably a lot easier than G1 would have thought. They look really strong here on Streets King of the Hill. It's a 4-1 victory for Gamers First, and a phenomenal way to start off your championship Sunday.
When we look at team changes, we look at what happened at previous lands. You've got to remember, eUnited were that top 4 team. G1 were not even in the conversation for top 4 back then. But now, since the Bubu joined, since they've been playing so well in scrims, suddenly people are saying, hey, this is a top 6 roster. Hey, this is actually a top 4 roster. Hey, you know what? Why can't they be more than even top 3?
Well, G1 was one of the first rosters to put their squad together this time around. That pickup of Bubu was almost immediate. And with that, they've been putting in a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of time spent in theater, a lot of time scrimming. These practice teams, they're going to benefit immensely. eUnited, usually one of the more practiced teams, maybe only has a couple of weeks together with this roster. What I love from G1 is just another story of hard work paying off so far, because it is that time spent grinding. You talked about Bubu's grind in Halo 4. Well, this team has been putting in a lot of hard work as a unit, and because of it, it's starting to pay off.
I mean, Bubu was a hot prospect. He was scrimming with many teams after he left FaZe, and the fact that he chose to stay with this G1 roster, I think, speaks volumes for how much he believes in these 3 players and the potential that he sees in this team. And I think that is evident now at this tournament. They are living up to the hype that surrounded them prior to it, but now they just need to carry on this momentum from game number 1 and get this series done. Get into that top 4.
Yeah.
Secure that incredible placement that can start to propel you towards bigger and better things as the HCS continues this year.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit this week, and Bubu had so many different options after his run with FaZe, and it was questions around, why did he pick Gamers First? Why did he go with G1? Everything G1 has been doing, whether it's innovating different ways to elevate your players in and outside of the game, whether it's the individual players on the team, how much skill that they have, the potential of this roster. Bubu saw something special, and with that, he believed in these guys. That belief, I mean, it carries through gameplay, Dan. When you have a teammate like that takes a chance on a bunch of unknown players, a bunch of underrated players, sometimes that's what those players need in order to believe in themselves a little bit more to get the job done. And now G1, with their best performance in a major tournament yet, continue their run. They start off, like I said, Championship Sunday as good as you can.
That being said, on the other side for eUnited, they have been involved in many a Game 5s. They've also been behind in many a series already this tournament. I don't think they'll be too disheartened despite how one-sided that was towards the end for G1 as we go into Slayer Aquarius. Now, eUnited were, with their previous roster, in my opinion, one of the best teams in any Slayer game. And a lot of that comes down to Ryanoob and how Ryanoob assesses a game, how he finishes a game in those tight 48-48 situations. He makes that play. He makes that call. Do or die, the team will all do it together. And that's what always excites me when it comes to a Slayer. We'll see whether that will be prevalent here in game number 2 or whether G1 can carry on their success from game 1 and try and go 2-0 up in this series.
It's going to have to be Aquarius Slayer. If eUnited want to tie this one up, they came out flat in game 1. G1 came out hot. They were in control the whole time. And it was Bubu, the man on screen, that really performed at a high level, topping his team in slays, but more importantly, his presence was felt on the power weapon control. Let's see what he opts to do here. It's going to be a car push for him. He runs into 2. Can he at least find 1? He does. It's trades across the board early.
A lot of trades. eUnited are actually on the downside of it, but Rain, the last remaining player, will able to get the camouflage. If he escapes with it, I think that G1 will be kicking themselves a little bit because they were able to do that initial damage.
Yeah.
But now it's what can you do if you are Rain? Can you force these players into a position where now your teammates can really help you with the damage you're putting down?
Love this push by Rain. It's going to be a couple of kills going in eUnited's favor. And although they lose the lead here 6-4, Rain still with this camouflage has something to say about it.
Still just trying to survive, but yeah, this is the push you need to see. As soon as you work out where that player is, you've got to get aggressive, you've got to take that camouflage off the map, because if you give them the chance to escape, it really could come to bite you in the backside later.
Devin trying to do everything he can with the heat wave. Eventually gets taken down, but not without a ton of damage and a few kills to his name, up to 3 right now, and an 8-9 score line. G1 still in the lead, but it does feel like eUnited have done a good job to weather the storm, the map control that G1 had early on, and now look at how the map control has flipped. And just like that, 4 down for G1. eUnited with that map control are able to get a clean sweep of kills.
That was always going to go one of two ways. I saw all 4 members of G1 just kind of stuck towards Fridge, and they were trying to get aggressive on the eUnited players in the base. As soon as they weren't able to actually get that initial damage, they were sitting ducks, and now eUnited trying to take advantage of all the map control they were able to get off the back of it. They still have a 2-kill lead, but it's not a massive one, because G1 are still winning big 1v1s here.
Yeah, Switch with some big shots to just subside some of the pressure from eUnited there. He eventually gets taken down. A 14-13 lead for eUnited is the result of the combat, but right now with G1 getting map control back, look at how eUnited are stuck in this space. This could be very dangerous with his Dynamo grenades.
Dynamo does a little bit of a tickle. 2 players are going to push in, and there's the second Dynamo to make that tickle into full-on scratch, and it's going to be 15-15, but it could be more because Rain pushes out. Unfortunately, had to get aggressive because he didn't know where the player was, and now G1, they're rewarded with a camouflage here.
Great use of the grenades, great use of pressure to force eUnited's hand there. They were stuck top the base, and now that they've got that round of Slay, Squall is able to pick up camo, Swish able to pick up the heat wave. This could be a very successful push from G1 that extends the lead to a reasonable early game for G1.
Should be a double, will be a double from Squall. And he's got assistance from the rest of the team as well. Ryan, who does well to actually change his aim there to make sure he does secure that kill. Sure, he goes down eventually, but how different it could have been if you don't make sure you clean up those one-shots.
Devin finds a double to answer it right back, though, and all of a sudden the lead up to 6. The G1 has taken their map control, that camo, the heat wave, and they've pushed it to the 6-kill advantage. And not only that, look at how spread out they are. They have so much space to play around. eUnited need to figure out a way to get out of one of these bases.
Thruster picked up just so he can get closer to an enemy or closer to a teammate. And look at eUnited, they're running. Oh boy, are they running, because 2 of them were no shields, and now this is where the collapse could happen, or you can just hold your angles. If you are quick on your push here, you get all 4 dead, and then you regain map control. But what a hold it was from Rhino, has to be said, getting a double there. Should be cleaned up, will be cleaned up, but still keeping them within a close enough amount by getting kills like that.
It's still a 4-2 trade on the side of G1. They flipped the map right back to yellow. And this is a very difficult wash, rinse, repeat cycle that eUnited need to find a way out of. And Rain trying to be the first one out of the base. It's getting shut down. Ryan Noob is able to trade it out, but I mean, no map control being earned by eUnited, and the longer that this goes, the more G1 are going to be able to trade in their favor.
And we were talking about, you know, how good eUnited are when it comes down to those 46s. As it's a double, make it a triple for Boo Boo Doo Boo as he gets the beat down for the 3rd. Squalle's got the camouflage. Everything is looking good for G1. If you can stay this far ahead of eUnited, you never have to worry about those late game situations, those 46-46 calls, because you have the game in your hands already.
G1 just in so much control right now. Everybody hitting shots. Squall matching some beautiful shots from his teammate Boobadubu onto Manny there. He gets taken down. The first pick is usually all she wrote.
Oh, wow.
Is taken down eventually by Rain, but you need so much work on the side of eUnited to come back into this one. This 12-kill lead on Aquarius is not something that's easy to come back from.
It is not, but if anyone can do it, it is eUnited. They will try and slow this one down, try and make it a little bit more strategical and maybe go from one side to another. If they get an all 4 dead, then it's definitely achievable. But at the moment, with how G1 are playing, it's not looking likely. Squall and Swish getting kills. Boobadoo is still staying alive. And suddenly, G1 are 11 kills away from taking this. And what was a very close game now looks completely one-sided.
Ever since G1 gained control of the map, they've just traded out successfully every single time they've looked to push. And once again, Pre-Devinator with the first pick. It is Ryan that's able to answer with a grenade, but it's always eUnited forced to try and answer the response. They do eventually get 3 dead now. Swish, the last player alive, trying to play his life a little longer, waiting for respawners to come through for G1. But eUnited, they have so much work to do. Still a 12-kill lead after all that.
10 more kills. Can G1 keep this pressure up? There's another camo popping in 12. And G1 have done very well at controlling that power up. That's one of the reasons why they've had so much success here. Ryan and the rest of the squad are just kind of forced and pinned back here. Suspector will try and get the kill onto Squally, but look at the help that Swish offers. There is everything flowing in favor of G1 at the moment.
Everything going in their favor. 6 kills is all they need, and Swish wants to keep the gas pedal going. Recycles the heat wave as well, so he's been prioritizing that all game. The dynamo grenades have been in their favor as well. And look, it's again an eUnited member just stuck top of base, not really able to do much. And although Rain's able to get a kill top middle, a couple of kills are once again traded in G1's favor. They're doing such a good job of just continuing the lead that they already have.
And because of this lead, they can be aggressive, they can take risks. It's not going to be a steak dinner, but it does look like it's going to be all wrapped up like a takeaway. 47-32, and eUnited are in a spot now where they are knowing that this is inevitable. They will try and slow it down. They will try and make this miraculous comeback, but even in the back of their minds, they know 3 kills is too difficult to stop.
Yeah, they're going to try and stay alive, but I mean, Booba Dooba right now doing a better job of staying alive. Finds one. He does get his thumb snapped at the end by Suspector, but with 1 kill to go, 49-36, G1 going to take this series lead to 2-0.
2-0 lead, and as we know, Catalyst Capture the Flag does feature in this series. Everything is starting to point towards G1 being in the top 4, but eUnited have made miraculous comebacks. They have been able to get back and get those reverse sweeps. It's going to have to happen in map number 3, though, as game 2 is 50-37 in favor of G1. And, you know, sometimes there is hype around a team before a tournament and they flop. This has not happened for G1. They have lived up to every little bit of hype there has been online, and the sky is the limit for them right now.
They've done well in their scrims. They've done well where we've been able to see them compete online and continuing that streak, like you're saying, Dan, and it really is. Everyone on this team seems to feel comfortable, right? You take a look at the kills. Nobody really standing out. It's 13 through 10. Everybody's doing their part. The assists are coming through for those that don't have the most kills, and I mean, it's more so the teamwork and the strategy that you're really seeing take place here. Dynamo grenades were being cycled immediately coming off spawn. The heat wave was always consistently in control. And like you said, the camouflage, a massive opportunity that we saw G1 take advantage of several times throughout that second game.
As we take a peek at the damage, we can see maybe a little bit more of an in-depth sight as to what happened. Ryanoob 3.7k. I'm not really surprised. There was a lot of times where the push would come through from G1 and Ryanoob still was able to get a double kill. Very impressed with how he's played this tournament, but we're going to need to see him and the rest of the squad step it up that little extra bit more if eUnited are going to get back into this series, Wes.
We need to see them be a little bit more aggressive with a little bit more map control, right? Ever since they lost map control around that 15 kill mark, it didn't feel like they really ever gained it back. And G1, that's a testament to their control, their ability to get that first pick, to push off that first pick, wash, rinse, repeat, flip the map like they know they can. And that formula is something that is a very consistent formula at a high level. It's nothing new that G1's doing. They're just solid as a rock when they're doing it, right? It's just consistency. It's not like they're trying to break the bank, change the meta. They're just trying to execute, and they're doing so. On the side of eUnited, you got to find a way to get out of that cycle. You got to find a way to create an opportunity to get that going in your own favor, and unfortunately, not so far in game 2.
When it snowballs out of control like that, it's so difficult to be on the receiving end of it. You almost start thinking about map number 3, game number 3 already. And speaking of game number 3, we know what it's going to be as well. It's going to be Oddball on Recharge. And for eUnited, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. It's happened once already this tournament for them. Where's my question to you? Can you see it realistically happening here?
I don't know. Something about this G1 roster just looks like they're prime and positioned to move forward. eUnited kind of hasn't woken up on Championship Sunday and showed us even some of their better gameplay. So for me to believe that it's going to happen, it's going to have to come on the back of some incredible plays. But if it's going to be any game type, I feel like this eUnited roster is going to be good at these oddballs specifically. And Fortunately for them, they do have that here in Game 3. If they can take Game 3, build some momentum, maybe they can stun G1's momentum as well.
I have a feeling that G1 don't just have their sights on top 4. They have their sights on Cloud9. They have their sights on top 3. They still want to go up against everyone and anyone in this tournament. But it has to start here. A 3-0 dominant performance would speak volumes for how well they are playing. All 4 dead on the side of eUnited, and G1 still carry the momentum through.
They do lose their camo player, so a potential advantage there thrown away from the camouflage player just having to trade melees, but it is going to be an advantageous position once again for G1. But as I say that, they lose 3 members, and this could be where eUnited start one of these games off on the right foot.
Have to start on the right foot. Nice grenade shot there from Bubudubu to do the damage, and on no shield, he's still emitting so much damage on the map, which is what you've got to do as a player sometimes. It's so easy to turtle up, just try and wait for your shields to regen, but you have to be a presence on the map. You have to be helping your team in as many ways as you can, as Bubu, now off the back of that, is still getting kills.
Look how Bubu played that one out. He did not opt to push towards Turbine, towards the pipes area. He opted to try and push the players off an elevator and then focus and prioritize the players in the pipes. Perfectly executed once again by Bubudubu. He's got 6 kills already, and someone on eUnited has to shut him down. Eventually, Rain does get a few kills over in pipes, awards his team with some more ball time, so it is eUnited jumping off to an early lead. But if Bubudubu's slaying at that high of a level, eventually that's going to catch up.
Especially if G1 are able to get control and Bubu is not the player holding the ball. All those slays will just end up adding up to a lot of time here. So now here comes the push from G1. Bubu has lost teammates, so Ryanoob is going to be the last remaining player on the side of eUnited. If somehow Ryanoob wins this fight, it would be huge, but of course Bubu carries on with his fine form. He's up to 7 kills, and now he's moving that ball towards his spawning teammates.
Heads up play from Bubudubu after getting that kill. Immediately goes for the ball, immediately rotates it into BR tower. You can tell that this is something that they've talked about.
Oh, nice.
Going over film, and I like this route as well. Although he's forced to get out of the BR tower, he's still able to collect a little bit of time, and he's putting the ball in a very vulnerable position as well.
Puts the ball into a vulnerable position, also stays alive and adds a little bit of extra damage onto Suspector, and that damage proves vital because Squally is able to get a kill. Squally almost gets the double as well, but thankfully for eUnited, Ryanoob was able to pick it up. Camo has popped. And I tell you what, this game is going to be pretty difficult for either team to get a proper setup, I feel, with how scrappy it's been so far.
Could be on the back of this camo. The ball was brought towards that blue area. They've been able to secure it, and now with shock rifle camo in hand, this is where we could see eUnited really jump out to a significant lead, but Ryan needs to stay alive. He's kind of giving his presence away a couple of times, can't hit the headshots with the shock, and because of that, that's the opening G1 needs. But in the meantime, the rest of the team, they've been able to pick up a couple of kills, rack up some more ball time, and now Dan, they've started to build up this lead. Like we said, it's up to over 40, maybe 50 points at this time.
And we always know in best of fives, there's always going to be some game types that are good for one team and bad for another. And as we get further into this game, I'm starting to realize that maybe this is a more comfortable one for eUnited. But they still have to get over that final hurdle, as now Rain will get the trade. And at least he got the play. 3 members full on the side of eUnited, 2 are still up on the side of G1. But G1 just need to get that ball in their hands properly. They've not really had the opportunity to really get a setup at the moment. It's been constantly just, after a few kills, rotating away from the team.
Yeah, when G1 had the ball last, they opted to try and put the ball bottom middle, but eUnited were able to slay out. They were able to bring that ball then to blue. It's actually Rain that's racked up 52 unanswered seconds, and with that, he was able to not only play the ball, but able to get a kill before going down, and that really stunts any opportunity G1 would have been able to have. But in the meantime, Bubudubu has been able to get that ball into pipes. Gonna have to get a couple of slays if they want to rack up any significant time here, and that's gonna be difficult with the positioning now that G1 have.
Shock rifles coming up shortly. Bubu will be relaying that information to the team as well, so they can maybe try and get their hands on it, as well as, of course, that camouflage. And Bubu manages to walk across top middle and pick that camo up because the entire eUnited roster was over towards pipes. And Bubu just...
I hate that play.
It could have been good. Could have been good if he just grappled it, got it away, and then stayed alive, but unfortunately he did give himself away.
When you have camo like that, why are you grappling the ball out in the open? You're just revealing yourself, putting an icon over your head. You do not want to use that camo in that manner. It's not often we get to criticize Bubudubu for a camo play. He's made so many historic camouflage plays in the past, even a couple this weekend, to be honest, but that's one he's going to want back, and that's one eUnited will gladly get removed from the map. As that ball does make its way into blue, eUnited still going to have to force this push. The ball does get played And I love this play by Suspector. He says you can stay in blue. The ball's going to batteries, and Rhino's on top of it. So they're going to be rewarded with a great rotation here and potentially an early play ball.
Yeah, really fantastic heads-up play from Ryan Ubini United as well to be prepared for it as Suspector somehow wins that fight against Predevinator. Good shots and good strafing from him with his BR fight, but now from behind, here comes G1. Will be pushing in. Again, Ryan Ub, the last remaining player. 4 dead for eUnited, and now a real chance for G1 to get set up.
Yeah, great rotation from G1 out of blue in that situation. What looked like was going to be an eUnited setup in pipes is immediately broken, and because of it, starting to chunk away at the lead that eUnited once built. It was up over 50, now it's under 40, and then get a couple of slays that can hold this setup in pipes, and with Shock Rifle in Boobadooboo's hands, anything is possible. He's able to find 1, able to find 2. With the Battle Rifle, it's a killing spree for Boobadooboo, up to 13 for the game, but more importantly, that ball in hand of G1, and the lead starting to dwindle.
This is what we said. Give Boo Boo the space. G1, if they've got the ball, if Boo Boo can slay around the ball time, there is always that opportunity that a lot of time can be had. He connects with the shot, but it's not a headshot, but it does do the damage for Swish to finish it off. And now ball time is still catching up here for G1. eUnited need to get this ball off them ASAP.
Big kill there by Rain to have the awareness, head on a swivel to turn around, take down player into pipes, and look at Manny and Ryan if they made their way into pipes, but unfortunately nobody else picks up a kill outside of Rain there, and because of that, eUnited starting to fall behind in those slays, and that's exactly why we're seeing the score start to get closer and closer on the side of G1. G1 is once again starting to pick up the slays and dominate that story. With it, the map control, the ball time, obviously going to go in their favor as well.
G1 starting to believe. Rhino, though, does get the kill onto Boobadooboo. That could be the opening eUnited desperately needed, and Boo Boo should have got that kill, and I think he knows he should have got it as well. Squale will move that ball away from him ever so slightly, tries to play it into the middle of the map. 2 members have gone out, 3 go down for eUnited though, so G1 still getting the kills, and G1, that was temporarily all 4 dead on the side of eUnited.
Yeah, and G1 in a perfect position now to pick up that ball and take the lead here with 8 points remaining. What was a dominant round from eUnited to start this one off. G1 have done everything to crawl back into it, and that's going to do it. They take round 1, 100 to 83, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't pretty. eUnited showed us their best punch yet, but still G1 come out swinging.
That could be the final nail in the coffin here. eUnited had that round in the bag, it would seem. Not only do they now need a reverse sweep in this game, but they need a reverse sweep in the entire series as well. It is such a big hill to climb for this eUnited roster. And sure, they looked great on this map at times, but the fact we just saw G1 with a return like that, with a comeback like that, speaks volumes for how well they are playing right now.
Just dominated the second half, right? That was massive by them to get the slays that they were able to achieve. And everyone's starting to click once again. It was something we've seen from them in games 1 and games 2. eUnited was picking up kills at the start of that round, but about halfway through, we'd see 1 kill go through, and then all of a sudden, 3 members of eUnited were dead, and Swish, now he's secured that camo. He's picked up a kill with the sword as well, and this is where it could get ugly, to your point. 4 dead for eUnited, and Swish, Squall, they have a lot of tools to play around.
They've got the tools, and then Boo Boo off spawn will be alive to try and slay around this ball once more, and 18 kills to his name at the moment. He's been so impressive with how aggressive he's been at the right times. Squally does get taken out of pipes though, so now eUnited need to use this momentum and disadvantage that they have. But here comes Boobadooboo and almost connects with it, but it's not quite there.
It was risky, but you can tell just in that one play, he's starting to feel himself, and when that's happening, good things are eventually going to come through. And Boobadooboo with 18 to his name couldn't get the 19th kill. It would have been a special one on the Suspector, but that is what eUnited needed to do, immediately breaking the setup of G1. Now let's see if they can hold this setup of their own.
Several players in control at the moment. Boobadooboo is down, so you've taken out the main slayer of this
There's a guy back blue in there.
It does seem like someone was
got repulsed. The ball carrier just got repulsed.
And it was Swish. It was Swish that was behind enemy lines. He did get the kill, and because of that, so much time that could have been gathered by eUnited was ripped away from them.
1 player behind enemy lines, able to do that much damage, but more importantly, get the reset on the ball, take that carrier down, like you said. What looked like eUnited's opportunity to build another significant lead. Now, G1, they're able to play a little bit of cat and mouse. They're able to play around the ball. They do lose a few members, but with no ball time going into eUnited's favor, no real setup opportunity here, eUnited need to figure out a way to create some space in order to get that ball into a safe spot.
Yeah, eUnited need to get the ball away into pipes, which they do. even though it was very difficult because G1 were absolutely pummeling them from a distance. Swish is going to be bottom middle and a little bit vulnerable. Rain takes advantage of that. Grapples with the camo because he was a little bit concerned his position was known. But because of that, he throws himself into damage. Predevator, the last guy, is going to be alive. And as you say, just hold that ball now, eUnited. You need that time.
He's the last guy alive. Unfortunately, he's going to be forced to play it. And Devonator with the grapple. Full court press in Rain, or Suspector, he's able to trade it out because he has that sword. But now that that ball carrier is taken down, Rain and Ryan Noob, they're stuck in BR. This ball is in a really odd position for Bubudubu. They're going to opt to rotate it back to Pipes. And right now, eUnited trying to break this setup, but a beautiful shock rifle shot from Swish is going to deny the long haul push from eUnited.
eUnited need to reverse sweep this game. They need to reverse sweep the series. That means Ryan Noob needs to make some calls. Let's jump into an Astro listening with eUnited.
Glass, yeah. Nice, Aiden, nice.
See if I can.
Coming. One shot, can you come?
On me.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm pushing him. I'm still one.
Going on glass.
I'm trying not to die to him. I don't know where he went. He's still there. He went up somewhere. Went up and out, I guess?
Yeah. Glass. Oh my god.
Bottom blue as well. 2 bottom blue. Devin's still here. 2 bottom blue. Yeah, he's weak. There's 2 there. He's weak, Tarp. One shot. There. Look at camo.
Blue window.
On camo, just got stacks. Camo stacks weak.
One shot, bottom blue.
And he has repulse up, right?
He's repulse.
I got one.
Top blue, and then like repulse.
Grab.
There's a guy repulse somewhere.
Come on me, I killed him.
Nice job.
Other one was like trippy. He's secret on me. Secret, I'm gonna die.
A great break from eUnited. Ryan Noob with the repulsor onto the camo player. Unfortunately, gives his own life with the repulse from that camo player, but eUnited still with so much more work to do. G1 immediately getting that ball to bottom middle, making that work even more difficult for eUnited now. The clock's ticking. Your tournament life is on the line. You got 13 points, and Bubudubu not even under a little bit of pressure in this situation. I actually love this play. They understand how much of a lead they have. They're able to play a little bit of Slayer here, Dan.
G1 are so close. They can almost taste top 4 at this point. eUnited have to play flawless. They cannot afford any more mistakes. Otherwise, G1 will comfortably get those final 12 remaining seconds. Swish recognizes, though, that he doesn't need to get too aggressive. He just gets the initial damage, gives that information to the rest of the team. G1 are playing so well at the moment. I love their communication. I love how they're working together as a unit.
Yeah, perfect plays from Swish there. Multiple times dropped in no shield. And look at that, 3 dead. Ryan Noob coming off spawn towards elevator, forced to desperate. It's a couple of 360s from Bubudubu. He knows he's got the win. G1 have done it in dominant fashion. They're going to take this series 3-0, and this is one of the more incredible feats we've seen from G1. eUnited, they're eliminated. G1 will move on. And it's a matter of how far will they go at this point.
And I think this is why G1 were in so many of the predictions, so many of the wildcard picks, because G1 have been the big up team coming into this tournament. The team that has so much potential, the team that has been scrimming well, but can they actually do the job when it comes to the competition? It's proved right there in front of our very eyes. A 3-0 over eUnited. eUnited, who used to hold that kind of top 4 spot. G1 rip it away from them. Swish with 27 kills. We were talking about Bubudubu and his slaying power. It was Swish who stepped up in those final moments.
27, 16, 15. Big numbers from Swish. Big numbers all around. Big series for G1. They take down eUnited, and that was, like I said, one of the more impressive feats we've seen from them. And I mean, this roster's starting to click, starting to feel themselves, and at the very right time. What a moment it would be for them to take this weekend, and they are a live underdog in this tournament now, Dan. Taking a look at the damage, Swish was 7.7K. That's so much power, so much presence he was able to provide for that G1 team.
I think Cloud9 might be a little bit nervous about going up against this G1 roster once more, because G1 are looking like they are improving tenfold every single time we see them. And a game that was very one-sided, a series that was very one-sided when you look at it on paper. eUnited did have those moments where you're thinking, okay, maybe they can get back into it. Maybe they can get that double kill and turn it into a little bit of time. But unfortunately, there was just too much individual talent from G1 and too much teamwork overall that really propelled them into success. There is that final confirmation. We didn't even have to go to arguably one of G1's best game types in this series. It's a 3-0, Wes. Do you think the G1 train can keep a rolling? How do you feel like G1 versus Cloud9 will go down?
It's tough to call. I'm still going to give the edge to Cloud9, but G1 looking so strong. They've looked strong in their scrims, and I think that in any best of 5 against any team, G1's always going to have an opportunity. And if they can play as well as they just did against a very strong team like eUnited, then I'm never going to count them out.
Well, G1, they get top 4. They've lived up to expectations. Lottie, Bravo, and Onset are going to be on the desk, and I'm sure they can pick that game apart.
Yeah, well, as we predicted, G1 make top 4. I've got to say, what an insane accomplishment for this young team. And I've got to say, they also made eUnited look like a mere shadow of the team that they were this weekend. It was pretty crazy to kind of see them pick them apart so vigorously. It was like eUnited couldn't get anything that they wanted started, and even when they did, G1, they were able to predict absolutely everything. Onset, to be honest, this G1 roster read them like a book.
They certainly did, and there was a few moments actually in the series where it just seemed like you were saying that G1 just had the read on what eUnited were trying to formulate, trying to put together, whether it was a push, whether it was a rewrap through the middle of the map, whatever it was, G1 just had the jump on them. The first game we saw it on the Pink Street Hill, where eUnited tried to rewrap from an initial scuffle back to bottom mid as a team and try and push through that way, try and catch them off guard maybe as they looked down that Pink Street, but G1 read it and they were just met by a firing squad. And the same thing could be said on an Aquarius Slayer when we had all of eUnited trapped in a base towards the end of the game, and kind of G1 were holding the middle ground because they had the lead, they didn't have to do too much, and they were just waiting for the moment. And one of the players caught when they were sat at the top car, all of them, the eUnited players flooding out on the pink side as 3, trying to isolate the player on P, and they just got the read on it quicker than eUnited could even get to pink. And then from there, they just had the height, they got across the map, they took great angles, and I think there was just a huge amount of credit needs to be given to G1 for the way that they seemed to be prepared for eUnited. I think a little bit of work went in overnight on how they try and approach some of these game types. I probably watched some games back yesterday, but G1, I think, have achieved what they wanted to achieve coming into the NA Super, right? They've got into the top 4. Now they are a contender. The one question, as it always is, though, is getting into the top 4 is great. But as we have seen some of the results against the likes of OpTic Gaming, have they got enough in the tank now to take down one of those big dogs? Not many have, so we'll have to see if G1 can do it.
Definitely, that is going to be the next big ask out of this roster. I've got to say on the side of eUnited, though, you know, this team likes to formulate plans. They like to put them in place and surprise teams, right, when they get out there on the maps. Is it the case of that maybe at this point in time and how early on it is for this roster being together, they ran out of tricks in their bag, it ran dry, or do you think it honestly came down to the fact that they weren't prepared for what G1 were able to do there?
I think it actually came down to space, and they didn't have the space and the time that they normally do, right? We talked about how Ryan Noob can normally freeze time, and he can slow things down, and he and Rain can together make the play calls, and things tend to work out. However, this time, they didn't have a moment to breathe. I think we saw G1 controlling everything. G1 was getting opening damage, they were closing down that damage, and it was fantastic. And I think when you have a team like G1 playing the way they did, it doesn't give a lot of room for eUnited whatsoever.
It does not indeed. I'll tell you what, there's not a lot of room left either in our bracket. Our elimination bracket is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. As you can see, eUnited knocked out right now. G1 3-0. Can you believe your eyes? Yep, 3-0 was pretty easy stuff for this roster. But next, they have an absolute titan to take down. This is going to be an extremely difficult series here. Cloud9, are they prepared for this G1 smoke onset?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? I think that the one good thing for Cloud9 is the fact that we did see G1 and G2 meet up a little bit earlier in the bracket. I think it was in the upper side of the bracket, and that was quite a tight series. So having taken down G2 in that game that we just saw previously to the one we just watched, Cloud9 are going to probably think, okay, we should be able to at least push them the distance here. We should be still pretty comfortable. But for G1, it's a massive opportunity for them to, again, make the upset that they would have wanted to. They've done what they wanted to do, but now it's about how far can you go, G1. You beat Cloud9, you can beat anyone.
It's very true, and I hate to backtrack and everything, but it's interesting to think that Cloud9 did go game 5 with eUnited, G1 just 3-0. There is a lot to take in here. Obviously, it is Championship Sunday, and teams do tend to come out and go absolutely ham. But you'll have to find out the result of that one after this quick break, because we do indeed have our elimination semi-final up for grabs. Cloud9 versus G1. It is going to be the battle of the best in this elimination bracket, and we'll see you guys right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the desk. We're here for the NA Super. It is Championship Sunday, and I have Clutch and Walshy on the desk today. Gents, hello, good morning. How are you doing?
It's kind of hot up here. I don't know if it's the lights or what's going on.
I think it's the gameplay that we're seeing. Some spicy gameplay. So I'm not at all surprised that the room's heating up because our teams are certainly doing so. Walshy, have you been enjoying the action so far today?
I have. I mean, that last series, I was like, all right, if we want to see a good match against Cloud9 coming up next, one of these teams is going to have to come through strong. Whether it's EU or whether it's G1, and G1 proved that they are strong today.
Yep.
They certainly did indeed. I'll tell you what, something else that's strong. Certain people's predictions that we had at the beginning of this weekend. We're going to take a look at them right now. And yeah, let's talk about it. Clutch is very ready to talk about this, but myself and Mark actually technically have the strongest
I see FaZe under both your names, so I
predictions.
immediately want to stop listening.
I also see eUnited under yours, sir, and you just casted the game they just dropped out of. You had them in 4th place.
And what a phenomenal wildcard pick G1 was in order to create that upset.
Yeah, but you didn't believe in them that much to put them in the 4th spot, did you?
I did call yesterday. If I could go back in time and do this, I would put G1 at 4th because of how strong they looked this weekend. Obviously, we make the graphic before the weekend starts, but I mean, still 5 out of 5, looking good. Can't say that for everybody up there, but I mean, Dave, it's not looking great for you either, I'll be honest with you.
5 out of 5. He still has one incorrect. I mean, we know math a little different, but we'll move on.
What's the point of a wild card if they're not going to create an upset? I'm just so confused as to how you guys get glory.
I don't think any of us have highlighted the wild card as being the wrong point here.
I need a time machine in order to receive any kind of respect up here, apparently, because I'd have to go into the future and write down what happened and then come back because Lord knows it's not up.
And you'd have to go into the past, rectify things done over the last decade, and and then from there we'd even out the respect.
I don't feel like we're asking you why you got it wrong. We're just stating that you got it wrong.
I feel like my predictions are still the best on that card.
I really, honestly, no. They're not.
I don't know how you can make that argument.
It doesn't take an expert to know that. Honestly, I could bring literally my young little niece in here and say, what looks right to you? And she'd point to you and be like, Aunt Lot does.
Well, we'd have to explain to your young niece what a wild card is because obviously Onset saying that a wild card could get top 16 or top 4. It's like, that's not the definition of a wild card is someone that's going to create an upset.
I tell you what. We'll leave that there. We'll come and revisit that a little bit later on because I'm excited to get into this next series so that I can be proven right just a little bit more after this one, hopefully. Cloud9 versus G1. I'm really excited about this because, of course, this is our elimination semi. One of these teams will be going home. One will push forward there into the elimination finals. Let's talk about Cloud9. You know, they've had a bit of a hard time so far in this NA Super. I think a lot of unexpected things happened in their OpTic Gaming series. They dropped down and they went very close toe-to-toe with eUnited, which I think was surprising to a lot of people as well. But they're pushing forward and they're looking pretty sharp on Championship Sunday. How do you think they're going to handle this G1 roster though, Clutch?
It's going to be tough. G1 looked good. They're very practiced coming into this one. I'm not quite sure how much this Cloud9 roster has been putting in a lot of time. I know in Halo 5 they slacked a little bit, but they've looked pretty strong in their games. I mean, falling short to OpTic is no shame, and for them to rebound, they are a team that can win this whole tournament. And I say that with the utmost respect to the boys on Cloud9. So I expect them to continuously pick up their level of play throughout the day, and it wouldn't shock me at all to see them in the finals later on.
Indeed, and I got to say, looking back at the G2 kind of series that we saw with them as well, Walshy, the teamwork looked there, and I think that's what Cloud9 does best, right? They bring such an incredible, unified element of teamwork. If they can continue that forward for the rest of the day, surely this will be the Cloud9 roster that we've all been waiting for and have seen all season long.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have a chance to bring this back, but we are in the first time where we're like, Cloud9 isn't the absolute favorite. Every other tournament so far this year, we're just like, you know, after Sans the very first event, it was like, all right, Cloud9's the favorite to win this and take it.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, but hey, makes it very, very exciting. But I'm also excited to see this roster right here. G1, they were looking absolutely insane versus eUnited. They haven't skipped a beat. We talked about it on the desk, the reads that these guys were making, and I've got to say, something amazing, amazing material coming across from Boo Boo, Swish. I mean, so many different names on this roster that were popping off. What impressed you the most, you think, about them?
I think it's their execution. I think it's their ability to play together at a very fast pace, but more importantly, they're efficient, right? They find their first kill, they get the 3 after, and they play the objective while doing so. I mean, it's not that difficult of a recipe to repeat, but when players are able to execute the way they are, it's unbelievable phenomenal. I mean, it's hard work paying off. You can tell that these guys have broken down these situations so many times in their practice and their recap of theater, and they're looking to get better and better, and their execution on each of these steps is just so evident with the hard work that they put in.
I've got to say, I'm extremely excited about this matchup, and it is about time to get into the series. We've got our elimination semi-finals on the cards here. Onset Brav, I hope you're ready for this one, because after that G1 performance, I think anything is possible in this series.
It certainly is. I'm looking forward to this one more than any other match we've had so far in the tournament, Andy. Not only because of the fact that this is a huge opportunity for G1, it also gives us maybe a little bit of time to give a bit more love to Cloud9 than we have so far during this tournament. We set such high standards for this Cloud9 team. They've won 2 of the lands so far this year. The only other land that they didn't win, they came second in. So I think that kind of gives us a little bit of a kind of a mark of how good this team are. This is an opportunity for them to make this run, kind of cross the dreams of G1 here, who are going to be dreaming of getting into that top 3 and solidify themselves as the most dangerous team left in this tournament.
Yeah, 2 very different stories for this series as well here in your elimination semi. Taking a look here at the series layout. Stronghold's live by your first game, but let's talk about the stories here, right? Cloud9 is expected to be here. They are expected to advance well past this mark by the measure of their fans, their management, and the player themselves, without a doubt. But now you got G1 here. Nothing to lose. They've secured top 4. Now they can just kind of fly with this. How far can they take it?
Yeah, that's the question, right? G1 coming into the North American Super. First thing to do, prove yourself. Top 4 proves that you are a team to watch and to be feared as we move towards Orlando in the end of the season. The next thing is, are you good enough to win a tournament? You beat one of these top 3 teams we talk about, like Cloud9. The answer is probably yes.
That's right. What a run it's been so far for Boo Boo, Squale, Swish, and Devin. An unbelievable tournament for them. They've secured top 4. Will already be the highest placement in a major tournament this size for them, and we'll see what they can do beyond this. That's the question. Now they're going up against one of the best in the world, and they've got 3 dead. Stellar is the last player alive, sniper rifle in hand.
Well, now we're going to jump over to Boo Boo Doo Boo, because he's got an overshield in his hands, and this is going to be an opportunity for them to flip C, and they deal with Stellar, who was ratting at the back of the tower as quickly as you could possibly want. Devin picks up another, and that's going to be a flip now of this C stronghold, but with the spawn that's coming in for Cloud9, they're holding A, and it looks like they should be able to challenge B. Boo Boo Doo Boo with this overshield's got some work to do here, Andy.
Oh, so much overshield left as well, just about 50% left in hand. Gonna be able to, oh, okay! And I was just about to start talking about how Boo Boo has found such a great fit here, and Swish, Squale, and Devin have really provided a fantastic place for him to create space and make plays just like that. And they're about to get the trip cap for just a second, but A and C will start to reset as well.
I mean, such a great thing to do. It's one of your first shots, first time you pull the trigger, right? You just no-scope bound, you create all the space, you give your teammates a B cover, a little bit of time to breathe, and for Bound, he's probably thinking, okay, right, I'm in a series now. A shot like that comes in early on, it certainly rings out for the rest of the series.
Certainly will. 1 dead for each side momentarily. Essentially a tied game here. We're just around the 30-point mark, very back and forth off the opening. It's a heads-up play by Eco on the key door to make sure that he gets the first kill, and a very calculated jump there. Look at that beautiful height on the repulsor jump to the sandbags to not expose himself too much. Then he can isolate those 2 angles, and Cloud9 starting to heat up a little bit here. That was 3 dead.
I mean, look at the speed at which this game is being played at the moment. You're seeing consistent battles around where these strongholds are. It looks like nobody is happy to hold. It's a constant rotation game. Nobody's sitting on the 2 cap looking for damage, a little bit like maybe what we saw from OpTic yesterday. This is a war. This is a brawl. This is 2 teams are throwing it all at each other.
Oh, that's a great play here. Eco is able to grab that, but all 4 players actually spawn back A. So it's a nice job from G1 to still shut down that overshield and put a few guns on it over here around the scoreboard. Cloud9 still scoring after that last scuffle.
So G1 all trapped on the overshield side of the map too. So it's going to be a bit of time for them before they can even access one of the strongholds. It looks like C is the call, and C is the play call that's going to be followed here. Penguin should be eliminated. That's a couple of kills, make it 3 going down to G1. So even though they were trapped momentarily there, you can see that the play call was always to try and play C. They've made that call, they've made the play off the back of it, and now they're scoring once more.
And look at the scoreboard, look at the kills on the board for both teams. This has been a really evenly matched game. Nice job by Boo Boo to disengage immediately. I'm gonna eat my words. Turns around to see what Eco might be up to, and Eco takes advantage of that with the headshot in the end. 2 dead momentarily for both sides.
Eco's got a big fight to win here, and even though he did win it, did manage to convert the stronghold to just buy a few more seconds for his team, as Boobadoo will have to use those moments to reconvert it into the hands of G1. 51 to 61. No real big chunks of time for either team at the moment. It's kind of just been drip feeding points towards each other or towards themselves as we now have a tie game, but it's going to be G1 who have control of the ends of the map with ANC in their hold.
Ooh, and 2 dead. Last 2 players on Nest and back B. It's 4 dead just like that. Penguin's your first spawner. Great stuff from G1 here.
Really, really impressive. And now they have the information as well as Penguin just steps into A for a second. That means the spawns are going to be coming over towards scoreboard, and that means with the numbers and the angles and the information, you're going to see Boo Boo make the flank here. You're going to see him make the push. Unfortunately, it looks like Cloud9 double back. They read that one like a book.
Ooh, C9 are wise to it, but Devin with a nice shot on the dummy ram, make it 2. Double kill as well on Eco. That will give them now a 3-man advantage. Bound is your last player alive, as Swish picks up a nice double in the feed as well.
And this is what you have to do, right? It can't be a one-man show. It can't be Booba Doobie doing what he did in the last series. It can't be Swish popping off. Every single player needs to hit the shots. You cannot have a weak link against a team like Cloud9. Predevinator showing that he can put that sniper rifle to use as well. Another overshield here for G1. They're still scoring, and they are now doubling up on the score of Cloud9.
A shot here from Swish. AR comes out to avoid a melee battle to let that overshield get melted off any faster than he wanted it to, but what a great play from Swish to pick up the double, get the overshield as a reward off the back of that, and just like that, it's G1 now leading 126 to 65.
126 to 66. And rising now, as it seems, while all of the carnage and the trades were going back and forth, a flip did coming from Cloud9 to get them into the scoring position they find themselves. Stella's got responsibility to do as we're watching through the eyes of Penguin, and he's going to be able to flip C. It looks like that was just Cloud9 trying to put pressure onto A to force the rotation back from G1. That has happened, and now you can see Penguin immediately decides it's my time to defend B here for a few seconds. It's time for us to maybe slow this game down for a little bit. Try and hold this 2-cap, something we haven't seen from either team so far.
That's certainly what they want to do. It's a nice set of plays here from Penguin, trying to play the ends and do whatever he can to help out the team. Very nice timing on the engage, disengage there, and repulses some nades away as well. Great sequence from look what Penguin can do there on Nest Bridge. Great commanding, great control there from that position to hold it down as long as he could.
I'm not sure what the average life of a Penguin is. However, this looks like this man is slightly elongated than the average, as he stayed alive for far, far longer than he deserved to in that situation. Cloud9 off the back of it, once again, just creeping up on that score that G1 have got on the board at the moment. The overshield coming up in around 15 seconds, but the lifespan of this Penguin is taken down. As we see, Devinator is going to put him in the death screen, and it will be G1 who continues scoring here. AB the hold, as a sniper rifle might pop, and Bound's probably thinking, I want my hands on that.
Still scoring now, and just about 40-point lead for them. Few numbers to point out on the G1 side of the board as this overshield's popping up. It should be a stellar, clean grab. He will pop that, and they will look to counter. But look at Swish and Devin. It was Bound leading in the game for a while. Now Swish and Devin have not just caught up, but surpassed him. And look at Squale's assists. 15 assists on the board when no one else even has 9.
He's even as well. 7 and 7 kills and deaths. That is a monster game coming in from Squale at the moment. It's showing in the score. You can see 168 to 109. The push and the call seems to be B. Coming in from Cloud9 now. Devin's going to win that battle as well, and that's 3 dead once again from Cloud9. It's not often you see multiple players from Cloud9 falling over almost simultaneously, but that's the teamwork that G1 are showing now.
G1 riding the championship's Sunday momentum. Squale, another double kill for the G1 side. That will bring him now to 9 and 8. Still 2 dead for Cloud9, and what a start from G1.
One thing that's impressing me with G1 as well, no shots like that, Jesus Christ, Boo Boo Doo Boo. But it's also going to be how they've adjusted here to slow the game down, to look for 2 caps, then look for damage like we were talking about earlier. The pace of the game was frantic at the start, but it seems like G1 have adjusted quicker than Cloud9.
They really have here, oh my god, and Boo Boo not missing. That's back-to-back body shots after the incredible no-scope as well, and continuing to give them at least a man advantage. Hits that as well. That's 3 bodies in a row, making 4 bodies in a row, and gets the double kill on Stellar. This is a highlight reel before your eyes from Boo Boo Doo Boo.
I mean, the game's pretty easy when you got a player walking around doing what Boo Boo Doo Boo is doing right now. That is a difficult sentence, almost as difficult as the shots that he's hitting at the moment. Cloud9, they're not doing anything wrong. Unfortunately, they're just a Boo Boo Doo Boo on the map who's not missing.
Look at Squale as well. Like we said, huge assist numbers from him, and to even increase the kill count thereafter. Some good damage into B. It's 225 to 112. G1 looking so strong, overshield popping in 3 seconds.
And now Cloud9 have got to be desperate as well. They've got control of A and B, but if they lose this overshield, then this could be the game being lost by them as well. And what a start that would be to the series. Scoreline, with the heatwave in hand as well, can just put more pressure onto Cloud9. Now they're thinking about the overshield, but they're also having to think about the fact they don't have it. They've lost A, they've lost control, and they're losing points once more.
Enormous slaying coming in from the G1 side. They are scoring again on the ends A and C, and look at the kills category now. It is completely different. You've got all the players now well into the double digits in terms of slays, and Boo Boo's on the flank as well. Picks up 1, almost turns 2 on Nest. 6 points to go.
1v1 here. Penguin doesn't have shields to play with, though. He's got to just try and milk his life for just a few seconds. Wait for that help to come in. He does it perfectly, and that is so important because at 249 points, just 1 point away, Cloud9 get control of B and C. If that goes wrong, if that is a misplay in any kind of capacity from Penguin, this game is over.
Boo Boo flipping C. A flipping as well for the other side, though. If they're able to get it clean, we will continue on. You got to think, even though Cloud9's one of the best in the world, G1 looks too strong right now, of course. Only 1 hold away from closing it out.
Eco was being very, very sneaky, and you can see now he's going to jump back out, but look at the swarm. Again coming in from G1. It's perfectly timed, but C is also at the last second taken away by Cloud9. Cloud9 are hanging on by a thread here, but they're still in it.
Still in it, but my God, talk about zero room for error. There's no less of a room for error here, working on A now as well.
Devin's got that sniper rifle. He gets taken down as well, and that will be the end of the game now as all 4 drop, and 250 points is racked up by G1. Gamers first, strike first. Cloud9 find themselves down 1-0.
If you wanted it to be an interesting championship Sunday, you've got it already. G1, the underdogs, coming in against one of the best in the world. This team has been hyped up, and for good reason, coming into this weekend. They're looking so strong. Look at the kills in just a moment, because Devin goes 20 and 13. Squale ends with 18 assists. Mind you, that's double anyone else on the other team single-handedly. 3 out of 4 players on the side of G1 having the most kills in the game, and Squale with 18 assists. These are incredible numbers. They just beat Cloud9 250 to 140. Game number 1.
Bound, Stella, and Eco's assist together, and you still don't hit what Squale got. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. The amount of damage he must have been putting out, and also when you see a stat line like that, Andy, 12 kills, 11 deaths, and that many assists, think of the positioning you have to be in. Think about how close you have to be to teammates.
Always.
How well you are responding to communication, and also how well you're playing your life to get away and have those tick up. Squale, a massive game from him. Obviously, you can look at anyone and you can say the same. We saw shots being hit by Predivinator. We saw Swish with some big 1v1 wins, and then we saw Boo Boo Doo just reminding us that that man is a superstar.
What a game from G1. That's exactly how they intended to start this series, and what a story it would be if they made not just quick work, but to be honest, any successful work here in this series would be a huge statement for them, and we're going to start to watch some of these incredible clips because it was a heck of a game 1, but awfully one-sided.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed, and a lot of credit as well to Gamers First. How they closed the game out as well, Andy. We see a lot of times Cloud9, they only need one chance to get back into a game. If you don't put them down, then all of a sudden they can come back to life like a zombie and make you pay a little bit, but they did just take their time. They did just make sure that they didn't give away any unnecessary deaths, and again, just shots like this, the perfect cover fire for that overshield. Penguin, though, this play was really impressive as well. How he stayed alive this long, I have no idea.
Incredible stuff. Once again, we saw great stuff from Penguin. We saw great stuff from Eco, and to be honest, the entire C9 squad at times, but G1's pressure, like we talked about in the pregame, was just too strong. We saw in their last series as well. They dictate the pace of play of the game, and they do not let you have an inch of control.
And what's the easiest way to do that? Control a power weapon, control a power-up. You saw the overshield in the hands of G1 more often than not. We also, of course, saw the sniper rifle just eliminating players from Cloud9, and that is what creates the space. That is what makes those rotations so much easier, and that is what leads us to look at a series layout that looks like it does right now. 250 to 140, the final score of our game 1. But now we move on to Slayer. It's time to go to the streets.
And you got to think, with every G1 win, every single multi-kill, every single highlight reel clip, they just continue to gain more and more momentum, and that game 1's going to do that in a huge way as well. And C9, they're going to start to get worried here because they are on the brink of elimination in this tournament much earlier than they thought.
They certainly are, and Slayer has not been a game type which has been friendly to Cloud9 as well. Whenever you look through a series and you see a 3-1 that's got Cloud9 in when they've come out on the good side of it, usually it's the Slayer that slips through the fingers. They can get a little bit lazy sometimes, in my opinion, when it comes to those Slayer game types. They can't afford to do that now. And I think it's also something maybe they're going to have to address moving forward too, because as we know, in these best of fives, you've got 2 Slayers. So even if you're great at objectives, there's always the chance that one slips away and then you go into that game 5. So Slayer's becoming more and more vital to a team's success in a tournament. For Cloud9, it wouldn't surprise me if they bounce back right now with a stomp onto Gamers First. However, G1 looking great. If they win this one, Andy, they'll find themselves on series point.
And you have to think, if they are able to get momentum off of this game as well, they may become unstoppable. And to be honest, they're already looking pretty close to that after a game number 1. Here we are into game number 2, G1 versus Cloud9.
Who strikes first? It's going to be G1 again. Even though the kills are immediately traded out, that might just have created the space required to pick up the rockets. Wait a minute, Penguin will not die. Now he does die as Boo Boo. Things got a little bit funky there, and it will eventually, as things return to normal for just a few seconds, Stella, who got those rockets, they will be extinguished, and at the end of it, it's 5-5. Make that 6-5 now. A scoreline has one of the weapons to use. Of course, on this map, that's going to be the Bulldog.
Wow, talk about in-your-face Slayer here. This is a fast-paced start. Already 13 kills on the board in under 45 seconds of play. Teams just flying at each other here down on the L and bottom Neons. It will be G1 that emerges with a 1-kill lead for just a moment.
And now my question to you is, what team, excuse me, do you think that this actually, hold on just a second, because Bound picks up 2. I was going to say, what kind of team do you think this is actually going to favor the pace of this game? Is it going to be Cloud9 who want to play it faster? Do you think it's actually going to favor G1?
I think with the way G1 was playing, it's going to look like it's going to be their game to lose. I mean, they really brought the pressure in that game on Livefire, which is not easy to do given the angles and the routes that you have to take. If they're able to do it on a game 1 like that, I expect them to continue that here in this game, but they're going to have to be coordinated because Cloud9 will rip you apart. If you are 1 to 2 seconds apart on the pushes and your timing is just a bit off, C9 will take advantage of that.
Well, at the moment, Swish is taking down anyone who tries to push him, and that's obviously helped out by the fact that he has that devastating close-range weapon that is the Bulldog. Stella is going to try tie things up once again, but Swish has been alive for quite some time here, and I don't know how much longer it's going to last because he misses one Bulldog shot. He goes down. That was a fresh 4 dead for G1. This is the worrying moment for them. Eco flying in. Bound cleans up the damage, but G1, you never want to go 4 dead against C9.
Great win from Squalor there to keep things close. As the last player alive for just a moment here. Going to be 18-15. As C9 will take the lead. Squally almost did that from bottom mid, and just great awareness to almost get the double. Bound picks up another one, and a little bit of heat here from Cloud9.
Rockets are popped as well, so you can see Bound, after getting that kill, immediately turns his attention towards those rockets. Stella and Penguin going to pick up the last 2. That should be a guaranteed rocket pickup now for Cloud9. They've managed to eke out a lead here, and with these 2 rockets in the hands of one of the best players in Halo, you get the feeling that maybe this is going to be a lead that extends, but look how G1 have stopped moving. They are letting Cloud9 make that first move, and they're hoping the first mistake.
It's a great play. So much time on the clock. Slow this down, force these rockets, at least one of them, to be burned. That's the goal from the side of G1, and they know they've let this game get a little bit out of hand. Oh, it's so unlucky for Devin, who drops off of Heaven. Normally a good idea. Into A-Court, it's a double for Eco. He uses both, and even though G1 slowed things down, they find themselves 3 dead off of great timing and a little bit of luck for Cloud9.
I was going to say, sometimes Lady Luck does shine on you. Devonator's not going to have much good luck around this corner either, because he's got a commando, but he's also got to face that Bulldog once more. The sandbox control, the difference maker here for Cloud9. They've had the Bulldog, they've had the Stalker, they've had the Rockets, and they've put them to use. They're now up by 9. That's going to be 10 in just a few seconds as Squall feels the brunt of the Bulldog once more.
29-20 now, and we know that C9, when they're ticked off, they become an even more dangerous team. That's how they came into Championship Sunday, and they found themselves with a great series win earlier on today. You have to think maybe that game 1, a little bit of kick in the pants for C9, now a 9-kill lead.
25 seconds till the next rocket launcher pops up as well, and it looks like G1 may be playing around that. Boo Boo's going to miss the beat down, a little bit of frustration maybe.
Oh,
there's Eco positioned perfectly, and this is the teamwork we love to see from Cloud9. Head on a swivel, making sure those one-shots don't get away, but Swish kind of even things up for a few seconds with a couple of kills, but Eco does not let that momentum get away.
Back to back to back 3 deads for Cloud9. That will give them now a 33-22 lead. Rockets are up, all eyes on bottom middle.
Difficulty here for G1 as well is that they've got Eco set up with a Stalker rifle, and that means the 2 bullets, your shields are gone. 3 players have already felt that. 3 players now running around with no clothes on, essentially, as the damage is done, and that means the Rockets can be comfortably picked up. It's 4 dead again here for G1. This is C9 that we expected to see, and Penguin has a chance to add more kills to the 6 that he's already got.
Nice job there by Boo. Might have been a coordinated effort to actually bait the Red Room rocket there. Act like you're coming in from arcade and instead double back to bait that first rocket. It's nice, but still, look what's happened here. C9's run away with this game. They're up 37-23.
Make it even more as well. Penguin gets just caught out for a second, but if you're looking at the kill feed, all you can see at the moment is not many battle rifles, and that is the difference, right, on this map. If you can get control of weapons, there's so much to play with. It's difficult to fight out of those spawns against a team like Cloud9, who is so coordinated in making sure that they can get damage down with those weapons. You've seen Bulldog, you've seen Rockets, you've seen Stalker, and that's why you're seeing a potential steak dinner, and what a turnaround of response this is from Cloud9.
Look at Penguin, just so sneaky, just waiting, biding his time here, doing the laundry. They'll pick up even more. Kills will be traded out, so C9 will be forced back. But guess what? He goes in the same exact spot. Notice he's also not out on C-Balk. He's playing really, really sneaky Archer-esque angles where he's tucking his head all the way back. And like you said, when you have Eco landing 2 to 3 shots into 3 of your teammates, it's over. You are 3 dead guaranteed, because guess what? C9's going to capitalize, and they certainly have. It's 41-26.
So G1 maybe just trying to think, okay, let's just play this like it's a 10-kill game at this point. Let's just try and see what we can take away momentum-wise at the end of this game towards the next game in the series, which will be game number 3. But great signs here for C9, and signs of life that we kind of needed to see from them after that first performance in game number 1. This has been much more C9-like. 41-26 kind of tells the story. Now it's just a case of maybe waiting for those next set of rockets to come out for Cloud9 to close this out.
Eco should be able to grab these spikes as well. They're going to spike out Cafe, and they're going to go here. The damage is going to be big. It's going to be huge. A double. Great work there on the Neons together. 44-26. Rockets are up.
And this isn't like accidental, the timing of that push. No. This is completely and utterly deliberate. Waiting for the moment to make the play around the Rockets. They get that first kill. They push that pink streak. All focus from G1's on the Rockets. C9 take great angles, and that's going to be us almost closing this game out now. 45-28. Squall picks up 1. But at this point, that's just kind of like a... We've stopped the steak dinner. This is great news. So that's kind of all you can take away from it right now if you're G1.
Need to get one more kill to avoid the steak. We'll see if they can do it. Swish here going to be on the rail. Gets taken down, and they should be able to get one, but 3 more kills to go for C9 to close out the game.
Well, Booby does have the Rockets, and the steak dinner is avoided, but with 3 kills to go, it's just a case of how quickly can we find the last 3. Booby's going to be one of them, you would imagine. He does have the Stalker, and he is a difficult kill, so maybe he isn't going to be one of the final 2. Cloud9 looking to close things out, but I kind of like this from G1 as well. Even though it's such a huge deficit, Andy, they're not just letting this game slip away. They want to go right down to that final moment.
Absolutely. Great resilience here. They want to stay in the right mindset. This one should be the 49th. 50th should come in just a second.
It is going to come indeed. Is it going to be Predevenator? No, it's not going to come. It's going to be Stella who finally puts the pieces together here for Cloud9, but the heavy lifting was done. You can kind of excuse and forgive maybe a little bit of a messier ending to the game, but Cloud9, that's the teamwork which makes them such a force on display numerous times in game number 2.
Yeah, I think they really stepped it up there. Right after that game number 1, they unsurprisingly were not too happy with that result and ready to bounce back in a big way, and bounce back they did. 50-36 in game number 2. It's a huge win, and look at Stellar as well. 16-10 in the end. Big numbers from Stellar B.
And then we were highlighting Squall's performance with assists in the last game as well. You've got Eco going 11-7, 11 assists, helping out his teammates as well. A lot of those you would imagine from that tram balcony with that Stalker rifle, the amount of damage that he was doing. But I think one thing to take away from that and to just keep in mind for some of the viewers at home, you go back to game 1, what was the difference maker? Overshield's power weapons. Exactly the same can be said for Cloud9 in that second game. Stalker, Bulldog, Rockets, always in the hands of C9, and that is why you see that score like it is.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it really felt like Cloud9 had control of C and the Stalker rifle the whole game, and it was just, let's wait for the next Rockets and we'll get 3 dead. And they kept doing it over and over and over again to the terror of G1. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game number 2.
Yeah, it was just a few moments. I think there was that one pivotal moment as well that we'll probably catch on the replays where the game was completely slowed down. G1 tried to play it perfectly. They tried to do everything you would want to do and burn a couple of rockets that had fallen into the hands of Cloud9, but Eco got a little bit fortunate, fired one rocket from mid-map and just caught Predevinator out, who was kind of lurking in the background thinking, what the hell is going on here? I didn't even see that player. And from there, it was kind of just like the 4 dead situation where Cloud9 were able to start steamrolling a little bit. But Bound, another good game from him, returning to form a little bit here for Cloud9, getting those entry kills, which he's known for.
C9 found the opening right around the 15 kill mark. It was tied 15-15, let's keep in mind. And then all of a sudden, it became an 8-kill game, then a 10-kill game, then an even larger lead for C9. So C9 really great to capitalize, take advantage of that, win the game 50-36. On the G1 side, they need to make sure that you do not give Cloud9 an inch. They will run away with the game just like they did there. They're going to need to keep things tight, just like they did in game number 1.
So we've been talking a lot about Sandbox, we've been talking a lot about different weapons, and we've been talking about how they've completely swung games. Now we've gone to Aquarius, where there's a lot less to play with. The objective, of course, is the flag, get 5 back, you're going to win the game. You do have dynamos, you have sidekicks, but not quite the huge kind of Santa gift, so to speak, as far as a Sandbox is concerned on this map. It's a little bit more simple for teams and players. This is going to be a very, very interesting game number 3, and one I love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think with how influential power-ups and power weapons have been in this series, that camo really could decide it, right? If someone's able to get camo dynamos, camo heatwave, heaven forbid all of the above, they really could come into quite a lead here and get some opportunities. And with us back and forth, as this series has now been, you got to think that power-up certainly could be a pretty big factor.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will be as well. It's just the ability. This is how closely matched these teams are at this point in the tournament, right, Andy? It's like that first kill, sometimes you need to have something to help you get it, which is as crazy as that sounds. And maybe the camo is going to be that. I'm very happy that we have this as our game 3 as well, because it is kind of the contradiction to what we've seen in the first 2 as well, and it is more of a raw teamwork. And I think this is the biggest test for G1 here. You know, Cloud9 been historically pretty damn good at Aquarius capture the flag. For G1, they've been pretty damn good at Catalyst capture the flag. So it's a real kind of meshing of like, okay, we've got these 2 games out of the way. We're tied up at 1-1, and now we have that classic arena-style Halo for map number 3.
Yeah, it really is perfect. And also, how about for a swing game, right? For the go-ahead game in this series. It's quite a big deal, and you have to think if G1's able to get this one momentum-wise, they stand to possibly take the series. If C9 gets it, though, maybe it's just the deflating factor for G1. C9 going to look to clinch this game, go ahead in the series.
Love the way that G1 tried to continue that game number 2, though. Didn't throw it away. Wanted to bring anything that they could into game number 3 to put them in some good habits. Let's see if those habits can continue here. Game number 3 is live. Cloud9 versus G1, all tied up at 1-1 off the break. It's going to be Boo Boo with the first pick.
Kills be traded out right away. Man, this is going to be back and forth. Like you said, 2 base, 2 tower, classic CTF Halo on display in this game. It's a fantastic one for our game number 3. 3 dead for Cloud9. Bound was the last player alive, and of course, Bound gets it. Does not burn the camo, though. He's able to get the kill. The camo will still be down top middle.
I think it's still going to be shimmering, and you can also see the Swallows pressurizing the Cloud9 base here, so it's not going to be an easy overextension to get hold of that camo for Cloud9. As you can see, it's actually going to be burnt by Boo Boo Doo Boo. He tried to just get his head down and strong siding to keep the camo in their hands, but the camo will be a non-factor. So that was our first question in the game. Is the camo going to create an opening for a team? The answer off the rip here is no.
Throughout this tournament, different players on G1 stepping up at different times. Look at Squale already 4-1 in this game. Devin not too far behind, 3-3-1 for him as well. Good numbers from their side, but oh gosh, gets the help as well. Swish helping out Devin there on the util side, and so far good teamwork from the side of G1, though they will find themselves 3 dead for a moment.
I mean, you're looking at this strategy of both teams at the moment, and it's very, very similar, right? 2 teams just running at each other on that car side, trying to clean it out, and the first team to do so effectively is going to be Cloud9. That's going to be the last player falling here from Gamers First as well. Eco has a free run back to the base. Efficiency is something we always talk about. The first time the flag is moving for Cloud9, it turns up on the scoreboard. It's 1-0.
Let's not forget, Cloud9 did not really lead in that game number 1. G1 ran away with it. However, in the Slayer, once Cloud9 got out to a big lead, it was devastating for G1. They were not able to come back. Can they keep the composure in this game number 3 now that they've gone down 1 flag?
Big question. Big question. If they strike next and they manage to tie it up, maybe we see a longer game. But as you say, if Cloud9 get that second flag, then what does that mean for the mentality of G1? And how they approach the rest of the game. For now, it's going to be G1 who find themselves on the back foot once more. Stella has had a great start to this game as well. Maybe not showing up in the stats as far as a standout. He's only 5-4, but the positions he's been in, he's been such a nuisance to deal with for G1.
He absolutely has. Looking around to see where that last camo went. Camo's still up. It's been up for, I want to say, over 60 seconds of play at this point. Still going to be popping there, and we'll see who's able to get there. Right now, G1 with a lot of presence. Swish is the one who flies through and pops it, but he might get taken down. That's a burn of the camo. Unfortunate for G1, they weren't aware of that angle.
What a veteran play here from Stellar as well, right? A lot of players would have thought, oh no, the camo's up. I've got to maybe rotate back here. I've got to try and get a flank on top middle. He knows his teammates are going to do damage onto that player. He's just waiting for him to drop to what he believes is going to be safety. And now you can see Stellar wrapping back to make sure he's always in a position to finish off damage being done. Now he's dealing damage onto Swish, and somehow, some way, this man's still alive.
Superhuman. Just fights through everything, knows he can get the return, gets the help as well, and continues to challenge throughout it all, and that will bring the flag back home to base.
Couple of kills do go the way of G1 though. So it's going to be a little bit slower for now. It looks like a full reset on the map is about to occur. However, not for long, because Cloud9 lose all 4 players immediately. Now, how good are you at cutting off the overextension? How good are you at picking up those spawn kills, G1? Because we saw Cloud9 were perfect when they got that flag moving. If they can do something similar, this will be tied up at 1-1.
They get bound down again. Should be able to bring this one in. They don't have a ton of damage right now. Maybe looking for a little bit more before they bring the flag in. Boo-Boo's there, though, so this flag should go.
Eco manages to sneak in behind, and even though they do cap the flag, at what cost? Cloud9 get the kills, they get that flag moving, and Stellar should be able to rally this one.
Let's see what Swish can do. He needs to do as much damage as he can for the spawner, so he'll eventually be taken down, and I don't think that G1 has the distance across the map for the stop.
They don't, and it's the play from Eco as well. They just lost track of those players, and that's the difference, right? Cloud9 get a clean cap. They re-establish map control after they get there first on the board. G1, it was a little bit sporadic. It got a little bit messy. They lost track of a couple of players from Cloud9, and that's why it presented the counter cap opportunity.
2 dead yet again. Camo is up. Stellar versus Boo-Boo here on top mid, and a few parties coming to join in on the activities as well. Stellar's forced down here, so maybe an opportunity for a G1 grab. It will be Boo-Boo, but can he stay alive? It's been all camo burns all game, and another one will be burned as well. We knew the camo would be a huge prioritization for these teams, that it would become a huge factor. However, in the end, executionally, it's been burned every single time.
I think that also shows how much priority teams are putting on it, right? They cannot afford to let the other team get hold of it. So a burn is fine, even if it's you who goes down, as long as the opposition cannot use it to sneak behind you. You're going to be happy with the final result. Devon's going to pick up a nice kill onto Eco there. Great shots coming in from him. Currently sat at 9, 8, and 8. But the standout players in the game at the moment, you're looking at Swish on the G1 side. On the other side, you're looking at Penguin quietly going about his business. He's got 13 kills to his name.
Yeah, 13 and 9 already for Penguin. Bound versus Boo-Boo here. Boo-Boo has the height, Bound with the commando. Oh boy, and he'll get the damage on the swap as well on the finish. Very nice win for Bound. Newest part of this roster, but he already feels like he's a mainstay on C9 with the opening showings that he had with this roster.
Penguin just got such a big kill on the P side. Bound's going to wrap back now to make sure that flag doesn't get away. If Penguin didn't get that kill a few seconds ago, then Bound would have found himself in a 2 versus 1 inside his base. That would have meant that that flag could be thrown out. If he goes down, then there's a run possible for G1. However, that play was executed perfectly. Now G1 find themselves 2 dead themselves, but it's a mid-map stalemate at the moment as G1, excuse me, are down to 2. As Bound is looking to be a little bit sneaky there. You can see Penguin's just watching over him. If he can get damage down, then Bound might be able to pick up the kills. There's one.
Camo in just a few here. We're staying on board with Cloud9. They're up 2-1, 6 minutes on the clock, but they know they need more flags if they want to be more comfortable in this game. Let's get to an Astro listening with Cloud9.
I'm getting our thrust.
There.
They're P. One shot P1.
One shot the back right. One shot their flag on the commando.
Swish is their fridge. One in their P door, I think. Swish is going to be P2 probably.
Pink one. Pink one with thrust. That's the guy.
They're close. They're close.
I killed one. 3 P.
Nice. They go on our side or no?
2 P.
Oh, they're
No,
close.
not yet. No.
I'm car 1 right now. He's in their closet right now. Weak.
I swamped you with you, Adam.
Car 1.
2 dead.
They're back right. Switch. In their closet.
I hear you.
Yeah, he killed me. He's on the pistol. He's going for base. Car glass, yeah. Nice. Another one. Get the B engine.
They're courtyard weak to car jump. Car jump in their window.
It's car 1 on me. Yep, lives in.
I'll get him. The closet.
Yeah,
P2 squalling.
Kyle, Jesse, wait. One shot on their pistol. One shot on the pistol. Going to go front base probably. Heard that bound.
Stop their front base. Stop their front car glass.
Devin.
I need it.
It's on their closet.
Bottom middle. Inside, bottom mid.
Right side closet.
I hear you.
On the heady. One shot car 1.
Turn around.
Coming.
2 dead, boys. The closet weak, Boo-Boo. The bridge.
Yeah, weak. He's really weak.
Shoot, one shot. Absolutely in their flag, Boo-Boo. I'm trying to live.
I hit him with the nade. I hit them with the nade.
don't see him in the flag.
One shot window.
Nice.
They're fire weak.
Bottom mid, bottom mid, last one. Just sitting bottom mid.
Down twice.
Spawning engine.
Repo. 2 dead.
Spawning engine.
Throw it out and throw us back.
Kill bottom mid. Yo, they're stream stairs.
Okay.
And their closet to top weak.
I'm good. Bottom closet as well. He's still on their stream stairs.
Nice.
Dead.
One shot their top closet, switch.
And then their fridge. I'm looking high.
One shot.
Keep living, Ken.
High one. Nice.
Two fridge. Yeah, I'm watching your cross.
We have shots. They're weak now.
Well, as we jump back into the game here, I think we've just seen almost a masterclass in positional activity coming in from Penguin. Every single position he's put himself in has been relative to what a teammate is doing or where his opposition are. It's been brilliant to watch.
It has been brilliant, and how great to listen to all that during a listen-in, right? We get to see Penguin actually shooting every single call-out that was made across the team, and so much small talk for this team. Finally, by the way, Squally gets a camo and lives for one of the first times in the game. Still just a one flag game, but like you said, excellence on display for Cloud9.
Oh, look at that as well. A huge play coming out from Squally. That means that he's cleared out the pink side and also stayed alive with this camo. I thought for a second you might have cursed him as they picked up that power up for the first time, but now we get to see how important this can be. That's 3 kills now in a row for Squally with this camouflage. Let's see if he can get that flag moving.
Oh boy, he gets naded off of straight stairs. They were ready for that push, and Boo comes in, switch here as well. They're gonna try. C9 though hiding in the back of the base, just trying to force this camo to burn out. Eventually it will end. 3 dead. Eco, last player alive. Wow. Of course he wins the big 1v1.
Eco gets the kill. Eco is going to flank out as well. Get damage onto the flag runner. What a play that was from Eco. It was made possible by the fact that he had that thrust as well, just to evade that little bit of damage or maybe where that reticle placement would have been. But now Cloud9 is still struggling. You can see there's 3 dead. The flag is back at home for now, but map control means that there's going to be a pull coming in and Stella's getting hunted down.
Oh, Stella made a lot of noise there trying to get shots on the flag. He finally will be taken down. That means it's up to the 3 spawners here. G1 will look to tie with 2:30 left on the clock.
Now, last time they weren't able to control where those spawners were. They weren't able to get the damage, and this time it's the same story. You can see that Squally has fallen, and now every single member of Cloud9 is back alive. Oh. Another kill goes down. The desperation grenades come in. Switch and Boo Boo both go down. The flag is still off of the pole, and now they get the flag pull as well. Misplay after misplay on those respawners coming in from G1.
That flag's going back. This is going to be a counter with no flag in response. That was 3 dead. All the spawners pushing in. Eco now in the gen already. Momentary fumble, so the pushes will already be on the front base. They might wait and slay here.
You're going to take the safe option. That is wait, slay, pick up kills. You know that G1 are going to be desperate. They've already lost 2 players here, and Swish is desperately trying to stay alive as well, but Eco gets some damage down. Where is that flag, though? It's in the hands of Stella, and with only 3 players alive for G1, he might be able to brute force this one home. Stella drops it on the flag stand. He's going to slide towards it in 3, 2,
look at this.
1, 1.5, 0.5. He goes down! No, he's not!
2 dead here. Eco is there, though. Should be able to get the slide. Yes. No! It pops off the stand. That's unbelievable. They're unlucky on the animation. The flag pops off the stand. Is anyone on the flag? Now there's one more going in. It should be Penguin. Finally, the 4th player in. He will get the cap. Cloud9 will go up 3-1 with 70 seconds left. That's a dagger for G1.
Oh, that is a dagger for G1. It should be 2-2 at least in this game. G1 have not been good enough, not efficient enough at making sure those respawners aren't able to influence that flag run. They've had map control, they've had 4 dead situations, but they've got to deal with Penguin here. This man is shooting so well in this game. He's got 25 kills.
Oh my God, 23 for Stellar as well. Just look at the right side of the scoreboard. Devin's the first one to get to 20 kills. Big slays coming in from Cloud9. Now with 40 seconds left, you have to think it's once again just going to be Cloud9 who needs to slay for this final half minute to close out the game.
30 seconds and Cloud9 will go up in this series 2-1. And I know I've been very harsh on G1 in this game for maybe not making the most of opportunities, but you've also got to give a huge amount of credit to Cloud9, Andy. The way that they have held on in those difficult situations and got those clutch returns and clutch stops has been impressive.
It absolutely has here. 10 seconds left, and Penguin just patrolling the gen, making sure no one's coming in for the touch. He will be the gatekeeper. You shall not pass. Time will tick down. And despite last-ditch efforts from Boo Boo, that will be the game. Cloud9 will take CTF Aquarius 3-1 and take a 2-1 lead in the series.
3-1, the final score, as you say, and now Cloud9 find themselves 1 map away from moving through this bracket and keeping their hopes alive of getting back into that grand final, or maybe a little bit of a rematch against one of either Sentinels or OpTic Gaming a little bit later on. But I mean, for G1, I think we just saw how good they can be, but also maybe what's missing on that particular game type.
So surprised to see when they did not have a man advantage and the flag was down on the Gen bridge. They went for the run without any damage, right? They tried to force that run. They get stopped on the flag stand in the end, and it does cost them. C9 will pounce on those opportunities, and that's exactly what they did. 27 kills for Penguin, 24 for Stellar. Bound picks up 22. I know Eco might have been a bit low in the category. He leads the team in assists, and all around a fantastic effort for C9.
I wish we could actually have a replay including that listening at the same time, because you can see exactly why those stats from Penguin look like they do. A huge amount of damage, a huge amount of assists, just continually processing information and putting himself in the best possible position for his shields to come back while he's continually doing damage. It was a masterclass from Penguin on how to control Aquarius, capture the flag. If you're watching and you get the opportunity to go back and watch some of that Penguin POV, you're going to become a better player.
I mean, it was unbelievable. Also, the listening was so fantastic, and you're starting to see C9 once again find that final form. And really the story of the game was camo burn after burn after burn. But talking about C9's comms, so much of their communication is little things like this. Zane, stay alive, right? Zane, it's all about when the players have help and when they don't have help, where they need to push, where they don't need to push. And it's just really these little things. Look at this play as well, right? Boo Boo is here, so he's going to get the cap, but Eco, not on the scoreboard, but Eco gets the back whack there, and then that leads to their first counter. Really great stuff here. It was a fantastic game number 3 from both sides, but in the end, it was Cloud9 winning some very, very key battles to take the game.
I want to touch on the communication again a little bit, because you raised something that always makes me laugh. I see people like maybe who don't watch a huge amount of competitive Halo, competitive FPSs, they're tuning in, they're enjoying the stream, and then they're like, why is he just saying stay alive? Like, isn't that obvious to do? Like, but it's not just the command to stay alive. It's not what's being said. It's the information that means to the team. That means take your time, re-wrap, get your shields back in position. I am going to push instead of you. All of these things which are kind of not relayed in that, fully in that sentence, just condensed into something as simple and as efficient as it can be.
Yeah, it really is amazing. Even look at this, by the way. That's ridiculous to see that flag not capped. Spartan cap animation, just flag kind of comes back off the stand right at the last second. In the end, though, that flag will go in, so it will mean a 3-1 win for Cloud9. And I do think 3-1 accurately reflects how that game was actually played. I do agree it should have been 2-2. I think G1 could have looked for more damage at the 2-1 mark. It cost them that they didn't, and it led to a counter cap. 3-1's your final, and Cloud9 will lead 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's 3-1 because Cloud9 played the situations better. G1 let themselves down a few times on some of those flag runs that did go through, but that's done and it's in the history books now. Now they have to reset the mentality because we are moving into a control-based game type now. We're going to King of the Hill on Recharge, and this is going to be a very interesting one because our other control-based one, you're looking across the scores here, this is where G1 did kind of flourish a little bit earlier in the series.
Yeah, pretty one-sided in that Stronghold's live fire without a doubt, and once they took the lead, they did not look back. However, it's been just about the different story for the side of C9 in the next 2 games. As you say, King of the Hill Recharge going to provide a little bit of a different flow in this game and maybe an opportunity for G1 to get back in the series.
And if G1 do get back into the series, look at that game number 5.
Oh boy.
That's going to be Slayer Catalyst, and that is a coin flip at the best of times. We saw a... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we've seen G1 play very well on Catalyst this weekend.
Yes, we have.
So far.
Yeah, 100%. And also Cloud9, in those kind of games, they did clutch up against eUnited. I think actually, that was their game 5 that they had a little bit earlier on. So to beat eUnited shows that Cloud9 are pretty good at that as well. But we'll have to see if we are going to see Catalyst come into this series and have a say in what way the series does end up going. But King of the Hill Recharge, who do you fancy on this one, Andy?
I think just based off of the series we've seen so far, you got to go G1, even though C9 is starting to look dominant.
Okay.
And the fact that they right now are showing no signs of slowing. If raw game type alone, I'm taking G1. However, is the C9 momentum too strong, right? Is C9 starting to heat up in a way and maybe deflating G1? You have to see.
Got to disagree with you a little bit here. Very rarely this happens. Very rarely this happens. But I think this.
I don't blame you. I think it's is it about the way the game will be played, or is it about momentum? And I totally see where you're coming from. That C9's looking too strong.
Yeah. You're back on my side. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. But I just think with the way that Cloud9 actually controlled the map in the last game was a real good, significant pointer to me about how this one might go as well, because you are controlling areas of the map here in King of the Hill, right? You're not trying to kind of rotate a lot of the time. You're not having to do too much until that hill does move. So I think that the holds that we saw from the flag runs, for example, the holds that we saw on streets when the power weapon was coming up, I think that C9 just have a little bit more cohesion.
Sure.
However, You throw a shock rifle in the hands of one of the players on G1 like they were hitting those snipes in game number 1, it could be completely different. So I think the shock rifle control is going to be almost a bigger factor as anything in this. And with the talent in the teams that we're seeing at this stage in the tournament, the shock rifle becomes not just like a weapon which can pick up a couple of nice kills here and there. It becomes a win condition because of the efficiency the players hit headshots.
Absolutely, and you have to think about which G1 are we going to get? Are we going to get the Game 1 G1? Because that looked real good. Or are we going to get more of the G1 that we saw in the past 2 games where they're a little bit flat because Cloud9 is looking too strong, too coordinated? That's the question. Right now, G1 with their tournament lives on the line here in game number 4. C9 with a chance to advance yet again. Here we are into King of the Hill on Recharge.
Stella gets the first pick off the rip here, and that is massive. As that just means that G1 are going to be on the back foot at the start of this game almost immediately. Stella actually picks up a couple of kills, and now Booby's going to be last alive. That means full hill control, full map setup, and a camo all ready for Cloud9. The perfect start for them.
Yeah, what a start here for C9, and Eco's just going to stay alive. Unlike the last game, he's going to get away with that camo. A little bit of a fancy ogre twitch bottom middle as well, as the time is just going to continue ticking up. He'll grab a repulsor as well. 1 dead for each side, and the repulsor, bye-bye, doesn't even need to shoot him. Oh boy, see you later.
Now he's going to be on the flank, and now Eco's going to pick up 2. He's going to make it 3 as well. In fact, Bound's going to do it himself, and that's going to be 4 dead for G1, and that is just the perfect start here. There's nothing else that you can say coming in from Cloud9. And something that I love to point out as well is that Eco, even though he had camouflage, happy to sit inside of that hill. Why? Because everybody from G1 is in the death screen. So it doesn't matter who is in that hill for that 8 seconds or so. It means that he's just going to be getting guaranteed time. God. And now he is doing his best Dave Walsh impression. He is destroying everyone with plasmas.
This is devastating. And how rarely do you see this on the bottom middle hill? It's already over. That's the first point, and that's got to be one of the fastest recorded first points that we've seen in official HCS play in some time, possibly ever.
G1 being taught a little bit of a lesson here by Cloud9. This has been an amazing start, and it's all been because of this man on your screen. He's 5-0 at this point. Obviously, I curse him immediately and make sure that he picks up his first death, but G1 need to start locking down this long haul. They have managed to do that. Bound is last alive. He manages to do some damage, but gets picked off here by Predevinator, so now this is an opportunity for G1 to answer back.
Wow, Cloud9 outslaying around 15-8 just moments ago. That is quite a difference in the opening moments of the game, and unsurprisingly, off of the back of those slays, it leads to a very comfortable first point, but right now, some good control from G1. Let's see if they can get the right damage.
I love how Eco's playing this as well. You know, he's just given his position away to G1, but he's backed up, waiting for the rest of his team to get across the map before he has to re-engage and allowing Penguin to do what he does best, but now he finds himself as only 1 of 2 players alive. He won't be able to get that camo as well, and that means not just the power of the shock is now in the hands of G1 too.
Was 2 dead for C9. Oh, Squale with really an opportunity here. Knows he needs to play this right. Slowly going to flank around. Very nice job. Takes his time with Eco. Sees another one here. The time will continue ticking up. But he has to actually pop back to hill because they did not have the numbers they needed for that control.
And now you're seeing the respect from players, right? They know how efficient players are with the shock rifle. You saw Penguin there. Maybe in a lower bracket game, Penguin challenges, but you don't challenge against players like Squalleye because he's not been missing too many shots.
What a run from him. And like you said, that is respect from C9 to slow that down and know that they can't get away with challenging. Devin also with a remote detonation as well. And look at the rotate.
Rotate already here. So they've beaten Cloud9 to this next hill, and the scary thing here for Cloud9, what a dominating start it was. They got up by 1-0, but then they lose the next hill. They lose the rotation to the elevator hill, and I would say out of all of the hills that are on Recharge King of the Hill, this is the easiest to hold down.
Oh my god, timing is everything, huh? Squale looks away from mid-bridge, but in the end, he gets the last lap, picks up the double. Of course, it's a triple kill in the back of elevator for Squale. Bounds crazy. He's going to fly in. Squale there with the help from Boo Boo Doo Boo. Great teamwork, great work here from G1.
Squale's just a human turret at the moment. He's a Spartan turret, I should say, with his shock rifle in his hands. I mentioned how it's a win condition, and now you can see why. Locking down so many areas of the map that try and access these hills. If you've got a player like Squale, just hit body shots, headshots, there's nothing you can do.
Wow, did he ever play that perfectly? Holding the mid-bridge angle, backs off of it. The point will be recorded in just a second, but they're going to wait. They're going to wait and bake at the damage. It's a killing frenzy against Cloud9 for Squale.
Wow, this man's on fire. He's currently sat at 10-3 in those 10 kills. They've all come in a row. He was 0-3 to start this game off, and now he's starting to heat up for sure. And what a turnaround this has been in this game. G1 now in the lead, 2-1. Sword in the hands of Boo Boo, camo in the hands of Boo Boo. Penguin trying to survive.
Oh boy, Boo Boo plays it very, very well against the pillar. And all this off of the back of the timing and the damage here. Still 2 dead for Cloud9 and G1 really with some great game management here. Boo with another one, killing spree for Boo as well, and a double kill, back-to-back 2 deads. G1 will continue scoring, and they're starting to once again look like their game 1 form.
I mean, this is crazy. They're just picking them apart. At the moment, Cloud9 cannot get any kind of push going without being the first death. This time, they do get the first kills, though. Now they have a numbers advantage, but they don't have the weapons as Boo flies in to take down Bound.
Just like you pointed out, Mark, it has come down to control of weapons and power-ups, and oh boy, Penguin's gonna come in finally and actually challenge, but then have to stay along the box, so it will be 2 dead for G1. Still lots to play for on this back Hydro point. 2-1 though in favor of G1. They find themselves 3 dead.
Squall first spawner as well, so just trying to get in a position to maybe do a little bit of damage. He's got the shock rifle back in his hand, so important not to over-challenge Squall if you do see him from Cloud9, and trust me, they will be relaying that information to each other that Squall has shot. Devon's going to get the first pick, though. Now the push starts to formulate. Squall takes down Penguin, damage onto Eco as well. Boo, though, don't think he reacted to the call-out quite quick enough. It's 2-2 on the map.
Yeah, 2-2 on the map, but right now they're trapped in long. Swish is the last player really in position to make something happen in the back.
Quite sneaky as well. Looks like Cloud9 might have a read on where he is. Eco's trying to sniff him out. 3 players are going to sniff him out as well. Bound trampolines him off the back of recharge like we've seen so many people do, and controlling that repulsor is almost vital to the success of this hill, the underpass hill, because you can just hold the whole back spiral on your own if you're the player who's inside of that hill.
G1 looking so different in this game. If you only caught games 2 and 3, you'd be thinking, where on earth did this G1 come from? This is how good they looked in game number 1 as well, pretty much tied up on this 4th hill.
Camo coming up as well. Booby's going to pick up 1. Squalli's going to be challenging, doing good damage. But Eco also staying alive and exchanging that damage. Now he's going to have to back up, though. He's the last player alive. And G1, they get the hold, and they should have got the camouflage as well. So now Eco is trying to get in a position to keep pressure onto G1. He knows that point slipping through their fingers. He gets the player out the hill momentarily, but a player slips past it.
Wow, great play by Swish. That's a great play to slow things down even more. Let's see if it bought him enough time. They're going to try to hold C-Plat as best they can. Here comes the push. It's a desperate one from Cloud9.
Needs to be desperate as well, but it's got 2 players to deal with, and it is looking desperate. As you can see, Penguin's struggling a little bit in this game. He's currently sat at 6 and 12. 3 players fall. Even though Stella goes a little bit crazy inside of the hill, he's not going to be able to stop the team on his own. G1 go 3-1 up here, Andy. They're 1 hill away.
1 hill away, and they're looking just like they did in that game number 1. There's something about these control-based game types that they're able to really find their groove and get things going. 2:30 on the clock. And now up 3-1, they can slay a little bit. Look for the opening damage before they push into elevator.
Using that shock rifle to just make sure he's getting that reactive damage off of the pad from the shock to get that player out of the hill. Eco's just going to have to wait a few seconds before jumping back into it.
Just going to do it again.
He's just going to keep doing it. He's got plenty of ammo to work with as well. And this could be so frustrating here for Cloud9, right? Because that's just more time off the clock.
That's it.
They need to get 2 hills here.
Eco's just, I can't imagine the comms. He just keeps getting shocked out there and does not have any room to step in. They know they need to clear out tower, but they're going to need even more damage in order to get there. And he gets shocked out once again.
I can tell you exactly what you're saying, but depends if you want to work with me next event.
It depends on if we want the stream to still be able to be broadcasted here. 2 dead for the side of G1. Devon actually has the shock now, and he's going to continue to do that damage onto Eco. Eco finally gets the angle he needed, and it will be C9 scoring it again. They're about 50% done here on this hill.
Yeah, Stella's going to push that out as well. So Devon doing what he could to be just like a nuisance, a little rascal in the top of the tower, just keeping Cloud9 out for as long as he could. But now Cloud9 have complete dominance of the map. You can see Bound's responsibilities to deal with the player up on pipes. Eco's just dealing damage from inside of the hill. And again, showing a perfect example of what your hill player can do. It's not just a case of standing still. You need to be the player that takes focus away and deal damage. Now Cloud9 have 2 minutes exactly to get back into this game and tie it up.
G1 put a little bit of fight up for that hill in the end. They actually lose camo as well. But Stellar able to get it here. And with 2 teammates dead, he needs to make a big play to try to get a tied hill.
Boo-Boo's got that shock. Stella's coming around the corner. Oh, it had to be a huge play from Boo-Boo, but instead he gets enough damage down. Stella stays alive with the camo, but it's dissipated, so now the camo won't be too much of an influence. A little bit of time on the board on that bottom middle hill as we do completely reset things. Goes early on to the favor of G1 as Stella goes on a killing spree as he shaves the head of Squall.
My God, what an angle. And you have to wonder how G1 plays this. We've seen them previously, actually, just the earlier series today. They don't slay out on the last hill, even when it was bottom middle on streets. They want to win on this hill here, and right now, they're looking to play control game. They're not playing slay heavy. It kind of cost them on the last hill. Let's see what they could do here. Only 120 left on the clock.
Well, it's Cloud9 who have to make the plays, right? They're down by 1 hill. They need to do something to tie it up. That's why you're seeing Stellar just waiting for damage before they try and jump inside of that hill, but 2 players have now fallen. Boo takes a little bit of damage, but G1 now can jump into that hill because 3 players from Cloud9 have fallen. This is perfect, as now you're going to see Stellar trying to keep pressure on, but he just can't deal with multiple players from G1 just flying towards him and shutting him down.
Huge trade from Squale there. Eco picks up 1, Penguin picks up another, so 3 dead for G1. Bound, trying to stay alive as well. This would be big. Squale is still the last player alive. 54 seconds on the clock. Clock will stop, and this is down to the wire between these 2 teams.
It's a really good setup, though, from Cloud9. They're going to get the camo as well. Bound has camo inside a hill. That makes it even more annoying to deal with that player. There's a flank coming in from Cloud9 inside a turbine. That should deal with 1. That's going to be 2 dead. Boo manages to get the player outside of the hill, but Stellar, he makes it a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Cloud9, with around 48 seconds, still need time in this hill, though.
How does G1 play this? They just need to get the right damage to get the kills here, but first kill will go to Stellar. They need to trade this out if they can. Oh, God.
How weak Cloud9 are. G1. They get the pick onto Bound inside of the hill. Devon gets another one as well, even though Stellar answers back with 1. Now Cloud9 only have 2 members alive on the map, and time is their enemy at this point. Only 25 seconds. C9 need to go, and they need to go now.
And now G1's playing time, right? They don't jump in off of the 2-3 dead. They are 2 dead themselves, though. Eco with a lot of pings and a lot of kills. Still 2 dead for G1.
Oh, that's 3 dead for G1, and now there is a chance for a late run here from Cloud9 while Penguin is inside of that hill. That clock is going to stop. So Cloud9 still have a chance here. 1 more set of slays, and they tie this game up.
Oh boy, 2 dead again. Cloud9's going to get this one here. They're going to put it on with only 13 seconds left.
13 seconds left, but they still have to convert. They still have to convert, but it won't happen as Eco is left on his own. And G1 make a Herculean play towards the end of this game to clear Cloud9 off the map. That was massive. That was game-changing. And with it, we go to a Game 5.
Oh my God, talk about the late game composure, the perfect timing from G1. All they had to do was slay on the last 2 hills, and they waited until the last few seconds and the perfect time. They were 2 dead moments prior there. Amazing control. Players spawning in elevator, presence on C-flat, C-stairs. They find a way to get the kills they needed. We'll take a look at the stats here on your screen. Boo Boo Doo will go 20 and 16. Squale 19 and 14, and what a set of clips we saw from him in that game. And I had a feeling G1
you should have stuck with it as well.
Going to take that game, and they did.
They did, quite rightly so. I mean, I want to watch the end of that game back, to be honest with you, because it seemed like Cloud9 had done everything they needed to do in order to just about scrape that final hill away and tie that game up. But something fell apart. Maybe it was a big play coming in from G1. Maybe it was someone just getting caught off guard from Cloud9 and maybe some miscommunication on either side. But that's where we find ourselves. G1 after the fastest first hill we've ever seen, going in the hands of Cloud9, answer back. And it was Squale, I think, with that shock rifle in that mid game that really turned the tide.
I mean, amazing stuff there. What a pleasure to watch G1 play that entire game. And you thought Cloud9 back in the game in a big way as we take a look at some highlights, and they look like they were also going to tie the game up to force us into a full rematch of the game, but did not happen in the end. And Eco starting things off with great control coming in. And how about that first hill from Cloud9? I mean, that was a tone setter if we've ever seen one, but G1 answered back.
And this was the run we were talking about, right? Locking down the long haul. This was the important thing, but it was beating Cloud9 to this rotation to elevator as well. If you get Squale inside of the hill when he's already hitting a couple of shots, pushing your way through is almost impossible. The triple kill coming in. Bound tries to fly in to capitalize on the damage as well, but Squale's got the help. Squale's got the aim, and he just locked down the elevator hill almost single-handedly.
I mean, G1, they earned this game. When you look back at the highlights, perfect plays here. I mean, also like frenzy. By the way, absolutely ridiculous, and they also timed that rotation after that hill. Great stuff here from Boo Boo with the camo. Not easy to do against a player like Penguin, even when you've got a sword. And it was really great control here from G1, and things started to slip away just a little bit. In the mid-game, however, the clock will tick down. It's perfect timing on the last round of slays, and G1 will take the game and force us to a game number 5.
Well, the question was coming into this series, can G1 beat one of the big three? Yes, it's online. We should always have a little caveat of that, yes. But for the confidence and the belief of a team to beat a team like Cloud9, a 2-time event winner so far in Halo Infinite, in a tournament like the NA Super with so much money on the line, knowing that Cloud9 have flown out to Texas as well to play, this could be a statement series here from G1.
It really could. I mean, this would G1's already been such a talked about team, but this would undoubtedly put them on the map and into the conversation in a completely different way for Orlando and the World Championships. There's so much riding on this game number 5, not to mention a lot of cash riding on this single Slayer as well, we should mention. But you have to ask, did that game 4, did that arrest the C9 momentum? Does things now lean towards the G1 side of the stage? You have to think after a win like that, they're going to be pretty pumped up going into game number 5.
Let's look at the game type we've got in front of us as well. It's Slayer Catalyst, right? And that's interesting for a number of reasons. One, G1, CTF Catalyst have looked superb. Arguably the best team that we have in the HCS at that game type at the moment. And then you look across the series and you see Street Slayer 50-36, and it was Cloud9 all over in that one. This is a different type of Slayer, though. You don't have the same kind of tools to play with as far as weapons are concerned. There's not numerous things kind of dotted about. You have your kind of standard rifles around the place. You have your grapple, you have repulsor. There's a sword, there's a skewer, and an overshield. That's still quite a list, I will say. But it's not quite as extensive as you see on Streets. Right. It's not kind of as stifling as you see on Streets. And I think, I don't know how this was going to go based off that. It's going to be, I genuinely find it a tough one to call.
It is a tough one to call. And also when you think about what Penguin's able to do on a map like Aquarius, where he's sitting top mid, he's sitting top connectors and able to do damage like a turret, you don't have that equivalent on Catalyst, right? It's going to be up to G1 to compartmentalize these battles. Don't let C9 play their control-based game with their team shooting and their angles. Try to slow things down. Try to get this into the corners, into the hallways. Make this scrappy, because that's where G1 has succeeded.
They certainly have indeed, but let's keep in mind as we head into the final game of this series that Cloud9 beat eUnited in a Game 5 Slayer earlier in the tournament on this very map. The question is, can Cloud9 do what they do so often? Can they clutch up and stay alive in the tournament? Or will this be the story of G1?
That's the question. Do or die for both these teams. They brought it to a game number 5 here in your elimination semis. Cloud9, of course, the expected favorite. G1, the underdog. Can they do it here in the 5th game?
Look, that's more for poor Penguin. I mean, Penguin, I don't know what to say at that point. What I need to say is G1, that team shot was ridiculous.
Fantastic team shot, and like you said, fantastic forcing of the spawns as well. That's going to give them a free overshield for Swish, and C9 playing this slow. They want to wait out the overshield, wait out the damage if they can, but Swish with perfectly timed attack. They'll lose 2, but he should be able to pick up 1 here.
Baron's going to challenge. Still has a slither of overshield to work with as well. He's going to be able to grab the sword as the pressure is still already on the Cloud9 players from his team, but look at the answer back. Even though they didn't get the overshield off the rip, even though Penguin got melted quicker than an ice lolly in the summer sun off of his respawn, it's only 1 kill between the 2. As we see the skewer now in the hands of Stella.
All players on C9 have to rotate back just a little bit here, holding down this gold side of the map. Some good teamwork coming in. Bound's the first to fall. Those will be traded out, though.
Stella's trying to rotate back. It's great angles being taken here by Swish as well. Making sure that he can position himself well enough to stay alive after doing the initial damage, but look at that teamwork from Cloud9. You wanted an example to show a lecture hall, a university of esports, right, of baiting and switching. Take that clip from Cloud9, because it doesn't get any better.
I mean, Eco and Penguin just flying in to help each other out. Penguin's also going to avoid all the grenade damage, just hold the angle here, and this is what we talked about on this map. It's going to play very, very differently, and G1 actually answered back with a nice little 2v1 of their own, but here comes the collapse. Repulsor coming into play. Penguin's still behind the opponents, though. Great team shot, again answered back from G1, so just like that, so back and forth, we're tied up 10-10.
10-10, this is so close, and now you are going to see the difference being made by 1 shot like that from Swish. That's the opening damage, right? Takes no damage himself. That means now he can push, he can get aggressive, but then you've just got to deal with Eco, who hits some massive shots. Overshield goes to G1, though. That's 2 in a row now.
1 dead for each side. What could Boo Boo do with this overshield? Is he going to get 1v2 booed? He does!
Oh, no.
Takes down, and once again, you can't run straight into Cloud9. They will take you down with a perfect bait and switch. And as a result, the game will be tied up at 14.
I mean, this is ridiculous so far. Both teams' teamwork has been insane. Like, the trades that are coming in are almost instantaneous. And for Cloud9, I think you've got to say they've probably had the better start to this game, considering they haven't had the 2 power-ups in their hands. They still have the game tied up at 15 all.
Absolutely. Like you said, great baiting and switching. Great 1v2s of the overshields, and it's really paved the way for them to stay so close here. G1 able to get a 1-kill lead for the moment.
The Penguin realizing he's got no help here on this side of the map is going to wait for that help to arrive before they formulate another push. Booby's going to have a 1v1. Stanner's going to be there to help out as well. Now the teamwork exchange comes in from G1 as Penguin has to play his life. Swish is going to be challenging, but Penguin picks him off after that damage is done. And most importantly in that situation, Andy, he stays alive, keeping those deaths down as Squall takes him down into the death screen.
My God, I mean, very rarely do you see a Slayer that's this back and forth, this tug of war, 20 to 20, 21 to 20 now in favor of G1. Next overshield, 27 seconds.
Is there a grapple available for a player? Because that could be another opportunity to grab it. Kevin with the frag grenade this time. He's keeping it traditional with the sandbox. He's going to give a 2-kill advantage here. I love this from Squall. He's moving in with his skewer. He's trying to disrupt and take the attention away, but he misses the shot, and that could cost him. Penguin is going to put him on his back. Good teamwork coming in from Cloud9 once again. Multiple players swarming on the map. It's 22 to 22, and that's going to be the first OS that now goes to Cloud9.
What can they do here as well? Down by 1, sword in hand for Penguin. They do lose Stellar, but kills will be traded out, so still just a 1-kill game.
Eco's just trying to bait as well, you can see. Squall, he should be dealt with. Eco dealt with his own problems, and now you're seeing what a difference it can make. Cloud9 swing into a lead. Now it's only 1, but the pressure can be felt here by G1. They're flying forward, Cloud9. They want to damage. They want to take advantage. They want to get as much map as they can, as Penguin now decides it's time to slow it down once more.
It was a big play call from the side of G1 to go into the courtyard to try to win that battle. They lose the first player with the skewer, and in the end, C9 capitalized on the damage. It gets them a free overshield as well, but they're only up by 1. Let's go into an Astro listening here at the mid-game for the play call with Cloud9.
Yeah.
We're on the commando.
He's all the way out, all the way out.
Spikes.
He's trying to ape. He's still down here.
You're alone, Kevin. One top all over here?
Yeah, I'm gonna be alone. I'm gonna be alone.
Is there any way we can get
Our door, Kevin. He pushed through. Swish. Slow down here. On me 1.
He's on me.
One dead. And on skewer.
Two flanked, guys.
I'm going, Brain. I'm here. I'm here.
Both
weak. They're both weak. I'll hit.
On me, guys.
I'm coming. Kevin needs help.
One more. Two.
Both on the shoulder. I got one.
Got one.
Nice.
They're shooting me in the back.
Stay together.
Live.
On the door. I'm dead. I lived. Stay together, guys. Yo, I'm coming skewer in a second.
Watch out their main switch. Watch out their main switch if you have a nade.
Okay,
I don't have a nade.
30 seconds OV.
Watching high Brayden.
Careful, crossing back right there. Yeah.
Come back to you.
I don't see one low. I'm looking through the glass. I'm walling. Okay.
Okay.
I don't see a single thing.
I'm watching our flank.
They could be there.
Grapple's
up.
Wanna go for grapple?
We push that base. I don't even see anyone.
Third sword.
We could. I think they're just holding sword, Loki.
Good job. We have grapple.
Should I even try to grapple this, bro? Like,
there's spikes.
Yeah.
The only way you can.
I'm gonna grapple the skewer.
Top sword. They're medium.
Yep.
The second sword. That's 2. Nice.
They grappled, or is that you?
That's us. They have sword control.
Wait. Spikes.
On sword, 2.
Watching bottom.
If you guys can ping, that'd be great.
Alright.
One's
right there. One is right there.
We can't get rush right now.
No.
Okay.
How do we get that?
We have to put pressure on sword. If we can't put pressure on sword, we can't get it.
Yeah, 2 sword at least.
2 top sword.
I'm trying to get an angle. You want to push right a little bit?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yo, one little pit over here.
I'm coming in.
Two. I'm gonna die, I think. I'm probably gonna die, right?
Live. Stay there.
I'm here. Just good. We're not looking over you at all.
Oh, he's going for OB maybe?
On blue spikes.
Got him. Painter weak.
Yeah. I'm not there.
Yeah, you're good.
Over's good.
He needs help.
I'm looking Zen.
Nice. Now stay alive.
I'm in weak.
I don't see him.
I'm in weak. Okay.
Hold on. Do we have grapple still?
It's 2 in the flag.
I have 1. Should we all 4 just look at OB?
You can
look at sword. I'm looking at sword.
One on sword, yeah.
No.
So I can grapple him? On middle.
Their main ramp.
Yeah, so you can grapple it.
Stay alive, James.
I can't. Hold on. No. Back up. Just back up. On it. Look at it.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Oh, yo, then flanking bottom skewer.
Yeah, got me.
He threw it off.
He's coming up that ramp.
Alright, they're gonna have sword.
Up the ramp.
Watch out. Live.
Bottom skewer.
Honor mainer.
And we have been so fortunate with some of the listenings we've had so far today. Just the meticulous communication, trying to formulate the plays that are coming in. But the plays that are coming in right now are giving an advantage by just 1 to Cloud9 here. Andy, what do you take away from it?
I mean, my God, you saw great countering there from G1. 32-31 now. C9 will get the lead by 2, make it 33. And great work from G1 to put all that pressure on that overshield, and C9 not able to get the eyes they wanted on it. But this is how this map plays, right? Even when you have C9 having such control and such composure, it doesn't always translate on the scoreboard due to how segmented this map is. Boo picks up another one, brings the game within 2. Here's the overshield grab for Penguin.
This could be a game-changing overshield as well. I don't think Squally actually spotted him out there, but he gets the information. Squally had no idea. He gets taken down by Penguin. You can see the G1 are desperately trying to pressure him, but at least most of the overshield has now disappeared. It's kind of evaporated if you're a G1 fan, but Cloud9 now looking to use the overshield, looking to use the distraction to get aggressive, and he's going to get backstabbed here by Penguin.
Great shot from Penguin. Look at the route.
Wow.
Look at the timing. Picks up the double kill as well, and at a very, very pivotal time. Now it's 37-34.
Arguably one of the biggest swings we've seen in the game, the biggest leads we've seen in the game. And it's only still 3 kills or so. Separating these two teams. 3 minutes 20 left on the game clock as well. Keep that in mind. As we're going to see the weapons popping up in a few moments' time as well. It looks like repositioning for the skewer is the play call here from Cloud9.
Penguin, by the way, 14-7 right now, this man on your screen. In a game that they lead by 3, he is +7 with 14 kills, putting the team on his back in game number 5.
And this is the angle that you could hear in the listening that was caught a few moments ago. Eco saying, you know, I can look through the walls, I can look through the wall here, that fountain, you could see through that. You can see if there's players on that hallway. Penguin manages to pick up yet another one. That's 15 for him now, but still a 3-kill game. Make it 4 for the first time. It's a full team wipe, the difference between the two teams.
2v2 on the map momentarily. All players up now, though. And heavy presence on the gold side of the map. Penguin looks to join the party as well, but there's a lot of G1 presence here.
Whoop! Player zips over the top of Boo. Unfortunately, you can zip, but you're going to get cut down again by Penguin. Swiss tries to challenge as well. Penguin is having a massive game here, although Squally, that's just as important to win that fight.
Yeah, Squally gets one more to keep the game relatively close. 43-40. This one's going down to the wire in game number 5. Swish popping off as well to bring the game within 2.
He had to win that fight. If he doesn't win that fight, that could have been the game. Now he allows teammates to come in and respawn near them. They have the information where Cloud9 are, and that overshield is coming up as well. Cloud9 are a little bit trapped in the base at the moment.
What can Eco do? He's going to find a lot of presence on gold side. This might be a G1 overshield just based off of that, but Penguin's bottom. No, Penguin's spikers. For a second, I thought he had snuck across the bottom here. So 2-kill game. This overshield could decide it.
It could well do. It could well do. And now if I'm Cloud9, all I'm thinking is don't let G1 get it full. If we have to commit and we have to throw ourselves off the map, then maybe we do that, but Stella's going to make a play. Takes out Boo Doo. Now they have that numbers advantage. Surely this is an overshield that will go to Cloud9. Bound's going to move forward smartly, but no, he gets absolutely melted. Devon's taken down a one-shot. Bound's trying to clean up the damage. Penguin's going to do it. It's still a 2-kill game here.
Oh my God, and just when you thought Cloud9 had it, 46-43. Should be traded out. Now his game's still within 2. 46-44. Where is that overshield bottom middle?
I don't know if it got burnt, if it got dropped. I don't know if it was just completely and utterly melted, but Penguin,
there it is,
has 60 seconds left in this game alongside his fellow teammates on Cloud9 to just hold on at this point. Cloud9 having this sword is massive, though, because they don't have to do anything. They can hold the line knowing that Penguin has one of those lanes cut down.
Did it despawn there? Or we don't think it was grab based on the POVs that we've had. That could have been a despawn. Looks like the overshield may not be a factor, but we could be proven wrong. 46-44, 36 seconds on the clock. It's absolutely a factor here.
This could be the last push of the game. Cloud9 only need 4, 30 seconds left. G1, if they win this fight, though, they could win the game. And I wonder if Cloud9 are just going to run away at this point. Just stay alive.
Little rotate here from Cloud9 to make sure they're not getting flanked. Boo actually trying to spike out the base from the spikes. Swish also trying to capitalize on the damage, and now here comes the G1 push.
10 seconds left as well. It has to come in now. Devon's got a pulsar. He gets 1 as well. Devon gets 2. Surely he gets 2.
My God!
Up, and G1 go into a lead. Oh my God! G1 cold as ice in those final moments, and G1 knock out Cloud9.
Oh my God, 48-46 is your final score in game number 5. Boo Boo gets the opening damage with the spike. Swish pushes in as well, and Devin comes in with the repulsor, wins a 1v2, and they will take the game and the series to knock out Cloud9. My God.
I'm in shock, genuinely in shock with how that game just ended up, concluding. That was absolutely, forget about the stats. It doesn't matter whatsoever. It was that last few moments of that game. The last few moments of that game, Cloud9 win those 9 times out of 10. But this is G1. We were asking, can G1 beat a team like Cloud9 in those moments? We just found out.
And they did not get the sword launch. Devin comes up there. That should have been an easy sword kill on the jump up. Instead, Devin turns it into a 1v2. And all Cloud9 can do from their death screens is watch them go 4 dead. That was 46-44. It's a perfect 4 dead.
Yeah.
They win the game 48-46. That was the most unbelievable end to a game we've had all weekend long. G1 takes down Cloud9.
I just watched Stella pick up the sword, and he's probably thinking, I got to trade here at least. I just noticed as he came around that corner, Devin, he had that repulsor. Here is the replay in those final moments. Look at the score here. It's 44-46, Andy. You get the feeling that Cloud9 have got the map control here as well. They've got the information where the push is coming in.
I'm so glad we get to watch the full 36 seconds. This is unbelievable. Like you said, full Ivy side control here for Cloud9. Now they rotate back to the base because they do not want to get trapped on Ivy. It's a great rotate. They actually out-rotate G1. Look at this. Look at the damage, though. Ready? Boo Boo spikes out. These spikes hit. Look at the damage. Swish now right away comes in from the gold side. He's going to start doing damage. They're still okay. Penguin, look, he should have the angle here on Devin.
The difference is Swish makes that distraction, doesn't get the lunge. Devin, a little bit of desperation, and then the repulsor back to get the double kill, a simple double kill. He keeps his shields as well, and with all of that distraction that's going down, with the deaths falling on that side of the map for Cloud9, that the other 2 players just get collapsed on. It's a magnificent push coming in from G1.
Imagine, and as you can see, we couldn't imagine, can the G1 comms at that moment when they win that game? They have got to be popping off massive credit and congratulations to G1 for their highest placing of the season so far, and they're not done yet. But what a time to do it here at the Super.
What a time to do it, and let's give it even more credit because they were 1 game away from being out of the tournament twice.
Wow.
So it's a monumental effort. I mentioned a Herculean effort in that King of the Hill game. That's what it was from G1. They've turned up. I think they've silenced maybe a few of the doubters. G1 are the real deal here, and I'm sure they're looking not only forward to the rest of this tournament, Andy, but I'm sure they're looking forward to Orlando as well.
Man, if I'm sweating, I can't believe what G1's doing.
I don't know why I've got a thick t-shirt and a jump.
Oh, God, that was down to the wire. One of the best series that we've had the pleasure of casting in a long time, and we can't believe we're saying it, but C9 is out at the elimination semifinal. Not what a lot of people expected to see, and G1, they live up to the hype. They've not just placed top 4, now they've locked down top 3, and we said at the beginning of the series that the conversation around this team would change if they won this series. It's officially changed, right? Now we start to talk about Orlando. Now we start to talk about Worlds, and guess what? They're not even done yet.
That's the crazy thing, right? It's we're always waiting for a team to beat one of the big 3. That's our kind of our benchmark. It's like eUnited, the gatekeepers of the top 4. With all due respect from them throughout the season, that's been the case. Now they've beaten one of Cloud9. Now the question is, can you go on?
Yep.
Can you beat an OpTic? Can you beat a Sentinels? Can you call yourself a champion? We're going to have to wait and see if that is what happens for the rest of this season for G1. But for now, it's time for us to go back to Lottie and the guys on the desk because G1, they beat Cloud9.
They certainly did. I just want to say that's probably my favorite replay package we have had. Watching your reaction there, lads, was insane, and rightfully so, because G1 were absolutely incredible. I've got to say, when it came down to those final moments, Clutch, it actually looked like we were seeing the opposite sides of teams here. I felt like the push that G1 made in such a small time frame they had to work with was that teamwork, that energy that Cloud9 usually shows up with. So that flip was just absolutely incredible to see.
Yeah, I think so often, I mean, in the history of Halo, Dave, you look back at some of the closest games in these Game 5s, and what happens is the team with the lead, they start to play a little bit slower, they start to play a little bit more restricted, almost on their back heels in a sense, and the second that a team does that, that creates opportunity to get space, get damage, and get an advantage that gives the other team a chance and a life at coming back, at creating that moment, right? I think we saw it in the eUnited versus FaZe CTF Aquarius game yesterday, where eUnited turtled back in their base. FaZe made them pay for it. Right here, we're seeing G1 swarm because they have no other option than to swarm, and Cloud9 ran out of space, and because they ran out of space, they made themselves easy targets.
It's all about being on the same page. In a situation like that, as you highlighted, Wes, G1 all know we're flying, we're charging.
Yeah.
Whereas Cloud9, they're kind of in one of two camps. They're saying, well, we have someone weak here. Do we charge and trade this kill out? Do we back down? And so you have differing views, differing opinions, and you don't have a lot of time to talk through that strategy at that moment.
No.
You are up against the wire, and in your eyes, I'm hightailing it, and your other teammate's fighting a fight over here, and it just goes disastrously for Cloud9 at the end.
I feel like Cloud9 knew exactly what they were up against here as well, because in this final game, we heard their comms as well. They were really kind of retreating back on things. They were questioning what they wanted to do. They know how good G1 are, and we definitely heard that coming across the board here. You know, in moments like this, we see Penguin popping off. We see so many different players doing everything that they can to take this one across the line. But G1, they were too strong. Their aggressive, flying nature really started to push C9 over the edge, and goodness me, G1 are looking absolutely insane.
Yeah, Dave and I were watching this one in the back, and just the plays Penguin was continuously making were incredible. His patience, the way he was positioning himself, his use of the sword, absolutely phenomenal throughout, felt like the entire game. But somehow, some way, the score never seemed to change really, Dave. It was always a 3-kill lead for Cloud9, and as long as G1 kept it within striking distance, that always gave them hope for a chance at the end.
That was so rough there, that finishing part there from Penguin. He had been so good, like you said, the entirety of that game, especially with the sword, and he's round that corner. He's basically one shot, and unfortunately, he creeps up too soon. It's a little bit too far away for that lunge, and, you know, it all starts to spiral out of control from there. So really unfortunate situation there for Cloud9, but I've got to say, G1 played that perfectly. Absolutely incredible. I tell you what, though, we have an interview, lads, and we have Boo Boo, who's going to come in audio only, but it's so good to hear from you, Boo Boo. First of all, congratulations. That was just absolutely incredible. And before we get into kind of what you guys managed to achieve, I want to know how you were feeling going into this one versus Cloud9, who have been absolutely amazing all season long, but this was your time to shine. You managed to do so. So what did you kind of go into this series thinking, and what was the mentality like?
Going into the series, we just told ourselves to play our game. We had a really good series versus eUnited, and we were obviously like pretty hot. So the fact that we just came out with that W, those game 5s are like the games you live for, and that was some of the funnest Halo I've ever played. So I couldn't be prouder of my teammates, and hopefully we can keep it going. It's take a break now and watch OpTic first Sentinel, so we feel good.
Hey, Boo Boo, it's Clutch here, and big fan, first and foremost. First off, I want to say you're playing absolutely lights out this weekend. Love to see you kind of hitting that rhythm that I know you're capable of, and it's honestly something that, if you've been paying attention to what I've been saying about you throughout this season, is something that you've been lacking. I think your stint on FaZe left a lot on the table, and I was wondering, where's the Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo I know that takes over games, that is sneaky, making camo plays, just changing the outcome of games with their individual play style? What is it about this G1 roster that has allowed you to kind of reinvent yourself here in Infinite and find your groove, find your rhythm, and more importantly, start dictating the outcome of games and series like you have?
I mean, I could say a lot when it comes to that. I haven't had like the best showing in Halo Infinite so far, and like I understand that, so I just put my head down and work. I was able to like choose from a lot of different rosters who I wanted to go to after FaZe, and after running games with these guys, I felt most comfortable with them. They let me play my game. They actually play OBJ, which I haven't been around OBJ players. Usually I'm the only one doing it. So
yeah, it's pretty
now that
nice.
I'm surrounded by players that do OBJ, they play for the win. I'm able to do what I want on the map, kind of, and it feels good on this roster for sure.
It looks good to me.
Yeah. Lastly, I got a question for you, Boo Boo. At first, I was gonna troll and be like, Boo Boo Doo Boo, how are you? But I will not do that. Instead, I want to ask you kind of a little flip one here. Like you said, you're gonna be watching Sentinels versus OpTic. Rather than asking you who do you want to play, I want to ask you who do you think is going to win this next series and why? Because you've played against both these teams, you've seen their play style. Yeah. Who's gonna take this next series?
Sure. I think it's gonna be close. It really depends what kind of Sentinels we see, but usually on Championship Sundays, they come out. So I'm expecting them to play good. OpTic, they're on point with like all their stuff, I'm pretty sure. So it's gonna be a crazy series. I don't know who's gonna win this. If I had to lean towards one, I'd probably say OpTic. But you know, you can't count Sentinels out. I know a lot of people like sleep on Lethal, but he always shows up on Championship Sunday. Sorry, I'm stuttering. My mouth is dry. But yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards OpTic, but it's gonna be anybody's game, honestly.
It definitely is going to be a difficult one, Boo Boo, but I tell you what, that series that we just watched on our screens was absolutely insane. You had us on the edge of our chairs. I'm really excited about this elimination final and who's going to be dropping down with you guys, because honestly, they're going to be worried. Watching that series that you just had against Cloud9, whoever it's going to be, are going to be pretty scared about going up against you guys. So congratulations, best of luck going forward, and thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. We heard from Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's so humble. He's so humble. But you know, look, he knew exactly what this team was going to bring, right? You know, we had that question coming in. You asked it to Boo Boo. You know, what did you see? What was the potential here? And he was like, look, I had a lot of opportunity. I played with them, and I mentioned the vibes of this team that they're kind of coming across the board with the chemistry. It's working, and my goodness, is it pushing results out? And I got to say, G1 needs to be super proud of themselves right now. Keep that up. Take that momentum. Run with it. But let's take a look at the elimination bracket to see the results that have been delivered in that series. As you can see, G1, I can't believe I'm saying this, have taken Cloud9 out of the tournament. It's not often we get to say that. And G1, they are looking absolutely insane right now. I gotta say I'm a little bit surprised by that, but I'm also really glad, and I gotta say as well, I'm gonna retreat back into my little chair here. Clutch, that wild card was absolutely insane from you. So really, really excited to see where G1 are gonna go from here and how many more upsets that they're gonna take. Do you think that they can do this?
I absolutely think they can do this. If you've been watching G1 in scrims, they've been competing with the best of the best. The Sentinels, the OpTics, although they've fallen short, maybe as of recent in the past week, over time throughout Kansas City and now since the pickup of Boo Boo Doo Boo, they've been competitive. And that gives me hope for their opportunity, not only in the elimination finals, but in the potential grand finals, that they can ride this momentum wave. These guys are good, man. I've been trying to say it for a long time. It's about time they step up and do it themselves with the gameplay. And I mean, like, we could talk about predictions, but it's really, all of that's like out of the window and none of it matters. It's always going to come down to who's going to step up as a player and who's going to start making plays. We're starting to see Squall on a frenzy. We're starting to see Boo Boo Doo Boo making plays, and that's just beautiful Halo. Like, and the more top teams we get, the better the atmosphere is in the Halo competitive community, and I love to see another team figure out that next step of that elevation of Halo that we see Sentinels and OpTic and Cloud9 always play at.
Absolutely. It's always lovely to welcome another team to that mix as well. Let's look at the mix currently as it is in the winners bracket, because we do have our winners finals happening very shortly. Sentinels versus OpTic Gaming. I think a lot of people would have read this coming into it, that this is going to be a winners final we'll potentially be seeing based on recent results here. But this should be an absolute banger, Walshy. What do you expect out of this match?
Gosh, I mean, every single time these teams go up against each other is just a battle. But I think Boo Boo kind of highlighted well. It's like the Sentinels that you see on Sunday are different than Sentinels you see throughout the rest of the weekend. So I kind of throw out the results from Friday and Saturday going into this one. I think we're going to see Sentinels coming out hot, and I'd be scared to play them.
Yeah, it's going to be worrying for sure, but I've got to say, I've been saying all weekend long, OpTic have played like they have things left in the tank, and I think those are going to come out to play here, if not leaving a little bit for that grand final spot, hopefully for them as well. So this should be a really, really, really big series. Folks, we're heading to a quick break, but you know what happens next is going to be that winners finals we've been talking about. Absolute revenge grudge match on the cards, folks. You're not going to want to miss this one, and we'll catch you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. A massive 50,000 USD prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ? The lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1. Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide out. He misses the beat down, he snaps. Oh my God! Wobbling that wings is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the HCS. We're here for the NA Super Is Championship Sunday, and we're at the winners' finals. Gaskin on set. This one is sure to be an absolutely incredible match, unless OpTic decide to get that massive rush out, which has been growing pretty much the entirety of this weekend, and to sweep Sentinels once again. Look, they are the janitors here. They're the janitors of the NA Super.
All
they
four
are.
of them need to do it together.
Indeed, they do. You know, look, they have been sweeping all weekend long, and it has been absolutely amazing. Very, very clean. But this is how I like to see this series, this winners finals, right? We've got what is like the sports car, which is OpTic of the HCS, versus like the monster truck of the HCS, right? One very, very clean, one very gritty, likes to get down into it and doesn't mind if they go down every now and then, but they can climb back, right? So this is how I see it. Monster Truck goes over the hurdles, but we need OpTic to be nice and clean and happy in their own way and getting on that track right. So what do you see when you come down to this series here, Gaskin? What are you looking for?
If we are going to continue going down your analogies of cars, if you want me to put it in that way, it depends on the track.
Yes.
Here, what's the series layout like? Who's it going to favour? Is it going to be a nice sleek track for the sports car, or is it going to have lots of humps and bumps for the monster truck? This is the tellers all the time. These guys keep matching up. They are two fantastic teams in very different ways. OpTic have looked pretty flawless, it has to be said, but Sentinels are a different squad when it comes to Sunday. We always say that every single tournament. They don't really show their full hand on Friday and Saturday, but now this is the big one. This is where you really have to put all of your cards forward. So I'm excited to see whether Sentinels can match this unbeatable OpTic Gaming so far.
This is very true, and this is going to be a story, right? You know, Sentinels looking really good, though, find themselves in the winners bracket, in the winners final. They only have gone down 2 maps so far in the entirety of this weekend. What do you make of Sentinels right now? We haven't seen a whole bunch of them on our broadcast, on our screen. They weren't on the B stream, of course, but obviously, like you said, it's a different squad on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I don't really pay, as weird as this sounds, I don't really pay attention to what Sentinels do until Sunday. You expect them to get to Sunday, and then it's like, okay, right, now we can talk about Sentinels and how dangerous they are. I think they've done everything they needed to do. I think they'll be pretty happy with the games that have gone down, the series that have gone down. They haven't seemed too troubled, a couple of maps lost here and there, but overall the series have been pretty convincing. There hasn't been any game fires or anything kind of that worries you, so to speak. But the worrying thing, I think, for Sentinels is how clinical the OpTic have been so far. But at the same time, I still think there's a mental game here that goes on. Even though both teams aren't sitting across from each other, even though they're not staring at each other, even though Frosty's not going to be shouting across the stage every time a kill goes down, there is always that thing with Sentinels and OpTic. Sentinels, the majority of the time, get the better of OpTic. And I just wonder if that mental hurdle is still going to be there for them. I don't think it is anymore. I think that OpTic now just see this as another series. They're not worried that they're playing Sentinels. They're worried about playing their game, and I think that's really important for them.
Well, somebody who needs to play their game is indeed our USMC service record, and that is in the form of Royal 2. This guy is absolutely disgusting, and I've got to say, has been turning up this weekend as well. You're seeing some of the statistics there as well from the last couple of replays. We showed 23-9, 22-18, just crazy stuff happening, even with objective work being done too. This guy has been absolutely insane this season, and when he gets started, we know that he can check a couple of the players on OpTic. It happened back in Kansas City on that bat ledge, and Formal knows, rightfully so, what happens when Matt starts heating up.
That was the moment, the moment that really sent OpTic into a spiraling downward trajectory that ruined their entire tournament. If Royal 2 can do a similar thing against OpTic Gaming, no reason why he couldn't just ruin their mentals all over again. Different in online competition than LAN competition, that has to be said, but we have to commend how well Royal 2 has played since he came back into this roster after his suspension or whatever it was, and now we're going to see how he can just build with this Sentinels team. I do think they seem to be getting better and better as tournaments go on.
Yeah, I do, and I think that the work that goes into for Sentinels is as important, if not more important, than any other team, right? I mean, the dominance that they had at the start of Halo 5 was all built upon just a practice regime that was matched by no one. And now you're looking across here and you're looking at OpTic and you're probably thinking this is a team who are matching that practice regimen, who are trying to match it. And I think that Royal 2 has been such an integral piece, and now that they have the practice under their belt, they've got the championship under their belt, there's no more excuses for Sentinels not to be looking to be in a grand final and beating everyone they go up against. And Royal 2 is such an integral part to that. He's one of the best players ever. And he just continues to look like one of the best players ever every time we see him.
Well, I'll tell you what, a team who's trying to make them look fairly average, to be perfectly honest, is OpTic on the other side of things. And they've been making teams look average all weekend because they have been so clean. They've dropped 0 maps so far in this tournament. They're looking pretty damn unstoppable. And the only thing that we could maybe say they could have cleaned up on is a single round on Oddball dropping to Fnatic. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. When you're looking at a clean tournament like that, Gaskin, it's really hard to fault these guys.
I think a tournament where you haven't dropped a map so far is impressive. What's more impressive is that a lot of times, some of these games that OpTic have played, they would have dropped a map. There's been a couple of times where the other team has been on like 240 points in strongholds, and OpTic may have just faltered in those final moments, but they've not. They've been getting those comebacks. They've been having those clutch moments. Lucid getting 3 kills when he's the last alive. Things that haven't necessarily gone their way in competitions as of late, but are starting to flood their way in this tournament, and everything is leading towards what should be an OpTic victory. But Sentinels are their kryptonite, and I think that is the scary thing. I think OpTic know that, I think Sentinels know that, and that is what is going to create such an incredible series here.
You're not wearing green today, Dan.
Slipped it in there though, didn't you? Just like, there should be an OpTic. Well, you had to, didn't you?
I'm wearing purple.
Have you got green underneath?
I don't even... Well, we don't need to go how far.
He's got an OpTic shirt.
How much
I disagree.
OpTic Gaming.
I disagree. I do disagree. I think the Sentinels are still the favourites coming into this series. OpTic have looked great, but OpTic have looked great on day 1 and day 2.
Just checking his temp. He does think
OpTic have looked great in day 1 and day 2 of LAN tournaments all year long.
True.
It's a little bit worrying,
Sunday,
I
and they're
think.
playing against Sentinels.
It's true.
I think it's really...
They're the ones that have something to prove here, not Sentinels.
I think it's 50-50. I think it really is. I think when it comes to online especially, you know how solid OpTic are. And I don't think it's anything to do with the fundamentals of what online brings. I think it's more about the mentality, the pressure, or lack of. They're in their facility, they're with each other, they know, what they need to do together. I think when it comes to LAN, there's a little tiny bit more pressure that OpTic just haven't quite figured out yet. So this is going to be difficult. I think the series is going to be really, really close. But I'm excited to see who does take it.
There's one more thing as well. You've got to remember this is a winner's bracket final, right?
Yeah.
So the team who wins this goes into the grand final with a series advantage. If OpTic can do that, that is huge for them. Just mentally, that hurdle they get over is absolutely massive. For Sentinels to have to beat OpTic twice, if they get back to a grand final, of course they've got to be G1 if they do want to do that, if they fall down. Like G1 are waiting for one of these teams who are on fire at the moment. That's a tough ask. And I think this is probably the most important series of the entire tournament for who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I think so. Really, it's a battle of the favourites, right? Especially through our predictions as well. It really is a battle of who is really taking the fancy here of this
That's why I
tournament.
also had to go with Sentinels, because I had predicted them, so I didn't want to go back on that.
Then there you go.
This is why we hate talent predictions. We don't want to do them, everyone. They make us.
No, they do, seriously.
Yeah. Anyway.
Mine is still better than Wes's.
Anyway, I think the series is just about ready to go. We're going to talk to our casters right now who are taking you through this winners finals. We have Clutch and Walshy on the mics. Gentlemen, this is going to be a crazy one. I am honestly 50-50 on this. How are you guys feeling about it?
I think it's a coin toss, Dave. I'm going to let you kind of do some deep diving into this one because I'm just going to keep digging a hole no matter which way
I tend to agree. I do think this is a coin toss. I mean, all the factors combined there that Sentinels have over time proved that they consistently play better on Sunday when it counts the most. OpTic have been favorites throughout most of the season, especially online. We can't deny the fact that there's going to be a slight difference here since we're an online event versus a full LAN event. So, I mean, OpTic many a times have come out ahead online during those pro series, during those online circuits. So it really is going to be so close to call here.
I mean, so many different factors. You could talk about Sentinels flying out to Texas to be together on a lower ping to be able to potentially combat against the best team that we do have online in OpTic Gaming. But, I mean, throw the internet out the window. It wouldn't matter if these guys were on main stage right now here in front of us. You know that this one is going to be a banger of a series. You know that this one is going to be the best Halo we see all weekend, potentially. These guys let nothing loose when they go against each other, and right now we're kicking it off with Aquarius CTF as game 1 day. But as we take a look at the rest of the map pool, anything stick out?
One thing that sticks out to me is we're not seeing any of the new stuff here in the series.
Love that.
We don't have the King of the Hill. You don't have any catalysts. So these teams and players have been practicing all these modes all year long. There is no excuse as far as, oh, well, we weren't as well practiced on this or that, or didn't know this trick or corner. It's going to be the same bag of tricks here on all the maps.
This right here is a Richie Hines special. You start with the winners finals or the grand finals and you build down, and yep, you got to have the new map mode combos in there, but when you go against the two best teams in our tournament, you want them tested on the most tried and true game types. Aquarius CTF is as basic as it gets in Halo, something you carry on from 3 to Reach to 5 to now Halo Infinite. These guys on both sides of the stage have been competing across all of those titles for so long, so this is nothing new to them.
No, but I think it is going to set the tone for the series because it's the same as winning like the opening Midship or Heretic CTF.
That's a big win.
Or, Aquarius is very that symmetrical arena style CTF, and it's just like, here's just straight up Halo. Halo doesn't get any more Halo than this style map and game type.
Yeah, I think that usually the winner of those map modes are typically the better team, right? You don't get to out-rotate them on like a Construct King or something, and that's a little bit more unorthodox. So we're going to learn a lot about how these two teams are playing here in game 1. Looks like we're loading into the map now, and I hope that we can start on board with Lethal. We saw it in the Boobadooboo interview. coming from the last series. He said, Lethal, you can't underrate him. On Championship Sunday, he's been a player for me that maybe hasn't statistically been playing the best on Sentinels, but recently in scrims, let me tell you, Dave, he's been picking it up. I'm hearing great things about his play, and if he can hit his stride, he's going to give Sentinels that much more.
And such a crucial trade by Lethal to take out his old teammate APG there. I almost got to fault APG there for that trade in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
APG closed too much of a gap and gave him the 2-shot melee opportunity, and Lethal's going to take that every day of the week.
Yeah, Lethal, the reason Sentinel's able to combat the opening success of OpTic Gaming, because Lethal gets 2, of course. Starting this one off the way Lethal needs to, a champion in his own rights, one of the greatest to ever do it, arguably the greatest to ever do it, trying to continue to build to his accolades. Starting off game 1 on the right foot, and so is Lucid. He's picked up the camo, he's picked up a couple kills, and map control goes to OpTic Gaming.
We've covered a couple All-Stars already, but it doesn't get any more of an All-Star in Halo Infinite when we talk about Lucid and Frosty. Yeah. And so to see your superstar take down their superstar in a 1v1 fight, that's one of the things that you love to see as your teammates, and you're just like, all right, we are winning our 1v1s. We are doing this.
Yeah, when you see him win a fight against Frosty, that's a big statement. But since then, Sentinels have been able to come off respawn, and they killed all of OpTic Gaming, removed him from the map, gained some map control, even got the flag on the move momentarily, but it was Formal that shut that one down. And although Sentinels looked like they were going to get the first potential flag on the move, it is going to be a return coming through. OpTic Gaming not letting it go that easy.
Back to even, and with camo coming up soon, I don't expect either of these rosters to push it too far just yet. If they do, they're going to use it more as a distraction to acquire that power-up.
The heat wave, the thrust, look at Formal cycling not only his thrust to get a couple of kills back at his base, but immediately goes for theirs. 4 dead for Sentinels now. OpTic Gaming look to be aggressive and potentially take the lead here.
And I like this. APG, even though he's near top center, instead he decides to take up some more ground on the Sentinels half of the map, creating a better opportunity for one of his teammates to grab that camo. Anytime that you can push up and take some extra ground and let your reinforcements grab that power-up or power weapon, it just gives your team a much larger presence and more angles across the map.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Trippy now with camo in hand, picks up that thrust bottom middle, and it's been Onset's player to watch for this OpTic Gaming roster. You talk about superstars in this series, Trippy, maybe one of the lesser known players here, maybe the one of less accolade-driven players, I should say, in this series. Trippy's going to need a big series in order to create an upset like the one that would be against Sentinels, but he's so capable of it. He's done nothing but impress us in Halo Infinite. A big 1v1 against Lethal, narrowly wins that fight, and that's a big fight to win because you keep pink control as you lose 2 teammates.
And not only does he win that fight, he stays patient. Sometimes it's easy to be like, I guess I should, fly on over, fly to the base. But Sentinels watched literally every angle. There was someone watching towards top pink and someone watching around that corner at the cuts near the refrigerator.
Formal picks up 2 in the kill feed. He gets taken down by roll 2, but Trippy, aggressive, finds 3 dead, and now all of a sudden Trippy is going to have a realistic opportunity here to pull this flag. If they can take down Lethal Pink 1, that would be a massive kill, but Trippy's just going to throw this one out. He has his eyes on Slays.
And just like that, gets a back smack on Frosty. Frosty not really expecting anyone to come over there near Fridge. Generally, teams and players leave that spot open to allow the opponents to spawn there.
But it's worked out. Look at this. The Slays come through because Trippy not only gets a kill, distracts a teammate or an enemy while his teammates pick up another kill. That flag now over halfway. How can OpTic Gaming continue this flag run is the question. 2 of them go down, and now Sentinels look to try and approach the return here. It's going to be Royal 2 being aggressive, getting the return. The kills come through for Sentinels, and now we're looking at a counter cap opportunity with the last member alive, Lucid in OpTic's base. He's stuck in the back. Royal 2 smells blood in the water. He's going to be able to get this kill for sure. It's a matter of can someone get that flag on the move.
And then again, we also have the spawns over at Fridge.
Bottom
One
middle.
thing that's a little interesting is we're seeing a lot more pulls towards bottom middle or towards car 1. Generally, we've been seeing a lot of these teams go through utility or generator to get that flag across the map. But it seems like these players are opting just to get a little bit faster, or they're just don't have the presence on the map. They don't have the setup that they want.
Look what's going on in front of the base right now, Dave. It's a fight for the return. APG overextended. He got a touch on the flag, but the kills have come through. OpTic Gaming are all on respawn, and this is a beautiful play by Lethal to drop the flag, hop the return. Now can someone punch it in? They get it. Punched in it with Snakebite, top the base, and Sentinels now with a 1-0 lead.
Yep, back on even footing as well. Now, neither team has a really strong presence. You know, they have one team has top car, the other has top pink. Right now, it's just gonna be a neutral, straight-up fight to see who wins this engagement. So far, OpTic coming out ahead as they take out Lethal, they take out Frosty, they take out Royal too. They have a 3-on-1, and you know they're gonna be flying into this base.
So many times so far throughout this game, we've seen this exact opportunity for OpTic, but it's been squandered. Sentinels' defense has stayed strong, will once again be that way. The first pick on the Frosty is of an important one. Information as to where the last 2 players is given from OpTic Gaming. It's going to be a pink side run. You don't see this often, Dave.
I was just going to say, we highlighted at the beginning of the series that we're playing a lot of the same old game types, these players and teams. We can probably expect what we've seen all season long, but then we've just seen majority of these flag runs kind of being a little bit different. A lot of times we're seeing players charge their refrigerator. When we didn't see that, we see a pink run, which we don't see very often. So I have to wonder if the meta's been shifting a little bit under my nose, or if these players are just maybe making the incorrect decisions.
Well, I think stereotypical high-level gameplay is just going to be countered at this high of a level. So often do these 2 teams match up in tournament play, so there's nothing left unturned as far as strategy is concerned. So if you do something that traditional, does it get shut down? So far, the traditional OpTic Gaming runs have been shut down. So the pink run, it was a nice attempt, but Sentinels, they get the return, they get the slays, no problem. They've reset the map. I do believe Camo has just gotten into the hands of Lucid. Great job by the Observer there to focus on him. Now with Heatwave Camo, you need to stay alive. You need to find an opening to tie this game up.
Well, I think that was also interesting. As soon as he busted out that Heatwave, he changed the orientation to hit a horizontal shot. I wonder what Lucid's noticed overplaying, online throughout these times. You see he's going back and forth depending on the situation. So it's just a little curious to know that he's not always just going to the vertical Heatwave.
Yeah, there's no telling. I can't get it right. It's either one or the other, and whichever one it is, it should have probably been the other one. Right now, Lucid having a lot of success. Snipes one bottom middle, tries to push into the closet, but a massive kill from Royal 2. I feel like I've said that about 30 times this year. And Royal 2, known for getting massive kills throughout his career. Why not taking down Lucid? The drop shot, it's an efficient one on the trip. He forces him to back down, but a great job to create space so far.
And all these members of OpTic over at the car side. This could go well if they stay alive for a little bit, but looks like they're getting collapsed on, and this pretty much every single player on the map dead except for Lethal and APG in a 1v1, and just they both kind of have the same idea. I guess I'll push to your base, you can push to mine.
Lethal's going to have the favorable position. Frosty's going to be able to take down APG. And now we're seeing Sentinels once again take control of the map. Lucid trying to fight for his closet, but as Lethal takes him down, this is where it could get ugly, Dave.
Just that little mind game there between Lethal and Lucid. Lucid just assumed he was going to back down. He thought Lethal was going to back down, so he got ready to throw a pre-nade or something for that drop on car. And Lethal just stayed and challenged the closet.
Look at this, a flag pull into the closet. It's successfully getting this. Is the furthest flag, I feel like, for OpTic Gaming so far that has a realistic chance. I want to hop into an Astro Gaming, listen in with OpTic Gaming, and see if they can punch this one in.
Watch out P1, watch out P1, last guy. Watch out P1. Get in their flag. I'm in their flag. I'm coming to you, Joy. Door weak.
Toss it out and slay.
They're flag behind you.
The first cell.
If you can, above you.
In the gen, in the front base.
Weak there, flag.
Pink drop, weak as well. Nice. He went down on
lift on me if you can. Looking over you. Is there a card up right now?
Yo, bottom middle, looking for me.
Okay, bottom mid.
2 of their front base.
L2 guys, L2.
P1 guys, L1 snake bite, going front base.
Yeah, 2P1 guys. One dead. P1 weak.
Push to the base.
Base 2 weak.
One shot, Lethal.
Lethal,
absent side, going in their face, going in front of the base.
I don't see him.
He's still there inside bottom mid then.
Nice.
Take our time, Joey. Take our time.
Nice kill, Joey.
P2 killed me, P2. Watch out, P2.
They're gen.
Other one they're gonna think. First one's down, L1 guys.
Matt, we're playing gen side.
I hear that.
We need to make sure L2 is clear. L2.
Watch
two guys.
Spawn peek. L3 also. L1 watch out Lethal. Nading it. I'm pushing this 3 there. I got one.
More here.
L2 guys.
On the nades.
Dead. Another one there.
Our gen in there, gen.
I think.
No.
They're gen. Shots to your left.
Gen 1 shot. Snake bite left side. He's on the head glitch. Try to help him.
Keep fighting, Tommy.
Yeah, L3
pushing our gen.
No, he's going L2. 2 L2, Brad. L3 now with thrust. L3 with thrust.
Yeah, our thrust is up. P2, Lethal weak. RP jump up. And our guys are over there.
Break, snake bite.
The comms were cleaning up to get them that one cap, tied the game up, but ever since then, it's been pretty chaotic. You can feel the moment, the magnitude of it. It's here for OpTic Gaming, and right now they're on the ropes. Sentinels have the flag on the move.
They're just, you notice how each kill is so calculated. We now have more refined call-outs. It used to be something like car 1 or car 2. Instead, they're like
L1,
L2, L3. They're like putting in like a code on a PlayStation game or something like that. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, man, back in the day, you kids wouldn't know. Right now, Trippy, closet control, a couple dead, doing everything right. Lucid, again with camo. It's something to say, Dave. OpTic Gaming's camo control could be the difference maker here in Game 1.
Yeah, they've been getting it a lot, but also just the sneaky little plays you see have all these players. Like the last time we saw Lucid had this camo, try and track down Lethal.
Oh my.
And ended up getting a trade in that scenario, which is like, it should have just been an easy pick on the one shot, but just these players are so slippery, they make you work so hard for each kill.
What a kill by Roll 2. Those frag grenades stopped the flag on the move, Dave. I don't know if you got a chance to catch that, but it was a potential flag game-winning stop by Roll 2. He was the last guy that had an opportunity to potentially deny that, and perfectly placed frags denied that flag from going into the closet, but he didn't buy enough time because ever since then he's been taken down. That flag's been re-grabbed, and it is on the move. It is across halfway, and as Frosty goes down, this could be where OpTic Gaming take the lead.
There's a couple kills on the board. However, Snakebite is in position, and APG knows it. He's going to drop and slay for a little bit. There's 2 dead. And here comes in OpTic Gaming, bringing in flag number 2 to go to a 2-1 lead. Look at the flags they've got so far, Wes. It's been the calculated runs through utility. Doesn't matter if they know what you're doing. If you just do that strategy and it works, keep running it.
You got to have that kind of control that we saw OpTic just have. Right now, Sentinels press for time, 15 seconds on the clock, Dave. Lucid trying to stay alive in the back of his base. APG picks up potentially the biggest kill of the game there. It's going to give them numbers in order to defend this. Lethal trying to push through. It's traded out by Roll 2, but it's traded out by Trippy. And now all of a sudden, the last hope for Sentinels is not in a position. It was Frosty, couldn't get there. And that's going to be OpTic Gaming taking Game 1 in as close of a bout as it could have been. Trippy with 27 to his name, the difference maker for this OpTic team, and something we've been saying, Dave, across the year is Trippy probably the less experienced player in this lobby. The more finals he plays in, the more winners bracket finals, the more grand finals, the more comfortable he's going to feel from a guy that's played in hundreds probably of winners finals and grand finals.
Back when dinosaurs roamed the earth. But, I mean, if he's played in fewer events and has less experience, he's putting up some big numbers right there as he has the most kills, going 27, 19, and 12 during that last game.
Unbelievable.
The thing that really stuck out to me that last game, though, was both these teams are so well known for how well they can abuse another team if they have a all 4-up scenario. This game, I didn't see that at all.
Oh.
It felt like both these teams were playing so good off the back heel. Times where they'd potentially get spawn trapped, they just broke right out. They would slip out.
Defense was standing strong for both teams. So often do you see that go to a 5 cap limit when these high caliber efficient teams are playing. And as we take a look at the damage, Dave, it's Frosty, it's Lucid, of course, but Lucid winning the joust in Game 1.
Yeah, Lucid putting up 7,400 damage, 400 damage more than the next highest person, which is the superstar Frosty and other squad.
Came down to camo control for me. Heatwave was a crucial piece of the puzzle as well. And like you said, Dave, so often do we see one kill turn into all 4 dead, but that wasn't the case here in Game 1. These teams that play at this high of a level, Sentinels and OpTic Gaming, they're getting so much better at learning how to play men down, at understanding how to play from the back of your heels, from the defensive section. And when you're able to do that, you stall, you buy time, you weather storms, and you keep your team in it.
Yeah, just all those different unique scenarios where you'd see someone stay alive that little extra longer. A situation where Lethal lived bottom center, goes out and gets a trade against the camo Heatwave player and Lucid. Like, those cannot be overstated how much of a game changer it is.
So many different outcomes to this game if just one kill goes differently, right? So many different times, whether Roll 2 stopping the flag run right there as we were about to see, or was it Trippy landing one of the multi-kills that he was able to do to open up Sentinels' base for some of their successful flag runs. But I mean, APG having the presence to know snake bites in the back of his base, to wait, to buy time, to know that Trippy's on his way. And if he's doing anything right this game, he's taking down members of Sentinels with him.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this weekend in that situation where APG was from generator to go to the flag, that every other team just grabs it and tries to sprint across, just crossing their fingers and hoping it works.
Yeah.
It's like, no, look at how methodical OpTic were. They said, we have to get this kill, we have to get this damage before I start moving this across the top of the flag.
Yeah, there's a method to the madness, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to be a champion at Halo, you got to keep your head cool in some dire needs and some hot pressured moments, and that's what these two teams do best. We're going to hop into Recharge Slayer as game 2 of our winners bracket finals. And now the pressure's starting to build on the Sentinels as they have fallen short here in the winners bracket finals. OpTic Gaming understand that this series is far from over. Let's see how they are able to start this one off.
Looks like a pretty standard start, but a lot of kills being traded out on each side. APG going down to Mangler Pit, trying to trade with the camo, and it is.
Big kill.
And there is 1 kill on Frosty. APG still somehow staying alive. I thought Lethal was going to get that finish, but a little too fast. But trades back and forth. We have shock rifle in the hands of Formal, and I did not see. I assume that camo for sure got burnt, right? From
APG killed him.
Okay.
APG took down Frosty. Frosty got the double with the camo, but in the meantime, I think we just narrowly missed a Formal play that swung momentum in his team's favor. After he got that kill bottom middle, he was able to turn into pipes off screen, hit a shock rifle shot that popped up in the kill feed for just a moment, and now it looks like OpTic have control. They have control of the shock rifle as well, and with this much space between the two teams, you have to favor OpTic in this chance.
And look at all that concentrated fire coming out from Sentinels. It wasn't just the one player over there at Turbine, 2 players at the window near Elevator, all focused here at the Trippy spot or long haul, whichever you want to call it.
It's a spot for a reason. Can't quite hit the headshot on the Lethal, and now they know where Trippy is. Is Trippy going to relocate? I love the idea of relocating, but Trippy's going to stand his ground. He says, this is my corner. They named it after me for a reason, right? Let's see what he can do. They expect the push. The headshot doesn't come through, and because of that, the DPS difference is in Sentinels' favor. They pick up the first 2 kills.
And that's such a huge break there for Sentinels to get those kills, to not let that shock rifle emit so much damage, which we've seen it before. Sometimes that person can be a one-man wrecking crew.
Now look at this.
There's a kill going in favor of Sentinels. We got the shock rifle in the hands of Frosty, barely missing that shot, but he doesn't care. He's going to reposition. He's probably going to use this last bullet and just get a new one to spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. It spawns in 15 seconds the second you drop it. He wants this camo. He tries to grapple it to him, but he goes to the camo instead. It forces him to have a disposition here bottom middle, and now you got to worry about Frosty being able to play his life. He's going to go right back for that grapple. Gets out of dodge. It's a nice kill onto APG, so everything's worked out in Frosty's favor. And now Trippy's going to wish he didn't have a couple of those misses with the shock rifle, because Frosty with this thing, you know he doesn't miss.
Yeah, unfortunately for Frosty, this is staggered a bit much, though. You would hope that he had a fresh shock rifle to make more happen, but he's going to try to get this entry kill, and you'll see these members of Sentinels collapse if they get the opportunity to. Lucid with a nice repulsor, not allowing Frosty to escape over at the C plat, and that's going to backfire real quick on Frosty and the Sentinels.
And that's something I want to criticize Sentinels about real quick, is just having your camo player not only be the initiator in the combat loop, sometimes that's okay, but when he does it by himself, nobody else on Sentinel is able to capitalize on that damage, nobody able to help keep Frosty potentially alive in that situation. The rest of Sentinel sat back. You never want to see that when you have that camo. You want to be playing aggressive as a team, but Lucid with a stick off the wall, predicting Snakebite to turn the corner at that time. When things like that happen in a winner's bracket finals, Dave, you got to gain momentum.
I mean, at one point, do you ask whether they'd be lucky or good? And
I'll take
Lucid says I'll take both. Yeah, exactly.
I'll take an Xbox shutting off in the winners bracket semifinals.
But yeah, one thing about Lucid there, though, too, with that timing is at some point you start to get in that rhythm. You've played this game so much, you realize somebody poking out there near long haul. You realize, all right, somebody's got to poke out and check out the spot at some point. They know I'm here.
Lethal, massive win to not only take down Lucid, but to deny him shock rifle control. You know Lucid wanted that shock rifle, but he had to win that 1v1 against Lethal in a very disadvantageous position. A big fight from the beast himself. Let's see what Sentinels are able to do now after that kill.
There it is, Frosty, one shot versus one shot. Kills being traded out. That's gonna be 3 down for OpTic, and it doesn't look like Sentinels are stopping, especially since they have a one-shot formal. What a huge turnaround to have the foresight to hear the one-shot call out over at bottom elevator and say, all right, I'm going down, but who am I taking with me? Formal makes the right target acquisition and gets that kill.
Situational awareness by Formal, phenomenal. Now APG trying to stay alive with this camo. He's surrounded right now, Dave. No frags coming through. He's able to get his shield back, and now Sentinels have got to be a little frustrated. Where did APG go? They got to be thinking. Lethal does turn the corner. He's going to be able to stay alive, but with this camo, we saw what Frosty was not able to do with camo. Is APG going to be able to make the play?
Trippy gets Lethal out of his spy, says calls after me for a reason, gets the pick on roll 2, and I like this. APG is not forcing to get some sort of back smack or anything. He is putting damage on the map, and I feel like we see that not as often as we need to here in Halo Infinite.
Snakebite with a big one. Exposed top, middle, no shield, gets a kill on the Lucid. That's a couple of kills we would have thought Lucid would have achieved, and leaving a couple on the table for Sentinels to have that 3-kill lead for now.
Look at all these teams and players focusing here at Pipes. Shock Rifle coming up soon. You know coaches and players got to be calling that out, and they realize out of anything here on that map, that's got to be the biggest game changer.
Yeah, absolutely. Hadn't had too much of an impact as of yet, but you have to think as this game continues, somebody, I mean, there's just so much skill in this lobby. Somebody's going to get that thing and make a play towards the end of the game that's going to decide the outcome, right? Camo, not for another 25. Formal with Pipes control. OpTic Gaming, you know you want that Pipes control. That's where the Shock Rifle spawns, and Sentinels are going to have the advantage here for the camouflage coming up, but the question is OpTic Gaming going to be able to find the pick?
Look at this, Lucid poking out to shoot at the exact same time that Formal's grabbing that Shock Rifle. Just giving the extra advantage. You're not going to leave that person out to dry and just say, hey, get that weapon and bring it back. Instead, it's a team effort.
Yeah, here comes the Formal Shock Rifle play. They try to compete for camo. It's going to be Trippy that goes for it. Formal looking over his shoulder, able to look long haul for just a second, able to find one spot. Snakebite can't hit the shots on the Snakebite that'll take him down, but almost overextends in that fight, and that's a very exposed location. The Shock Rifle now down on the ground. I do believe Trippy was able to secure that camo, but in the meantime, Sentinels have been able to win the battle this phase.
Yeah, somehow trading out all those kills, doing a good job baiting that Shock Rifle player out and then collapsing right away. But as I say that, we saw Royal 2 and Lethal fall. OpTic are going to be very comfortable right now in this tie game, plus Shock Rifle.
Okay, the game slowed down. It doesn't look like Trippy was able to stay alive when he went for that camouflage, so as this game turns into a stalemate, I want to hop on board with Sentinels and see how they play this situation. They're so famously known for their standoff success. Astro Gaming listen in with Sentinels.
I have repulsor. Yeah, one stop.
I'm here. I'm
Top AVG. And Turbine kill. Dude,
I can shoot your...
Yeah, I wanted to push Turbine top.
Okay. Make map. Shut up, Golden.
Mangler AVG. One shot AVG dead.
Nice, good kill.
He did. They're gonna drop like Turbine. Turbine, one shot Lucid, one shot Needler. One shot Needler.
I'm bottom AVG.
Gold or Valor? 2
All two. Guys, careful. TJ is one hit batteries, guys. One hit batteries.
L2.
Didn't die.
Nice, good.
Still L2 and one's bottom elevator.
Yo, guys, listen, I need us to just hold the map, okay? L2, I'm looking.
Trippy top gold. He's top glass coming, Trippy.
Top gold. Top gold's dead. Guys, glass stuck.
Alright, I'm gonna go for him.
We top gold. He's running gold pipes. Yo, I want us to go batteries. Turbine. Fuck A, please. I'm looking top gold right side. Stairs.
Yeah, he's on the steps.
Camo,
Lucid, absolute.
Nice. Matt, top A, bottom A.
Top gold. Exit.
Nice. Camo
Bottom
A.
I spawned bottom mid.
Yeah, camo and 10
I thought we were... Oh, fuck. No, guys, I leave A.
Camo and 5. Camo and 5, guys. AVG backed up A.
Okay, I want gold pipes, guys. Gold pipes.
One spawn blue.
Okay, new camo, guys. New camo's up.
I think C plat. Gonna go C alt and one's mid bridge.
Bottom BR formally.
Gonna be right now.
Camo, guys.
Bottom A, AVG camo.
Yeah, camo's still.
One sneaky.
Yeah.
Have a couple of them, man. You guys should push right.
I'm going.
One like C.
They have camo.
I'm with you, Matt. I'm with you.
He's C-plat.
Stay low.
They're just holding me at A. Yeah, they have camo. We just maybe wait it out. Yeah, we probably want to.
Back low, they're just... we can't really push right now.
Yeah, Brad is shocked. Might be able to get a pick.
The IGL for Sentinels, maybe switching it up. It's Frosty this time around, making the shot calls, calling what they want to control. They decide to slow it down. But in the meantime, Trippy was able to secure that camo. Sentinels knew about it, but can they stop him? They eventually take him down, but he's found a couple opening.
Yeah, you heard that interesting call out there from Frosty saying, we don't need to hold A.
Yeah.
Instead, if we're going to be pushing out here from BR or Seaside, go straight to batteries, go straight to turbine. Sometimes when you're funneling straight towards A, you go straight across that Mangler Bridge or that top catwalk, and you're just easy pickings for those players at top gold. So it's interesting how they say, all right, we're going to take this little shortcut. We're going to go across this little bridge over here towards turbine, and even though batteries and turbine can feel like an exposed area, if you're all there together and you have these players back down, it actually isn't that bad.
The parents at home appreciate your ability to not explicitly use the same words as Frosty, but strategy nonetheless understood by Dave Walsh, portrayed here perfectly. As Sentinels still down 1. Now it's shock rifle in the hands of Lucid, and arguably one of the best with the weapon in the game right now. Can he find a couple of picks that can extend this lead? As we do approach under 2 minutes, Dave, the clock will become a factor in this game.
It will, but we're also in a position just yet where it's still so close to be tied that both these teams are comfortable, like, sitting back. They're going to say, all right, like, let's give them an opportunity to make a mistake. Or, like, let's see if we can get a more insurmountable lead, like OpTic getting a pick or two. Right now, OpTic is fine with slowing this down, especially since they have the shock rifle, but I heard that sword, and that's from a teammate, so it's all good.
Yeah, the sword and shock rifle in control. Roll 2 and Frosty trying to get the advantage on the Lucid here. Continuously getting him down to no shield, but can't quite get the kill. Look at Roll 2. He's approached him. He's so close, but oh my God. Lucid with the nade, the repulse. That was beautiful.
That was so incredible. Return to sender, getting that kill, and then Lucid winning a 1v1 against Frosty over in the elevator. Exactly what you need your team to do here in these clutch moments. Now, I would expect that we won't see Lucid drop that weapon since they don't have control of pipe / batter area. Just wants to hold onto that shock rifle and not let it respawn.
Who has sword though? Doesn't someone have sword for this OpTic Gaming roster? Would have loved to see them drop it for Trippy, but look at how little of space Sentinels have right now. It's going to be so difficult. They reset the shock rifle. It's allowed Trippy to jump up here. He finds 1. Good damage onto Royal 2, but pressure in the BR tower has allowed Sentinels to get a few kills back. It's a 2-kill game.
I can't believe we actually saw a pancake here in the winners bracket finals. And also, I still can't believe that Lucid did drop that shock rifle. Instead, decides to let his teammate get it with camo. So this is a dangerous position, though. Royal 2 and Lethal kind of hot on Trippy's heels. Although they're weakened back down, it's still not a safe spot to be in. Here comes Royal 2, one shot. They both challenge us out, and I'm surprised Royal 2 does not challenge that to the death. A 1v1 with a shock rifle as the reward.
2-kill game. Trippy needed to get that kill under Royal 2 to extend it to 3, but for now, Trippy falls back. He gets information. There's 2 players in pipes, but look at this. We've seen this before. OpTic Gaming stuck all at elevator. The space advantage is going to be in Sentinel's favor, and Lucid deciding to try and create some space. Gets a kill on top BR. It's allowed the opening push. Lucid gets a double as he grapples in, and the push to extend some space is going to give OpTic Gaming everything they need to get a 2-0 lead here in the winners bracket finals. That's what I'm talking about. They saw that series from G1 and C9 earlier today, and they said if we get into a similar situation, we cannot sit on our back heels. We cannot allow for space to continually be pushed against us. They create an opening, and who else other than Lucid?
I agree with you. I thought we were watching a horror film again. I was like, Ron, get out of there. Don't do it. No. But instead, like you said, fearlessly, Lucid leads the team, grappling it out for that fight. That was just such a magnificent play. And taking a quick look at the stats, though, we got Lucid going 17 and 11, and everyone's saying, well, if our leader dies 11 times, I'm right behind. 11 for all.
1 for all and all for none. No man left behind on this OpTic Gaming roster. But, I mean, let's talk about that last play, Dave, as we take a look at these stats. It's OpTic Gaming getting sandwiched from pipes from BR. Lucid has the grapple. What he does when he grapples into bottom BR and like launches himself into blue, not only does he get a kill, do some phenomenal damage, but he forces all of the attention of the players that are in BR onto him. And then Trippy right behind him slides in. No one's looking at Trippy, and now all of a sudden OpTic Gaming have created space out of nowhere.
Taking a quick look at this damage, this is so interesting. So all members of an OpTic fairly close, within 500 damage for all of them. Lucid actually having more damage taken than more damage dealt.
Yeah.
That's incredible, the amount of damage and amount of pressure he's putting on the map. So look at that, having most damage taken, same amount of death as his teammates.
Recharge Slayer is one of those game types, Dave. You can get weak, you can re-peak, you can play your life, especially in the stalemate situations. How are you able to stay alive and eventually capitalize? So that damage A little bit misleading because not all damage on Recharge Slayer is capitalized on, but we did see capitalization on some of the camo plays. Frosty on screen, a little bit of an overextension here. And then later on, we saw Trippy with the camo have so much success as basically won OpTic Gaming the game.
Absolutely. That was just such a huge end play.
This is it.
So many ridiculous plays from each side. Like right there, such an amazing trade. I literally saw Trippy get 3 or 4 kills against opponents in that spot.
Good Lord. How good is this kid? Such good hair, too.
And also, how Trippy go in there without a reloaded BR? Just that's how fanatic it was as they're running away from that pipe chase.
And it's just like so perfect. OpTic Gaming ran into that issue at Kansas City where they trapped themselves at elevator. Formal grappled out by himself trying to pick up a kill on the play that fell pit. And OpTic Gaming's probably been thinking about that moment since Kansas City. They run into a very similar situation here in the Winners Bracket Finals, and they changed the outcome by making a completely different play. They've learned from their mistakes, and now they're one step closer to being in the Grand Finals with that series advantage, but they have to close the door because they know still this one's not over.
OpTic, they were heralded as one of the best live fire teams at the beginning of the season. Does that still hold true here as we're deep into the season, all the way into August? We're about to find out as we kick it off with live fire oddball. 3 rounds of mayhem based on how these games have been going.
Yeah, give me some Lucid POV to kick this one off the way he ended last game, but we're not going to see much of Lucid. He gets deleted. Frosty with the snipe in hand. I'll absolutely just take his point of view if that's the case. Picks up the S7, relocates the top tower, and the ball still bottom middle, but Overshow coming up, and Frosty, he needs to defend this one.
And it looks like it's just Frosty versus the world. There's Trippy and
I'll take
Lucid.
Frosty sometimes.
You'll take top. Yeah. What are the odds you give me on this one? I'll take Frosty. But yeah, that was such a great position for Frosty, but you saw all those players. They say, all right, we're dealing with the sniper one of 2 ways. We're either all hiding or we're all flying and taking him out, and they shut Frosty down immediately.
Good stick by Roll 2 there to delete Lucid with that overshield, but Lucid is able to trade that one out. It has been an OpTic Gaming advantage here early on. The ball is back tower, snipe, and the heat wave in the hands of Trippy. He's got a repulsor to play around as well, and this is where the highlights could become a reality. Nobody on Sentinel's looking at him, nobody able to hit the shots just yet from Trippy's point of view. And does he decide to be aggressive or stay with APG with this ball? You know you want to pressure those respawners, but as he loses a teammate, he wisely just tries to control top middle. They're able to extend a little bit of space towards the Bruce with that kill as well.
Look at that great rotation too. First, what Trippy focused on was which way is the oddball heading. All right, we're heading towards Overshield. I'm going to go clear out that direction. Afterwards, making sure to help with any sort of threats in the top center. So what a great escape there from Snakebite. I thought he was absolutely getting traded out by that grenade, but yeah, either way, I just wanted to say, when helping a teammate rotate the ball, focus on in front, not behind.
It's only a 20-point lead for now from OpTic Gaming with the early success that they've had, and with Overshield coming up in just a couple of seconds, OpTic Gaming are set up, but up flank, back tower, nobody expected it, especially not Lethal, as Trippy able to get that ball before Lethal can play it. The Overshield goes into Formal's hands, and now OpTic look to build a significant lead here in round 1.
That's a heartbreaker because Sentinels, they were trusting Lethal on his own in that position, saying, all right, if you start to get in too much trouble, you're going to play ball this. We're going to spread out a little bit, get in unorthodox positions, and get some slays, and that backfired. This tournament, all tournament long, we've been seeing a lot of chances or stops from play balls.
Well, it's a tough situation for Lethal. He wants to be able to help his team potentially compete for Overshield, and what the heck is Trippy doing back there is the big question, but it ends up being a very successful flank from Trippy.
Yeah, more often than not, that play generally backfires against OpTic because Trippy's out of the play for so long. To make that long of a flank, you bring up a great point, but that time it ended up paying off very well for OpTic.
The timing was perfect ever since then. It's been all OpTic. Frosty's trying to do the same flank back tower. They're not going to fall for their own tricks. APG finds them with a nade. And now it's all of a sudden 62-18, Dave. OpTic Gaming looking to close out the Winners Bracket Finals in fashion.
And look at all these grenades just flying up the sniper rifle. Both teams know at some point it is just going to be a chaotic break for it. And here it is. Lethal gets taken out. That's a killing spree for Trippy. Gets the no-scope double kill on Snakebite. That's 3 down for Sentinels. And OpTic are not stopping. They have a near 70-point lead.
Show us what you got, Trippy. A superstar in the making. He's been making his name known across the nation so far. And OpTic Nation, you know, they want to stand up and support Trip. He's got 10 kills to his name. He's had a hell of a winner's bracket final so far. Continued to extend it, and with that shot, it almost basically ends round 1. OpTic Gaming with a very convincing first round of live fire off ball under their belt. They look to put a punctuation on this series.
Trippy is 10-1. That's as many kills as Royal 2, Frosty, and Lethal combined in that first round. Just an absolute domination in the form of slaying. When you are outslaying that much, and especially when some of your slays are crucial ball stops and not let them play ball it, your team is going to go off on a huge lead.
And he was doing it with everything, right? The overshield, the snipe, the heat wave, you name it. He was controlling that power-ups. Frosty now trying to get this first overshield, has the snipe in hand, can't quite hit the headshot on the formal, and that's going to be OpTic Gaming rotating the ball to green. They're going to be in a position to where they can play it, but can Sentinels force that play ball with this overshield?
And also it looks like a little interesting of a delay there with that overshield. Frosty realizing it wasn't a sort of threat yet and saving it to just get a little bit extra shield to save an extra BR shot or two. Didn't end up becoming necessary in that last engagement, but the smart play. These players, they're going to get greedy when they can, whether that's trying to get a little extra time before play balling it or activating the overshield a little later.
This run from Frosty, it's been something special. Unfortunately, Sentinels brought the ball to green, and the rotations from OpTic, they cut them off perfectly, and once again, OpTic are going to be in a position where even if Frosty gets these kills, they're going to play that ball, and that's exactly what happens. Frosty does get taken down, the ball does get played, but that looked like a position where Sentinels, with Frosty with snipe and a few players dead from the side of OpTic Gaming, you thought that they were going to be able to get a significant setup.
Yeah, you thought they would get a lot more time too. They were outslaying during that last series of engagements. However, it's OpTic, the ones that are getting away with the ball. They're up by 25 points, even though they're even or negative in slays so far here in round 2.
You can't go down to Trippy right now if you're Royal 2. You need to gain some significant time back into this one, get into round 3 of this game. Starting to chew away at the early lead from OpTic Gaming here in round 2 at the very least. Royal 2 can't quite get to a safe position with the ball, and that's not where you want to sit with it. It was an easy kill from the respawners of OpTic Gaming pressuring top middle, and as overshield respawns, the big question is will Sentinels be able to get some kind of overshield control back to back?
One thing that I've noticed that's been happening quite a bit during these engagements is it feels like when Sentinels have the ball or some semblance of a setup, OpTic are able to slip by and sometimes eliminate the ball player before taking out the defenders. Whereas it feels like when Sentinels have the oddball, it feels like OpTic sometimes just slip on by and just, the reverse of that is when OpTic have the ball, Sentinels are not slipping by. They're not getting behind enemy lines and killing that ball instantly.
We really haven't seen a strong setup from Sentinels yet, and we're already halfway through round 2. You gotta see one here and now. They're given an opportunity, but it's Frosty with the ball. Maybe not the player you want with the oddball, right? The top slayer on your team. But right now, a beautiful rotation from Frosty towards green. You want to see kills come through for Sentinels fans. If they want to get back into this one, they're still down 15.
Look at this, Frosty wisely dropping the ball, just going for slays.
Look at this.
And APG takes advantage of it right away. Lucid's going to shut down Frosty, and they're getting ball time, they're getting the slays, and they are very comfortable here in round number 2. Are we going to somehow see a sweep here in the winner's bracket finals?
You wouldn't think so with a caliber of a team that Sentinels is, and especially after the success in Kansas City. But ever since then, OpTic Gaming has been looking for an opportunity to redeem themselves, and this could be the series that they start that track off with. It's a 52 to 25 point lead. A snipe in the hands of Snakebite could mean everything for Sentinels.
What Sentinels are going to need to do here is they need to make sure that they secure this overshield since they have such a strong advantage with the sniper and heatwave in position. And then secondly, they need to make sure that the ball carrier does not just get picked off randomly. And look at this, kind of a disjointed effort. Snakebite doesn't know which way to look. Looks like he's able to find these players near the dummies, but he doesn't have the second weapon to finish it off. Jumps out frustratingly and tries to hit with the heatwave, and that is 3 down. Not the setup you want to see because now OpTic are getting the ball and they're getting the overshield.
You got to hit those no-scopes if that's your choice of loadouts, or switch to the heatwave and potentially hit one of those shots, but because Snakebite chooses not to have the battle rifle, he gets punished. A beautiful push once again from OpTic Gaming to break the potential setup of Sentinels, and now they have the ball in hand. They've got another overshield to their name, and although the overshield gets deleted, a beautiful play from Snakebite with a double there. 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. The ball does get played still, and it's going to delay any opportunity Sentinels would have a little bit longer.
I mean, huge play by Snakebite there, getting that triple kill, breaking through enemy lines, and that was a situation where OpTic had an overshield. Like, that is just unheard of. So somehow these teams playing well off the back foot. We aren't seeing as many shutouts during times when a team has control. So we're going to have to see what OpTic decide to do to break the setup here from Sentinels, as it's 2 down apiece, make that 3 down for OpTic. Formal, the only one left, gets a pick on Royal 2, who's just trying to peek out and see where they're at. And we got Sticky Grenade versus Spike Grenade, and I'll take Sticky Grenade any day of the week.
Well, Frosty comes out on top there, but what a play from Formal to not only take down Royal 2, but to stop Frosty from getting some of that ball time. But the ball is going to be rotated. Snakebite with a double in the kill feed, starting to pick up his slaying prowess, and that's exactly what Sentinels fans want to see. Snakebite's got to have a big round 2 and round 3 to keep Sentinels in this one. They are going to take the lead here in round 2 in what looked like a potential dominant series-ending round for OpTic Gaming, now in the hands of Sentinels.
I love those pre-nades from Snakebite over towards the tunnels. You obviously already saw Frosty spotting out APG and Bomb Center. I don't think he knew Formal was down there as well, but he says, all right, well, is this player likely going to run out through dummy door and go all the way around, or are they going to charge straight toward this ball? And so he throws a spike grenade so well. And here we might see the play ball. This is a pretty early play ball, in my opinion. They had 3 members still alive from Sentinels, but maybe they were just a little fearful, or maybe they were just set for this rotation, ready to grab it. Look at this, Frosty getting that ball, bringing it towards garage, and he has backup already inside the garage. So what I thought may have been a blunder turned out to be a 3-step process that we talked about earlier.
Turns out these kids are playing chess nowadays, Dave. You used to play checkers, they say, and what a perfect play from Sentinels to extend this to a round 3. The ball was played in perfect succession with Frosty's positioning bottom middle. He picks up a kill in a perfect time to also make a rotation for Overshield. Sentinels execute perfectly. They stay in this one for now.
Great plays, and now it's do or die here for Sentinels. They need to win this round and bring the series back, but here we see kills being traded out. Not much of a surprise. Generally, if one player gets someone one shot, teammates are going to answer to that call out and hunt them down. So here we go with Lucid grabbing the first few seconds of ball time. I was going to say he was going to rotate it out, but it looks like he's still focused on the slays. Looks like OpTic are also sometimes using this ball as a little bit of bait here for Sentinels. They seem to take the bait a little too often.
Lucid does get away with snipe, but he has to leave the ball behind because in the meantime, all of the slays go towards Sentinels. Snakebite picks up a couple big ones to get his team an Overshield here, and now Snakebite with Overshield and Heatwave, and you can feel momentum starting to go in Sentinels' hands, and it's because this guy, he's stepped up big time in round 2. Let's see what he has in store for us here in round 3.
Just like that, rotating back and around. He knows he has his teammate over towards top tower, and Snakebite's goal is don't let anyone get near that tower player. Gets the kill on Lucid. There's a double, and that's going to stop the push for the most part against OpTic. Looks like Formal and APG know he's still down there, and they want to get this kill. They want to even out those slays a little bit, and that's going to be Royal 2 and Snakebite down for just a short period of time.
But look at the distraction. Snakebite takes 2 to no shield. He buys so much time. It's allowed Lethal to swoop in, get 2, and that's exactly what you got to do if you're Sentinels. Snakebite not only finding 2 kills with the Heatwave and the Overshield, gets so much time awarded to his team, and for the first time in this series, Sentinels get to play from the lead.
And look at that, comfortably rotating that ball away. Looks like that was going to be a play ball, so OpTic aren't going to commit too many resources going towards green. Instead, they're going to focus back on the top center, and this Overshield is also coming up in 10 seconds, so expect a battle to be happening over here on the outside.
It would be massive for Sentinels to be able to get this Overshield, Dave, something that OpTic Gaming have been doing all series long, is controlling the power-ups up until about midway through that second round of oddball. So will they be able to secure this? Look at this, Royal 2 and his friends. They're here, they're in position, they're gonna get this one. Not only that, they're gonna get the oddball immediately. And once again, Sentinels with Overshield in hand. It's Snakebite, of course, that's focused the prioritization there. Can he make another play to extend this lead?
I'm a little curious as to where they decided to go with this oddball, though. It felt like they were first coming toward garage, then seems like they were considering run towards tower, but look at Snakebite has a flank. Is this going to get bitten? And it does! Snakebite gets back smacked with the OS by Lucid. That is a massive kill, but the damage still has been done. 2 down for OpTic Gaming, and ball time still racking up for Sentinels.
Didn't check his corners, but did some damage before getting assassinated, and the rest of Sentinels were able to pick up some kills, but a massive play from Lucid to at least get Snakebite off the map there. And as I say that, a couple players from OpTic get knocked off the map from Lethal. He puts 2 in respawn. Lucid trades 1 out, but Frosty's shutting him down. That's a big kill because it's all 4 dead for OpTic Gaming, and a green setup for Sentinels. Are going to at least get 15 more seconds here, Dave.
Here it goes. He knows his garage is clear and decides to take that slight opening. Lethal and Snakebite clearing the path over near dummy side, but Snakebite gets taken out, so Frosty says, I am stuck in between stuck in a really difficult position and decides to try to go back towards green, but it's too little too late. That's 3 down for Sentinels.
I don't like the rotation there, right? You need to be able to play that ball, put it into difficult positions, because now OpTic Gaming have not only gotten the slaves, but they've got the ball secured in a pretty safe spot. They're going to have a chance at the setup of their own.
I like the rotation, didn't like the execution. Yeah. It was just the slaves did not go in their way. I mean, you cannot take any slay as a guarantee when you have these 8 players on the map.
Unfortunate circumstances for Sentinels to potentially win this game 3, but now we're looking at an OpTic Gaming comeback potentially. Lucid knocked to no shield here as he's forced to kind of put the ball in an exposed location. He wants to rotate it back tower. He's going to do just that once he gets his shields back. And although overshield's coming up, Lucid's not in a real position to compete for it, but I guess you'll take the ball time for now.
Yeah, might as well. In fact, you could even rotate that ball further away, and it looks like Lucid has to decide what to do here. Just scrapping up every last second he can. Realizes he's gonna die soon. Those players are hunting him down over in the mud, and Sentinels do the right disbursement. They send a couple players bomb sighting towards ball. They send someone towards Nest to cut off on Lucid, and someone towards the back of that tower to deal with that threat.
Lethal tanking a bunch of damage. It's allowed the rest of the kills to come through. It's a triple kill for Snakebite. He picks up the ball. One player alive is going to deny him some ball time with a grenade. Lucid takes down roll 2 as the last player alive. But Sentinels with 3 straight overshields, you can feel what that has given them the opportunity to come back here in game 3 and push this series to a game 4.
Look at that Frosty one-shot with this sniper. Still 2 bullets left, and I don't expect him to let that weapon get in anyone else's hands. In fact, I expect him to do a little bit more damage to this. And there's one body shot. Takes out Trippy with the heat wave. Gets a double on Lucid, and he's lining up. Barely misses on Formal.
Who crouches? Come on, Formal.
Have some honor.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, for Sentinels fans, they are able to get a couple of kills. They're going to be able to end this round here and now. Snakebite put in the last few seconds. And for anyone that thought this series was over, think again. These two, they usually go the distance, and I have a feeling with the game 4 being interesting, we could just be seeing that. And Dave, let's talk about it. It was phenomenal plays across the board from the Sentinels members, but it was really Snakebite that stepped up and made some plays that won that game.
Absolutely. I mean, as we saw him getting like those triple kills, double kills, just trading out when he needed to, buying those extra little seconds of time, and it all added up. So despite getting back smacked with the OS, overall the damage was done across the board there in round number 2 and round number 3.
Yeah, Lucid with 31 still just being an absolute unit to deal with on the map. OpTic Gaming probably kicking themselves, especially after as easy as round 1 was looking. You thought that this series was going to be over. You thought your undefeated tournament streak could go all the way to the grand finals, knocking out Cloud9 and Sentinels in the streak, and that would have been a nice story to have, but you got to take a deep breath because this one, it's far from over. These guys know it, and something about this Sentinels roster just makes OpTic Gaming stay a little bit awake at night.
Well, Clutch, you called out Snakebite during the last game, saying he's doing a lot of damage, and the stats back up your assessment. 7,800 damage, 600 damage more than any of his other teammates during that last game. Now taking a look over on the OpTic side. Trippy and Lucid, they've been a duo for quite some time now, since Infinite started, and both 8,300 damage apiece.
So good. Both those two guys played so well throughout that game 3. It just wasn't enough. And sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you can play good, but Sentinels is going to beat you unless you're playing great, and OpTic Gaming know that better than anyone. But when you break down the game, when you take a look at the highlights, pay attention to the overshield control and how the ebbs and the flows slowly and surely went into Sentinels' favor so often throughout map 1 and map 2. We talked about camo control being so dominant on the side of OpTic Gaming. Well, Sentinels were able to turn that story around. Why do you think that was, Dave?
I mean, they're just a team you can never count out. It doesn't matter how dominating you won that round 1 of Oddball. It's just they're champions for a reason. So I don't know if there's any specific assessment as to like how did they turn that around. Like, you know, how do they go from getting as many kills, 3 players getting as many kills combined as Trippy had, to the next round just outslaying them?
How'd they
back
do
to
that,
back? It's just they're built different.
Yeah,
built different.
They really are. They're awake now. A little bit of life behind them, some momentum after game 3. And Dave, you've been here several times where this series against one of your biggest rivals, probably your biggest rival, we'll talk about a Carbon potentially back in the day, and you found yourself down 2-1 in the series. Somehow you squeaked out game 3 to push it the distance. What's your head going at into game 4?
You just gain those little bits of momentum. You take the little victories where you get them, and you just keep pushing forward. Anytime you start to ink away those 1v1s, anytime you start to stay alive and get the other team frustrated, you just roll that forward and forward. And you know OpTic, they're not comfortable. Yes, they're up 2-1 in the series, but they're saying, oh no.
Yeah.
These guys are awake.
Yeah, we should have, we didn't want this to go any further than the 3-0, which looked pretty promising at one point, especially after round 1. But we already are getting into game 4, and for game 4 to kick this one off, it's going to be Strongholds on recharge. We saw the success in the Slayer from the side of OpTic Gaming. Will we see the same in the Strongholds format is the question.
I love the starts from APG. It feels like every single map. We saw it at the beginning of Aquarius CTF. We saw it here just on Recharge Strongholds. He finds some spot where he can go crouch and do that angle and just get some initial damage out.
Lucid's been able to secure the camo. He's able to pick up 1, but 1's just all he gets as he gets taken down. The camouflage, the power up early in this game 4. It's not going to be a factor for really either team, but potentially a camo removed from the hands of OpTic Gaming is something good for Sentinels fans to see.
Here we go, getting some points on the board, or they should have been getting some points on the board until Elevator got converted. So still in control for OpTic, but you know, this game is fine at this point. It's slowed down enough. They're looking for a Slayer 2, and then you can expect the action to start rolling.
Good information from Trippy to find out where Frosty is with this shock rifle. Now, how are they going to deal with him? I think OpTic are okay with this. The AB hold, it's a very familiar strat for them to try and secure, but unfortunately as Formal goes down, the push comes through into pipes. Lusu gets taken care of from Frosty, and now all of a sudden Sentinels jump into B and they look to push A as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going for the trip cap or they're just gonna be content with the dual cap. Looks like Frosty gets a little overzealous, pushing towards A, gets picked off in a time where they had numbers for a short bit.
Stronghold captured.
You thought Sentinels was gonna take map control. They're only able to take B, and in the meantime, respawners, they're able to take over C, so it's an AC hold now for OpTic Gaming. A bit of a frustrating moment there for Sentinels, probably. You had to think that with a couple of kills going in their favor in a 4v2 situation, they're going to start getting points, but since then it's been all OpTic Gaming, and now Trippy's found himself the shock rifle, found himself ahead as well, and they're okay with this AC hold. They're going to force these pipe spawns. Trippy's on a killing spree.
Yeah, it does feel like, I can't tell if OpTic had been just defensive at the start or if one of their main tenets of strategy in this map is keeping Elevator. It feels like outside of the initial spawns, feels like OpTic have been doing a good job for the most part of controlling that area until Trippy pushed out a PR.
Big kill from Formal, and of course, Formal's been able to secure camo as well. So the second camo, back-to-back camouflage is going into OpTic's hands. We'll see how influential this one is. Roll 2, trying to expose himself to deny B from being transferred over, but Formal doing everything he can to try and keep Trippy alive. Can't do enough, though. Trippy does go down, and now Formal kind of oversteps his boundaries here, going bottom middle, a very exposed location. A questionable play from Formal trying to help Trippy out, trying to deny B from going into Sentinels' hands, and now Sentinels make OpTic Gaming pay with that mistake. They start to score themselves.
Trippy, the last one alive, decides to take a little longer route, just back down, stay alive, and wait for your teammates to spawn. So right there, now they're going to disperse across the map. Look at the support he's given to OpTic Formal Matt, all the way over at Gold, and now here comes the movement.
The kill.
Gets the kill, Mangler Pick, goes to a one-on-one against Snakebite, has to back down because of a great grenade, and Snakebite secures that kill. That's 3 down for OpTic, unsuccessful push.
Formal is going to be able to hop into B. Are they going to be able to get him out? Snakebite doesn't really have an angle in order to compete for this. He's got teammates over towards the turbine, but they don't get there quick enough, and the last guy alive for OpTic Gaming, Formal, swaps over B in their control, and now they're able to maybe make this work with a PC hold for now.
I take back my statement. Successful push. Guys, I mean, sometimes going in B is that death wish. Like, sometimes it's like, all right, give them the last free kill as you're the last one alive, but, you know, these players, they're using those grenades and those engagements, and so Formal maybe somehow reading that through or just committing to getting that stronghold, and now Sentinels, they have to commit towards B, and they get it reset. So Lethal and Snakebite both get taken down in a situation where they went even in slays and had control. We now see OpTic being the squad that's racking up time.
Yeah, APG gives his life to reset B there. Formal nades it out, and they get the kill, they get the reset, and once again, OpTic Gaming with the third camo of the game. I'm going to say it every time. the power-up control. It's dictated the winners of these matches, and it has been heavily influenced by OpTic Gaming so far. No success, though. So a beautiful job by Sentinels to find that camouflage player, take him down before he does damage.
And look at these resets. Get in control of A, they've reset B. OpTic Gaming in a very comfortable position, but right now the shock rifle's back up. We saw that worked well for Lucid before. Let's see how APG and Lucid coordinate here to try to get this weapon. Their first thought is not grabbing the weapon as fast as possible, it's deal with the immediate threats like Lethal.
Yeah, you got Roll 2 and Lethal over here from Sentinels trying to push into the pipes. Roll 2 goes down. Lethal trades it out, and that's a numbers advantage now for OpTic Gaming with control of A and B. That's going to benefit them immensely. And Dave, if you take a step back, look at the score. It's 160-33.
One thing we're noticing here from OpTic is they aren't just getting all these kills and trying to force some sort of trip cap. They are content sitting on these two and playing it slow. You saw even the times where Sentinels had shock rifle. OpTic said, yeah, okay, we'll hide from some of those angles. We'll let you try to break through our setup. You're going to have to hit some good shots.
Look at this, it's a trip cap now. Somehow, some way, Sentinels have been able to flip the entire map into their favor. They need this trip cap, Dave. They're down a significant amount of points, 130 to be exact, and as they start to climb back, they do lose C, but for how long will they be able to hold a double cap? Because you have so much ground to make up from the early beginnings of this game.
Yeah, and taking a look at the slays, actually, OpTic have been outslayed by 3 kills so far at this point, and they're up by over 100 points. The objective efficiency is off the charts here for this OpTic Gaming roster.
Unbelievable.
Getting the right trades, getting the right resets, making the correct plays.
The rotations have been perfect for OpTic Gaming. It's getting them this lead, but can they keep it going? Because right now, as we continue to stay on board with Snakebite, camo does come up. They are able to shut it down immediately. It's another burn camo, but more importantly, this time around, the story's a little bit different. The slays come through for Sentinels, and they continue to score. What was once a 130-point lead, now all of a sudden is less than 80.
Looks like APG and Lucid are still going to try and make a play in that 2v4 scenario. Somehow pick off Lethal and Frosty. I do not know how that happened because I saw APG engaging from BR, and I was like, that's got to be a mistake, but somehow it works out for those two players.
Somehow B gets transferred over. You think Formal is overextended and a little bit of troll of a play as he repulses up in the air. Top middle, he's a free duck hunt style of a shot, and he gets taken down, but B does get transferred over momentarily. They need to try and figure out a way to get Snakebite out of B. They're unable to do so, so Snakebite wisely able to immediately basically transfer that over, and now it's an 80-point game.
Yep, and they got the opening kill. Lethal going down. These spawns are a little staggered here for Sentinel. Snakebite's going to spawn back, but is he going to be somewhere he can help? It does look like he's long C, but is it going to amount to anything? Here comes Royal 2, going to even out those numbers, getting a slice, and Sentinels, they're at least stopping the bleeding here. They're getting C, they're getting some slays. They just need to stay alive.
A couple of kills, but I mean, more importantly, while all that happened, while Roll 2 picks up a couple of kills, Dave, B gets transferred over. Roll 2's responsibility to watch B. In the meantime, he was too distracted picking up the kills. Too much to do from just his individual point of view right there, and this is a very difficult position for Sentinels to be in, because now OpTic Gaming are starting to amount points over 200 already, and they need 40. With that round of slays, they know exactly where Sentinels will be spawning, and they have control.
And they've probably been in this situation hundreds of times. They say, we're holding gold, we're holding elevator. They got crossfire for each other. Look at this. Trippy's not even going to challenge that shot of the BR. They're going to wait till they push across the catwalk. Instead, actually going to watch his own back, realizing the pressure's got to be coming through long haul. Who's it going to be and where?
There's a player into B. Nobody has an angle from OpTic Gaming. They can't get him out. This is a big transfer from the side of Sentinels. They are able to, and with it, they pick up their first camo of the game.
One play that also is huge off screen is Formal was essentially out to play that entire time since he was over elevator, and he
doesn't get there.
BR does not get the reset. Sentinels have to really get a stronghold swap soon because they're down 2 players each, and this is not the position you want to be in. They're spawned over at C, they're at BR, and they're going to try to make their final stand.
They have 5 seconds, Dave. It has to be now. The push is coming through. Lethal gets into B. Is he going to get taken down? I believe so. The push is too slow. It's not in time. And OpTic Gaming have done it. They will take the winner's bracket finals 3-1 over Sentinels, and a very dominant performance there in Game 4. A great series overall. And what an important series for these guys to gain that advantage going into the grand finals, because these guys know what it means to have that advantage over a team like Sentinels potentially when they see the rematch.
Yeah, the most mind-blowing part here is
The Slays.
OpTic got outslayed.
Yeah.
OpTic got outslayed by 3 kills, and they won by over 125 points.
OpTic get outslayed, but OpTic outplay Sentinels. Absolutely.
They got the clutch kills, yeah. Those kills, they don't show up on the scoreboard as the impact that they had. It shows up as 1 kill for those times that they're getting the kill and getting the stronghold.
Absolutely. Take a look at APG stats. 7, 14, and 10. How many times did I say in that game, APG gets the kill in the reset? APG rotates perfectly in this situation. I don't care what your stats are. When you're playing like APG was in that game, you create so much opportunity and success for your team. An unbelievable job by all of OpTic Gaming, but let this be a lesson to everyone. You can win the winners bracket finals, and it's not about the stats. It's about how you're playing the game, and OpTic Gaming leading in that category now more than ever.
And also category leader for his team, Lucid, with the most damage. I feel like we say that about every game.
Yeah.
He is just putting up massive numbers.
You should just have it on the screen at some point.
We'll just tell you to change it when it's not production.
There should be a graphic that just highlights Lucid's name at this point.
But yeah, what a performance from OpTic. Playing that game so much more smart than Sentinels there. Getting the clutch kills as well. Getting all those resets. They just played that in such a different fashion than we've seen throughout this year. Just holding the 2 strongholds set up. Forcing Sentinels to make unsuccessful push after unsuccessful push, or getting those clutch endings even when there's only a couple live from OpTic and all 4 live from Sentinels. They somehow were able to convert B. Just incredible plays from those players.
I mean, as we take a look at the entire series scores, Dave, this one, I don't know if it could have been any closer. I know there was a couple of rounds that may have been heavily favored one side or the other, but take me back to Aquarius 2-1. It was anyone's game for the longest time. Such good defensive stands. Take me back to Recharge Slayer, where it was 1 push Sentinels needed. And somehow, someway, Lucid with the grapple play out of Elevator into BR gets the first 2 kills. And all of a sudden, what is like a game of inches is literally a game of 1 grapple created by Lucid. The live fire oddball Sentinels obviously do enough, but then that Recharge Stronghold is where OpTic Gaming showed their objective prowess. And that was the difference in this winners bracket finals. If these 2 match up with different game types, we could be looking at a completely different result.
Absolutely. I mean, once you get to this level of play, you each have your strengths and your weaknesses. And let's be honest, OpTic was stronger here today and in this round and deserved to go to the grand finals.
It was a pleasure to cast it with you, Dave, but let's hop back to the desk. I know Lottie and the boys are waiting. Let's see what they have to say about that breakdown.
Yeah, I got to say, OpTic looking very, very good right now. Work smarter, not harder in some cases, and you see that happening with that final map there on that strongholds. You know, the fact that OpTic are getting outslayed, you know, and I think between 2 absolute Titan teams, usually the team that is being outslayed is the team that's losing, but not for OpTic. They were so efficient. Talk to you about this incredible roster right now, Gaskin. I know you're dying too.
I think we've seen that all tournament long is the efficiency of OpTic Gaming. Even if you go all the way back to when they were playing teams like SSG, the Slays weren't looking incredibly in their favor, but they know how to play the game. They know where they want to be going, how they want to be rotating, which they need to be focusing on. The priority is always right. The small talk, you can tell, is already there. And OpTic Gaming were very impressive in this series. But I have to say that Sentinels getting a map, I think, is a really good sign for them. This could have very easily been a 3-0. But the fact they've got 1, I think, says if there is a grand final between these 2 once more, the guys got it completely right. A series layout can change. We can see better maps start to feature here for the Sentinels roster. And this is not done yet for OpTic. This is not a tournament victory yet. Even though this is job number 1 completed, they've got to the grand finals. We've seen Sentinels get to a grand final before and get a reset in online competition. That is not out of the realms of possibility.
For sure. And so go ahead.
I want to talk about how good OpTic were, though, because like the one thing that stands out to me, we talk about objective efficiency, right? But discipline in objective games is something that they have kind of redefined themselves in. That Strongholds game, there was never a risk taken. They had a 2-cap and they held a setup. And if you want to kind of like take yourself out of a moment and think like, you know, why was it so successful? Think about how hard it is to break the elevator hill when you're playing King of the Hill on Recharge, right? Because you have so much crossfire, so many angles to hold, and you don't have to take much damage while you're dealing with it. That's what OpTic did so well. When they had that A-B setup for so long, Sentinels just couldn't break out without taking damage. They couldn't put pressure onto a stronghold. And they've done that not just in that game type, but other game types as well. They've done it in Slayers, where they have to make their opponents make a move. And I've just been really impressed with OpTic OpTic's ability to be disciplined, and it's difficult to do because there's always one player who might think, oh, there's a kill here. I can overextend ever so slightly and get this kill, but there's just it's kind of a regiment to them and how they approach these games and what kills matter and what kills don't.
I think also the fact that OpTic were reading so well at so many different times. I know with the oddball they did manage to actually lose that one. Unfortunately, that was the map they dropped. But it was small moments that I noticed coming out of Trippy as well. You know, heads up plays to flank back tower, where Lethal thought he had the chillest kind of opportunity to hold the ball for at least 20 seconds. Trippy came up behind him. He had no idea, took the ball out of their hands. And I feel like that kind of traveled through the rest of the series. Moments like that, the Sentinels weren't ready for, but OpTic knew exactly what they wanted to do. I do feel like at certain times OpTic were just dictating the entirety of the game, entirety of the series. A lot of the time Sentinels were playing kind of a defensive natured game, and OpTic, they were just slaying their way through it. You know, they were just looking so good. But again, we learned that slays aren't everything either. Efficient gameplay is going to be absolutely key at times as well. What do you make of a potential rematch in the grand finals, though? This is going to be a big one. The games were fairly close, even the first one, 2-1. We saw a fairly close Slayer, apart from a collapse at the end there from OpTic being able to edge their way through that one as well. But it was fairly close. So what are you thinking about the grand final potential?
I think the expectation is there should be a grand final rematch, but we have to remember that G1 are waiting in that elimination bracket, and G1 look really scary at the moment.
Cloud9.
G1 have just beaten Cloud9, previous winners. Cloud9, who we were expected to be top 3, maybe even get to the grand finals on any given day. G1 are going to be up for this, and Sentinels could be a little bit deflated after that loss. I mean, I know they've been in this position before, so it's not like they're going to be completely crumbling mentally, but you've got to be careful now against G1. You cannot afford to make a mistake, because G1 are going to be on one.
Yeah, I think they certainly are. I think they're definitely going to be up for the challenge, but I think on the other side of things, Sentinels have been in this position many times before. We know that they don't really tend to get their head down too often. It's like, well, we're still in it. We've got another chance at this. G1, they previously beat them 3-1, obviously falling that CTF catalyst as well, but, you know, things are still looking up for both of these teams who are still in this elimination final as well, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, to see the results coming in as well, because as you know, OpTic are through to the grand finals. The tournament favourites coming in, and rightfully so. They're in that spot for a reason, and that is because they have been so lights out. They've been so clean, bar dropping one map in that winners final. OpTic are looking absolutely insane. It's going to be really difficult to take them down.
Just look at that bracket. OpTic 3-0 Sentinels, 3-0 Cloud9, 3-1 Sentinels. I mean, that is a run which is a difficult run to make full stop, regardless of the series scores. And the thing that's been standing out to me is that the 3-0 against Cloud9 was a dominating 3-0. The 3-1 against Sentinels, I haven't seen Sentinels be dominated like that in a series for quite some time as well. And I think that OpTic have found this new level and found this new ability to trust in each other and find a way to win games where they never really look under pressure. And that's scary, because if a team doesn't look under pressure, it means that all the pieces are working together. It means that the teamwork is there. It means that the strategy is on point, and everything that you want to see from a team is working for OpTic. The only thing that can let them down at the moment is if they veer away from that. And I don't know why they would at this point. They've had so much success. This is OpTic Gaming's tournament to lose at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a tournament to lose. I think I've got to disagree just a tiny bit in terms of the pressure, but that's something I'm actually really excited about for OpTic. I do feel like Sentinels have been the only team to put them under pressure. The games were fairly close, but what I was worried about was the pressure, right, for OpTic. Like, what happens when they come under pressure? Are they going to fall flat? They didn't. They excelled under pressure. They excelled under a team really trying to take them down. And I think that was honestly the most impressive thing for me here. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket, though, to find out where we're going next, because we do have the elimination finals happening. G1 versus Sentinels. It has been absolutely insane to watch G1, their come up in this NA Super. Booba and the lads have just been absolutely amazing. What are you expecting out of this roster now? What do you want to see from them coming up against Sentinels, who, let's be honest, you've got to knock them while they're down?
Yeah, I think that G1 will be looking at this as a fantastic opportunity to make a grand final. They played Sentinels a lot, so they will know how to respond to certain ways that Sentinels can be playing, but on the same side, Sentinels will know how G1 plays, and perhaps that's something that maybe some of these other teams in the bracket weren't expecting. Cloud9, I would assume, underestimated G1 a little bit, maybe expected just to be able to waltz on into the elimination bracket finals, but G1 have been playing so well. I'm so impressed with this addition of Booba and what the rest of the squad has been able to do since his addition. Can they beat Sentinels, I guess, is the underlying question. I think, yes, they can.
I do.
Do I think it will happen? I guess we have to wait and see.
We do have to wait and see, but I think
you
it's
thought I was gonna
I think
give
it's a
a
big
prediction, didn't you?
possibility. There's a big possibility. He likes a little tease. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, like Gaskin did mention, we will find out the result of this elimination final. We have Sentinels versus G1 on the cards here, folks. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Hopefully, G1 can better Sentinels this time around, but we'll have to find out right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
The lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1. They're happy with it to use. Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could define everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings into the overkill. Formal gets the sword now as a reward. We've flying to battle top.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS. It's the NA Super, and this is make it or break it time, people. This is the best of the best, the elimination bracket. We have our elimination final, and I have Brav and Walshy to talk us through it, guys. This is going to be a bit of a nutty one because we've got G1, who have been absolutely insane all tournament long. They have exceeded online expectations. I'm just excited about seeing this roster on land now, to be perfectly honest. They've got past top 4. The ceiling's the limit for these. Well, the sky, actually, not the ceiling. There is no ceiling in here, but the sky's the limit for G1. And I'm hoping that they're going to really give a good fight against Sentinels. And obviously, Sentinels getting knocked out down into the elimination bracket by OpTic, and OpTic looking flawless. But we've got a real series on our hands here, and also a rematch. Let's talk about Sen first, though. They're going to be feeling a little bit down in the dumps after that one. Unfortunately, couldn't get it over the line, couldn't get it to even a Game 5 against OpTic. But they have faced G1 before, and they have won. How do you think the lads are going to be feeling about this?
Yeah, I think Sentinels is a better enough roster where coming off of a loss like the one they just received is not something that's going to shake them in a major way. I also think they're going to be glad that it's a G1, to be honest, that they're facing and not a C9, right? I think they've had, of course, a very back and forth history here. But that said, a G1's certainly going to bring the heat, bring the momentum.
Yeah, and I think that also this G1 roster, they're going to be a bit more aggressive compared to this last match when we saw against OpTic. And so I think that does favor Sentinels. They can step some of those traps that they might fall into as they just try to push and force some action.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And I think, obviously, getting the job done beforehand as well is going to be, obviously, paying well for the side of Sentinels here. But in terms of what you saw against OpTic there, what do you want to see Sentinels work on? I think it's time to take this match right now to try and work on a few things, especially if you want to bring your A game, potentially getting into that grand final.
Yeah, for me, it comes to a lot of dictating the pace of the play and where things go. A lot of things like not just getting the opening damage, but capitalizing, on that. And I think overall composure of where they are on the map at the same time. I think, like we said, OpTic is not only getting the opening damage, but they seem to always, by some miracle, have the players in the exact position to close down those kills. If Sentinels can bring something like that, I think they'll find success here.
They certainly will indeed. Hopefully they can do it. But on the other side, G1, they're looking to make another run here. This is going to be massive if they manage to do this. We talked about how with eUnited, that was the gatekeeping of the top 4. They managed to get through that. They then take down Cloud9 of all teams. So who's to say they can't do this against Sentinels, Walshy?
I mean, it's very possible this is their day thus far, and they're going to keep running with this. I mean, they looked on absolute fire against Cloud9, making some incredible pushes. I was going to say that the key to the success for me is when we saw Sentinels in that last series, it felt like they had certain times they had full control, and Cloud9 were able to, we saw OpTic able to break through that. G1 is going to be doing those exact same plays in my eyes. They are not hesitant to be aggressive. And if Sentinels don't have an answer for that and they don't have those traps, G1 is going to see a lot of success.
Now, when it comes to this rematch here, Brav, are we going to be seeing a slightly different G1 roster than we had previously seen versus Sentinels before? Because I think that's the big ticket, right? G1, they're bringing everything on board. They're sucking it all in. They're taking in every single win, every single moment, learning from it. Are we seeing that different roster, hopefully, coming up against Sentinels here?
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit different for them, especially because they're going to ride the momentum the way that they have. And I think they're going to be coming in here ready to play. And I think once they won the C9 match, as I talked about when I was casting, I think now they enter a nothing to lose territory, right? They've already proved everyone wrong. Anyone who was doubting them has been proven wrong. And now that they've broken top 3, nothing to lose. And it's not backs against the wall for them. It's, hey, what can we do here? Let's put together some great plays. Let's keep this going because maybe the train's just starting.
Yeah, maybe it is just starting. I've got to ask as well about potential swing moments here. We often do that when a team has previously lost before to another. I've got to say, a lot of the time we talk about a Slayer potentially being a swing moment in a map or a series, but I think right now it could be CTF for this G1 roster. They have been so damn good at CTF, and they did manage to actually win that map against Sentinels on Catalyst. Walshy, bear in mind with the series layout, do you think that potentially they can gain some momentum from that, knowing that they have managed to do that before, and CTF could be their bread and butter?
Yeah, it used to be one of those things where you go in, you hope to win your team Slayers against that higher seeded team, and you try to take one of the objectives off, but they have proven time and time again this tournament that CTF, they're so strong at. We saw them get all 5 captures against G2 on Bazaar. They took down Sentinels already on Catalyst CTF. What more do you want? Those are 2 of the toughest CTF games to be really consistent on, and they've done it.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, one of the most difficult swing games to try and take down, too. I mean, if you're going to swing in a series and it's going to be a CTF game, that's pretty impressive. So incredible stuff. I can't wait for this series. I want to see who comes out on top. One of these teams is rebounding back into the grand finals where they'll face OpTic once again, and both teams have played them before. So I'm excited to see who that's going to be. And to find that out, we do have our two casters. We have Clutch and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, this is it. Go hard or go home for one of these teams. How are you guys feeling about it?
Usually I go home and usually Wes goes hard, but you know, that's why we work together well. We're a team. But I do think that this is going to be a very interesting series indeed, Lottie. You've got G1 versus Sentinels. G1 have played Sentinels already in the bracket. Sentinels did win it 3-1. I'm excited to see what the series layout looks like. So I feel like that could change things here, Wes, depending on what game types we see.
Yeah, I think that series is a little bit closer than like a 3-1 scoreline typically leads to. And G1, they've conquered a lot of their demons. This is their highest placing as of yet. They don't want this train to stop now, so they've got to overcome this Sentinels roster if they want to find themselves in the grand finals. And Sentinels coming off that loss from OpTic. That was a tough one, a pill to swallow, but if anybody can rebound, I feel like it is this Sentinels team.
Well, the only game type that features from that previous series between these two teams was the Slayer live fire, and it was Sentinels won that one 50-43. So that bodes pretty well that they have a Slayer on their side. We also do not see a capture the flag. We don't see a Catalyst, and we don't see an Aquarius. That is both of these teams' best game types. This is going to be a very interesting series, but starting things off with Oddball here on Streets. Let's see what Sentinels can do, bouncing back from that initial winners bracket loss.
Snakebite's got to step up and have a big series if he wants to find his team into the grand finals. He steps up, he picks up a kill, he picks up the ball, relocates to back tower, and it's an early advantage as Slays come through for Sentinels here in game one.
Rocket control as well, Wes, and you can see Royal 2 doesn't really know at the moment where he needs to be focusing. He's got so much room on the map. He got the communication that Pink Street was where he needed to be holding, and at least he got one. Snakebite, the last remaining player, will be able to pick up a little bit of extra ball time, but I like this. Try and give yourself the chance to at least get some damage on these players, flushing you out of PD.
Unfortunately, Snakebite can't quite take down Swish. It was a thrust backwards that made it a little bit more difficult of a kill. And because of that, because Royal 2 only able to get one with those rockets, the setup, it's broken, and now G1 gonna have an opportunity to get right back into this one. It was only a 23-point setup for Sentinels early on, and now G1 with an opportunity to potentially take the lead.
With 2 being dead, G1 are just being patient. I like that as well. Swish saying, look, I'm not gonna risk picking up this ball and being vulnerable to grenades because I'm weak. Instead, he waited a little bit, ensure that the rest of the team are in a comfortable position, and then continue to score. With Boo-Boo going down, though, now Sentinels can push up.
Great teamwork out of Sentinels there to finish off Boo-Boo. It was Frosty and another angle from the tires location doing a couple of the pieces of damage to him, and as they got that kill, they once again break the setup. It was a 21-point setup for G1, so very similar setups and opportunities here given to each team respectively, but it is going to be Sentinels now with the ball in hand and an opportunity to build this lead. Once again, there's going to be pressure from the Cafe under Royal 2, wisely backing down, and then these kills are crucial because rockets are coming up here momentarily.
Yeah, they are coming up. Lethal last remaining player, but one thing he's very good at doing is that dirty work, and sometimes it's about surviving, it's about trying to find that kill when you are the last remaining player as well. I will say there's a lot of factors in this game that are outside of the actual in-game mechanics. You've got to think this is the furthest we've seen G1 ever get. Will the pressure get to them now they're in an elimination bracket final? Are Sentinels going to be a bit annoyed that they lost to OpTic previously? Are their focuses on OpTic rather than G1? All these things do come into the equation as we get further into this, but Frosty will pick up one onto Swish, and now Sentinels are still scoring.
These two teams did scrim earlier this week, and I do believe it heavily went into Sentinels' favor. That's got to give them confidence, but they do know that this is a different G1 perhaps coming off a win against Cloud9, something that they haven't done yet, creating those upsets, finding themselves in the elimination bracket. You absolutely know Sentinels' focus is on this G1 roster, and rightfully so, because they have been playing so well all weekend long, and right now are looking to take the first round. They're still down about 20 points, but they've had so many good opportunities at a setup. All they need is one round of Slays to take the lead.
And even when they did face each other in the winners bracket finals, the games were close between these two teams. It was a 3-1 victory for Sentinels overall, but it was only maybe about 6 or 7 kills separating them in Slayers, a couple of flags here or there, 1 or 2 objectives on King of the Hill. It wasn't an easy ride for Sen whatsoever. And I think G1 know that if they can just get those clutch moments, if they can just get those extra couple of kills, that will really be able to propel them and their chances of winning this completely. But now every single time that there are some big kills that happen on one side of the map, Sentinels still be able to find themselves having this ball and really picking up some very important time.
Lethal's got to get that kill, can't. And because he isn't able to achieve that kill, you have to think Sentinels' setup is going to get broken here, but the rotation does come through, so a good heads-up play by the rest of Sentinels to rotate that ball to tower. Are they going to be able to play it? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Snakebite roll 2, they go down, and now that respawns are staggered, rockets are coming up. G1 should have ball in hand in the tram as well as rockets, and this is Squally's opportunity to extend this lead.
Nice double. It's a confident push with the rockets. As you say, now they can set up G1, and they really just have to concentrate on a big point scoring method here, because they really can acquire a lot of time if they can catch a couple of members unaware here from Sentinel. Snakebite pushes in first. Frosty does at least respond, but now all the information is there for Boobu to push up on if he wants to.
Roll 2's got to stay alive in that situation. Squally trying to finish that one off. Averts his attention over to Lethal. Lethal does a great job to get on the Squally there to find that kill, and that's opened the door for Frosty to get in here and break this setup. Once again, a phenomenal job of Sentinels to break the G1 setup. If you're G1, you're probably pretty frustrated given the fact that you've had so many opportunities at a good setup, but they haven't really amounted to much, and just like that, the lead back in Sentinels' favor.
It was just the amount of time that Sentinels were able to get at the start of the game. Lethal going down does mean it's a 3 versus 4 here, though. Frosty having the Bulldog is so important for this defense. He can do a lot of damage when these teams start to push in, when these players start to push in, excuse me. Here comes Squally trying to do some damage, but unfortunately, here comes Frosty as well. It's a big double, and it could definitely be more if he can connect, but Boo holds strong.
One more shot would have done it for the triple kill from Frosty, but Boo puts him down, awards his team a little bit of space and map control of the ball. It's neutralized right now, and a good job by Snakebite to take down Boo, who had those power weapons Frosty once had. Kills across the board. As time not going to be a factor here in round 1, Dan. It's 89-77. The next team with a realistic setup that gets 1 round of slays is going to end this one.
Ball gets reset as well. That really changes what's going to happen in these final moments. Sen are going to be able to grab it. Snakebite just nips in, picks it up, and is going to get some more scrappy time. And if he can survive, but he can't, he does get taken down. Only 6 points required. 3 members have fallen from Sentinels, make it 4, thanks to Swish hitting the perfect 4. He swished 5s back in Halo 5, but now he swished 4s.
Swish 4s, and at a perfect time, rockets are out. The ball rotated perfectly from Boobu's point of view into Tram, and now 13 points is all they need. If they can secure these rockets, that would be big, but Boobu is going to force Sentinels' hands now. Snakebite is able to find those rockets, tries to force his way towards the ball, can't quite get the rocket damage. It's a difficult angle to achieve that, and Boobu wisely knows that he's got to get a couple of kills if they want to end this one.
He's the last remaining player, or was the last remaining player, but we have seen Sentinels and Royal 2 just sneak in, pick up that ball time, and Royal 2, whilst Boobu was trying to hold down for his dear life, Sentinels will take round 1 here, and it was very close between these two teams. It comes down to one last push here from Sentinels.
Such a tough position for Boobu. He ends up playing the ball down into the bottom of Tram, and Royal 2 picks up just 6 seconds in the round, but it's the 6 seconds that matter the most. They win Sentinels round 1 of game 1 here in our elimination bracket finals. In the meantime, though, it is going to be Boobu who's won the battle for rockets, but Frosty flying at him denies those rockets from even being used, and now with all 4 dead, Sentinels are going to be able to pick up those rockets, get the ball, and we're looking at another very big opportunity for Sentinels to gain an early lead.
Yeah, Stalker Rifle, Rockets, Ball, and Bulldog means that Sentinels have everything you could ever imagine. Snakebite does get the kill onto Swish with the Rockets, and it was a good start from G1. They use that drop ball, they get the Rockets, but unfortunately, it was an aggressive counter push coming out from Sentinels to ensure they shut down those Rockets ASAP, but Pre-Devinator manages to get 2, could make it 3, but no, of course, Frosty shuts him down.
What a route by Pre-Devinator. He doesn't get seen. He goes up, bottom, middle, over towards the tires block, jumps into tires behind Frosty, finds 2, and that's broken the Sentinel setup. What was once going to be the big opportunity for Sentinels, with all of that power curve increase, is denied from G1. It's only another 23 points, the exact same result as last round.
Ball is down in Arcade, and I think 3 members with G1 were down. Squale, if he didn't get that kill, it would have been all 4 dead, but never mind, all 4 dead anyway. Spawns happening over towards Tram. Sentinels should be able to get this ball away if Lethal can dash his way into PD, which he does.
Good rotation.
Very good rotation. It's something we've always commended Lethal on, is his objective work, his dirty work. But I've got to say, this tournament long, Lethal has been so good. He has impressed me so much from Kansas City into this event. Maybe a kick up the backside after all the things that have happened, but he definitely has been one of the biggest impressors from event to event.
I've been hearing it. Lethal's starting to step it up, and what does that mean for the Sentinels roster? Maybe they didn't have the success there in the winners bracket finals, but a consistent level of Lethal playing at a very high level would mean everything to the Sentinels roster going into Orlando, going into Worlds, for their opportunity to be a 3-time World Championship squad. But for now, you got to focus on the Super. You got to focus on the series. 56-12 here in round 2. Sentinels have done a good job to build that lead. It's behind 63 points from Lethal, 86 from Snakebite, the 2 objective players on the squad doing the best.
Plenty of time on the clock. As you said, it's not going to become a factor, most likely again, as both teams have been picking up the ball when it is available. There hasn't been too many standoffs. Here comes the push from Sentinels. It's pink side attacking again. This is a bit of push they've liked and enjoyed, but it's not going to work out on this occasion, mainly because Boo had the Bulldog to counter them. Lethal does get a couple of kills that are going his way, but eventually gets collapsed on, and now all 4 dead for Sen. So this is a really good opportunity for G1 to pick up some time.
Yeah, Booba picks up 3 there. Allows this setup to still become a reality for G1 right now, and a lot of information on a lot of different players from Sentinels. They're all weak. Can Booba finish off a couple more? The ball rotation towards Tram is the idea for G1. Can they get it there? A good flank from Booba, a relocation, but it's only going to get him 1. And Frosty gets that kill. Can he stop the ball carrier now? Beautiful job by Snakebite above rail to be able to deny this one from getting into Tram. And what was going to be a very successful rotation is shut down by Snakebite.
Well, I think that there could have been a lot of time for G1 if it weren't for the fact Sen spawned over towards PD. Because G1 committed so heavily to combat that P push, they left open those spawns. Sen were more than happy to see where they were respawning onto the map, and they were able to punish G1 ever so slightly and not allow them to rotate. Snakebite goes down, rockets are about to come up, but there is still a lead for Sen, but all 4 did just go down.
3 dead once again, and G1, it's not a matter of can you get set up, it's can you hold the setup. That's the question. Rockets are coming up as well. They should have a favorable position in order to compete for these. They're not going to worry about ball time for now. They're going to drop that ball and understand how important these rockets can be into holding a setup easier.
It's difficult to know which way you want to travel when you do have rockets. You just want to try and get involved in an engagement where you have the high ground, so those rockets are going to land onto the floor, the splash damage will work out, and you don't get hit with any sort of tough rockets that you're trying to fire upward. And there's going to be 2 for 2, so good work from Squale. Lethal going down means it's a 4 versus 3, and even though they're trying to push through the middle here, it doesn't look like it's going to be successful this time around for Sentinels.
And that was a great rotation from Squale with those rockets right. He finds one over towards the shotgun, immediately understands the Sentinels members are pushing towards Arcade, towards that B stronghold location. He relocates, he finds another kill, swings momentum into his team's advantage, and now, all of a sudden, G1 with the lead, looking to close the door on round 2.
G1 have the lead, but here's the push from Sentinels. They get that initial kill. Royal 2 also followed up with 1. They have to play the ball out of PD. They know that they're just going to get absolutely sandwiched if they sit in there and hold on to that ball. The sandwich is still going to happen, but can they get enough damage for their respawners? There's 1 kill at the bare minimum, but Sentinels do start scoring again.
It's a Snakebite sandwich, and Royal 2, he's had every bit of it. He's able to get that ball, 10 points down, but Sentinels looking to take the lead here. It's going to be up to G1 to see if they have what it takes to break the setup.
Nice shots from Royal 2, just a couple of warning shots, but he realizes he has to get that ball away from G1. Needs to make them travel a little bit further, make them work a little bit harder to break this setup. Great trade from Lethal, making sure he doesn't go down first, but instead take someone's life with him. This is fantastic from Sentinels.
What a rotation from Royal 2. He began this in PD, gets it all the way to back tower, throws it to his teammate Frosty. Throws it to another teammate down the shotgun. They get it all the way to Tram, but now, look at this stand. The Slays have come through from G1. They've caught up to the train, and because of that, they now have the ball in hand with only 8 points to go.
Here comes the push, though. Sentinels, they've got one last roll of the dice here. Can anyone get in a position? 2 more seconds are required. Any god nades? No. G1 tie up this first map 1-1. And even though it was looking dominant for Sentinels in the early stages, G1, some of their holds were fantastic.
Sometimes these rotations are just not paying off. You need to focus on slaying. The rotation was beautiful from Sentinels, but eventually G1 was able to make up the ground, make up the difference, and with it they were able to use it to their advantage. They brought the ball into Tram, and now we're looking at a third round here. What Sentinels fans were thinking was not going to happen is the case. But all is well here at the start of round 3. At the very least, Lethal has found themselves some rockets.
When you talk about those rotations, I think if it were at the start of the game, it would have been fantastic. It's a delay tactic. It's so that they can't get as much ball time, G1. But because G1 was so close to winning that round anyway, of course, they secured those 100 points. And maybe it's about just getting out of those habits and recognizing what kind of situation you're in. Saying, hey, okay, we're in the late game. We can't afford to give up the ball, give up a setup here. So we have to fight tooth and nail to do as much damage as possible.
Right, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. But right now, another 34-point lead. Sentinels have started these rounds off so well. This is the best round as of yet for them to start this one off. Another rotation came through as the oddball, and this time around it's going to work out for Sentinels. Although they're starting to lose members, the ball continuing to be on the move, and they've got 39 points to back it up.
Yeah, it's a really solid lead for Sen, but they just need to keep building on it. Now, we see them quite often just kind of nip in, steal the ball, and rotate away from G1. If they can continue to do that, this is going to be a really difficult round for that roster in blue. Squall should go down, will go down, and Snakebite very good in just holding his ground there and holding his angles.
Great attempt from Squall to play his fight there. Almost gets the kill, and now Swish 5 in a 1v2, going to try and make the best play. Unfortunately, just too many members to try and combat, but Devin, he's late to the party. He still gets a kill, though. Can he get 2? That would have been something special. He's been something to watch this weekend as he gets taken down. Squall one by one. You see the G1 members trickling in. They do get a favorable spawn in order to potentially compete for this oddball. No time getting additional in the hands of Sentinels, but you have to think the G1 are going to have to win a couple of slays here in the Tram if they want to come back in this one.
Devin does it again. I think that could have been a triple. Tries to get a little bit more, but without Devin's kills previously, that could have been so much ball time for Sentinels. His aggression, his confidence is what's keeping G1 in this round right now. Devin gets another onto Royal 2, and he's got the rockets. Doesn't connect, but has he already done enough damage? It's allowing the rest of the team to push up now.
Yeah, and in the meantime, they're holding on to the ball, right? Every one of these seconds is crucial in the manifesting this comeback. Unfortunately, they're starting to lose a couple of these members, and Squall, he recognizes he's got to drop the ball and try and slay. He does a good job to stay alive here. Ends up getting a trade with Frosty. That's not the worst case scenario, but where is the rest of G1? Are they going to be able to compete for this ball?
Boo Boo knows where Royal 2 is, but Royal 2 knows where Boo Boo is, and it's just a standoff that eventually both players will back down for, and unfortunately Royal 2 backs down into Predevinator, who currently has 28 kills and is playing like a man who is confident in every battle. He's taking engagements left, right, and center. He wants fights at the moment, and it's so brilliant to have a player like that on your team.
Yeah, everybody on this G1 roster has been lights out so far today. Devin on screen getting a nice kill onto Frosty, but Frosty gets a double with that plasma. Not only does he stick Devin, he takes down Squall as well due to the positioning being so close, and that could be the opening the Sentinels need to once again extend their lead. They have the ball in the back of Tram, and look at this is going to be at least another 10 seconds going to Sentinels.
And I'm glad we're on Frosty's POV, because we've not really mentioned the 35 kills he currently has. Frosty and those kind of stick doubles, those are the kind of things that can make or break your team as well. They can really destroy the momentum of your opposition when you get things like that. Snakebite, last remaining player, just about stays alive, has done the damage, just needs to wait for the rest of the team now. Doesn't need to get too aggressive too quickly, but they are searching for him. But oh, Snakebite denies the kill, and Snakebite is being such a thorn in the side right now.
Stays alive still. Swish tries to hunt him down, can't quite finish him, and the movement from Snakebite is too nice. As he stays alive, he finds success on the 2 members of G1, and that could be where the door to game 1 gets shut. Rockets in the hands of Lethal. Frosty picking up another one, 36 to his name. The quietest 36 you could imagine. But I guarantee you, if we watch the entire game from his point of view, it's been a very impressive performance.
The Bulldog in Frosty's hands, so that 37, I'm sure, is going to increase very quickly. Lethal gets the kill with a rocket, and there is Frosty increasing, but with assists, as Lethal gets the finish on a Boo Boo Doo Boo. Ball will be reset. I think that's maybe good news for G1, because Sentinels were in a position where they could potentially capitalize from its previous position, and now G1 spawning over towards the Bulldog. They are going to have the closest and first opportunity to grab that ball.
G1 are still in this for now. It's a 30-point game. They just need to hold a setup, right? They have the ball, they get it to back tower, everything going right now for G1. You just gotta get a couple rounds of slice here, stop the pushes from Sentinels, something they haven't had as much success as they want so far. And losing Bubudubu first to lethal is not what you want to see. In order to be able to hold this setup, it is going to be Frosty with the delay push through the tires. What kind of success is he going to have as he finds the first on the detonator?
Frosty's movement at the moment is incredible. Just doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately teammates fell around him, almost managed to connect with those Bulldog shots. Lethal will come in to at least clean up the pieces. Very important as the last remaining player that you're at least able to kill that initial one shot. Otherwise, you are going to be at such a disadvantage. So Lethal doing really well to listen to those callouts and push in, but then also back off to stay alive long enough for his team to respawn, and still Lethal's alive.
Swish is still alive too. They hunt him down. Eventually, Frosty puts the 39th on the board, and the setup is broken, but it's a 14-point game, not that bad for G1 fans. They got to get some kills to deny some ball time going in the hands of Sentinels. They get those kills as well. Snakebite gets taken down, trades across the board. 3 dead for Sentinels, and all of a sudden G1, they can push this to a round 3.
G1 definitely can, especially if they can get this ball into Tram, which Bubudubu does. Rockets are up though. This could be arguably one of the worst times to have control because of course you are a man down technically, but look what Bubu's doing. He's trying to get as much vision as possible, relay that information to the rest of the team, but now with 2 going down already, Bubu the last remaining player, Rockets are going to be in the hands of Sentinels and they are quickly going to take that ball away from Bubudubu.
The ball doesn't get played. It's in a favorable position for Sentinels to potentially pick up, but they're going to try and slay. They think members of G1 are close. They are closing the distance, and Lethal finding a kill on the Squall opens the door to PD. And now you can guarantee the Sentinels are going to get that ball in there. It's just a matter of G1 coming off respawn now. They have 3 dead. Bubudubu, the last one alive. He's in a battle against Lethal. They end up trading, and that's a successful trade from Lethal that will award Sentinels even further ball time.
Yeah, a really good trade for Sentinels because the spawns are staggered ever so slightly for G1. Frosty just gets that ball out of their midst. A lot of damage being done with a Sentinel beam. Enough for the players on spawn over towards Cafe to also continue with their domination of shots. But 3 are dead.
This is it.
Sentinels. This is G1's chance.
This is the moment. G1 has to hold this setup here. Stalker rifle in Bubudubu's hands. Everybody on Sentinel spawning in the back of Tram towards the brew grenades. Bubudubu with Bulldog as well. 37 to his name as well. He needs to extend that scoreline if he wants to win this round. Push this to a round 3, and that first kill on the Lethal is a big one.
G1 will take the lead, but here comes the push. Predevinator goes down. It's now a 3 versus 2, but here's Bubudubu in prime position with the Stalker rifle. Frosty has to push him, but Frosty knows he also has the Bulldog as well. Good damage from Frosty as he wins that fight. Sentinels have the ball, but Snakebite gets taken down. This is going to be absolute carnage. 84 to 83, and only 15 seconds remaining.
The clock will stop if the ball is controlled, but right now Squall has to stay alive. He gets knocked to half shield. He knows he's got players around him. He's going to have to figure out a way to get a couple of kills. They get the lead momentarily by just 1 second. 2 members of Sentinels are back here. The numbers are going to favor G1 in this opportunity, but Rockets in the hands of Frosty could be what they need, but they don't get to the ball in time. And it's G1 that somehow, some way close it out, and that was round 3, Dan. That is G1 taking the game. And what an ending. What an absolute, like you said, absolute carnage at the end of that game. Everyone forcing their influence into the late game, but G1 coming out on top.
What an absolute belter of a game. Ignore that. It's wrong.
Okay.
It was a G1 victory. Don't panic.
I'm panicking.
G1 able to close out just with that extra second or 2 they were able to pick up in those final moments, and then unfortunately for Sentinels not able to grab that ball. G1 will win map number 1. And considering how far they were behind in a couple of those rounds, you've got to give credit where credit is due. Bubudubu, 39 kills, and even though Frosty had 45 frags, unfortunately not enough for Sentinels to get the victory. And if that's anything to go by, we've got a very intense and interesting series on our hands.
Oh man, what a boost of adrenaline for G1 here. What a much needed win to say, hey, we belong in this series, right? What looked like was going to be Sentinels kind of easing their way through game 1. All of a sudden, somewhere along the way, G1 do just enough to stay in it, to push it to a round 3, and then they make the plays needed. And what a play by Squall at the end there to make sure you secure the lead, but more importantly, make sure you stay alive and are there to influence the last round of slaves, because that's what it came down to.
A lot of players would have jumped on that ball early, got that second as soon as possible, and then given away their position, potentially given a little bit more time to your opposition. But he was patient. He waited for his shields, he stayed alive, he got that time once he was comfortable, and then that toss of the ball over towards PD was enough for it to be too far for Sentinels to get their hands on it. And I think Sentinels will be a little bit frustrated because they did get the slays, and unfortunately it was time that bettered them in the end rather than kills. And I think as we watch back in these highlights and we see these final moments, we are going to see what an important toss of the ball it was with only, 10 seconds remaining over towards PD.
Threw it out into the open, decided to slay. The rest of the boys show up, and it's everybody from G1 party. And that one, it was 104 points from Free Dev. But if you look at the objective time for everyone on G1, everyone contributed a large portion, and they needed every single second, Dan.
Now, if you're a Sentinels fan, don't panic too much.
I wouldn't
We've seen them lose oddball many a time in a series. Slayer Livefire, we have also seen Sentinels already beat G1 in this tournament. It was 50-43. That being said, G1 seem to have improved every single series we've seen them in this tournament so far. They seem to be getting better and better. And if they are doing their homework, if they are learning from every opposition that they face, they should be better in this Slayer Livefire than they were in those winners bracket quarterfinals or semifinals a couple of days ago or yesterday. At this point, these days are all merging together, Clutch, so it's very difficult for me to remember. But Slayer Livefire is game number 2. How are you feeling about this one? Do you think G1 can carry on their momentum?
Absolutely they can. Do I think they will? I think the Sentinels team is too good to go down 2-0. I think that they're very aware of how strong this G1 team is. The game one, it slipped through their fingertips. Credit to G1 where credit is due. They are a phenomenal roster. If G1 want to make it to the grand finals, I think that this is almost a must win. You do not allow Sentinels to get back into this one, but let's let the players decide. And I'm putting my eyes on Frosty. A great game one. Can you give us more?
If Frosty can do what he just did in game 1, in game number 2, in a Slayer, then I'm sure we are going to witness a victory for Sentinels. But G1 also were doing very similar things on the other side. Here's the first engagement between Frosty and Bubudubu, the two standout players from that first game. Bubu does get taken down, and Frosty still carrying on his dominance from map number 1.
Good play, good angle from Frosty, recognition, and Snakebite's going to drop him off a gift for awarding that first kill. It's going to be an overshield going in the hands of Sentinels here early, it appears, as Snakebite's able to secure it. Frosty with the snipe, everything goes gold for Sentinels at the start of this one.
I will say, I think Bubudubu was everything that G1 needed, not just as a player and what he offers in-game, but also brings a fan base towards this G1 roster as well. I think there was a lot of followers of Bubudubu and what he's achieved in previous iterations of Halo. You add that to 3 hard-working, absolutely incredible Halo players. This G1 roster has become a fan favorite very quickly. You are going up against one of the biggest fan bases in Halo, and that is Sentinels. But if you can quieten them down, if you can go 2-0 up here, suddenly things are looking great, but you turn a corner and suddenly 2 players of G1 are staring right at you.
Yeah, that overshield snipe combination and the control that Sentinels once had, it's immediately removed. G1 now have the lead, snipe in the hands of Bubudubu. And it was a great play from Devin over at Green. We didn't really see everything from his point of view, but he was being such a nuisance to multiple members of Sentinels. And because he's able to stay alive, he's given this G1 roster an opportunity with a lead here early.
One of my favorite facts from KC was something along the lines, if Lethal gets more than 8 kills on one of the Slayers, Sentinels win like 95% of the time or something. And I know that Lethal was often a focus, maybe for more negative reasons, which was quite unfair considering they still won the tournament. They still played fantastically.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
But it does show that, you know, when Lethal gets involved and when he is playing at his very best, this Sentinels roster just goes to that extra level. They become even better. And they have certainly looked like that this tournament. Everyone has been firing on all cylinders. There has not been a weak link at all in my eyes.
And sometimes it doesn't matter if there's a weak link or not. Sometimes it's just a matter of players making plays, and players are making plays on the G1 side of the stage right now. 16-9. This lead starting to build. Overshield and Snipe still in their control. And Devin, he hasn't missed a shot in what feels like a couple of series now. Looks to be aggressive.
18-10. It's starting to become quite a big lead here for G1. And that lead ever increasing, but this is better. Royal 2 does get a double kill. Bubudubu has the sniper rifle though. He can start with connecting some shots. It could really turn favor very heavily for G1 here. And there's the first. It's an easy one. Walk straight into it, but Lethal thankfully takes him down. Otherwise, things could have started to get out of hand for G1. Lethal trying his best to stay alive, but Swish now will get the rewarded with the heat wave.
And Swish already with 10 to his name, having a great game too here. One of the best up-and-coming players we have on the scene, giving this G1 roster so much slaying prowess. We saw how successful he was in game 1. Well, game 2, it looks very similar right now. Good job by Frosty to get that kill on the Devonator. Switch the heat wave control back into Sentinels' favor. And now look at this. G1 seemed to be trapped in-house. This is a good position from Sentinels, but they need to find some kills.
Frosty knows Boo Boo's there though. Boo Boo gets the body shot, and there comes the teamwork. Devon instantly jumps on it, instantly gets the kill. Squallow also pushes out. They get 2 dead, and whilst they were trapped, suddenly they become trappies. They get to trap the Sentinels roster instead, and it's 28 to 18.
Not sure if that's how the English language works, Stan, but it worked for G1 here. Up 10 kills now. Boobadooboo with Snipe back in his control. He's going to catch Frosty off guard. A great stick from Frosty to trade it out, but trades aren't going to cut it at this point in time. You need to find a way to make up the difference here as G1 do approach that 30 kill mark. Great job by Snakebite to get a couple more in this team's favor, but this overshield, you got to find some success with it, in my opinion, if you want Sentinels to come back.
You imagine it has to be now, right, with this overshield, otherwise things are going to start to get out of hand. But it's a fantastic opportunity. It's going to be a triple. Make it more if you want. No, Swish and the heat wave just shuts down Frosty in time. And even though Frosty gets a triple kill, still a 9-kill advantage here for G1. So what was a map that favored Sentinels in the previous time they matched up against each other suddenly is looking like a favorable one here for G1.
G1 with momentum. Throughout the day, they've built confidence, and with that confidence, can they take a 2-0 lead? They're in prime position to do so here in the elimination bracket final. Swish with heat wave in hand finds roll 2. A good sandwich once again from G1. Great teamwork coming through. A trade once again favoring Sentinels, but eventually you need to go on a little bit of a run here because these trades are going to get G1 closer and closer to that 50 kill mark.
Sentinels really need to get kind of an all 4 dead and at least 3 of them stay up so they can gain some map control and they can stop this momentum from rolling for this G1 roster. A Swish does get back smacked. Unfortunately, he had little to do about that one, but suddenly what was a 10-kill game is now a 6-kill game. G1 cannot afford to kind of get flustered here, otherwise Sentinels will take advantage of it.
Sentinels control the pace of the game right now. It's something we've been waiting to see ever since G1 broke off to that 10-kill lead. It's 6, like you said. Who can find the next pick and how can you allow it to influence the rest of the score? Unfortunately, Royal 2, he gets caught out Keydor, and just 3 members of G1 down there. A lot of information for Royal 2 to be able to deliver, but do the kills come through? Here comes Lethal, here comes Frosty. They find a couple. But with Overshield coming up in 10, you need to find a couple more.
They need to get the kills and they need to get the Overshield to Sentinels. But if G1 can get control of the Overshield side, which currently they do, an Overshield could be enough to win them the game. Look at the push onto Lethal. Great repulsor just to stay alive. The assist does come through from Snakebite, but Lethal eventually falls. Where does this Overshield end up? Snakebite is going to get taken down by Boo Boo. Frosty, though, is going to get very aggressive towards this, but he needs help ASAP.
Wait a minute, he gets up, he gets it, he activates it, and now it's Frosty's turn to see if he can do what it takes to keep Sentinels in this series. 38-42, a massive pickup of the Overshield by himself from Frosty here. Now he's looking for enemy players, but can't quite spot anyone Brute side. G1 get him down to no shield. Frosty has a big responsibility to stay alive. Drops down onto Devonator. Finds the kill, but in the meantime, Swish trades it out for 2, and it's going to be a triple kill needed from Frosty. Can't get it, and Swish, with a beautiful Brute Grenade, extends the lead back to 5.
The amount of sticks we've seen in this series is nuts. Lethal tries to get the kill onto Swish to make it 46-42, but Swish stays alive, and just like that, it's 47-41, and this could be the beginning of the end of this map. G1 looking to get aggressive now. Got to be careful, though, because Sentinels were waiting. Frosty gets the kill. Still a 4-kill game, and it is not over yet. G1 just need to strategically plan this one.
Yeah, look at this route. They both go throughout the tunnel. Roll 2's going to have too many players around him in order to try and stay alive, and because of that, they've extended it 48-43, 49-43. Boobadooboo finds that 49th kill, and Lethal's by himself. Big door Squall. He's going to end it. 18 kills from Swish, 50 from the side of G1, and now G1 now in our elimination finals are up 2-0 over Sentinels.
The G1 train just is not stopping. There was a minor blip in the railway, and that blip was Sentinels in the winner's bracket, but it seems like they've been able to patch up all the metal they needed to, and they're rolling once more. Frosty did get 17 kills, but again, not enough for Sentinels. It was Swish on the side of G1. Swish, who has been this kind of main slayer for so long. Previously, when Boo wasn't on the roster, Swish was the guy.
Yeah.
And Swish still can be that guy. I think that's what's so exciting about this G1 roster. You've added yet another player who can be the guy. Devonator's the guy sometimes. Squalite's the guy.
I was about to say,
they're all the guy.
You don't beat Sentinels without 4 guys. This roster stacked from top to bottom. They've been making plays all weekend long. There's a reason that they find themselves up 2-0 here in the elimination finals. It's because they have found a roster that works. They have found 4 players that can take them to the promised land. That's the grand finals, Dan, and now just 1 game away.
Are we starting to see a few names that we are going to continue to see tournament in, tournament out in the latter stages of HCS competition? Sometimes it's about passing of the guard, and even though, of course, this is just online competition.
Yeah, don't get crazy.
And, you know, LANs will still happen. But Squale, Swish, Predevonator, I think we're going to start to see them a lot more in the latter stages of competition as the years go by. And with Boo alongside them, with his experience and his veteranship, this is a very, very exciting roster indeed. As for Sentinels, they find themselves 2-0 down. It's not impossible that they get back into it. They've had reverse sweeps before. They've got back into into grand finals before. But it is a long road when you are 2-0 down.
It's a long road, but if you expect it from anyone, you expect it from these guys. 1 game at a time mentality. They've done it before so many times in the past. But do they have it in them today is the question. Frosty's giving them everything he can. Statistically, it looks good on a screen every time we go to it, but just something not right with Sentinels, and sometimes you're just having an off day. Is it a championship Sunday that we see Sentinels have that off day? Not very often. But today, they haven't looked like that championship caliber team, but it could just be a Strongholds recharge that turns that story and flips it on its head.
Now, statistically, this is one of Sentinel's worst game types. I think it is their worst Strongholds game type out of them all. But maybe throw those stats out of the window now, because Sentinels are going to be fired up. They're going to be very angry that they're 2-0 down in this series, and they know full well if they want a stab at OpTic Gaming, then it needs to begin here, and they need to play better than they have been. Even though they've been throwing everything at G1, it's just been a few moments here or there that have gone in favor of G1. As on the flip side, for G1, they are 1 map away from a grand final here in the HCS NA Super. We were touting them, some people were touting them for, you know, maybe top 4, maybe top 3. Suddenly, a grand final, G1 is very much possible here. What a moment it is for some of these players and their careers. Sentinels have got to shut them down here, otherwise we will be seeing G1 versus OpTic in that grand final.
Let's kick it off with Frosty, the MVP. Step up or get out of the way. A fast push into the pipes, a kill on the Boo, but you think it's coming through. But the newcomer for G1 makes a play that potentially can give G1 a little bit of life to kick this game 3 off.
This is not the start you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan. Esqualite manages to get the initial one. It's a trip cap. It's already points being scored. It's camouflage. It's shock rifle. Everything there for G1. Sentinels cowering in a corner at the moment, waiting for spawns, waiting and trying to plan. What do we do when your backs are against the wall like this? If anyone could do it, it can be Sentinels. Esqualite does go down.
It looked like a very promising position there for Squale and the rest of G1. Somehow, right out of the trip cap, Sentinels able to get a couple of kills, able to transfer not only A over, but B over. It is 45 points awarded to G1, but it's an A-B hold now for Sentinels.
A-B hold is something that OpTic have just focused on. They very rarely were pushing for the trip cap when they played against Sentinels, so have Sentinels maybe learned a little thing from playing against OpTic earlier on in this tournament? Boo trying to get an entry frag with this shock rifle. He's got shock rifle sword. He's got everything, and he's full sending it at the moment. He wants to assist the team because he saw they were getting aggressive over towards Elevator.
Gotta hit a shot with the shock rifle. You can't finish it with the battle rifle. He's gonna relocate here. And thankfully, Swish is there to finish the kill. And Boo stuck in a tough position here because all of this body shot damage you're doing with the shock rifle, you need a teammate.
He's a battle rifle.
In order to capitalize. This sword can be so influential. If you are able to transfer over A, he's going to be able to do just that. They're able to get B as well, and Roll 2 gets caught by that sword. Does get a melee, and it is Snakebite that's going to be able to capitalize there. Going to be able to transfer A back into Sentinels' favor, and it's going to be a momentary AC hold now for Sentinels, you would think, but it is G1 coming off respawn. They get the advantageous spawns. They're able to transfer over C. In the meantime, Lethal with camo now. We'll see what he can do.
Now, it would say a lot about Sentinels if they were able to win this, because as I said, one of their worst game types, not just from scrims, but at Kansas City as well. They really struggled on Stronghold's recharge. If they have, however, been able to put that practice in from scrims and become better at this, and they could win this game type, then a reverse sweep, I would say, is definitely on the cards. As for G1, try and punish now! As Royal 2 is able to connect with one of the shots. 2 members have gone down, but Squall is going to be the last remaining on the side of G1. They are still scoring, however, despite the fact 3 were dead.
Good job by Lethal and crew to finish off Squall there, to hop into B now, and gonna continue to score points, trying to make up this deficit, but that trip cap, it was influential. You can't forget about it. You have to figure out a way to dominate the mid game if you want to come back into this one. An 80-45 is the score for now. Sentinel's starting to score and finding a couple of kills. This is where they can take a potential lead if they can hold this setup.
3 dead again for G1. Boo Boo Doo Boo had no shield, but is going to be able to wait and be patient enough for the rest of the team to spawn. Now, Sentinels are doing better at kind of watching each other's angles and pushing together. They've been able to just slow things down a little bit from that kind of frantic start that happened where their backs were very much against the wall, but they've really recovered very successfully. It has to be said, I think a lot of teams would have crumbled after a start like that. We'll see whether they can take the lead here for the first time in the game. Yes, they can.
A and B now for Sentinels. Points starting to score. The matter of how big can they build a lead? Can they get comfortable? They need this one to stay in it. Camo's coming up. Snakebite's late to the party. It is Devin that's able to activate it. Does he get away with his life? The answer is yes. Now what can Devin do now that he's secured camo? And will Sentinels know which direction he's coming from?
Yeah, you've got to try and get a break here. A and B have been held far too long by Sentinels if you're on the side of G1. And you can see Devin reluctant to step into B because that gives away your position, but it looks like he's going to try and make the jump to fight Snakebite, who was already been put under pressure. But what a trade that is. A very, very important trade that should stop the pressure from G1 very quickly. But it does look like trades elsewhere have gone in favor of G1, and they're going to be able to take A potentially off of Sentinels here.
Oh boy. And the trip cap for now. Frosty opting not to go to C, but to hold BR. That's probably the wise decision, as respawners are going to be able to potentially transfer over C for Sentinels. But as I say that, they lose a couple, and C not yet transferred, and now pressure from Swish from Elevator.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be a sandwich, and all of a sudden, what was looking like a Sentinels lead is immediately erased. The setup is given to G1, the trip cap in effect once again, and now the rotation to Elevator is one Sentinels need to stop.
They still got the trip cap. Look at those points chunking up. B now is going to be contested by Sentinels, but Snakebite's under pressure. If he goes down, this point is still going to rack up. Okay, thankfully, he was able to get the stop. Otherwise, that could have been very detrimental for Sentinels indeed. But now B, once again, being put in by G1 here. And they're in such a good phase right now. This is such a good passage of play for G1. They have got so many points on the board.
Snakebite has to kill Squall A. He does just that. 3 go down, and it was Chaos bottom Elevator, but Sentinels find a way to get the sways. They get out of the trip cap. Damage has been done though, Dan. It's a 30-point lead for G1.
And that's the difference between just holding 2 and pushing for that trip cap. If you can do it successfully, you really destroy that scoreboard with points. And it's not just happened once, it's happened twice here for G1, and that's why they still have the lead. Granted, Sentinels are slowly getting back into it again, but if we see it happen once more, you feel like this could be the end of this series. Royal 2 trying to get aggressive and trying to finish off that damage, which he does, but Frosty is going to be the last player alive.
They are going to change leads once again, but as I say that, a couple of members from Sentinels go down. The last 2 members stuck over towards Elevator, and this camo gets hit by a nade. That's so unfortunate, but a great job from Sentinels to get Swish off the map with that camo. Squall is going to have that shock rifle with the setup now, and B and C in control of G1.
It's unfortunate, but as the camo player there, he just put his body on the line to keep Squall alive. Squall, who got B, was able to help G1 score here, and now he's rewarded with a shock rifle as well. So it could all be worth it from Swish. A very selfless play, but now you've got to hit the shots with the shock. Does not do so, but at least there's the trade.
The trade comes through, and it's always going to benefit the team with 2 strongholds now. So G1 continuing to score. Lead up. to about 30 now, and Lethal trying to pressure this Pipe's locations. Needs to find the kill under Dev. He gets the kill, but can't get into Stronghold with Snakebite for now, and it's perfect shots from Swish as we point to his screen. They're going to lose A, they're going to get the reset onto B, and it's going to be once again a trip cap opportunity for G1.
Oh dear, oh dear. If we do not see a quick recovery here from Sentinels, this could be the end, and G1 will be going into that grand final. They are scoring so much, and again, there's a lot of pressure here on Frosty. Swish takes the kill, and he takes the fight versus Lethal. What an important kill, though, that could be for Lethal to stop that pressure from mounting, but still the scoring is happening for G1.
You stop some of the pressure, but look at the score, 230 and climbing. The trip cap still in effect. Royal 2's able to get B. Lethal picks up a big kill to get into the elevator. They're going to stop scoring momentarily, but it's almost perfect Halo from here on out required from Sentinels to push this series to a Game 4.
G1 are on the verge of history, being in their first ever grand final in HCS competition. They are taking A, they are taking B, they are putting everything forward that they can. If Swish can grab it and get this kill, they will start scoring once more. Sentinels, what have you got left in the tank to try and recover this one?
Here comes Royal 2. He gets the kill on the elevator, needs to get into the stronghold, but decides to slay in this situation. You got to stop the points from gaining. 248 now, and Boobadooboo gets the kill. Can he get the reset? The team is there to get the reset. In the meantime, though, Dan C being transferred over to Sentinels. In the meantime, B being transferred over to G1. Sentinels continue to have to rotate.
Oh, and there we have it. G1 will be in the grand final. Sentinels are 3-0'd by this wild card that everyone knew had the potential to disrupt this tournament. The train started right at the start of pool play when G1, everyone was saying, hey, they are the real deal. These scrim results actually mean something, and now suddenly they've 3-0'd Sentinels, and they are in a grand final against OpTic Gaming.
And it's the time and work that these guys have put in to get them to this moment, right? Day in, day out, these guys are going over film. They're very public about their practice. They're preaching how they're going about their methods, and the second that this team has formed, they've had one goal, and it is to be able to put a championship on their trophy. And it's an online super, but this would still be a massive accomplishment to take this thing home. And I'm not quite sure anybody saw them getting this far outside of themselves, but it's all about self-belief in some of these moments. And these guys, you can tell how confident they play, they believe.
I think they believe that not only can they continue to get further in this bracket, I think they believe they can win this whole thing.
Absolutely.
And even though OpTic is going to be an entirely different beast with how they've performed so far, G1 will now give themselves the best opportunity they can to win a competition so far in their careers. Swish with 20 kills and 5k damage. If he got 50 kills, that would have been someone else. But Swish, I am so impressed with how he's performed. I was impressed back in Pro Series when G1 started to pop off, and it's happening now in a truly competitive environment for a lot of cash on the line.
We could talk about individuals on this team and the plays that they're making all day, right? There's a reason that they continue to advance. They have now beaten Cloud9. They have now beaten Sentinels in their elimination bracket run. I'm not quite sure who's ever been able to say that in the history of Halo, especially as of recent. And the feeling that they have right now as young players early in their careers, creating such upsets, the journey that they're on, this day is something special to remember. And for G1 fans, you hope it's not over yet.
Yeah, you hope that you can now do something in the grand final against OpTic, something that no one has been able to do so far this tournament. On the flip side for Sentinels, it is a disappointing end to their tournament, but I think we were well aware that coming into this, Sentinels would have wanted minimum top 3. I do still think they are going to be the team to beat once Orlando comes around and we're back on LAN competition. But what an achievement that is for G1. No one can take that away from them, even if it is online competition, because these guys weren't even expected to push, further than top 4. They've beaten Cloud9, they've beaten Sentinels, and up next is going to be OpTic Gaming. What a performance it was from G1. Lottie, just please analyze that one for us, because boy, I was not expecting that.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it either, and I've got to say 3-0 is a serious statement. And I think OpTic might be nuts if they think that this is going to be an easy ride right now, because G1 are here to play. What kind of confidence do you think is that going to give G1 here and out going into that grand final? I know they have to reset the bracket, but what does that do for a young player who wants this more than anything?
Yeah, if we were worried about just how much momentum G1 might have had after Cloud9, I don't even want to think about how much momentum they have right now. I mean, what a series from these guys. This is already one of the most historic runs of any major Halo tournament, in the past decade, without a doubt. These guys have put on an unbelievable show. What a showing from them. And it's not done yet. Like we said, the G1 train just keeps going.
They've just been absolutely unstoppable. I mean, winning in a 3-0 fashion against Sentinels, it's not like they've had some form of an easy bracket whatsoever.
No.
They generally, when you have like some wild card team or somebody placed a little bit higher, like cracking into that top 3 or top 4, it's like, all right, maybe they had that bracket, maybe they got that one upset. It's like, no, you're taking down Cloud9, then you took down Sentinels. You have a chance to now take down OpTic in the grand finals. This has just been a pleasure to watch.
It really has indeed. I gotta say, we talked about it on the desk before. This wasn't gonna be the same team that Sentinels faced earlier on in the competition. This was a new G1 roster. This roster has experienced a few things this weekend, and my goodness me, have they not benefited from it. I mean, just absolutely insane. I think it really all stemmed from that first game as well, what we saw on Oddball. A really, really back and forth one, thinking that potentially Sentinels might have taken that first map, but G1 completely denied that, and they were really, really smart about what they were doing. You mentioned about how, I believe, was it Swish right at the end there? Was it Swish that was playing the ball really, really well rather than grabbing it and getting too much time? But yeah, just really small little things like that really should be coming from veteran Halo players and teams. That's coming from G1 right now. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I think, Dave, you and I are talking about in the green room. You made a great point. Just, we were talking to each other, how long has Devin been on the grind, right? And now it's paying off more than it ever has before.
Yeah, some people, they have that meteoric rise within their first season or so. Devin, he's been on the grind. He's been in, sometimes that 5 through 8, that 9 through 12, those different placings. But for him to continue on the grind, he's now on one of these top teams here in Halo Infinite. I'm just really proud of him. As a fellow Michigander, you just want to see, we want all these players to win, let's be real. But it's awesome to see that hard work pay off for him. He's got a roster that's so strong. He's got a couple of young guns, got some like Boo Boo Doo Boo up and lead the roster. And this team is just so unpredictable. Like OpTic, I'm sure, going into this and saying, all right, what do they do again? We studied a lot of Sentinels, we studied a lot of Cloud9. How do we stop these guys?
They're going through the playbook, so we don't have the G1 playbook here, actually. I mean,
in the rule book, it doesn't say you can't have a dog playing the game. It feels like we're watching Air Bud.
I got to say also, the Squall as well as Swish and Devin, these guys have, they've put in so much work. And Boo Boo, you could say is already a household name. We said it was a big deal if G1 beat Cloud9. Right now they've done it against Sentinels, and just like that, these guys are household names. And for the rest of the season, just like the casters were saying, we're going to talk about this team differently already based on their performance alone. But now they still have a grand final ahead of them.
Without a doubt. G1, they're sticking in my brain for a very, very long time, especially in our 2 remaining events that we have this season, and 2 of the most important, arguably, as well. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket to find out what G1 just managed to do. 3-0 against Sentinels in the finals. That is absolutely insane. I wouldn't have predicted that one, especially that kind of outcome, a 3-0 against the reigning champions of Kansas City. That is absolutely massive. So GG's absolutely incredible, but I want to see what you've got against OpTic now in this grand final, because my goodness, they reset this bracket. If they can really bring their A game here, look at this winners bracket. That would be insane. Could you imagine them doing this, Walshy?
I want to believe. I want to see this miracle happen. Also, even when we were looking at the elimination bracket too, the other teams that they took out FaZe. They took out eUnited. They took out G2. Have they had an easy match? I say no. Some matches they maybe made look easy, but no easy matchups whatsoever today or yesterday, and they're just dominating.
Yeah, they had to take down countless top 4 favorites to get there, and they did that. They won their top 3 match here. Now they're guaranteed top 2. It's crazy to see this. As everyone knows, of course, we certainly didn't predict this. I think very few people, maybe only the G1 players, Mikowski, Kenny themselves might have said that G1 would be in the grand finals, and guess what? They were right. They bet on their players. You saw Mikowski's tweet as well saying it's pure passion that nobody else wants it more than them. Now they've got a chance to, I would say, record one of the most surprising. They've already done one of the most surprising results in the last decade, but this on paper might be one of the biggest surprises if they were to somehow take down OpTic. it's going to be a great grand final either way.
You're totally right. I mean, OpTic haven't had the same kind of level of competition, even in their winners bracket run being so clean. G1 have gone through the gauntlet. They've taken down so many different teams, pretty much every single team we've had in this competition, at least the household name teams as well. Cloud9, they took out the competition. Can they take OpTic down? That is our next big question, and one we'll be talking about after the break. We do have our grand finals, folks, and it is going to be insane. Can you believe it? OpTic versus G1. The Cinderella story might just come through. I'm really excited to find out who is going to be reigning champions of this NA Super, and we'll find out right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ? Lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1. Renadine applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just incredible. He misses the beat down. He snaps. Oh my God! Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello, folks, and welcome to your grand finals of the NA Super here at the Halo Championship Series. Joining me on the desk, I have Clutch and Walshy, and I've been saying it pretty much all weekend long how I'm excited about series, but this one I am really excited about. OpTic versus G1. You called it, man.
I didn't do anything, okay?
I mean, at this point in time, you win, no matter what. I mean, that was just insane.
We're not making this about me. We're making this about G1. Incredible Halo being played by those guys all weekend long. For them to go on this elimination bracket run, it's a BTH-esque story, right? And then a bunch of underrated players that have a ton of skill. New game comes out. These guys get an opportunity to team with a veteran like Bubadubu. I had my Cloud, and what he was able to bring to me, Bubadubu has been able to bring to this roster, and ever since then, these guys have had some success, right? Starting to beat some of the best in the world. I'm rooting for G1 in this series. I'm gonna say it out loud. I have OpTic winning the tournament in my prediction. Tear that piece of paper up. I don't care about the tweet, whatever it is. Give me G1, and I love the fact that these guys have gone on the story that they have.
Love to hear that. I'll tell you what, I'll remind everyone at home and us on the desk as well, what is on the line here this weekend? What is on the line here in this match? We have $125,000 here in a prize pool. For this match, $45K goes to the winner of this grand finals. That is a lot of money, but I gotta say as well, you know, a lot of pride on the line. I think a lot of meaning going into Orlando too. To be known as the kind of favorites heading into that one as well will be huge. I think for OpTic on their side, the pressure, obviously being the favorites of this tournament, just seeing what G1 were capable of to answer back to Sentinels, where previously they had lost 3-1 to 3-0, that Titan, where OpTic really were going to toe-to-toe with them, right? In that winners final. It wasn't super easy, although the score may look like that. OpTic will be a little bit worried about this with a lot of pressure mounting on those shoulders.
They should. I mean, when it comes to objective efficiency, we saw G1 hopping on top of the stronghold so well, just shutting Sentinels out. Whereas OpTic, they were getting outslayed and they're able to out objective efficiency against that Sentinels roster. But I don't know, we're gonna see these two clash right now and see how these playstyles mesh, because it does feel like they play a little similar at times. It feels like they're able to pull a trick out of their hat, get a kill when they're down. I'm just stoked to see these guys play. Like I said, it's tough to remain unbiased. I have we try to remain unbiased as we can. But like, when you see something like G2, like up to this rise, like, I don't know, it's just incredible. It's like, I want to see another team contesting for that top, and like, maybe it happens to be G1. We kept thinking like, is it FaZe? Is it, who else is going to step into that top three? And it's like, it's G1.
Yeah, it certainly is G1. I'll tell you what though, there are small moments that OpTic do manage to clutch up on, or there are small moments that they create for themselves, and one of those creators is Trippy on OpTic Gaming. I mean, he's our AMD power performance for a reason, back on Catalyst CTF, the overkill versus Cloud9, where he comes into their base, gets that incredible overkill and finishes things off, with the skewer and the no-scope. Clutch, this guy is just disgusting.
Yeah, for OpTic Gaming to win this tournament, they needed a big performance out of Trippy consistently. He's given them every bit of that. An unbelievable play here, but more importantly, an unbelievable series against Cloud9, a statistically unbelievable series against Sentinels, and Trippy really starting to find his own here in the HCS and Halo Infinite, and you love to see it, right? The guy has put in so much hard work. He's been around for a little bit now, and for him to continue to elevate his game, that's something special to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is special to watch. I think it's not even just the kills that he gets, it's really pivotal moments that Trippy manages to accomplish for the team. We see that with the likes of APG as well, but he works so well with his team. The communications must be there, because Trippy is given that trust, right? He's given that movement, that trust to be able to go ahead and do what he does best, and that's just disrupt the piece. That has completely disrupt the map in the favor of OpTic Gaming. So really exciting stuff across the board there. But I gotta say, it's gonna be a difficult one, because G1 are gonna be looking to totally take down OpTic. How do you think they're gonna manage to do that bit by bit? What do you want to see out of this roster right now?
I think OpTic just has to play their game, right? I think that they have taught us anything, is that they are here to win this tournament this weekend. They have put in so much hard work over the entire span of Halo Infinite, and right now they are hitting a groove that looks like the best team in the world is going to be on the back of Trippy playing at a high level, Lucid playing at a high level, making plays, and APG finding a way to fill in the gaps there. Formula does his thing, obviously, but I mean, they've looked unstoppable all weekend long. They looked great against G1 the first time around, and it's going to be a very difficult road for G1. It's going to have to be 2 long best of 5s, I would think, or best of 7s, I believe it is, in order to try and create this upset. And that's just so much to ask for the young guns, right? OpTic Gaming have everything in their advantage, and you know they come into this one confident.
Yeah, I'm hoping that G1 don't get too complacent. I don't want them to take too much kind of confidence in the wrong form off that Sentinels win. I want them to be able to know who they're going up against. You know, OpTic, the cleanest team in this tournament so far. But the question is, how clean will this grand finals be, especially with G1 on the side of things? We're going to hand it on over to our casters right now for your grand finals. We have Onset and Bravo. And fellas, let's get right into this one.
Let's get it going. I mean, what a story this is, Andy. Probably the biggest story so far that we've had this year. We have a new contender. It is the Grim Reaper of the Halo Championship Series on one side of our stage. G1 taking down Cloud9, taking down Sentinels, and now in front of them, the final boss, so to speak, of the Halo Championship Series in this tournament. They're going to take down OpTic Gaming.
Knock, knock. It's not housekeeping. It's G1. And they've come to eliminate you from the tournament. What a run they've had. Here's your best of 7. The grand finals, of course, requiring 7 games to determine a champion here. OpTic Gaming has looked incredible, as they have for the better part of 2022. But G1, this is a brand new team here, and belief, hype, and so much that they've brought to this weekend has paid off in a big way. The hard work has brought them to the grand finals, and now they will face OpTic Gaming for the title.
Well, let's see if this is one hurdle too many, or maybe this is the start of something extremely special that we won't forget for quite some time. But let's also keep in mind, let's keep this real. OpTic Gaming have looked unbeatable at times, but it's Sunday night, my friends. You know what that means. It's time for a grand final to kick off. Sign off with the point of view of Trippy from OpTic.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand finals here at the HCS NA Super. $125,000 on the line between the best teams in North America and the 2 teams in the finals here. OpTic Gaming and G1 going up against each other. It has been a Cinderella story for G1. Their first grand finals appearance, and they have no intention of stopping.
And I don't think they've got any fear anymore. That's over for them. Beating Cloud9, beating Sentinels, and beating them both in ways which they would have learnt so much as a squad and as a team. But for now, let's keep it in mind that they've got to reset the bracket first. The best of 7 has to be won here by G1 if they want to have an opportunity to call themselves champions. Squall with his camouflage. He's having a little bit of a peak battle with 4 more at the moment. Gets that first shot, backs himself to hit them, and hit them he does.
Very nice timing there, very nice discipline. Waits for the nade to come to the sneaky. Also waits for his shield to charge behind the 2-stack. Might even pick up this one. Oh, and he hits the preemptive repulsor early. The nade will come in late, so he'll be taken down. Just a few points on the board early on for OpTic Gaming.
Couple of points. However, now that ball is transferred over to G1, so you would imagine that lead's going to disappear pretty quickly here. Couple of plasma grenades going to go down. Trippy trying to lock down this player, and Swish is going to be a little bit frustrated. I think you have the repulsor in that situation. You usually think this is a couple of guaranteed easy kills for me.
Let's not forget that repulsor has already become a thing of legend for G1 fans. Devin hitting one of the most memorable repulsors of the entire Halo Infinite season in that Catalyst Slayer against Cloud9 to send them through. And since then, they've still been winning. They find themselves now in the grand finals, and with a little bit of a lead here, now 16-10.
How close this is. OpTic finally pick up a couple of kills. So Boo Boo and Squall last players alive, and one of them is sneaking around at the back of the turbine and the back of Blue at the moment. That's going to be a sneaky Blue Boo Boo Do Boo, who's trying to do what he can. He gets to stick onto Trippy, but a little bit more ball time here for OpTic. But here comes Devonator, but doesn't know Lucid's behind him. But Lucid's not connecting in a way we're used to. That's more like it, Lucid.
I was going to say, this is not what we're used to seeing from Lucid. He usually doesn't miss the first one, never misses the second one. Of course, he taps on the third one. Third time's the charm for him, and you got to think, on the side of OpTic Gaming, they know that their opponents are ready to play here, right? They are not going to take G1 lightly.
G1 who go into the most slender lead possible here, just the 1 point, as Swish is going to get the next camouflage of the game as well. So it's 2 in a row power-ups for G1. Put a shock in the hands of one of these players as well, and wouldn't be surprised to see APG not quite be able to force that one back to pipes, but there's the intangible. There's the play that doesn't show up on the stats.
Oh boy.
There's one that does though.
Wow, Swish. Camo comes off right on the mid-bridge, doesn't even worry about it. Hits the shot still. Lucid hot on his tail though, because he wants that for himself. 3 dead. APG last player alive momentarily here for OpTic Gaming. The rest of them respawning.
Look how quickly they hunt those players down as well. It's almost OpTic-esque from G1, just making sure as soon as initial damage was done, they give up map positioning because they know they've got enough battle rifles to deal with the pressure that's about to come in. For now, though, it's some trades. Squallire's last player alive is going to fall as well. A great counter push here from OpTic Gaming. Even though a lead was gathered by G1, you're going to see OpTic turn that over. They've got a full pipe setup.
Yeah, G1 does play the ball out of pipes off a bat ledge, but it only kind of sits there in the battery's corner. And with the timing of the 4 dead from OpTic, which we've seen so much from them, they very comfortably bring the ball right back in. That will now give them just about a 15-point lead.
First pick goes to Boo Boo Doo Boo. That means there's space, and once again, look how quickly G1 pounce on it. One more picks up one as well. Lucy going to repulse her back just to make that shot as difficult as possible to take his shields down and take him into the death screen. But still with his shot, still causing problems here. So a slender lead, even though it is for OpTic Gaming, it's probably the most monumental one we've seen so far in this first round.
See what Lucy can do here. Commando now in hand. 2 dead for G1. Kills will be traded out, though, with Trippy. A little bit of a slow start here. You can tell these teams really providing a lot of respect to each other, wanting to have a little bit of slaying control before they go for those ball holds. It's still 42-29.
Devin challenging aggressively as well to get that weapon out of the hands of OpTic. Lucy gets taken down as well, and that'll be the camo now going over to Squaller. That's 3 in a row now for G1, which is great signs for them to get control of it, but the score isn't reflecting that power-up control at this point.
Yeah, certainly credit to Mikowski there. Making sure this team is on top of the power-ups and the players putting together the plays to make that possible. We now reach the 2-minute remaining mark. Nice little kill for Squall. That will take down Lucid out of the equation, which is certainly a welcome gift for the side of the G1 push.
Swish is going to pick up another. That should create a little bit of space here, and Squallire's got so much responsibility with this play. He knows the Trippy's in front of him. He gets some damage down, but Swish is going to fall as well. So Squallire now, his position's going to be given away, and he's about to walk in to the entire OpTic Gaming roster. He has the sword. He cuts one down, but it's just a trade. And how well did OpTic just play that?
Beautiful 2v1 there. They knew they might lose one player on the pipes push, but the second one will get the kill. That's rare that OpTic would mess that up, and they do come out on top, but still 2 dead for them, so nice responses from G1 in the slaying department. Now Lucid gonna fly right into top gold, try to take down Devin.
Now 70 seconds left in the round as well. The lead only around 10 points or so, just over for OpTic Gaming here, which is why they're just trying to play the kill game. If they pick up 2-3 more rounds of kills, this should be the round going to them. Lucid's going to pick up a couple. That's 4 dead. Now the attention can turn to the oddball because everyone on G1 is watching this play in the death screen.
And look at this. What a time to do it. Perfect timing on the 4 dead. How many times have we talked about it this weekend? The timing and the separation between kills on OpTic is outrageous. They get 4 dead, it feels like almost every time. At the flip of a switch, the press of a button, they'll get 4 dead and they get these free ball grabs. Now, as a result, they lead 60-29, 49 seconds left on the clock.
This is going to be the round going to OpTic here. There's no real way, I don't think, for G1 to get back into this, especially with Lucid just getting so much cover fire from his teammates. Lucid was taking out a one-shot there, and no one could even push him due to that cover fire that was coming in from OpTic Gaming. Lucid and OpTic finally get their first power-up of the game as well, and with Lucid just kind of patrolling around with one more sword hit here, all they're going to do is pick up one more kill, and you think this would be the first round for OpTic.
Devin knows he's there as well. Devin with C-Stairs trying to light up Lucid if he could, but now just on the prowl. This is the last player that you want on OpTic with something like a camo sword, and he's just going to continue as they're going to play Slayer here for the last 15 seconds.
15 seconds left. 3 players trapped in pipes as well for G1. 2 of them are fallen. 3 of them are fallen as well. And with that, you get the feeling this is going to be the round done and dusted. OpTic Gaming looking just as devastating and as surgical as we saw them a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, really strong late game there in that first round. They close it out very comfortably, and up until that point, we had seen some really great stuff from G1. You have to think with the speed that G1 can play, maybe they're going to be the first match, the first real test for the side of OpTic Gaming. But OpTic, as we said, they're timing their slays perfectly. They're getting these free ball grabs where they're uncontested into bat ledge and top gold, and they really rack up big 20, 30-second holds off of that.
Well, great start here on the second round coming in from G1, learning from that opening strategy of the first round. Formal taken down with the camo as well, so the camo burnt and all 4 players dropping here. A great response to the start of this second round from G1. Boo Boo also has the shock rifle, and this man has been just putting on clips for us all tournament long.
This is what you need to see. If you're a G1 fan, if you're a G1 player, get right back in this. We already know they're a momentum team. They have been on an absolute tear today. and they've ridden that momentum all the way to the grand finals, and now maybe a little bit of burst of life here. 20 points already on the board in round number 2.
Look at the pressure that's coming into Boo Boo though, but look at the rotation that's coming in from G1. A trade coming in from Boo Boo. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment, so big moments in this game. APG and Formal combining together as well to create a 2v1 in what seemed like a difficult situation to do so, but Squall and Predevastator, they turn a 2v1 into a 2v1 the other way round. Devon coming to the help of his teammate, and that will be a hold now for G1.
Look at Squall staying alive on C-Plat so well to isolate that angle, and as soon as he gets that kill, he backs off. Devon flies right in with the grenade kill. A great bait and switch from G1, and like we said, it's a very different round 2 for them.
Trippy's going to pick up one as well, and that's the flank. So now you're going to think Devon's going to try and play this ball, but instead it's going to be Trippy who says, come here, ball, I'm going to give you a cuddle for a few moments and get OpTic scoring again. Swish still got the sword, but I think he might have just looked away from the screen for half a second there. APG takes advantage.
Unlucky, he's jumping on the crates there to avoid any grenade damage, and APG happens to time it so well where he was mid-jump there, kind of on the ascent, not able to fly forward. That does cost him 3 dead. Swish is your last player alive. He's all the way back at elevator, and this will be a continued hold for OpTic.
We haven't talked about G1's mistakes so far today, because quite simply there hasn't been many of them, right? But when you're playing against a team like OpTic in this grand final, mistakes get amplified. They get magnified. That little miss of a play ball at the back there when they lost a couple of players, that's why the score has completely flipped now. OpTic only a few points away from tying this up.
Triple kill, by the way, for Lucid in the feed, as he's going to pick up that one and also grab the ball. And terrible thing to see if you're on the side of G1, because when Lucid starts to heat up, things can end really fast. We do have a lead change here off the back of that triple. Lucid at 17-8 with the ball in hand.
I was going to say, he's not just heating up, he's hot. He's red hot. He's white hot at the start of this first game of the grand finals. And let's just kind of remind ourselves here, right? This isn't just G1's story. This is OpTic with something to prove as well. They want to pick up another championship. They want to put themselves in the great position they want to be heading into Orlando as a team that some people would be saying is the favorite to win that first LAN event of the year. Formal also with the shock rifle, by the way. I just see its name popping up in the kill feed, and you just get the feeling that anyone who challenges at this point, well, they're going to be dead. It's quite simple.
Oh my God, great little peek here on the heady from Formal. He'll pick up another one. It's deja vu all over again. Guess what? 3 dead from Lucid. It's a 20-second ball hold. 4 dead for OpTic Gaming. It's a 40-second ball hold. 71-35. Now OpTic Gaming is doing it again in round number 2, and there might not be much time left.
Oh my God, Formal is just a keeper of the gates right now, and no one is allowed to break past the castle wall. 82 points and rising, and if it's difficult enough to push him, with the shock rifle in his hands, he's also got a sword. So Blue is locked down almost single-handedly here by Formal, and he's going to charge in now and finish off. No, he's not. He's not going to be able to finish the dinner because there's going to be 4 dead, and maybe G1. That's the spark they needed to make a little bit of a comeback in this round.
Big 1v1 here. If Boo Boo wins this, it will keep OpTic on the respawn. Now only 3 alive, and they're all fresh spawners. It would be a huge effort required for G1 to bring this back and stay alive in the game, but they've got enough time on the clock to do so.
Also got the first pick, the most important thing to do. Formal's on the flank though, but Formal gets taken down. Wonderful prioritization of kills here from G1. They've rotated this ball into elevator. A couple of kills get exchanged, but the closest player to the ball is still Predevastator. He's still alive. Now he turns his attention towards the camo.
What kind of angle is he going to go? He has a grapple, so he's thinking about maybe an angle here. No, he doesn't get it. I think Formal grabs that camo in the end. We're going to go ahead and see. He does get it. He does pop it. That's huge. 3 dead now.
That could be the difference maker. Just a little bit of a misplay on the grapple. Maybe Formal just picked it up just before him. But I have to watch that back to get the exact answer. But from that, Formal goes a little bit rogue. He goes a little bit wild. He breaks the setup alongside his teammates. And now G1 really suffering here.
Good angle from Formal there. Going to hold that down. APG with a nice little rotate here. Is he going to be able to play the ball if he needs to? Instead, just rotate to C. This should be the round.
Anyone that pokes as well. You saw Lucid was just waiting. The remote detonation came in as players tried to push through Mangala. They weren't able to do so. And OpTic Gaming slow the momentum here of G1. They got 1-0 in our grand finals.
I think OpTic picking up where they left off earlier today. And we were wondering who's going to challenge them. So far, G1 with a solid game 1, but not enough to take down the green wall. They look just as good as they have on Championship Sunday. They'll take game number 1.
Lucid. 21 and 11 with 10 assists as well for his squad. Formal just behind him as well with 21 kills, outslaying their opponents quite comfortably here in APG. Again, APG, +2. 14 assists for him. A ridiculous amount of damage and work being done by APG in that game.
I mean, across the board, great numbers from OpTic. It looked like once again they were in control exactly when they needed to be. We'll take a look at the damage as well to see any standouts here. Unsurprisingly, you got the 6K club, APG, as well as Lucid. And take a look at APG's damage relative to his kills, right? That tells you, of course, from those big assist numbers, 14 assists once again. And it's so dangerous because it feels like even if OpTic isn't dictating the entire game, they just wait for the perfect opportunity, and as soon as you present it to them, they will get 4 dead, and they will get a 30-second hold every single time.
Can't afford to make mistakes. It's quite simple. OpTic Gaming have looked almost flawless at times during this tournament, and G1 are trying to, are about to find that out by the looks of things, because the one mistake they made in that round cost them about 40-50 seconds of ball time. It really is that simple, and that's what it's going to come down to. Some really good moments for G1, however, just not enough of them. And those mistakes really were capitalized on by OpTic Gaming. The triple here from Lucid as well. We just caught the back end of that. But then there's the other mistake, right? The grapple play, the attempted grapple play on the camo. Maybe just a little bit of timing off. Maybe the decision wasn't the right one. But you've also got to deal with players like Formal. Just holding down this head glitch. I mean, we've seen him do it through the years on multiple different titles. You give him a head glitch, you give him a gun where he can just peel someone's head off, he's not going to miss.
I mean, you start giving Formal head glitches, camos, swords, shocks, things start to fall apart really quickly. And very good news, here was that remote detonation from Lucid, just holding the bottom A door as well. And great control from OpTic Gaming, great pushes, great timing. That will give them the 2-0 lead in that game. They'll take a 1-0 lead in the series. Next up, Slayer Livefire.
Slayer Livefire, and I heard you with a little bit of a giggle in your voice there, a little bit of a curve at the edge of your mouth as you smiled as you said it, because that is an OpTic Gaming game type. We've seen them be very good on this. G1 though, I've got to say, on Livefire today have been very impressive
think about
that as well.
The Cloud9 match.
Exactly that.
I mean, unbelievable start. If you didn't catch it, G1 with a huge Game 1 win against Cloud9 on Livefire Strongholds. An impressive feat. We'll see if they can repeat here on Livefire. They show that they have what it takes to play on this map, and they would love nothing more than to even up this series 1-1 and reset the tables a bit.
I think they have to as well. I think they have to, just to give them that little bit of belief. Let's keep in mind as well, G1 have been playing game after game, series after series, so maybe the fatigue is going to be somewhat of a factor coming into this grand final right now, but one way to get rid of that fatigue and reset the mentality is to win game number 2. Game number 2 is live, as you can see on your screens at home right now, and it would be pretty silly not to start off with Lucid.
What a game from him. Feels like we say that after every single game we get to watch from Lucid. The guy tends to not miss nor make mistakes. We're underway here in game number 2. OpTic Gaming leading in the grand finals 1-0.
Lucid already got that snipe in his hands as well. First kill does go to OpTic. Damage being done by Lucid. And look at the swarm again. Look how quickly they move in on those players back tower. Squallight's going to get away though, and he's going to get 2 kills. So G1, even though they lose multiple players in that push, it leaves the door open for them to grab that overshield. This is a big moment here for Switch.
Big moment. Let's see what he can do. Still a lot of overshield to play with, and wants to make sure that he can capitalize on this. Still 50% or so, and wants to get into an engagement as fast as he can.
Problem is, the weapons aren't in their hands, and you're seeing in the kill feed right now, a heat wave, a sniper rifle, all these things mean they can just chip away at this overshield. Lucid with that grenade is going to destroy the overshield, and that's going to be 2 dead as Lucid picks up 2 with that grenade. G1 not putting the overshield to use, and now Trippy making them pay with a sandbox 2.
Such a punishing, once again, 3 dead. They get it off the break. It's 10-2 now, all of a sudden off of that damage. Even though they let the overshield go, somehow they're able to hold down house, force the overshield towards them, burn it, and they have an 8-kill lead.
All these little things as well that you notice about the movement of the players, right? Lucid, just a little drop slide, little G slide across while he banked that grenade onto the floor, making sure that anyone who was trying to hit that moving target, moving so fast, it means he's going to take as little damage as possible on his way, which keeps him alive for those few seconds. Trippy now just holding some corners, holding some angles, being a nerd, being obnoxious, but it works. As now you can see OpTic Gaming 14-6 is the lead.
Quite a trade from Devin and quite a kill from Squall as well. Great response there, bringing the game a little bit closer here. Now down by 7, still a long way to go, but making sure that the game doesn't get too out of hand.
Trippy should be taken down and will be taken down. OpTic now lose 2, and that's just the perfect time if you're a G1 fan to see those kills picked up in the feed, because the overshield is popping, and that's where all of the focus of both teams is now. APG taking down the no shields, Switch gets another one, and now he's being aggressive. Now he's looking to take down Lucid as well.
Nice job there. He nades everything he needs to. My God, nades all the way in through the door, nades the window. That meant Lucid had to come outside, takes advantage of the overshield. Now the game is within 6.
Lucid spawning back tower, going to do some damage onto Swish here as well. Devon picks up another, so you're starting to see the comeback start to formulate here for G1. The lead is getting slimmer and slimmer as the seconds tick by here, but now you start to see the game just slow down for a little bit. Swish is trying to clear out back tower. He's going to spot out APG here. He should be toast, but look at the work that's happening from other OpTic Gaming members. Swish isn't in a position to help out teammates quick enough here, and OpTic are just swarming.
Yeah, and right now he knows he can't challenge from that dirt angle. He has to try to get something like a little bit of a C-plat top tower angle if he wants to help his team fight these sandbags and maybe soon to be nest battles.
Well, now you can just see how OpTic just prioritize certain areas on the map, right? You just saw 2 players push A-plat immediately. They know the sniper rifle's up. They want to get eyes on it. They don't want to give anything away to G1. That was the next step. Did we get it? Yes or no? Okay, a decision will be made off the back of that. But also, we've got Formal. Back tower with the heat wave. This man's on the flank and he's got multiple players in front of him. There's one. Unfortunately for him, it's only one because the rest of his team fall.
Wow, it looked like it was all set up, but it's 4 dead for OpTic Gaming, and the game comes within 4. The question is, how does OpTic respond after that? Keep in mind, they were just up by about 8 or 9 kills. Now it's within 4. The push doesn't work, but Tribby answers back. Let's get ready for an Astro Gaming listen-in with the side of OpTic Gaming up by 4.
One guy bottom tower.
Oh,
absolutely. We're gonna cut something up. We can
field door. Bottom middle now. Coming.
Still Devin. Nice, I got one. One shot bottom mid.
Let's go for it. I'll go for it.
Going dummy door, guys. Dummy door. One shot dummy door. Entire. He's full shields now. He's sniping. We have OS. Yes.
Mirror, cuts on me.
No, dummy. 3 on Joey. Literally 3. One shot bottom mid, guys. One shot bottom mid. Ran pillars. Oh, no, behind me. Screens. OS.
I'm pushing this guy.
Listen, they have weapons.
Where? I'm an A.
He was cuts. I spawned green. They could be in A.
I'm an A.
I can look dummies.
Right now, we need to try to get up.
He's chasing you, Matt.
In the vent. Tell me, push me back.
In this.
Watch out, boots. I'm gonna
Top mid again.
Yo, rats on the A right now.
Keto weak on the west. There's 2 here.
In A weak, one shot. Watch out, window, guys. Behind me, rat tunnel.
There's one guy rat tunnel.
Rat tunnel. Going back into rat tunnel, bottom mid right now. Weak.
Bottom again.
Run away, Brad. You're good. I'm watching.
Watch open field.
Hey, we're good. I'm watching bottom middle.
Yo, let Joey snipe.
Yo, I have a heat wave.
Hiding
undercut, 7. Yo, take this guy. 7.
I'm watching big door. They could fly big door multiple. Careful.
Yeah,
cuts. I think 2.
I'm watching cuts. So.
2 there. One's dummy door.
Like
Squeak Swallow. Yeah. I'm dying. No, it's one shot Swallow.
Scamming.
Window and pit.
Yo,
you guys pit.
I'm behind them. Screen key door. Shot key door.
Nice. Window. Window. Still one shot, Jesse. Still one shot, guys.
You're dead. Bottom key door.
Yeah, you're good. I'm here.
They're gonna play around, guys.
Cuts on OV. I hit him twice on OV. Switch.
Yeah, he went down there. Yeah, I'm gonna try to play through.
Bottom mid, switch, one shot. Absolute bottom mid, switch.
One shot next switch. One shot next switch.
OV and sniper, guys. OV sniper.
20 seconds.
Two guys come in big door. right now. Big door. Back to Nate.
Shot key door. As a key door. Squall.
You're bad.
That
one. Coming in.
Screen.
We're coming.
As we jump back into the game from that OpTic Gaming listen in, you can see the score is still incredibly close. OpTic have a slender lead, but you can hear in the comms there, it was a little bit more hectic than we're used to hearing.
It certainly was. I think this is also going to be an overshield grab, if I'm not mistaken, here for the side of G1. We'll see. Once we get to those screens, it's 2 dead for the side of OpTic, and now it is a 3-kill game. Make it 2, 40-38 on the home stretch.
How quickly can they find Lucid, though? It doesn't matter how quickly you find him, you're still going to deal with this man. He goes back up the chimney, he's still got that sniper rifle, but Devon shuts him down before he does too much damage. Booby picks up another one. It's a 1-kill game. We're all tied up. As you can see, APG gives OpTic a 1-kill lead.
Oh my God, OpTic leading so long in this game, and G1 just keeping it close at all costs. It didn't matter what the delta was in the scoreline, and now, as you say, just a 1-kill game, 5 minutes left on the clock.
Where is that sniper rifle, though? It looks like G1 are trying to make a push as well. Devon's going to be top middle. He's got the heat wave as well, so he should be able to finish off this kill on APG. But APG shows incredible survivability here, and while he does that elsewhere, Lucid and Trippy pick up a couple. It's a 2-kill advantage here for OpTic. It's still 2, and it might just go up a little bit more. OpTic Gaming, a late game rally here. 3 kills the difference as the sniper rifle is passed off to Formal.
Formal's going to have the sniper, and as a result of the game in his hands, plenty of ammo to play with. A 3-kill lead and only 4 kills required to close the game out.
Boo is going to challenge. I tell you what, that wasn't too far away from removing that visor. And nor was that one. Boo now going to be re-challenging top middle. All of G1 just stacked top middle at the moment. Formal might have a real opportunity to hit a big shot. He misses one. Numerous players exchanging places from G1. This is a risky play from them. It's a ballsy play. We still have a 3-kill difference.
Oh, no! Kills traded out. Everybody weak on the rat tunnel. 48 to 44 here.
Trippy's flying in. Trippy's going to trade. It's one more kill to go. Formal's chasing it down. Misses the no-scope and falls as well. But it doesn't matter too much because the teammates are there. And OpTic will go up by 2-0 in our grand final. Formal. Beautiful little no-scope in the end of that game. It could have been very different if he didn't hit that shot.
If he doesn't hit that shot, all sorts of stuff starts to go down with 2 other OpTic players weak on the rat tunnel exit. It could have been a completely different result. Instead, he hits the shot, keeps the teammates alive, and the team steps in to finish the job. 50 to 46 is your final score in game number 2. OpTic will take it. Lucid, once again, 15 and 11.
15 and 11. The man has been the standout, full stop, in this tournament. He has just been putting up stat line after stat line after stat line. And APG right behind him as well with some good kills and death ratio once more for a player who's doing the job that he loves to do. But I mean, so close for G1 at multiple times in that game. They had a lot of the power-ups, Andy, but it was the weapons this time they weren't able to control.
I mean, so much credit to G1 for keeping that game close, because during the OpTic Gaming listening, when we saw them up by around 4 and 5 kills, it felt like OpTic was dictating every single moment of the gameplay, and G1 had to make really uncomfortable pushes. They had to make some sacrifices. They had to push out on Overshield. We had to see Squall make the same push on Overshield time and time again, and eventually it paid off, and they found themselves tied at 41, but what a home stretch run yet again from OpTic Gaming, and there's a reason you drop the sniper rifle for Formal, and he hits the shots.
That's very true. And I mean, our question while we were doing our prep for the NA Super was, will OpTic Gaming be able to win those close games in the biggest of matches? They've done it consistently throughout this tournament. Look at the series against Sentinel. Close game, close game, close game. But they get the wins. That's the difference in the kind of, you know, the ruthlessness that I keep talking about with this OpTic lineup. They are not allowing those games to slip through their fingers, and they're not allowing those bad memories to come back. And now you can see with Capture the Flag Catalyst next, this is the chance for G1 because this has been their game type.
Right, we've seen them play very well on this game type specifically time and time again. And as we also identified, it's a map that plays really unique relative to the rest of the map and game type suite in Halo Infinite. So far, G1 has capitalized on that and found the right way to play this game type and this map. Game 3, a chance for them to get back into the series. If not, OpTic Gaming goes up 3-0, only becomes 1 game away from closing out the grand final very quickly.
Yeah, that would be a very quick result for them, and a result I'm sure they were more than happy to have go their way if it is going to be 4-0 for G1. The road looks even longer at this point. Now they have to win numerous games in a row just to have a chance of resetting that bracket and going to the second best of 7, but there's some way to go before we even start to entertain that fact. For now, for G1, they've got to try and work their way back into this series. First up, they've got to win this next game.
Yeah, that's right. I think once again, the G1's coming into this with nothing to lose, right? So I don't think that they're going to be too down mentally, emotionally here 2-0 in the series. I think they're remembering that, hey, we're here at the grand finals. Let's put on the best show we can. So I think in terms of team spirit, in terms of morale, I think they're going to look to this game 3 as a real chance to get right back in the series. If they can make it 2-1, we could go the distance here.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? Make it 2-1. How different does that series layout look? Momentum shifts. All of a sudden, OpTic may be thinking, oh, we're in for a little bit of a longer night than we thought we might be in for. However, on the flip side of that, you could say G1 do not take this game home, which is obviously one which I'm sure they would love to pick against any team because they have so much success on it. What does that mean for them if they don't manage to close things out? This is a big opportunity, a big moment in this series for both of these teams. If OpTic manage to do it and take home this win, they'll be 1 map away from calling themselves the North American Super Champions.
Yeah, right. We're underway here in game number 3. OpTic Gaming leading in the grand finals 2-0. Over G1, who has had a historic run so far on Championship Sunday. Can they stay alive and get this series into the later games?
I wonder if Trippy's going to look to just dive bomb down onto that overshield, or if it's going to be the responsibility of another teammate. With teammates falling around him, it looks like Trippy's now, his job has changed. He's trying to stay alive, trying to deny the overshield. Going to G1, he picks up a kill, but he can't do the former, as it will go into the hands of G1. Switch has got the OV, the first time they can push.
Interestingly, does not go spikes here, does not take the time to grab the spikers, instead just wants to get the right angles. It looks like has been spotted out, so needs to wait for teammates here, try to do as much damage as he can.
You can see the Predevenator has the ability to pick up some Nice kills on the other side of the map, but the unfortunate thing is the push is a little bit staggered, right? There really wasn't the support, even though Swish was dealing damage to multiple members. OpTic just were able to bait Switch, get that damage down, and stay alive long enough to pick off the G1 players one by one. So the first overshield just completely negated, as now you can see that it's Lucid who has a chance to hit a one-shot. That's what he's going to do.
One dead for each side there. Also, one thing we got to talk about was the isolation of OpTic Gaming to take down Boo bottom middle there to make sure they weren't getting pushed by a 4. So they had actually a one-man advantage in the 4-3 on the overshield push. Trippy picks up another one. That was 2 dead for G1.
Swish is going to be getting that flag moving though, so you're going to see a little bit of a flag exchange by the looks of things. Swish has a huge amount of responsibility now. He can't get the job done because there's 2 players to deal with, but here comes Boo Boo. Trippy versus Boo Boo, and Trippy wins it, but there comes the support. There comes the supporting cast, and it's going to be Squalleye now who moves in, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know Formal's there. Formal comes from behind and manages to get the touch on the flag for OpTic.
And the hero slide from Formal as well. He comes in, gets the kill he needed to, like you say, keeps the flag alive. We will have a flag standoff here, as half of G1 will be spawning. The flag will come back. OpTic Gaming is the first to strike. Took just under 2 minutes to play.
And that whole play from Formal just comes down to experience, right? And most players, they'd see the opportunity to run in, get a touch on the flag, but Formal takes that extra 2 or 3 seconds just to formulate a little bit of a flank. Come behind where is the team expect him to be. And off of the back of that, manages to get that kill, get that flag touch, and put OpTic into a lead. But Swish with this overshield is doing so much damage at the moment. 3 players dead, and Swish has been involved in all of these.
4 dead, double kill for Swish. APG's your first spawner. He spawns back flag, so does Lucid. Big opportunity here. Swish needs to be ready for them.
APG taken down, dealt with Lucid trying to clean up the damage, but where is the rest of the help? It's not arriving once again for G1. And OpTic will hold strong. 2 overshields they've lost, but 2 battles inside of the base they've won.
Yeah, it felt like G1 wasn't necessarily predicting the flag spawns, and you can't blame them there. That's a tough one to call. The flag spawns save OpTic a bit, if I'm honest. They help get them out of that situation. 3 dead, though, once again. Swish still alive here. APG is your first spawner.
APG looking to survive, not going to be able to. Now the push is coming in for the rest of OpTic. Swish is trying to deal with Trippy, manages to do so. Really, really good shots from him, and now you're seeing a sneaky little flag pull coming in from G1, and Squalleye off the back of the kills is going to tie up the game here. It's 1-1. There's life in G1 yet.
And another pull here for Boo Boo there. Let's see if they can get this kill on APG. Wow. It would have been big, but I love the aggression, love the decision-making from the G1 side. They will tie up the game 1-1. And now things get a little bit more interesting. Swish the last player alive for G1.
Talk about pivotal kills, right? You talk about APG finding himself in those situations more often than not when he comes out on top. There was an example of it. If he loses that battle, there's probably a flag pull coming in for G1. But for now, we turn our attention to Trippy because he's trying to turn his attention to multiple players from G1, and he's not going to be able to do so.
Who tries to stay alive there with the grapple on the back of the flag. It'll be 1 dead for each side. Lucid now skewer in hand, which is dangerous, but all eyes bottom middle for this overshield in 5 seconds.
Lucid can just lock down this side of the map, though, and you can see he's thinking about if a player tries to peek from G1, tries to go towards the brute nades, he should have that first shot advantage. He missed the skewer shot, but he certainly connected with the battle rifle shots. Devon now comes in. That's going to be a staggered push now, and staggered lines of sight on the overshield for both teams, and it looks like Boo Boo's just going to say, I don't care about that. I'm going to fly in. I'm going to grab this thing, and Trippy just has to watch him do it.
3rd overshield in a row for G1. They have every single power-up in this game. Boo Boo's going to fly at Lucid as well and use that overshield to his advantage. Barely wins it, though, because that's just how good Lucid's shot is. Boo Boo manages to stay alive. 2 spikes, 2 grapples yet to play with, but great power-up control from G1. It's a huge reason they're tied 1-1 in this game.
Tied 1-1, but with that many overshields, you may want to see a little bit of a different scoreline for G1. You may want to see them in the lead, and OpTic now having to hold the line once more. Great shots coming in from the Pulse Carbine just to rip away at the shields. Lucid trying to defend with his life at the moment and hold off almost the whole of G1 on his own.
That was 3 dead, and Boo Boo unfortunately spikes himself while grappling in for the grab. So things will reset. 2 dead yet again. A 3 dead for OpTic Gaming, and G1's looking very good and very different in this game number 3.
And Lucid had no idea that Squalleye was playing that close corner, just walked out and got backsmacked. And that was the catalyst for this to start. Boo Boo then moves in, picks up the double, clears the way. Now, can they stop this spawn overextension? Can they stop the players wrapping into the base? There's a 4-man army about to approach the G1 flag. This round of Slays decides if we have a lead here for G1 or if OpTic managed to keep it at 1-1.
Squallight shields, charge right in time. 2v2 here in the back of the base as this flag comes back. Now, Lucid, last player alive.
Lucid last alive, and he's not in any kind of position to stop this. G1 go into a lead. It's a perfect run from them. Perfect execution of the second round of kills as well, as the overextension came from OpTic Gaming, and now they look to push forward once more.
Big signs of life from G1. As we said, they have excelled on this map and this game type combo specifically, and now taking the lead for the first time in a while into this series, 2-1 with 6 minutes left. Still a lot of game to play in game number 3.
But just a little bit of belief. It's amazing how taking the lead in a game can give you a little bit of belief, right? As now we see Lucid adding to his tally of kills, but his last player and his last victim is in front of him here. He's giving him a little bit of trouble, but here comes Trippy to support him now. The overshield goes to OpTic the first time they've had the power up.
First overshield grab, and as we were started to talk about here, with 3 overshields going to G1 and then leading 2-1, you have to think if OpTic can start to get control of this power up, that could really swing things in a big way, and it already has. 4 dead for G1. OpTic Gaming looking to run the game tying flag.
And that's how you use an overshield if you're Trippy. You walk forward, you deal damage, you let your teammates clean up. He picked up 2 on his way, as the rest of his team now will try and do what G1 did a few moments ago. It's time for round number 2 of the battle for the flag. Who's going to win it this time?
Squallight and Dev trying to work together here. Kill straight out. I think Trippy's just going to go straight ahead. And doing very well to do so. And he gets the cap as well. Devin's likely going to get this kill. 4 dead. Devin, only player alive on the map. A very rare scenario, so he's going to go all the way to the halfway mark. But OpTic Gaming will tie the game.
Well, this is a really smart decision to run it Ivy side, though, because he can maybe go for that slide, maybe get across and beat the rest of OpTic Gaming across the map. Teammates spawning in the base is a good thing as well for him, because that means they can deal with the spawns coming in from OpTic almost immediately. But now Squallight has to stay alive. They didn't deal with that, and that's a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of a misplay as Lucid gets taken down. Trippy, once again, the hero for OpTic Gaming. He's done it numerous times in this game, getting those last-minute stands almost single-handedly.
Goal line stand for Trippy and OpTic Gaming, and it flips all the way around on its head. Then he was the last player alive on the entire map. G1 decided not to drop and shoot. They tried to force a flag, and it cost them.
The problem here for Trippy is that he kind of ran that towards the spawners. He wasn't to know it, as he was the only player alive momentarily on the map. But G1, those spawns slow things down, but we are tied up at 2-2. The overshield coming up once more. OpTic already with eyes on it. It's Lucid's POV, and he wants to try and deny this one going to G1.
G1 gets this overshield. You got to think they've got a very good chance. Great kill there. Bubu's able to drop down, gets the over. No! Overshield will stay bottom middle. It's actually going to get played off the map by OpTic. That's going to be Trippy who forces the overshield off because he knows it's been too much of a factor in this game. They can't risk it here. Squallight trying to run the flag. They did have 1 dead, but now we'll be even here, 3v3.
APG just smelt danger there for a second. Rotated back to his base, and combining with Lucid does the work to take 3 players down from G1. Bubu now has to retreat. That flag's not going anywhere.
Wow. Great timing there from OpTic. Once again, G1 trying to get a little scrappy on the flagpole, which we still got to appreciate, but it's going to be difficult to do against a team like OpTic Gaming.
Certainly is indeed. And APG just making the right decision at the right time, right? Sometimes you get that spawn, you look across map, you look towards the opposition's base. This time he rotated right back, made sure that his base was safe before he gave the rest of his teammates the platform to move forward. As now Trippy, who's doing what he does best. That's getting inside the base. This time it's not a goal line stand, because G1, they were 3 dead in that circumstance. If that player doesn't take down Trippy, then that could have been an opportunity for OpTic to go into a lead.
Bubu, last player alive. He hits the nades and the shots he needs to. Otherwise, that flag is all the way across the map at this point. It's a big stop from Bubu to keep the game at 2-2.
2-2. And 2 minutes and 42 seconds left on the clock as well. So now you're starting to get into the territory of thinking, is the next flag going to be the one that wins this one?
Also, the next overshield, right? Is the next overshield going to be what decides which direction the flag goes? Formal wants to start pushing. If there's one thing we know about OpTic Gaming, it's that they know how to turn it on late, but actually Swish is going to get taken down by a team date based on what we just saw on screen. Now kills will be traded out, and now the battle for mid-map will commence.
Devin picks up the kill onto Trippy as well. That's a double for him after the help came in from Squallight, with around 10 seconds till those players are back in the game. There's also 10 seconds till the overshield is up. So Devin's going to start running this flag, and that is going to split the decision now for OpTic. Do they try and stop the flag? Do they try and prioritize the overshield? This is a worrying moment for OpTic, but a good one here for G1.
2 dead here still for OpTic. Bubu's going to go and maybe go for a touch here. He does. He's going to run it here towards Squall. They still have numbers.
But they let the overshield go. How did they let the overshield go? Formal gets his hands on it, and that's going to shut everything down here. for G1. OpTic relying on Formal to make a play on the OS, and with the kills going the way of G1 in the build-up to that, I'd have to see it back, but that looks like a misplay coming in from G1.
Squall gets a touch here, interesting, but they let the touch come in. They're not too worried about it because Devin's the last player alive. They're going to get that re. It's a triple kill, killing spree for Formal late in the game. They're going to run the flag as well.
And I bet they're thinking, how did we let that happen? How have we let the overshield slip through our fingers? Because now, off the back of the triple kill, off the back of the flag going home, Formal is running it home here for OpTic. This man is doing it all.
Where's the overextension here? Who's in position? Squall picks up 1. Kills will be traded out 2 for 1 in favor of OpTic.
2 for 1 in favor of OpTic, but Formal is just waiting for his teammates to do the damage. They do exactly that, and Formal leads the troops into a lead here with just 50 seconds or so left in this game. OpTic make a play, and it's off the back of the decision-making of Formal.
Once again, is the late game composure of OpTic Gaming. In the last minute of play, they do exactly what they need to. They grab that overshield here, and now G1 only has 40 seconds on the clock to get a flag back home.
Do have 2 dead though, and Trippy's gonna have to retreat. Lucid's trying to wrap back, Boo-Boo's staying alive. So this is the last chance saloon here for G1. This needs to be a flag cap, and it looks like there might be a flank for Boo-Boo here. They have no idea that he's behind enemy lines, but how does he prioritize his time? Is it going to be to deal with Trippy? Oh. Trippy turns on him, and that could be the game-changing play coming in from Trippy.
That's huge. Devin's the last player alive. He's got no chance. Squall spawns, though, right by the flag. Let's see what he can do in the feed.
Squalline's trying to do what he can, but he's got Lucid and APG to deal with. Now spawners are coming in. Trippy's still alive, though. Where is that flag with just 3 seconds left? Surely that is going to be the return coming in, and it's going to be OpTic, who clutch up once again in game number 3. It's 3-0 in the series, and everybody had moments in that game where they needed to perform.
How about Trippy watching the back door, right? Hey, is that back door locked? Trippy goes and backs and checks it, wins a battle he had no business winning. Boo-Boo on the flank, he gets caught out. Trippy with a big win to lock things down. Look at the numbers once again. Lucid leading the game here, 24 and 15 in the end.
Boo-Boo could have won the game there. It's so difficult, right, to put yourself in that scenario. You see everything in front of you. It's like you're walking as a kid to the sweet store and they say, take what you want, but you're not sure because there's too many options to choose from, right? And
in the end, he made the right choice.
He made the right choice, but choices, decisions, execution has to go alongside it. Trippy made him pay. If he picks up that 1 kill, it's a flag cap. It's as simple as that, and instead, it isn't what happens in the game, and we know what happened after that, but we need to give some credit to Formal as well. You know, we're going to take a look at the damage stats, because that ability and that play, the decision, I don't know how it happened, but him getting the overshield in a situation where OpTic seemed to be down numbers, then gets a triple kill, then runs the flag home, those little things are the difference makers.
APG, by the way, 16 assists. It almost goes without saying. You can just assume that APG has double the assists of anyone else on the team. Huge numbers for him. That led to 5,700 plus damage for him. But I have to agree, Formal sneaking through in a time where they had 2 dead for like 30 to 40 seconds was unbelievable. What a game number 4 it was. So back and forth.
I mean, look at this win again from APG. That's the kill that matters, right? We said it a number of times. APG with the win on the front ramp, where he had to slow down the push, stagger the push, and allow teammates to get back. That was the difference maker. But Formal, I think that he's had probably his best series that I've seen so far in HCS competition. He's looked absolutely unbelievable. Not just the shots he's been hitting, not just the decision making, but the clutch moments from him as well. He's been ruthless.
Early on, it was very good power-up control from the side of G1. They had everything. And in the end, they're able to get a 2-1 lead. Keep in mind, they were looking good here at 2-1, but if we know anything, it's that beating OpTic Gaming will take a full game effort, and they're going to make it very difficult.
This was a time flag from Trippy. Just about managed to get this one home as well. You saw him just stagger, step before sliding that one in.
Beautifully done. Here's the one where they don't drop and shoot at all.
This is the one where they made the mistake, though, and we mentioned how mistakes get highlighted, right, against a team like OpTic Gaming. There's a few moments there where if they're watching the VOD back, G1, they'll know that they could have had something so much better than they did. They had some great situations. I'm starting to wonder maybe if fatigue is coming into it, because earlier on against Cloud9 Sentinels, those mistakes were not being made.
Yeah, it's also it's tough to say also. Could have been a play call that came in that said run the flag fast, right? Someone could have seen something that would have indicated. It's easy for us, of course, in the casting booth here with the advantage of observer mode to look at these decisions, but the call might have come in from the squad to try to run that flag fast, and they were only a few inches off of the flag stand in the end, but it will be a 3-2 win for OpTic Gaming, a come-from-behind win on CTF Catalyst to put them 1 game away from 4-0ing in the grand finals.
Match point. It's as simple as that for OpTic Gaming, and I'm sure that if we were in a live environment right now and the OpTic fans were sat in front of the green wall, they would be saying one more game. That chant would be ringing out through the arena. We'll have to wait for Orlando for that, and if this situation arises. But what a game and what a series OpTic have given us so far. Now for G1, it has to be the start of the ultimate comeback, the almost unthinkable comeback. And they have to start here on Streets with King of the Hill.
They do, and credit where credit is due. Look at these games, right? Game 1, a 2-0 win for OpTic. That's a clear one. G1 only 4 kills behind in Live Fire Slayer. 1 flag behind in CTF Catalyst. If 2 plays go differently over the course of the past 25 minutes, this could be 2-1 G1. So G1 needs to not count themselves out just yet. They're still in this series, but they are going to need to reverse sweep the green wall to reset the bracket.
To have another go.
Yeah.
It really is, when you put it like that, it kind of gives a little bit of weight to the task in front of them, right? But crazy stories have happened in esports over the years. We've seen some of the most miraculous comebacks. We've seen some of the most ridiculous things you didn't even imagine were possible. Maybe this is where it starts for G1. This is where it has to start for G1 if they want to send this to a second best of 7. But for OpTic Gaming, they are so close now. They can almost taste a championship coming their way. It's one more map for them to close things out. It's King of the Hill on Streets.
And how much momentum it would give them to 4-0 here into Orlando, right? If they win this tournament convincingly, a 4-0 sweep heading into the Orlando Major, it would do so much for this team and the green wall. 3 dead off the opening for G1. OpTic will grab the Rockets as a result.
Booby manages to get Lucid down into the death screen at least, and that's big because that means the Rockets are down. That means OpTic may be thinking about prioritizing that power weapon instead of the hill. Trippy's going to try and make a move, and he'll be taken down as well. So tiny things, Andy, we always talk about how tiny things can have the butterfly effect, right? 1 kill from Boo Boo changes everything on the map.
Yeah, Boo Boo just spikes out the L. He gets the Rockets in the end, gets good damage off of it as well, and now things will be pretty evened up here, even though the opening looked so good from OpTic. It's a really good response. Like you said, last player alive, Boo Boo making sure to keep his team in the game off the spawn.
Trippy though, Trippy just predicting the movement from Boo Boo Dooboo. Great damage from Boo Boo with a Stalker Rifle, but it wasn't enough for him to take down Trippy, who just predicted and sliding around that corner with the frag grenade. But look at the amount of time that's on the board right now. OpTic just stepping into the hill when they feel it comfortable to, but you can also see when they haven't got numbers, when they're not sure of every single player on G1's location, they're not afraid to just bait that hill, make G1 come to them.
2 dead here. Devin behind enemy lines, but the team did really well to clean up the kills before he was even needed. Picks up another one on Lucid. Now he knows he needs to watch Driveway, but Spawn's also coming in here from PD and Heaven.
Grenade starting to rain down on him as well. Swish is going to pick up 2 on Arcade, so that's going to be 2 dead from OpTic. Last 2 players will be spotted out here as well. 4 more shields will be stripped away from him, and now comes the push from G1. Wow. Wonderful shot there as well with that Stalker Rifle. And we mentioned how this weapon has become a game changer. It is now the game changer. You can lock down so many angles, and you pick up so many kills. Devin showing us just that.
Beautiful stuff here from Devin with the Stalker Bulldog combo, still alive somehow. I even think he might have got even more kills if he wasn't catching the geo of those walls. Now they're at 50% on the first hill.
And look where OpTic are spawning as well, all the way over on the pink street towards the backside of Tram. Good news for OpTic is that push. The hill really isn't #1 target on the map because the Rockets just dropped as well. They will be down on Laundry, I think.
Yes.
As we see a 2-for-2 split at the moment. Trippy's trying to make the play on them, and OpTic will grab the rocks.
Oh, Trippy goes down though. That means Rockets are down in tires. I believe they're also full. Devin somehow stays alive. What a run from Devin. Eventually he's taken down, but not before going 6-2. Squall also grabs the Rockets, and he hits the Hail Mary.
Squall's got 1 more rocket to play with as well. APG is going to learn that very quickly too. And G1 are starting to control this hill, but look how tight it is. Look how much trepidation is being shown by both teams in this game. But no more time for trepidation as OpTic find themselves 3 dead. APG last alive, and now they know where he is.
You tell Squall wanted that thrust real bad. He started picking up everything but the thrust. He stays alive on rail. Look at the score here, 70% on the first hill for G1.
Last push here from OpTic. Maybe they think about giving this one up because they're all inside a Tram. Instead, it's going to be a 3-man push down on the driveway, and it's never a great idea. It's so difficult to funnel through that tight corridor. And now you're going to see Squall not only hold it down, but also do damage on these Tram players. And that means that not only the first point goes to G1 here, but they're going to be able to collapse, and they should be able to hold Tram before OpTic can get anywhere near.
Great work from Squall, and the entire G1 roster stays alive on rail. Like you say, goes front seat, does the damage they needed to even come off the back of that to continue scoring. And G1 still in this grand final.
3 dead for OpTic once more. APG last alive. Should be able to pick up one mid-map, but the damage that's been done to him means he cannot push until his teammates are back on the map. And you can see already Squall9 flying up the pink street. Bubu's inside of Tram, but look at this sneaky place. APG's managed to kind of sneak behind enemy lines here. The radar isn't working for G1. They haven't been able to find him, and now it can cause problems. APG finds one, Lucid finds one. APG breaks through. That's 2 for him, and 4 dead for G1.
It's clinical. It's the SWAT team once again for OpTic Gaming. They fly in the back door this time, taking advantage of that. Rockets also in the hands of Lucid's 2 still ready to go. Trippy watching the C stairs. This is total control for OpTic Gaming.
APG, that had no right to get into that position. You maybe think that's a misplay coming in from G1, not making sure that APG was taken care of as last player alive, or maybe it's just brilliance from APG, denying line of sight on that route that he decided to take. But for now, the Rockets aren't going to connect. That means that OpTic's still alive, but 2 have fallen. So now there's an opportunity for G1 to step in this hill. Look how close this hill is, by the way. G1 have a very, very slight advantage, but you have to say that OpTic are just a few moments away from turning that over.
Man, OpTic doing so well to bait out those Rockets. 2v2 on the map now. And now these battles here might determine who gets this hill.
Trippy bouncing a couple of frag grenades. Squall9 deciding to just back out for now. Grabs that Bulldog, as Devon's going to be able to get the trade on Formal as well. So a 3 for 3 on the map, and look at this flank now. APG has no idea this time, not so sneaky this time, Bradley, and Squall9 sniffs him out.
Very well done here. Bulldog has been huge on this Tram hold, about 90% of the way here for G1. They just need a few more kills to close this out.
And the Bulldog's the difference maker inside of Tram, right? So many tight corners, so many little corridors, and also a couple of plasma grenades to be caught by Formal. That is going to be 3 dead here for OpTic. That is going to be the second hill going towards G1. They are not just back into this game, Andy. They might be back in this series.
Leading in a big way here. This is the best they've looked in the grand final so far, and as we expected, they are not going down without a fight. Nothing to lose, and putting everything on the line here in game number 4.
Bulldogs barking once more. Trippy gets taken down. OpTic lose 3. APG last alive. It's a 1v1 between APG and Bubu, but Bubu makes the smart play to make sure that he picks up that Bulldog. Keep it out the hands of OpTic, and at least fight the next team fight with that weapon.
Goes Neons here, takes a really creative angle there, goes all the way across through the L, looks to help the team. Still 2 dead for OpTic, so still G1. Great game so far. That should be a rocket toss over here to Bubu. Who turns on Formal, picks up 1. Stays alive as well. Finally will burn the second rocket. 2 dead for each side continuously.
Now, the difficult thing here for G1 is we know how strong the hole can be around this statue hill, right? If you can lock this one down, you can do what you do best. It's almost like the oddball setup that you see teams have. The difference is you haven't got an oddball to worry about. You've got 4 battle rifles ready to go at any point, plus any sandbox weapons you can pick up. Off the back of that point, if you manage to convert, you haven't got too far to go to that next hill as well. You can kind of transfer one setup to the next. If you lose this one, it could be 2-2 very quickly.
Bubu staying alive there, but they're really just chaining together the last player alive deaths, and look at what it's done to the scoreboard. OpTic Gaming now 60% of the way on this 3rd hill. They've put all the time on the board that they needed, and they've done it very quickly.
Lucid with the thrust is going to be able to survive for a few seconds as well. That means the help's going to come in now from the likes of Formal. A little bit of cross-map damage to make sure that, wow, the stats weren't affected too much. And while all that's going down, OpTic are locked down the statue hill. They get that point on the board. They half the deficit now. And now they have full setup once again on the pink street
They
too.
do. Look at this, though. Big battle here. G1 wins the 1v2 trade. They're going to try to clear this out as well. They need to take down APG on the den. That's 3 dead for OpTic. What a great response from G1.
Lucid last alive, and PD spawns as well. So that push from G1 has flipped the map completely here. And what looked like a great hold, a great setup for OpTic Gaming, has just withered away. It was a wonderful decision, a brave decision to send the 3 people up the pink street, but it worked. And now you can see that it's difficult for OpTic to force their way in. Bubu will fall though, and maybe Devon will as well to Lucid. Great shots coming in from Lucid.
Last player alive, Squall, doing a very good job to stay alive as long as he could. Eventually he's taken down. Lucid is taking the route that's becoming more and more popular, where you walk up front to A, because it's not watched from all the standard angles. It's a little bit of a late meta there, where you can just walk up bottom middle and get away with front A, and that's exactly what he does.
Rockets on the map as well. Devon's going to grab them. Devon's going to miss them though. 2 rockets burnt. No kills to go alongside it as well. They're the little moments. They're the little difference makers that could now see OpTic Gaming lock down this next hill. Squall9's last alive. He'll pick up one onto Trippy, but is it enough as APG is just sat happily inside that hill?
Yeah, APG was a resulting last player alive there. He's still on the Bulldog box. They do see him. They find him right away. They need to take him down. and that will still give them an advantage here, 3v3 momentarily.
Both teams just running at each other as well. You're just seeing there's been numerous fights on this pink street where it's been like two Rams kind of headbutting each other and just trying to see who backs up the most. Formal versus Boo Boo. Boo Boo will pick up a double mid-map, but now it's Swish who's on his own. And that'll be OpTic being able to jump in, but Swish on his own manages to out-BR APG using that head glitch angle so well.
Swish, a man between two ferns, and he hits the beautiful grenade and the headshot finish to keep his team alive. Off the back of this, they will still maintain a man advantage, and they should get this point, especially if they can get this next kill.
One more push really to hold off here from OpTic Gaming. If they could do that, then maybe they will be able to give themselves a 3-1 lead, and with that bottom middle hill next, you know how difficult that is to lock down, but Boo Boo is now last alive as OpTic make a huge push onto the Pink Street Hill. They get the point, and now we go to bottom middle, and this is anyone's game.
Heartbreaking for G1. They were so close there, but as you say, it's a perfect push from OpTic Gaming to steal their second point, as we will now rotate to the fifth hill. 53 seconds left on the clock. OpTic Gaming can steal this game away yet again and close out the grand finals.
A little reminder to everyone as well, the adjustment to the King of the Hill rules, right? If this is tied up at the end of the game, full reset. We go again. And we'll have to see if that is the case for the first time. We're going to see it today. But OpTic look like they want to win on this bottom middle hill. We've already seen a couple of teams develop a game on this bottom middle hill where it's no longer just a case of slaying out your opponents. You can lock this one down. You can get this point on the board.
This is when OpTic Gaming gets even scarier here. 2 dead for each side. Squall's going to try to get away with the rockets. It somehow stays alive off of the help from Boo Boo Doo Boo. But this is when OpTic Gaming becomes their scariest. Moments away potentially from a tournament win, but they would need to have an incredible hold bottom middle. Right now, you would think that we're going to OT.
You would think that. But both teams inside of the hill at the moment. Formal feels the power of the spike grenades. Jeez. As I'm sure at some point we all have on Halo Infinite. Now the Stalker Rifle is going to be in the hands of Squall9. Look at G1. They want to jump inside of this hill. They want to do some damage, but so does Formal. Just absolutely bump Squall9 in that fight.
3 dead for G1. OpTic gonna hold here this whole time. Tramp spawns coming in for G1 as well. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it will freeze as OpTic continues scoring.
And they're sat inside of this hill. They're doubling up on it. They're just facing all of these players from G1. Squall9's gonna fly in, but Swish is gonna take down a couple. Now Lucid finds himself as last player alive. The hill is stopped, and Lucid will fall as well. It's very much possible still here. It is very much possible. OpTic need to be extremely careful.
Look at the damage now. The next damage might determine if G1 can steal this game away here. They're going to continue scoring. They jump out for just a second.
They jump out because Formal's just picked up a double kill. It's as simple as that. Boo Boo is now last alive. He's trying to survive and do what he can, but the question is, will OpTic jump in? Yes is the answer. OpTic want to win it here and now.
2 dead for both sides, though. This one should tick down. Someone should step out. We'll see. G1 stays in the hill. Is not over yet. Flashing at 0 seconds left. If anyone steps out, this game is over.
And OpTic are down 2 numbers as well. Everyone's stacking the hill. Look how close G1 are. Lucid's trying to make the flank. Formal will pick up one. Lucid picks up another, and that might be the end of this game. We're into sudden death here. When that pie chart disappears, Triple we could be going into a reset.
Oh my God.
Trippy's in the hill.
Oh my God.
Off the back of the triple, and OpTic is still alive.
This should be it here. Time will tick down. They will get it in the most unbelievable fashion. OpTic Gaming will steal the game in double sudden death and win the grand finals here at the HCS NA Super.
Unbelievable from OpTic Gaming. Wow. What else can you say? The question we asked, Andy. The question we posed at the start of the tournament. OpTic, in the crunch situations, have they learned? Are the battle scars enough to see them through these tight moments? That game right there answers every question you want to know.
My
Unbelievable.
God. What a game 4 from OpTic. What a finish. 27 and 19 from Lucid. I believe he leads the team in kills in every single game in the grand finals.
Ridiculous. The series ends up fully in the hands of OpTic Gaming. The championship ends up in the hands of OpTic Gaming. And you can't say there was any other team here that really deserved to be in a situation that was calling themselves the first place team, because G1 had an amazing run, a brilliant run. You think maybe they started to run out of steam a little bit in that series, but taking down the likes of Cloud9, Sentinels, and all the other teams that fell in that elimination bracket, even though OpTic Gaming are champions, you have to say that G1 deserve a lot of credit for what they've done.
Oh my God, what a run from G1. Huge shout out to this entire roster, how hard they've worked to get here. Mikowski, Kenny, and the entire G1 organization. It's a historic run from G1 to get to the grand finals. And also, this might be 4-0 on the scoreboard, but these were incredible games. An incredible performance from G1. In the end, it's OpTic Gaming in the last 2 games with Herculean efforts to come back and steal those games out from under G1. They'll win King of the Hill 3-2 deep into overtime and close out the grand finals.
I didn't see it happening. I thought we were going to go to a reset, to be honest with you, and then OpTic have other ideas. The bricks of the green wall are in front of you right now that add up to a championship here in the North American Super. 4-0, the final score. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, only 1 map dropped throughout the tournament.
That's right, just 1.
What else can you say about that, right?
That's it.
Almost a perfect tournament.
Almost a perfect tournament, and really exactly what they were looking for to do here, as also a little bit of a tone setter coming into Orlando, right? They are going to be feared, and feared in a big way after a 4-0 win. Keep in mind, the last time we saw these teams in a major tournament, it was a 4-0 win for the Sentinels, right? So now we're seeing back-to-back 4-0 wins for different squads, and if there's one thing we know from this HCS NA Super, it is going to be Orlando will be spicy.
I can't wait for Orlando, man. And then after Orlando, Worlds is just round the corner, everybody. Worlds is just round the corner. Make sure that you're getting your tickets for both the Orlando Major and, of course, Worlds, which is going to be coming up at the end of this year. But I mean, I feel like this is a different kind of win for OpTic.
Yeah.
I think we've seen them win online tournaments. We've seen them win Pro Series, but this one felt a little bit different, Andy. This one felt like OpTic never looked like they were going to lose it. Right. It looked like they were just walking towards a victory. And when you get into a grand final and you win 4-0, you can't really argue with that. I mean, OpTic Gaming are your champions of the North American Super. From Andy and myself, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast some of these games over the last couple of days. We'll see you in Orlando, but for now, we're going to go back to the desk. Lottie and the guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. Look, I've been calling them the janitors for a reason, okay? So stop having a go at me about my brush, okay? They have been cleaning up house here in this NA Super. It was absolutely insane. 4-0 sweep again from OpTic Gaming. And what a way to close things out in this tournament from them. A 4-0 against G1. G1 kept it kind of close, honestly, after the first map. Not bad in terms of the results there across the board, but OpTic just too good. And you know, the boys are right. They posed the question, did they have ice? Did OpTic have that clutch up factor? Could they get it done when they were on the ropes, right? And they could. What did you make of OpTic overall?
Honestly, just an unbelievable performance all weekend long. I think that this is going to be rivaled for the best team in Halo now. I think that they made statements this weekend on they can't get the job done when it matters most. And honestly, step back, look at Lucid's stats for the event, for the grand finals. What a coming out party it was for him to really make that MVP statement of the year for him, right? If he wants to be the best player voted like across at the end of the year, I think he needed a tournament like this to spark that flame. We've been having those conversations throughout the year, but this was really a moment for him to define OpTic's opportunity going into Orlando, going into Worlds, and I think that they just put they put the rest of the scene on witness.
They certainly did indeed. You know what? I have Lucid on the line right now to talk to us about that grand final, to talk to us about the tournament. Lucid, that was just absolutely insane, dude. I mean, congratulations first and foremost. NA Super Champions. I mean, what an incredible feeling. But you guys just were lights out from day one in this tournament. Even though G1 looked like they started to heat up a lot, in that grand final, you just full sended, didn't you? You just absolutely brought it to them. Talk to me about the team, how you guys got to this point in time and how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the last interview I just kind of talked about that we've been incrementally building on ourselves, and I think we were already a force, of course, but I think the aggression was like not necessarily enough, and that's the discipline that we've been installing just in our gameplay, all 4 of us, not just one of us. We've been going over a lot more VODs. I've been watching pretty much every single scrim over, almost in full. At least the matches we lose, of course, those are the ones that we just learn the most from. So I think we really got a really good idea, especially after Kansas City, what our problems were. And we knew it would kind of be a harder thing to build off of until those big moments come with bigger tournaments, not just in the online fashion. But I think today was kind of a good example of like, we aren't really just pure scrapping. Like, this isn't just back and forth, making it a coin flip. We're here to win, and we're winning because it just makes sense. Like, what we're doing is like, we have objective that we are striving for every single moment during the game, and there's always something to go for, even if it's just something as simple as staying alive. That's something that we've been really on top of.
Tommy, congratulations first and foremost. A massive, massive series from yourself there in the grand finals. Great weekend all along. Only dropping a game to Sentinels. I think it was game 3. You could have had the sweep, could have had the perfect tournament. It doesn't matter at all. You still take home the trophy. The cash still cashes out the same. But most importantly, I think you guys get over that hump this weekend. I have to ask the question. After Kansas City, I hadn't brought it up until this point. OpTic Gaming, they were outside the hotel. They went into a team talk. They went for about an hour, maybe a little bit longer. They had a group huddle, and I was a couple drinks in, and then I start seeing members of OpTic Gaming roll back in. And if you know anything about trying to get a drink that night, it took a long time, so I did the math. OpTic had been outside talking as a group for a long time. It was a phenomenal thing to see you guys stick together after such maybe a letdown tournament that KC was. Can we get any insight into what went down in the group huddle and what it means to come off the back of that performance at KC, those moments that were maybe a little bit let down, and then to achieve the moment you have here today and looking on to Orlando and Worlds, what's in store?
Yeah, I mean, after Kansas City, we were just heartbroken. I think we and many other people expected us to just be sitting in that grand finals, at least the winners finals, grand finals, whatever it was. We were propelling ourselves in our minds way too early. And I think that type of, I guess, like corruption of your thought, like you're just not thinking about what's right in front of you, that we allowed the games, we allowed the excitement to like just get to us in that series against Sentinels. And that's just not something that you can let happen. And it's hard to build off of because that like the excitement is at its peak and the intensity is of course at its peak when you're in the LAN environment. But like these big tournaments, nonetheless, I think give some good insight that I think our discipline, even I can just say, because I sit back a lot watching our gameplay and just in game trying to like direct a little bit and watch how we're playing and what we're doing. We are just so much more on top of things across the board. It's something that we all talked about. We all had our little things, especially in that talk that we were saying, like, this is something that we didn't quite notice before. Maybe we thought about this is something to think about moving forward. We all had our piece to make and we all took it with no ego, just took it all in, built off of it. And I would say the performance today was all weekend was quite dominant for ourselves. And I think we'll just keep on working on it.
Absolutely incredible, Tommy. It's been something special to watch, and I look forward to seeing more of OpTic Gaming.
All right, I got 2 quick questions for you. Maybe one's quick, one's not so quick. What importance do you put on stats? Every single game at the end, we're highlighting how you have most damage dealt, most damage taken. Yeah. If anything, do you look at the stat screen, you can say, yes, that's one of your goals is putting those numbers up, or how do you view stats at the end of the game?
I mean, in my opinion, stats tell a story. They don't tell all the story, but they do give, I would say, quite a good insight as to what's happening. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's not everything. I think there's plenty of intangibles many players bring to the table. But I mean, if you're going 30-10 and like some OBJ, like obviously you're doing something and being very influential. That, like, of course, that's the way I think about it, at least.
Makes total sense. Then lastly, just had to ask, do you have any more room on your friends list and on live?
Get some games rolling. We really do.
You heard it here, folks. Lucid has to play some video games with this old man.
He's asking for a host after it, Lucid. Don't be tripped.
That's okay. I'll toss it your way. Don't worry.
Let's go. There you go, Washi. Win-win. I mean, absolutely incredible. Lucid, thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely insane from you and the boys as well this weekend. Just incredible. I've been calling you the janitors for a reason because you've been sweeping up the competition. Congratulations. Enjoy tonight. And I cannot wait to see what you guys deliver across the board on Orlando. So thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, everybody watching, and just you guys as well, casting, commentating, analyzing, all of that stuff. Appreciate everybody in the community.
Thank you so much, dude. We appreciate you. Well, there you go. We've heard from the champions, and I gotta say, just absolutely amazing. It's making me really excited about Orlando because, you know, just from what Lucy was saying, what they have been working on, the preparation that they've put in, like you mentioned about the team huddle and what they took away from that, it is constant work. You know, it is just constant grinding, making sure you are better every single day. And right now, OpTic are certainly on that trajectory. And when it comes to Orlando, I feel like a lot of teams are going to be very, very scared of OpTic, especially if they can handle that outside pressure. Lucid was talking about it. We've been talking about it. Is it their time right now?
I think there's only one way to find out, and that's let's fast forward to Orlando, because I think one of the big things Lucid mentioned in that conversation was, hey, the light, the noise, it got to us. That back in Kansas City, they did a phenomenal job not letting that happen. But I mean, he even said it himself, much easier to not let that stuff in when you're not in that LAN environment, when you don't have that OpTic Gaming green wall crowd in front of you, everyone rooting for you in that atmosphere. And that's going to be another hump that we're going to have to watch OpTic get over. Do I think that they're capable of it? Do I think that they're more capable of it after watching them have the success this weekend? Absolutely. But we got all kinds of storylines going into Orlando now. We have the G1 storyline. You got G2 coming up out of nowhere. Barcode's going to have his first LAN event on a North American squad. What is Sentinel's going to bring? You know, they bring their A game. How are Cloud9 going to rebound? I mean, every single one of these teams have a journey. I didn't even talk about FaZe yet and how they got to prep. So, oh man, we have a lot of homework to do as talent, and the teams, they got a lot of Halo in front of them.
They certainly do indeed. I got to say that this winners bracket is looking mighty fine. What an incredible journey OpTic have been on, just going straight through the winners bracket. So clean, so dominant, and what a way to finish that grand finals. And also, Walshy, what a way to finish the series as well. That was ridiculous on King of the Hill, that ending. I've never seen a King of the Hill ending like that, but it did get them that first place prize, $45,000 on the line. I mean, it was absolutely insane. I think as a viewer as well, you're watching that being played out. We're still learning things about Halo Infinite. They're still teaching us things. I mean, surely there's nothing left, right?
No. I mean, it's just so incredible. It's like, I wasn't sure if we're going to get that Cinderella storyline to finish out here for G1, or we ended up with the Alan Moore novel there as OpTic just stomped them out in that grand finals in such a devastating fashion. I mean, some of those close games, those ones are some of the tougher ones to swallow when you lose it just that close, but still so far.
Yeah, still so far away. You can see right now all of our finishing spots here, and a massive, massive GGs to all of the teams participating. All of the prize money that was going their way from that 125k bag. And I gotta say, incredible stuff from our top four as well. So it's really cool because obviously we do have an event coming up, and this is all starting to build now. We have storylines, like you said, to look at, the homework to do, so many different questions, so many gaps to fill in. Where are teams gonna lie now? This is honestly the first peek we've had at some of our new rosters and how they performed in competition. Right now, they're gonna be learning from their mistakes, and if there's anything to go by, some of these teams and some of the dominant performances could be switching up by the time we do get to that Orlando Major.
I think you have to expect that. I think big questions around G1's opportunity on LAN. Can they do it at the same level that they did here this weekend? I think OpTic Gaming's got a question of, can you do it in the grand finals? I mean, you can go, the list goes on, and I'm excited for the future. There's a lot of time in between now and Orlando, even for these teams to get better. Like you said, look how quickly OpTic Gaming was able to fix mistakes that they had at Kansas City. They were able to turn that story around. They won the close games this time around, and now they're champions. Are we going to be saying that about a G1 later on? Are we going to be saying that about a potential Cloud9 team that's, you know, they're going to get back to a grand finals at some point this year? Halo to be played.
Oh, yeah.
And a championship at the end of the year, and that's where not only the big prize comes out, but that's where everyone's going to have to bring their A game.
Certainly are indeed. And if you guys want to find out what the story is going to be in Orlando, tickets are on sale now. Make sure you guys are tuning in, getting to Orlando. If you want that incredible experience of being in the room at a live LAN event, I assure you it is worth going to. It's absolutely insane to watch from the room itself. But I've got to say, I'm so excited about it. This NA Super has opened a lot of doors for our teams, a lot of doors for us as talent as well. So really excited to see where everything lies by the end of it. But gentlemen, thank you so much. This is going to do it from us on the desk. Folks at home, thank you so much for tuning in. A huge shout out, of course, to all of our teams here this weekend. Thank you so much to Esports Engine for an incredible production that you put on here. And I got to say, I will see you guys in Orlando. I can't believe I'm saying it. Thank you so much, and good night.
Lead here for OpTic Gaming of 1. Applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just he misses the beat down. He snaps. Oh my God! Wobbling them legs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now.